Director Juan. Don't blame me for being blunt, but when it comes to marriage, everyone wants a good match, right? Your family has no dowry, no house, and the bride would even have to help raise your younger children. Who would willingly jump into such a situation? Honestly, if the bride's family didn't insist on your son, Soo Anchuan would still be single today. Who are you calling a bad match? What kind of matchmaker talks like that? Get out. If we can't afford the Yi family's daughter, then fine. My son can stay single for life. We're happy that way. Director Juan. How can you talk like that? The bride's family only has one condition. Besides, your younger daughter brings bad luck. Your husband passed away because of her. If you don't send her away, your son will never find a wife, and your other daughters won't get married either. Your daughter's the unlucky one. Watch your mouth. Get out before I slap you. Su Jiaojiao's head throbbed from the sound of two women arguing loudly nearby. Instinctively, she pulled the cloth sheet over her head. The next second, ugh, what was that smell? She almost fainted from the sour mix of sweat and foot odor. She quickly threw off the sheet and opened her eyes. The dim room came into view. She was lying on a simple wooden bed. Through the yellowed mosquito net, she could see an old table and a few stools. Several books and a pen were neatly placed on the table, as if someone used it for studying. Against the opposite wall stood another small bed with pale yellow bedding, clearly a girl's bed. What caught her eye most was the portrait of a great historical figure hanging behind the door. Hiss! Su Jiaojiao rubbed her aching forehead. Everything around her felt unreal, like a dream. But the flood of strange memories rushing into her mind carried an odd sense of familiarity. She slowly lowered her hand from her nose, her expression twisting in disbelief. She had traveled through time. Not just that, she had been reborn before birth. But something must have gone wrong in the process. She had lived for 16 years without realizing it, and only today did her memories from her past life suddenly return. The noise outside came from her mother, Wan Hongxia, the head of the women's office at the shoe factory. In her previous life, Su Jiaojiao had been a woman from the 22nd century. She was an orphan who studied hard, graduated from a top university, and worked for a large corporation, earning a high salary. But because she was still single at an older age, her boss kept urging her to get married. She went abroad to relax, only to encounter a plane crash that unexpectedly sent her back in time, to an era in her country when everything was being rebuilt and resources were scarce. It was now June 1958, less than a year before the Great Famine that would shake the nation in 1959. Thinking about the coming years of hunger and hardship made Su Jiaojiao's scalp tingle. Looking around at her poor home, the once confident manager Su felt her legs go weak. Heavens, how was she supposed to survive in such a difficult and unstable time? She got out of bed, opened the door, and saw her mother, Wan Hongxia, angrily pushing someone out. The middle-aged woman with sharp eyes stumbled, but didn't fall. When she saw Su Jiaojiao, she still turned back to glare at her before leaving. What was that about? She hadn't done anything, yet she got glared at for no reason. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. All bad luck. Wan Hongxia huffed and clapped her hands, then turned around, her face full of anger. That was when she saw her troublesome younger daughter. Su Jiaojiao instinctively stood up straight and said timidly, "Mom." Wan Hongxia froze for a moment, then her anger flared again. "So you finally woke up? Skipping school again to sleep at home. And you still dare ask for next semester's tuition? Forget it. Go work at the shoe factory with your brother and carry boxes." Su Jiaojiao gave an awkward smile and didn't dare talk back. In this life, skipping school and sleeping in was something the original Su Jiaojiao often did, so it was no wonder her mother was angry. Wan Hongxia was thin, with naturally curly hair and a lot of it. Su Jiaojiao had inherited that from her. Thick black eyebrows, fair but slightly rough skin, and pale lips. Her features were striking, but she looked a bit undernourished. Sleeping in until the sun's high. What kind of lazy girl are you? Raising you kids is such a burden. The oldest is never home. The youngest drives me crazy every day. I thought having 3 daughters would be like having warm clothes for winter, but it turns out they all let the cold in. The eldest daughter was already of age, but still refused to marry. The second daughter was always arguing with her in-laws, and the youngest kept teasing the neighborhood boys without any sense of shame. Just thinking about her 3 troublesome daughters made Wan Hongxia furious. "What are you standing there for?" she scolded. With a stern face, she walked into Su Jiaojiao's room and shouted back, "There are 2 corn buns left in the pot. Eat them or don't." Then she started angrily tidying up Su Jiaojiao's bed. "What's that awful smell?"
Su Ziadia.
Wan Hongxia's voice came from the room, full of disbelief and frustration. "Are you serious? You used your little brother's wet bedsheet as a blanket."
Uft. Cough, cough.
In the kitchen, Su Jiaojiao, who had just woken up hungry, choked hard on the dry corn bun she was eating while listening to her mother's shouting. Her face turned red as she said, "Mom, I really didn't know that was my little brother's sheet." In her heart, Su Jiaojiao was already planning to teach her mischievous brother a lesson later. The coarse corn bun was truly hard to eat and even harder to swallow. She couldn't help but think of how she had once worked her way up to a comfortable life where she could eat whatever she wanted, only to suddenly find herself back to square one, gnawing on rough, tasteless food. Sitting on a small stool, she looked around. This was what people meant by bare walls and empty rooms. The house was less than 50 square meters, yet somehow divided into 3 rooms. The smaller one was shared by Su Jiaojiao and her second sister, with 2 narrow beds squeezed together. There was no wardrobe. Clothes were stuffed into bags under the beds. The larger room was for Wan Hongxia and the 2 youngest boys, the 7th and 8th children. The 2 little troublemakers, about 6 years old, were always up to mischief, and without their mother's strict watch, no one could control them. The remaining space served as both the living room and dining area. As for the eldest brother and the 5th and 6th siblings, they had built a makeshift bed in the southwest corner with wooden boards. When there wasn't enough room, the old sofa their father had once brought home from a recycling station became the eldest brother's bed at night. Holding the hard corn bun in her hand, Su Jiaojiao couldn't stop her tears from falling. Her family situation was truly pitiful. Her late father had been a worker at the provincial shoe factory. Last month, a fire broke out in the warehouse. Fortunately, it was put out in time, or the loss would have been huge. In the end, it was discovered that her father had accidentally caused the fire by not putting out his cigarette properly. He not only lost his life, but was also dismissed from the factory. Although the result didn't make the Su family pay any money, it was only because the couple had worked in the shoe factory for half their lives, and Father Su had already lost his life. Because of this, Father Su became infamous, and the Su family's reputation quickly declined. It had been almost 2 months since Father Su passed away, yet people still looked down on the family. His name was often brought up in gossip and criticism. In short, the Su family was poor, had a bad reputation, and too many mouths to feed. Su Jiaojiao had 1 older brother, 2 older sisters, and 4 younger brothers who were all quite troublesome. Except for the 3 older siblings, Su Jiaojiao and her younger brothers all depended on others to survive. After Father Su's death, his salary was gone, and all the pressure of raising the children fell on Wan Hongxia alone. Life at home was hard, to say the least. But Jiaojiao didn't want to eat plain food every day. She closed her eyes in sorrow, then opened them again. Suddenly, a transparent electronic screen appeared before her, something only she could see. It read, Buy Shopping Group, a special system that gave her a 1% chance to receive an identical item whenever she helped someone buy something. She had just discovered this golden finger today, and it seemed to have come along with her memories from her previous life. The high-tech interface looked a lot like the chat groups she used in her past life. As the group owner, Jiaojiao saw that there were over 100 members, but all their names were gray. She tried sending a message, but it didn't go through. A bright exclamation mark appeared beside it. Then a small line of text popped up. Please complete the first shopping transaction to activate the Buy Shopping Group. So it needed to be activated first. Understanding this, Jiaojiao's eyes lit up with determination. Whether she would live well or continue to struggle, it all depended on this golden finger. Mom, who is that person you just sent away? Jiao Jiao asked while forcing down a bite of dry cornbread, trying to make conversation. She had vaguely heard something about a single man and bad luck, and she was curious. Wan Hongxia sat on a small stool, scrubbing the bedsheets. Even with her messy hair, her young daughter's face still looked bright and lively. She glanced at her and replied rather bluntly, "Don't worry about things that don't concern you. Your two younger brothers are still at your uncle's house. Go pick them up later. I've washed the bedsheet. Remember to hang it out to dry. Stop waiting for me to tell you what to do all the time. You're a big girl now, learn to notice what needs to be done." Always getting scolded for no reason, Su Jiaojiao muttered silently. She had been lazy in her past life, and she was still lazy now. Hard work just wasn't her thing. If her mother wanted to scold her, so be it. After all, her mother was only sharp-tongued. When it came to real work, she never actually lifted a finger for any of her children. It was her late father who had been strict. He believed in old-fashioned discipline and thought that only tough love could raise good children. Seeing her daughter's careless attitude, Wan Hongxia grew even more annoyed. But her youngest daughter had a thick skin, and no matter how much she said, it was like talking to a wall. So she decided not to waste her breath. Taking a deep breath, she said, "After you pick up your brothers, stop by the supply store and buy half a pound of soy sauce. The money and coupons are on the table. When your second sister comes home tonight, tell her to make some porridge. Don't cook brown rice again for no reason. We can't afford to waste our food. And stop eating so much before bed." Wan Hongxia had come home during her lunch break and still had to return to the factory later. After quickly washing the bedsheet and giving her instructions, she grabbed a cornbread bun, took a bite, and hurried off to work. Su Jiaojiao tossed aside the half-eaten bun in her hand, almost jumping with excitement. Her eyes lit up as she picked up the 10-cent coin and the coupon from the table. Wasn't this exactly what people meant by good luck comes when you least expect it? She had just been wondering how to complete her shopping group's activation task, and now the perfect chance had arrived. Her uncle's house was also in the same factory housing area, though not in the same building, 3 blocks away, about a 5-minute walk. "Grandma, it's me. I'm here to pick up the boys." Su Jiaojiao knocked on the yellow door on the 3rd floor, already familiar with the place. This was her uncle Su Yogong's home. A moment later, her grandmother, Yang Xiaolan, opened the door. Her face was lined with wrinkles, and she wore her usual stern, unreadable expression. She gently pushed 2 identical, chubby little boys towards Su Jiaojiao. "Go home with your sister." The 2 boys' faces lit up when they saw her, and they each hugged one of her legs tightly. "Fourth sister, what took you so long?" "We're starving," said the older one, sounding like a little grown-up. The younger one, more simple-minded, quickly added, "Yeah, let's go home." "Fourth sister, Grandma won't let us eat at Uncle's house. Let's go home and eat our own food." Su Jiaojiao noticed Grandma's face darken and quickly covered her 2 younger brothers' mouths. "Be quiet, you little troublemakers. These days, no family has extra food. And you still want to eat at someone else's house? No wonder Grandma looks so upset." She smiled politely at the old lady. "Grandma, I'll take the 7th and 8th boys home now." Yang Xiaolan stopped her and stuffed 2 sweet potatoes into her hands. The old lady's eyes were cold as she said, "Don't count on your uncle's family for food. These 2 sweet potatoes are what your grandpa and I saved from our own meals. Go home and cook them for the 7th and 8th boys." She made it clear that the sweet potatoes were only for the 2 boys, meaning Su Jiaojiao shouldn't even think about eating any. Grandma's favoritism was obvious. Su Jiaojiao forced a smile.
Got it.
Humph. She wasn't as shameless as before. A self-respecting person doesn't take charity. Just as she turned to leave, a sharp, mocking female voice came from inside the house, mixed with the sound of things being thrown around. No wonder people say the eldest son and his children are the old lady's treasures. They eat my food, live in my house, and still take her side. Even 2 sweet potatoes have to be hidden away for the eldest son's family. If the eldest brother had been decent, we wouldn't complain. But he caused so much trouble, and even after he passed away, he still left a burden for his brother. Our family must be cursed. It's bad enough to care for two old people, but now the nephews keep coming to ask for help. How are we supposed to live like this? The voice grew louder and more unpleasant, and Grandma's face turned darker and darker. Yang Xiaolan was never one to fear her daughter-in-law. She turned around and shouted back, "Nonsense. Your father-in-law and I live on our pensions, and every month I help you out. And you dare say you're supporting us? I'm embarrassed for you." As soon as she raised her voice, the house went silent. But even though Grandma had won the argument, her face was still gloomy, and she looked at Su Jiaojiao and her brothers with clear displeasure. "Go, go, go. Get back to your own home." After watching the quarrel between her grandmother and aunt, Su Jiaojiao finally understood how unwelcome her two little brothers were in this house. She sighed quietly. Back when her father, Su Yutian, was still around, the two families weren't exactly close, but they always greeted each other with smiles, and her older brother and sister-in-law were very friendly. Now, things had turned out this way, and it could only be blamed on her father, Su Yutian, for bringing it upon himself. "Fourth sister, where are we going?" The seventh child, feeling hungry and unhappy, asked. They had been walking for a while, and the road didn't look like the way home. It was getting farther and farther away. Thinking about how she could soon start her purchasing group, Su Jiaojiao felt cheerful and replied, "To buy soy sauce." The seventh child's eyes lit up. Cleverly, he said, "We're going to the supply store, right?" Fourth sister's buying candy. The eighth child's mouth was already watering. He quickly added, "Buy lots of it." "You two may not look that great, but you sure think beautifully," Su Jiaojiao replied without mercy.
Candy?
"And lots of it?" She only had 10 cents in her pocket. After buying half a pound of soy sauce, she'd barely have a penny left. They wanted candy, she wanted meat. The seventh and eighth children pouted. Fourth sister is mean. They were upset that she said they weren't good-looking. Su Jiaojiao playfully replied, "Yes, I mean." After about half an hour, the three finally reached the supply store closest to the shoe factory. Although Su Jiaojiao had seen it in the original owner's memories, seeing a real supply store from this era with her own eyes still amazed her. It was like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Everything was new and eye-opening. There were usually more people in the supply store in the morning, but it was quieter in the afternoon. The counters for fabric, grains, oil, and pastries were still busy, while others had fewer customers. Su Jiaojiao took her two younger brothers to line up at the grain and oil counter. From her modern perspective, the prices in the 1950s and 60s were incredibly cheap. However, even if you had money, some things couldn't be bought easily. You needed ration coupons, grain coupons, meat coupons, cloth coupons, and so on. Without them, money alone wasn't enough. Even with coupons, you had to depend on supply. The country's resources were limited, and shortages were common. Popular goods were especially hard to get. These days, the supply's been really good. I even managed to get 2 pounds of fine flour the other day.
Fine flour?
That's nothing. I got some noodles. Old Lou, you're impressive. That's a rare find. Looks like our country is really getting better and better. That's right. My friend at the grain station said the harvest in the countryside is great this year. The weather's been kind, so we'll finally have enough to eat. A few elderly people nearby chatted happily, but Su Jiaojiao, who was standing in line and overheard them, frowned deeply. A famine was coming, yet people were saying the harvest was good. Could this have been a sign in history? Su Jiaojiao suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Storing food was now a top priority. "Hello, half a gene of soy sauce, please." When it was her turn, Su Jiaojiao quickly handed over her soy sauce bottle, a 10-cent note, and a ration ticket to the woman behind the counter. The short-haired woman looked lively and friendly at first, but after glancing at Su Jiaojiao, her smile instantly disappeared, replaced by a frown. She filled the soy sauce quickly, her attitude cold and dismissive, rolling her eyes as she handed it over. "Half a gene of soy sauce costs 7 cents. Here's your 3 cents change. Take it." Her movement was so sudden that Su Jiaojiao almost dropped the bottle. Although she noticed the woman's strange attitude, Su Jiaojiao was too distracted by the cheerful electronic voice in her mind. Congratulations to the group leader for completing the first purchase. The shopping group is now activated. Congratulations. You've received a 1-to-1 product rebate. Half a gene of soy sauce has been added to your inventory. That's right. The task was complete, and the purchasing group even had real-time voice notifications. Of course, only Su Jiaojiao could hear them. Not only had she successfully activated the purchasing group, but she had also triggered a rare 1-to-1 rebate, a 1% chance. She had just gotten half a gene of soy sauce for free. But the most exciting part, after activation, the purchasing group came with something called the Purchaser's Small Warehouse. A space of about 500 cubic meters that she could see just by closing her eyes and imagining it. The half gene of soy sauce she had just received was neatly placed on a shelf inside. A 500 cubic meter personal storage space. Incredible. She was thrilled. In such a good mood, Su Jiaojiao didn't care at all about the shop assistant's attitude. She grabbed her 2 younger brothers by the hand and hurried home, because another surprise was waiting for her. When she had heard the cheerful voice earlier, she had smartly opened the purchasing group to check. And what did she see? The names of her group members were no longer gray. The shopping group came alive. 4th sister.
Cease. Candy.
The 7th and 8th brothers whispered softly, tugging pitifully at Su Jiaojiao's sleeve, looking desperate. Their eyes were fixed on the candy counter at the supply store, refusing to leave. Su Jiaojiao kept a straight face, showing her 2 mischievous brothers what it meant to have a heart of stone. She grabbed one in each hand.
Candy?
What candy? We don't have money. If you don't leave now, I'll tell Mom, and she'll deal with you. Thinking of their mother's strict discipline, the 2 boys immediately backed down, though their big watery eyes still glared at Su Jiaojiao in protest. Their eldest brother was right. Pretty girls always have tough hearts. But Su Jiaojiao couldn't leave right away. She had just run into an old acquaintance. And their relationship was a little awkward, because he was someone she had a bit of a crush on. Su Jiaojiao quickly covered her face, planning to slip away quietly. Su Jiaojiao? She was caught. She turned around with a polite smile. Hello, Zonglin. The tall, handsome boy with bright eyes and tanned skin blushed slightly. His long lashes fluttered as he looked at her shyly. Zonglin's slender fingers tightened on his shoulder bag strap. I didn't see you at school today. Are you okay? Not feeling well again? Don't worry, I did your homework for you and I told Mr. Zhang you were sick. Really? Thank you, Zonglin. Since she couldn't avoid it, Su Jiaojiao adjusted her mood and spoke naturally. Hearing her thanks, Zonglin couldn't help but smile. Su Jiaojiao had once told him she was born premature, so she often needed to rest at home. Unfortunately, the teachers didn't understand and often misunderstood her. Zonglin also knew her father had passed away recently. It was only natural that she was heartbroken and distracted from her studies. He had been worried about her these past few days. Brother Zonglin. Before Su Jiaojiao could say anything, her 2 little brothers ran up to him excitedly, as if greeting an old friend. From their familiar behavior, it was clear they had done this many times before. In front of her stood a tall boy with long legs, nearly 1.90 meters, named Zonglin. He was Su Jiaojiao's classmate in her first year of high school. Zonglin secretly liked Su Jiaojiao, and both of them knew it. But in the past, Su Jiaojiao only saw him as a foolish boy who always bought her food and drinks. And she had quite a few boys like that around her.
Suzy Adia.
Thinking about those boys who used to follow her everywhere, she felt like giving her past self a good slap.
Suzy Adia.
You really were hopeless. Su Jiaojiao never expected that she used to be the kind of girl who would use her looks to get food and sweet-talk boys at such a young age. In this life, she had always been good at using her beauty to get what she wanted. But in her previous life, with the same pretty face, she had only fought for a piece of bread in the muddy yard of the orphanage, being called a wild child. Seeing Zonglin now made her face burn with embarrassment. I just came to buy some soy sauce, she said calmly, lifting the bottle in her hand, trying to keep her distance from him. Dating? Not a chance. Zhong Lin froze. He quickly noticed that Su Jiaojiao didn't seem as friendly as she was at school. Could it be because he hadn't bought her the butterfly hair clip? Panicking, he hurried to explain that butterfly clip is only sold in Shanghai. I asked my third uncle, and he talked to Sister Yifang. She promised to get it for me next time she goes there. Jiao Jiao, please wait just one more week. The boy's voice trembled, and he looked at her with worried eyes, afraid she would ignore him. Su Jiaojiao silently scolded her past self for causing trouble. But to end this unwanted affection, she said coldly, no need. I don't like butterfly clips anymore, and I can't afford them anyway. In her memory, she had seen the butterfly clip on Meng Yifang, Zhong Lin's uncle's girlfriend, and had kept talking about it ever since. That clip looked expensive. How could she have been so shameless before? Reborn, and still thick-skinned. I'll buy it for you. Zhong Lin blurted out. Zhong Lin spoke firmly, his eyes burning as he looked at Su Jiaojiao. Su Jiaojiao was startled. I said there's no need. I'm going home now, goodbye, Zhong. Oh no, she had to leave quickly. Just seeing him made her nervous. It was all her fault for eating so much of his food before she got better. Even a fool could hear the rejection in her words. Zhong Lin felt uneasy and confused. He wanted to say something but didn't know what. Was he really going to just watch her walk away? Then he looked down at the paper-wrapped bundle in his hand. His eyes lit up as if he had found a solution. He took a few quick steps forward and pushed the bundle into Su Jiaojiao's hands. Jiao Jiao, please don't be upset. This is my apology. I'll definitely buy you that butterfly hairpin. Before she could even respond, he said this in a rush, took a long stride, and disappeared from sight. Su Jiaojiao stood there holding the warm bundle, stunned. It was hot, really hot. Her two little brothers eagerly pulled at her hand to open the package.
They gasped.
It's meat buns. Fourth sister, Brother Zhong Lin gave us big meat buns. The two little boys were practically drooling. Su Jiaojiao looked down and saw 6 plump, fragrant meat buns packed tightly together. The smell of meat filled the air, making their mouths water. At that time, a meat bun cost 5 cents each, quite expensive. She had just bought half a pound of soy sauce for 7 cents, and meat buns even required food coupons. 6 meat buns were a real luxury. Even Su Jiaojiao, who tried to stay calm, couldn't help staring. Her stomach growled loudly in response. About 200 meters away, outside the supply store, Zhong Wenhao and his new girlfriend, Meng Yifang, had been waiting for Zhong Lin for quite a while before they finally saw him running back. Earlier, the 3 of them had just come out of a state-run restaurant. When they passed the supply store, the young man suddenly spotted a girl with 2 children, greeted them quickly, and ran after her. Zhong Wenhao teased his nephew, who was panting as if chased by a dog but grinning from ear to ear. So you finally came back. Your sister Yifang and I have been waiting so long we could grow grass on our heads, he joked, then glanced at Zhong Lin's empty hands and raised an eyebrow. Where are the meat buns? Went to the supply store, and the meat buns disappeared? Facing his uncle's question, Zhong Lin scratched his head and just smiled foolishly, refusing to say where the buns went. Zhong Wenhao laughed in frustration. It wasn't hard to guess, so he flicked his nephew's forehead. You silly boy. So capable now, using my meat buns to impress a girl. You've given her food and drinks, but did she admit you're her boyfriend? He found it strange. His older brother's family was usually sharp and clever. Even his older nephew was a smooth talker who couldn't be easily fooled. But this younger one, Zhong Lin, was pure and simple-minded. That kind of girl might fool his nephew, but she couldn't fool Zhong Wenhao. He was sure this silly boy hadn't even held the girl's hand. Beside them, Meng Yifang's gentle face carried a soft smile as she spoke up for Zhong Lin. It's just a few meat buns. If Zhong Lin wanted to give them away, let him. Wenhao, why argue with a child? She said, taking out a stack of money from her white purse and trying to hand it to Zhong Lin. With a hint of pride, she added, if you want more, go buy some. I'll treat you. She came from a wealthy family, and a few buns meant nothing to her. She liked Zhong Wenhao and wanted to please his nephew. Zonglin glanced at his uncle, whose smile didn't quite reach his eyes, and refused politely. No need, Sister Ifong. I have money. There was no way he would take it. Although his uncle seemed a bit carefree and changed girlfriends often, he never left a bad impression. During relationships, he was generous and never took money from women. Zonglin didn't want to be the reason his uncle broke that rule. Otherwise, his uncle might tease him about it later and use it as an excuse to take his New Year's money. Alright, no need to give him money. He doesn't need it anyway, Zhong Wenhao said calmly, ending the topic of the meat buns. Meng Yifang felt a little displeased that Zhong Wenhao's nephew didn't appreciate her kindness, but she said nothing and put the money away. In front of Zhong Wenhao, she always kept a gentle and well-behaved image. Sister Yifang, Zonglin whispered as they walked behind. About that butterfly hair clip I asked you to buy last time, please don't tell my uncle. He felt that his uncle, like the teachers at school, had misunderstood Su Jiaojiao. He also didn't want his uncle to know that he had secretly given Meng Yifang 10 yuan to help buy a butterfly hair clip for Su Jiaojiao, afraid that his family would misunderstand her even more. When Meng Yifang thought of the 10 yuan Zonglin had forced into her hand last time, her pretty face stiffened. She had almost forgotten about it. To be honest, the butterfly hair clip was something she had bought during a business trip to Shanghai. It couldn't be found anywhere in the eastern province, and she had the only one. It had made her quite popular at work, so she really didn't want to help that troublesome boy Zonglin buy another. She secretly glanced at the tall, broad-shouldered man beside her. Even from the side, his sharp and handsome features could make anyone's heart race. Her cheeks turned slightly red, and she bit her lip. Forget it, she thought. I'll just deal with it for now.
Fine, she said.
Don't eat the meat buns yet. Wait for Mom, big brother, and second sister to come back. Go play, don't bother me. I've got something important to do. Su Jiaojiao returned home with her two noisy little brothers. Ignoring their cries for meat buns, she steamed the 2 sweet potatoes their grandmother had given them, handed one to each boy to stop their fussing, and went straight to her room. She kicked off her worn cloth shoes, sat cross-legged on the bed, and closed her eyes. A bright, futuristic light screen appeared before her. The Bye shopping group. The sudden flash almost blinded her. Inside the group, the members were chatting excitedly. Before, Su Jiaojiao hadn't activated the group, so it had always been in a muted, gray state. Now that it was active, she could see all kinds of shoppers, young men and women from all over the country, talking lively and cheerfully. Coincidentally, they were talking about Su Jiaojia herself, or more precisely, about her account in the group, AAA local specialty shopper Xiao Su. Funny enough, the previous owner of this account, from long ago, also had the surname Su. That's right, the account Su Jiaojiao now used in the shopping group didn't originally belong to her. It all started with the plane crash that had ended her previous life on her trip to Country F. At that time, the plane had hit strong turbulence. Just before the crash, as everything went dark, Su Jiaojiao had lost her balance and fallen forward, right onto the phone screen of the young woman sitting next to her. Thinking back now, the young lady who used to sit next to me was a shopping agent. The group she's in now is actually her old shopping agent group, and her account in the group has been taken over by Su Jiaojiao. However, this shopping system seems to have traveled through time and space with her. During the process, it somehow changed, or maybe was taken over, by some alien organization. In short, this shopping group is no longer an ordinary chat group, but a magical one that can connect across time and space. A real golden opportunity. AAA Trendy Shoes Manager Zhu at AAA Local Products Agent Xiao Su. Girl, when will you send me the blood sausage you promised? I've been craving it. A is Ching Ching, imported skincare agent. Stop rushing her. Have you even shipped my limited edition red shoes yet? You're so slow. Not just pork seller Rong at AAA Trendy Shoes Manager Zhu. Hey Zhu, I'm a pork seller, you know. If you want blood sausage, that's easy. I'll send you some fresh pig's blood for free. You can make it yourself at home. Used cars, freelancer, Zhou Mimi. Oh my Rong, that's enough. You're making me imagine it, and it's kind of creepy. AAA Trendy Shoes Manager Zhu, and not just pork seller Rong. Sorry, brother, I don't have that skill. I'll just wait for Xiao Su. Grains and oil. Has old Wang paid his debt today? At AAA local products agent Xiao Su. Xiao Su, come out. Need some rice? I've got all kinds, white, sticky, black, fragrant, you name it. A Commander Lou's toast bread. Old Wang, stop it. Xiao Su's from the countryside. She's not short on rice. By the way, you've been paying off that debt since I joined the group 3 or 4 years now, right? How much is left? Grains and oil. Has old Wang paid his debt today? Not much. Just a small goal left. A Commander Lou's toast bread. Used cars freelancer, Zhou Mimi. AAA trendy shoes manager Zhu. The chat was filled with rows of dots. Everyone clearly speechless. Su Jiao peeked at the screen, amused. This rice seller, old Wang, still owed a small goal of debt. It seemed he used to be quite successful, but now he was forced by debt to sell whatever he could, whenever he could. TSK. It really looks like he's short on money. With a quick thought, Su Jiao came up with an idea. She took the chance to speak up and help old Wang out of his awkward situation. AAA local products agent Xiao Su. I'm here. I've been busy with family matters lately, so I haven't been in the group. At AAA trendy shoes agent manager Zhu. Brother Zhu, please wait a few more days for your blood sausage. I promise it'll be authentic and delicious. Su Jiao wasn't just saying that. In her previous life, manager Su had worked in purchasing for a food trading company. They often had to travel to different places to find fresh ingredients. Over time, Su Jiao got to taste many local specialties. She loved experimenting and had a sharp sense of taste, so eventually, she learned to recreate those recipes herself. However, her cooking skills weren't great, so she'd probably need a helper later. AAA trendy shoes agent manager Zhu. Xiao Su. Finally, you showed up. No worries about the blood sausage. I've already waited a month. A few more days won't matter. But if you can hurry, that'd be great. Su Jiao quickly replied with an okay hand emoji. Then Pork Rong spoke up in the group. Pork Rong the butcher. Oh no. What should I do with this fresh pig's blood I just got? At AAA local products agent Xiao Su. Miss Su, do you want it? Old Zhu doesn't appreciate good stuff. I'll send it to you for free. How about that, free? Su Jiao's eyes lit up. She was broke right now, and those 2 words, for free, were music to her ears. She quickly replied, AAA local products agent Xiao Su. Yes. Thank you, Brother Rong. Pork Rong the butcher. Haha. I like how straightforward you are. I'll throw in another bowl of pig's blood and some cleaned intestines too. You can make the blood sausage for old G yourself. AAA local products agent Xiao Su. You're so generous, Brother Rong. Once the sausages are ready, I'll send you a couple to try too. Pork Rong the butcher. Haha, sounds great. AAA local products agent Xiao Su. Then Brother Rong, please pack the pig's blood for shipping. She wasn't sure if sending pig's blood across time and space would cost postage, but just in case, Su Jiao shamelessly brought it up. Pork Rong the butcher. Those 6 dots from Pork Rong showed his silent respect for Su Jiao's boldness. But the eldest brother was generous and well off, so he agreed to Su Jiao's unreasonable request without hesitation. Su Jiao felt ashamed. She knew she had gone too far, but it was only because she was really short on money. After all the pockets on her clothes together only held 3 cents left from when Hongxia bought soy sauce. Currency exchange detected. Based on the shopping group, evaluation of universal and parallel world prices, today's exchange rate is 1:200. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Su Jiao quickly did the math and realized her 3 cents were worth 6 yuan. It felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. What could she buy with 6 yuan? Nothing useful. Forcing herself to keep going, Su Jiao played with her 2 little brothers for a while before collapsing in exhaustion. Zhurong had said he would send the goods soon, but she wasn't sure if the special shopping group would actually deliver. Who knew when the pig's blood would arrive? 4th sister, play with us again. The 2 little boys pulled at Su Jiao's hands, wanting her to play on the wooden rocking horse their grandfather had made. Their faces were flushed with excitement. Her thoughts were interrupted. Su Jiao lazily waved her hand. Seventh and eighth, you're big kids now. You should learn to play by yourselves. No matter what, she wasn't getting up from the wooden sofa. Those little rascals had endless energy. When Su Anxia came home, she saw her younger sister lying on the sofa, fast asleep with her arms and legs spread out. The two little brothers were playing noisily nearby, and the floor was a complete mess. Their high-pitched voices almost lifted the roof. But even that couldn't wake the sleeping little pig on the sofa. Fourth sister, wake up, wake up. Don't sleep there, you'll catch a cold. Su Jiaojiao had been resting her eyes, thinking about how to make money, but somehow she had drifted off to sleep. Second sister? Su Jiaojiao blinked sleepily and saw Su Anxia's face framed by black-rimmed glasses, her features still delicate and pretty. Her two thick black braids hung over her chest, just like in Su Jiaojiao's memory. Unlike Su Jiaojiao, who had inherited their grandmother when Fangfang's charming eyes, Su Anxia's almond-shaped eyes curved gently when she smiled, making her look warm and kind. When she woke up, Su Anxia pushed up her crooked glasses and smiled, showing a row of bright white teeth that made her gentle face look a bit silly but kind. Like showing off a treasure, she took a lunchbox from her bag. When she opened it, the smell of minced meat and tofu filled the air. The soft tofu was mixed with shiny bits of meat. Today the cafeteria made minced meat tofu. You love this dish the most, so I went early to get some for you. We can eat it with cornbread later. It'll be delicious. Su Jiaojiao couldn't help but smile, though her heart felt a little sore. Her second sister, Su Anxia, was 22 this year and worked proudly as a union officer at the nearby towel factory. Though she had an office job and seemed to earn well, most of her salary, like their eldest brothers, went to support their younger siblings. Her glasses were broken on one side, but she still wouldn't buy new ones. Her clothes were patched in many places. Unlike other young women who liked to dress up, she looked plain and simple. The towel factory wasn't doing well, and the cafeteria didn't serve mincemeat tofu often. Even when they did, it was hard to get. The fact that Su Anxia brought home half a lunchbox meant she hadn't eaten any herself, saving it all for her siblings. Moved, Su Jiaojiao hugged her sister's arm. Second sister, you're so good to me. She decided she would work hard so her kind sister could eat more meat in the future. Her usually mischievous little sister rarely acted so sweet, which made Su Anxia both shy and happy. It had been years since Jiaojiao had clung to her like this. Second sister,
I'm hungry.
the youngest two, the twins, smelled the food and immediately lost interest in their wooden horse toys. They dropped them and ran over, hugging Su Anxia's legs and shouting loudly. Compared to her noisy twin brothers, Su Anxia preferred being close to her lovely little sister. She said casually, I'll cook soon. You two go play a bit longer. Then she turned to Jiao Jiao, with concern. Are you hungry, fourth? I saw that Mom brought back some dried sweet potatoes from Grandma's house. They're in our room. If you're hungry, go have some. The twins widened their eyes. Second sister, we're hungry too. If you're hungry, drink some water. We want dried sweet potatoes too. Su Anxia lowered her head and said seriously, you two little ones have small stomachs. If you eat the dried sweet potatoes now, you won't have room for the cornbread later. Dried sweet potatoes don't fill you up. Listen to your second sister. Give them to your fourth sister. She's still growing. The seventh and eighth siblings were young, but not foolish. Feeling wronged, they said sadly, second sister, you're being unfair. Su Anxia turned her head on purpose, pretending not to hear their complaint. She believed in being kind. After all, Su Jiaojiao had given her the first bite of the dried sweet potato, which made Su Anxia smile before Jiaojiao ate some herself. Of course, seeing her two little brothers looking so pitiful, she gave each of them one piece too. In the apartment building, every family cooked in the shared hallway. It was dinner time, and the air was filled with the smell of oil and stir-fried dishes from every home. Su Anxia, wearing an apron, was busy beside the metal stove. In the pot, she was cooking a pan of green vegetables, probably some kind of wild greens. She didn't use oil, just added a bit of water, making it more like a stew. It looked as plain as the dried sweet potatoes in Su Jiaojiao's hand, not very appetizing. Just as she was thinking that, a rich smell of meat drifted over from nearby. It carried the scent of spices like star anise and five-spice powder. The longer she smelled it, the hungrier she felt. Su Jiaojiao's nose was sharp. She immediately recognized it as her favorite, braised pork. Her throat moved as she swallowed, full of envy. Who could afford to cook braised pork these days? They must be doing well. Seeing her little sister's greedy expression, Su Anxia whispered, "When I get my salary this month, I'll take you to the state-run restaurant and buy you 2 pieces of braised pork." Su Jiaojiao was so touched by the promise of 2 pieces that her eyes filled with tears. Her face turned serious as she made a grand vow. "Second sister, one day our family will eat braised pork every day." 2 pieces? No way, she wanted it every meal. Su Anxia's almond-shaped eyes widened. Her sister really dared to dream big. Just then, Wan Hongxia, looking tired and stern, came back from work with her eldest son, who worked as a loader in the factory's logistics department. From the end of the hallway, she saw Su Jiaojiao and Su Anxia standing together, craning their necks to peek at the pot of braised pork cooking in their neighbor, He Chuanfeng's kitchen. "Look at you too. Stop staring at other people's food. No matter how good it smells, it's not going into your mouths. Second one, can't you smell your own pot burning?" Su Anxia was scolded the moment she turned around and didn't dare look again. Her eldest brother, Su Anchuan, wore a gray jacket. He was tall and strong, with a serious face and firm muscles. When he walked, he moved with powerful energy. He walked over in a few quick steps, grinning as he handed each of his 2 younger sisters a white steamed bun, his face full of pride. "I helped someone today, and they gave me these white buns. You 2 eat them quietly. Don't let those boys see. Next time I'll try to get some braised pork for you too. We don't need to envy anyone else. Big brother, you're the best." Su Jiaojiao happily accepted her brother's special treat. Now there was one more person on her list of those who got to eat braised pork every meal. She looked at the pot of braised pork bubbling away, the smell making her dizzy with hunger. She thought if only there were some potatoes in it, it would be perfect. Potatoes soaked in the rich sauce, soft and fragrant, even better than the meat itself. She could eat 3 bowls of rice in one go. Su Anxia quietly handed her bun to Su Jiaojiao, then hurried to stir the pot. The wild vegetables had indeed started to burn. Feeling guilty, she glanced at Wan Hongxia and said, "Mom, dinner's almost ready. You and Big Brother should wash your hands first."
All right.
Wan Hongxia kept a stern face as she turned to go inside. But when she saw her younger daughter still staring longingly at the pot of meat, she glared, ready to scold. "Director Wan, you're back. Working so late these days. The Women's Federation office must be busy." "Huh?" Not far away, He Chunfeng stood by her stove, holding a spatula, greeting Wan Hongxia with a bright smile and a loud, cheerful voice. Her family was the one cooking the braised pork, and they lived just across the stairwell from the Su family. They should have been friendly neighbors, but now it felt like there was a river between them. On one side, a poor pot of wild vegetable soup. On the other, rich braised pork. Su Jiaojiao and her siblings quickly noticed their mother's stiff expression. Thinking of the trouble between their family and the He family, the 3 of them immediately kept quiet, not daring to make a sound. Wan Hongxia forced a smile. "Yes, it's been busy, but it's all for the factory. A little hard work is nothing." He Chunfeng, as if waiting for that, quickly added, "Exactly. I can't stay idle either. Tomorrow I'll be reporting to the Women's Federation office. I'm not sure if I can start right away, but when I do— Oh, I shouldn't call you Director One anymore, should I? I'm 2 years older than you, Hongxia, so I'll just call you Little One. You'll have to guide me." Though her words sounded modest, He Chunfeng's smile was full of pride. He Chunfeng actually dared to call Wan Hongxia Little One. That was bold enough, but what she said next was even more surprising. Su Jiaojiao and her 2 siblings looked at each other in shock. What was going on? He Chunfeng was going to work at the Women's Federation office? When did that happen? Why hadn't her mother mentioned it? Wan Hongxia clenched her fists, anger rising in her chest, but she refused to let He Chunfeng see it. She kept her tone calm. The Women's Federation office just deals with family matters, mothers-in-law arguing with daughters-in-law, husbands and wives quarreling, children talking back to their parents. You've seen plenty of that, Sister He, so you must understand it well. Since you'll be working there too, if your family has any problems, you can handle them yourself. No need to come to me anymore. The Su siblings were speechless. That was exactly the kind of sharp remark Director Wan was known for. After that round of sarcasm, the smile on He Chunfeng's thin, sharp face could no longer hold. Her expression changed colors like a painter's palette. The Su siblings exchanged glances. How satisfying. He Chunfeng might look proud now, acting like she had finally turned her luck around. But in truth, her position in the Guo family was very low. Her husband, mother-in-law, even her son and daughter-in-law never respected her. When Guo Manxiang used to lose his temper and she ended up hurt and crying, it was always Wan Hongxia, the women's director, who stood up for her. Many nights, she had come to Wan Hongxia's door in tears, asking for help. But now, things had completely changed. Su's father had been convicted for damaging factory property over a cigarette butt, and the family's reputation had plummeted. The Su siblings couldn't even go out without being gossiped about. Meanwhile, Guo Manxiang had been praised as a firefighting hero for helping put out the fire and breaking his arm in the process. The factory leaders all came to visit him, and the Guo family suddenly became the center of attention. Now even someone like He Chunfeng, who used to have no standing, was being transferred to the Women's Federation office. No wonder she was acting so pleased with herself. He Chunfeng's mouth twisted in anger, but she comforted herself by thinking that Wan Hongxia was only good at talking. In reality, she could only watch while He Chunfeng enjoyed her moment of success. She pretended to speak casually. "All right, I won't talk to you anymore. My husband, Old Guo, just received the title of firefighting hero. The leaders think highly of him, and his workload keeps increasing. I can see he's lost weight from exhaustion. So today, I made some braised pork to help him regain his strength. Director Wan, I noticed your children look rather thin. Even though their father is gone, you should still make sure they eat well." After saying this in a mocking tone, she picked up the pot of braised pork, swayed her hips, and went back to her room. They could still hear her humming a cheerful but off-key tune. Across the hallway, laughter from the He family's gathering could be heard clearly. It was as if they were afraid others would know they had something to celebrate. When the door closed, Su Anchuan frowned and said, "Mom, what's going on? Since when did He Chunfeng get transferred to the Women's Federation office? How can a temporary worker from the packaging department become a cadre? That's the leader's decision. If they say she's capable, then she is," Wan Hongxia replied calmly as she set down her bag. "Then, why did she call you little Wan just now?" Trying to break the tense silence, the second sister, Su Anxia, carried a dish into the room and asked innocently. Su Jiaojiao thought, "That's exactly the right question." Su Anchuan gave her second sister a helpless glare. Of all the siblings, this one had the worst sense of timing. The room fell silent. Even the usually noisy twin brothers sensed something was wrong and sat quietly, without moving. Wan Hongxia sat still for a moment, then stood up and began cleaning as if nothing had happened. The broom made sharp swishing sounds, as if she were venting her anger. "It's nothing. I just switched jobs with He Chunfeng. From now on, I'll be working in the packaging department," she said lightly. But her words struck like thunder, leaving the three siblings stunned. What did that mean? Their mother, the head of the Women's Federation office, was going to work as a factory laborer, while He Chunfeng, who knew nothing about office work, was taking her place as an official? Had the leaders lost their minds? Her mother, Wan Hongxia, had worked hard for years to earn her position as the director of the Women's Federation office. She had built her reputation step by step, earning the respect of all the women in the factory. She had always been admired and respected. How could things turn out like this? Because of her father's situation, she lost her job completely. Even the people she used to look down on now dared to mock her, and she must be feeling miserable inside. Su Anchuan slammed his fist on the table, the muscles on his arm tightening as he complained. Have the leaders lost their minds? What does Dad's issue have to do with Mom? It's ridiculous to still punish the whole family like that these days. So unfair. He was angry but also helpless. As a temporary worker himself, he didn't have the power to stand up for his mother. He felt so frustrated he could hardly breathe. Su Anxia clutched her apron nervously. Maybe we should talk to the leaders again, or ask Deputy Director Su, second sister. Don't say that name. The words Deputy Director Su were like a forbidden phrase. As soon as she said it, Su Anchuan shouted sharply to stop her. His brows furrowed tightly, as if just hearing that name filled him with disgust. Su Anxia's face turned pale with guilt and embarrassment. Before lowering her head, she glanced apologetically at Su Jiaojiao. Su Jiaojiao's pretty face looked blank and innocent, but inside, she was panicking. Oh no, could it really be true? She had heard the rumors in the housing compound, that she was actually the child of Wan Hongxia and Deputy Director Su. Could that possibly be real? She had always thought it was just gossip. But now, seeing her brother and sister's strange expressions, she wasn't so sure. There were two Su families in the shoe factory, one called Big Su and the other Little Su. The Little Su family was hers. Her late father had been an honest, hardworking factory worker. The Big Su family referred to the deputy director's household, a family of officials. For years, people in the compound had whispered about a scandal that Wan Hongxia, Su Jiaojiao's mother, had once been close to the deputy director. After all, it was said that he was the one who helped her get the job at the factory and that Su Jiaojiao might actually be his child. The so-called evidence was that the deputy director's youngest daughter, Su Weifang, looked quite a bit like Su Jiaojiao. Wan Hongxia kept her head down, sweeping the floor silently. No one could tell whether she was avoiding the topic or simply didn't care.
Mom.
Big brother, second sister, fourth sister, we're back. The family was sitting in silence when suddenly the door was kicked open from outside with a loud bang. She turned her head and saw the two troublemakers from the Su family.
Ha ha ha.
Ordinary folks, hurry and welcome your great heroes. Su Jiaojiao's fifth brother, Su Onghua, and sixth brother, Su Onfu, didn't notice the strange atmosphere at home. With hands on their hips and chins raised proudly, they stood at the door looking very pleased with themselves. The loud one was the fifth brother, Su Onghua, 15 years old. He was dark and thin, like a wiry monkey, with messy hair that looked as if a dog had chewed it. Yet he was full of confidence, always thinking he was the most handsome person in the world. Next to him stood the sixth brother, Su Onfu, grinning and copying his brother's pose. He was tall and skinny, with a round face and a bowl-cut hairstyle. He was 2 years younger than Su Onghua, only 13, but already a head taller. In Su Jiaojiao's memory, this fast-growing brother always wore pants that were too short. She looked down, sure enough, his pant legs only reached his calves. He was his fifth brother's loyal follower. Proudly, he said, "My fifth brother took me along today. We did something big and earned our first bit of money." The boy hadn't gone through voice change yet, so although he was almost as tall as his older brother, his voice was still clear and childish. Su Onghua pulled out 50 cents from his pocket and, acting like a rich man, said to their mother, "Wan Hongxia, Mom, tomorrow, go to the supply store and buy some good meat for the second and fourth sisters. Look how thin they are. What if no one wants to marry them later?" Su Jiaojiao pinched her nose and rolled her eyes at the two smelly boys. "Did you two go clean the toilets today? You stink." She was just joking, but the fifth and sixth brothers looked shocked. "Wow, fourth sister, how did you guess that?" Su Jiaojiao's mouth twitched. Did she even need to guess? The whole house reeked because of them. When their mother, Wan Hongxia, learned that the two boys had really gone to clean toilets for money, skipping school and coming home covered in stench, her face turned dark. She grabbed their late father's belt and gave them a hard beating. "Are you two ever going to behave?" After holding in her anger all day, the mother finally let it out. The belt came down fiercely, leaving red marks on the boys' pale skin. The two brothers lay on their stomachs, afraid to touch their swollen backsides, crying loudly with tears and snot all over their faces. The sixth brother, who had more flesh, gave in first. "Mom, I won't do it again."
Please stop.
The fifth child was tough. Even though the pain made the veins on his forehead stand out, he gritted his teeth and stayed silent. The two boys were just unlucky today, and the three siblings, led by Su Jiaojiao, felt sorry for them. The half-grown boys were already aware of their pride and didn't want Su Jiaojiao or their second sister, Su Anxia, to see them without clothes. They awkwardly pulled a sheet over their swollen backsides. "Mom, let it go." The fifth and sixth brothers know they were wrong, Su Anxuan said softly, trying to speak up for her younger brothers. Wan Hongxia turned her head away, threw down the belt, and said stiffly, "Dinner." Dinner included tofu with minced meat that Su Anxia brought back, 6 big meat buns from Zonglin, and 2 white steamed buns from their eldest brother. They also had cornbread, wild vegetable pancakes, and pickled radish. It was a rare, hearty meal for the Su family, but no one had much appetite. The atmosphere in the Su household was heavy. Only Su Jiaojiao seemed less affected. In her view, there were always more solutions than problems. The family was just going through a rough patch. It wasn't the end of the world. Fourth one, come out. After dinner, Su Jiaojiao was lying in bed when Wan Hongxia suddenly called her. Her mother was in a bad mood today, and Su Jiaojiao didn't dare to test her temper. She quickly got out of bed, put on her shoes, and walked out. At the doorway, Wan Hongxia stood with a blank face, her eyes cold and serious. Su Jiaojiao tried to act obedient. "Mom, what is it?" Wan Hongxia glared at her and shoved a stack of money and ration tickets into her hand. "I won't ask who gave you those meat buns today. Tomorrow, you'll return the money to them. Your father is gone now, and I'll break my rule of not hitting my children if I have to. If I ever find out you're getting too close to any boy outside, you'll end up just like your brothers today. Do you understand?" Su Jiaojiao trembled slightly. "I understand, Mom." She shouted it with the spirit of a soldier in training. After Wan Hongxia left, Su Jiaojiao looked through the money and grinned. Wow, her mom was really generous this time. 1 yuan and a 1 grain ticket. When she returned to the room, Su Anxia, dressed in blue-striped pajamas, put down her book and asked with concern, "What did Mom want? Did she scold you?" The youngest sister was always mischievous, unlike her 4 well-behaved younger brothers. It was common for their mother to scold her, so Su Anxia asked this question, worried that her sister might have gotten into trouble again today. Su Jiaojiao, however, was secretly pleased. She shook her head, climbed onto the bed, and comforted her sister, saying, "No, she didn't scold me. Mom gave me some money and told me to pay back my classmate for the meat buns tomorrow." Earlier that day, Su Jiaojiao had mentioned that her classmate had given her the buns. The family was already used to her occasionally receiving snacks from friendly boys at school, so no one found it strange. Still, their parents never approved of such behavior. When their mother, Wan Hongxia, hadn't said anything at dinner, Su Anxia had been surprised. Turns out, the lecture was just delayed. Su Anxia patiently advised, "Little sister, Mom is right. It's not good to accept things from boys so easily. When you take something from someone, you might feel you owe them. I know you don't like hearing this, but as girls, we must respect ourselves. A good reputation is very important." She went on and on, giving her sister a heartfelt talk.
Susie Adia, not that seriously.
"Don't worry, sis, I understand. Girls shouldn't be too casual. I'll behave better from now on. From now on, I'll only eat buns I buy myself. All right, I'm tired now, good night." With that, she lowered the bed curtain, ending the conversation. Su Anxia was left speechless, wondering if her sister had really taken her words to heart. In fact, Su Jiaojiao had listened carefully and agreed with her sister's advice. But she didn't have time to chat more. She was too excited about the 1 yuan she had just received. In her online shopping group, the exchange rate was 1:200. Now that she had 1 yuan and 3 cents, that meant she had 206 units of shopping credit. She planned to use this money to make even more money. As for paying back Zonglin for the meat buns, She figured her mother wouldn't check. Talking about money could hurt feelings, and besides, free buns were a great deal. The next morning, everyone in the Su family went off to work or school. Su Jiaojiao walked with her two younger brothers, who were both limping dramatically, drawing plenty of attention along the way. The fifth brother grimaced and said, "Fourth sis, you go to school. The sixth and I have something important to do." Clearly, they were planning to skip school again, and he even sounded proud of it. Su Jiaojiao smacked him lightly on the forehead. "Watch your manners. Mom told me to keep an eye on you too. If I lose track of you, she'll scold me. Try skipping school and see what happens." Thinking about the bamboo shoots fried with shredded pork their mother gave them yesterday, Lao Lu shrank his neck. His backside still hurt. "Fifth brother, maybe. Maybe we shouldn't be quiet." Su Wangwa glared at his usually obedient younger brother. He lifted his chin and stared angrily at the taller boy. "A real man keeps his word. We promised Uncle Jean yesterday that we'd help him clean the pens. We can't go back on it. Su Laolu, if you back out again, I won't call you my brother." Fifth brother, Su Laolu, timid by nature, held his sore backside and looked ready to cry. Su Jiaojiao gave a mocking smile and blew on her nails. She said slowly, "Let me make this clear. If either of you runs away, don't even think about having meat buns tonight." Both Su Laowu and Su Laolu immediately looked up at her. Su Laowu was clever and sly. He raised an eyebrow, his messy hair sticking up, and looked suspicious. "Fourth sister, you're not lying to us, are you? Last night you all had meat buns, but Lao Lu and I didn't even get a bite. You really think you can get more today? That Rome Lin boy can't be foolish enough to keep bringing them to you every day, right?" Su Laolu said nothing, just stared at his sister with hopeful eyes. Meat buns. The smell from last night had nearly driven him crazy with hunger. Too bad, he and fifth brother were being punished and had to lie in bed eating dry cornbread. Their mother was really strict. Su Jiaojiao gave them a playful smile. "Believe me or not, it's up to you. But when dinner comes, don't blame me if there's none left for you." With that, she ignored their struggle between cleaning duty and the promise of meat buns and walked away confidently. At Yanshi No. 1 High School, Su Jiaojiao followed the memories of the body's original owner and found her seat in the first-year classroom. She tucked her green canvas school bag under the desk and greeted her desk mate, Lu Xiaoqin, who was staring at her. "Good morning, Lu Xiaoqin." Lu Xiaoqin, who was eating a cookie, suddenly choked and sprayed crumbs everywhere. She coughed hard. "Cough, cough." Su Jiaojiao asked in surprise, "Are you okay? Was that really necessary?" She had just said hello. Lu Xiaoqin awkwardly cleaned the crumbs off her desk, her round face full of embarrassment and anger. She slapped away Su Jiaojiao's helping hand. "I don't need your fake kindness." She wiped the table clean with effort and gave Su Jiaojiao a loud humph. Then she turned to talk to the woman sitting behind her, her two braids swinging and making a sharp sound. She still held an unfinished jar of peach cookies, talking loudly while crunching on them, as if she was eating on purpose to show off in front of Su Jiaojiao.
Suzy Adia.
"What's there to show off about? It's just peach cookies. Who hasn't eaten those before?" Slowly, other students began to enter the classroom. They came in small groups, carrying patched-up bags. Their clothes were plain and dull, but their spirits were bright. In this time period, it wasn't easy to make it to high school. Most boys went to work in factories, and many girls married early to start families. It was a bit better in the city, but in the countryside, it was common to see girls of 15 or 16 already holding babies. Su Jiaojiao was lucky to be born in the city. Though the Su family was poor, her mother, Wan Hongxia, valued education and made sure she could study in peace. If she had been born in the countryside, she might have ended up like her cousins, spending her days learning embroidery at home. Zhong Lin arrived late. When he entered the classroom with his bag, class was about to start. As he passed Su Jiaojiao, he paused for a moment and quickly glanced at the girl he had been thinking about all night. His face turned red immediately. Just then, Su Jiaojiao, who was writing and drawing with her head down, seemed to sense something and looked up. All she heard was the sound of hurried footsteps. She lowered her head again, focusing on her plan for storing supplies. A famine was coming, and she didn't have much time left. She needed to figure out how to gather enough goods for her family to survive the hard times ahead, and hopefully live a little more comfortably. Su Jiaojiao already had a few ideas in mind. In short, it all came down to 2 words: stock up. Of course, all of this depended on one thing: money. Without money, no matter how detailed her list of supplies was, it would be useless. First, there was the blood sausage she promised to sell to Manager Zhu, and also some for pork roam. There would definitely be some left over. Maybe someone in the online shopping group would want to buy it. Last night, her mother, Wan Hongxia, gave her 1 yuan, and with her remaining 3 cents, that added up to 103 yuan, worth 206 units in the purchasing system. After careful thought, she used the money to buy 10 pounds of meat from Pork Rong and 30 pounds of flour from Old Wang, who owed her money. Now, she only had 20 units left. 20 yuan. Su Jiaojiao frowned, tapping her pen on the big circle she had drawn around the number 20 in her notebook. Her heart ached so much, she could hardly breathe. So little money. How could she feel safe with that? Her expression turned serious. Making money was the most important thing. Zhong Lin, who was tall, sat in the last row of Su Jiaojiao's group, right behind her. Because of that, whenever he tried to sneak a look at her, he had to lean left, then right. His straight posture and spring-like neck made his movements very obvious. Teacher Zhang, who was teaching, finally lost patience. With a dark face, he knocked on the blackboard and called him out. Zhong Lin, what's wrong with you? Is there a nail on your chair? Why are you moving around so much? The boys burst out laughing. The few girls in the class looked at Su Jiaojiao with envy and curiosity. Su Jiaojiao pretended to be focused on her notes, acting as if she heard nothing and cared only about her studies. After class, just as Su Jiaojiao stood up to talk to Teacher Zhang, he called her name. Su Jiaojiao, come to my office for a moment. She agreed softly and followed him. In the office, there were not only Teacher Zhang but also 2 other middle-aged teachers, a man and a woman. Both were dressed simply. When they saw Su Jiaojiao, they paused for a moment and looked at her face a few times. The female teacher covered her mouth and smiled. Old Zhang, this must be your student Su Jiaojiao, right? What a lovely girl. Her fair face and bright smile are prettier than movie stars. Teacher Zhang kept a straight face. Her looks are the only good thing about her. She ranked last in the midterm exam. He didn't spare her any embarrassment. The female teacher looked at Su Jiaojiao in surprise, as if thinking, who would have thought such a pretty girl could do so poorly in school? After a moment, she said, awkwardly, Teacher Zhang, maybe you should be a bit more patient with her. Teacher Zhang didn't dwell on her poor grades. He sat down, took a sip of tea, and got straight to the point. Half the semester has passed. When are you going to pay your tuition? Did your mother say anything about it? His tone wasn't harsh, but it wasn't gentle either.
Suzy adi for the.
Wait, she hadn't paid her tuition yet? Well, that was awkward. Su Jiaojiao coughed lightly twice, sighed, and said, Teacher, here's the situation. You already know about my family. Even if you hadn't called me today, I would have come to see you. She looked honest and pitiful, her expression showing some hesitation. Teacher Zhang asked curiously, What do you need to see me about? Su Jiaojiao glanced at him, then seemed to gather her courage. She said, I want to drop out of school. My family can't afford my tuition anymore, and I have to help take care of my younger brother. I've decided to find a job to share the burden at home. As she spoke, she clenched her fists, looking helpless but determined. The office fell silent. Everyone there, including Teacher Zhang, already knew about her family situation. Su Weifang had spread the news long ago. Her father had passed away and had made some mistakes before that. The factory had been generous enough not to hold it against the family, but with so many siblings, the burden was heavy. Her tuition had been overdue for half a semester, which already said enough. Teacher Zhang frowned. He opened his mouth to speak, but then swallowed his words. Finally, he said in a low voice, Go home and discuss it with your family. If they agree, come back and I'll help you with the withdrawal process. That meant he had accepted her decision to leave school and had also quietly let go of the unpaid tuition. Su Jiaojiao was deeply moved. What a kind teacher. Feeling relieved, she walked out of the office with light steps. As she pushed the door open, she saw someone standing there. It was Zonglin, looking a bit dazed.
Zonglin? She called. He didn't respond.
She raised her voice slightly. Zonglin. He suddenly came to his senses and looked up.
Huh?
What is it? His expression toward her was a little strange. Su Jiaojiao said helplessly, Zonglin, you're blocking the door. Could you please move aside? He looked down and realized he was indeed standing in the way. He quickly stepped aside. Thanks, she said casually as she walked past him and left. She didn't turn her head, so she didn't see the slightly anxious look on Zonglin's face. After she left, he quickly walked into Teacher Zhang's office. It was lunchtime, the time when students usually ate. Normally, they either ate in the cafeteria or brought their own lunch boxes. Su Jiaojiao was one of those who brought lunch from home. Wan Hongxia had prepared it for her, 3 aluminum lunch boxes, 1 each for her, Lao Wu, and Lao Lu. Today, her meal was wild vegetable dumplings with pickled radish. After sitting in her bag since morning, the food had turned cold and hard. If she ate it, her stomach would hurt. If she didn't, she'd be hungry. Her desk mate, Lu Xiaoqin, was eating stir-fried cabbage with pork. The dish was shiny with oil. When she noticed Su Jiaojiao looking over, she rolled her eyes, gave a little humph, and turned away to eat with her close friends. Su Jiaojiao rested her chin on her hand, staring gloomily at the wild vegetable dumplings in her lunchbox. If she didn't eat, she'd be hungry. If she did, she'd have no appetite. She gritted her teeth and slowly reached for one of the dumplings. Su Jiaojiao, my mom made chive pockets. Want to try one? My radish stew has some meat in it. Have some of mine. My family made salted fish. It smells amazing. Don't be shy, have a piece. Before Su Jiaojiao could even take a bite of her own food, her lunchbox was suddenly filled with all kinds of delicious dishes. Fish, meat, buns, steamed bread, pancakes, everything you could imagine.
Susie Adi.
She looked up and saw the faces of several boys in her class, all shy but eager. And the girls nearby were glaring at her with a mix of disdain and jealousy. The enemy of all girls title really suited her. Su Jiaojiao's smile froze. She couldn't even force it anymore. Her lips twitched. Help. How was she supposed to refuse them? It was all her fault for being so careless before and attracting so much unwanted attention. And as if that wasn't enough, fate decided to add one more to the mix. A strong, slender hand suddenly reached down, possessively lifted her lunchbox, and replaced it with another one with a firm thud. Su Jiaojiao looked up and met Zonglin's eyes, deep, gentle, and a little sad. His long lashes lowered slightly, his lips pressed together in quiet displeasure. Without saying a word, he switched the lunch boxes and went back to his seat. The whole process was smooth and quick, with no delays. Then, in the next moment, he picked up chopsticks and shamelessly ate the wild vegetable dumplings from her lunchbox. His eating was fierce and aggressive, as if he had been bullied, and he looked a little wronged.
Hey.
Zonglin, a male classmate, unhappy with Zonglin's bossy behavior, wanted to protest. With so many girls vying for her, why is she only interested in you? Zonglin looked up. Usually cheerful and easy to talk to, he now had a blank expression on his face as he stared at the boy. The boy's confidence wavered, and his angry words caught in his throat. A few other boys, who were gathered around Su Jiaojiao, looked at each other. After a while, they all returned to their seats, feeling both annoyed and defeated. Humph. That Zonglin guy is so fierce, deliberately stealing the spotlight in front of Su Jiaojiao. As the person involved, Su Jiaojiao watched the scene of Zonglin claiming his territory with bright eyes. Right now, she just wanted to shout to the sky. Who did she offend? This overbearing school hero falling in love with her. Please go away. Go away. Go away. Unrequited flirtation is more shameless than seduction. Su Jiaojiao knows she's not a good person, but She definitely doesn't deceive young boys' feelings. She didn't want to add more drama to everyone's leisure time, so she didn't open the lunchbox Zonglin gave her. She simply waited until her hungry stomach, which had been growling all afternoon, was about to burst, then stopped someone at the school gate and returned the lunchbox to him. At the school gate, Su Jiao's clear, charming eyes looked very serious. Zonglin felt a little nervous under her gaze, and his tanned face grew warmer. He even stammered a little, saying, Su Jiao, if you want to say something, just say it. Don't be shy. Su Jiao was speechless. What's with his shyness? It was like he was about to confess. Hungry and exhausted, Su Jiao was in a bad mood all day. She decided she was going to cut down that peach tree today. She handed the lunchbox back to Zonglin, looking serious. She said, Actually, Zonglin, I think I need to tell you something clearly. In the past, I was playful and greedy, and I did a lot of things that made you misunderstand. I lied to you about feelings just to make you spend money on me. I admit I was immoral. I can't undo the feelings you've invested, but don't worry about the money and things you've spent on me. I, Su Jiao, promise you, I'll never owe you a single cent. The sunset was so beautiful, with shimmering rays of light, but it couldn't compare to the clear, charming eyes of the girl in front of me. Su Jiao undoubtedly had a stunning face that made people forget everything else at first sight. Her full forehead, snow-white skin, and lively, curly hair caught all of Zhonglin's attention. Zhonglin stood there, stunned, clutching his chest. It felt like a big hole had opened inside him. He didn't know what heartbreak was. He only knew he felt ashamed and very sad. When it came to solving problems quickly, Su Jiao was confident. She had handled a complicated situation perfectly, feeling refreshed afterward. Old 5 Suonghua, with a stern face, led Old 6 Suonfu, both carrying school bags, walking up to Su Jiao. Su Jiao looked up at them. Their patched-up clothes were a bit dirty, but didn't smell bad, probably because they didn't work in dirty jobs like manure collection. It seemed they had listened well today. She nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. I'll treat you to meat buns. Then she casually threw her bag to Old 5. Hey, just give up already. Old 5 Suonwu, who was already annoyed because he didn't earn any money today, got his face smacked by Su Jiao's bag, making him look even more upset. If it weren't for the meat buns, he would have been even angrier. Wait here for me, you two. Don't follow me. Near the residential building, Su Jiao told her 2 brothers. Yes, the flour and meat she ordered last night had finally arrived from the other side of time and space. Old 5 and Old 6 still didn't understand what she was up to, but they saw Su Jiao suddenly run into a nearby alley. Old 5, feeling bored, swung the bag with a small blue flower sewn onto it that Su Jiao carried. He pouted. So mysterious. Old 6 looked excited, quietly whispering to his older brother. 4th sister must be going to get the meat buns. Last time, when Zhonglin came, the gossiping women in the residential building talked about her a lot. This time, she probably learned her lesson and is sneaking to get them. Bah. Do you think 4th sister cares about her reputation? Even if Zhonglin is a fool or the 3 pillars of 6th building, if he has meat buns, 4th sister would marry him. Old Onfu looked at his older brother in shock. Brother, the 3 pillars are only 2 years old and still wearing open-crotch pants. How could 5th brother say such things about 4th sister? Even if she was greedy, she wouldn't become a child bride just for meat buns. 5th brother is so rude. Old 5 Su was sharply stared at with contempt by Old 6 Su. He jumped 3 feet high and gave Old 6 a playful bump on the head. He shouted, I'm talking about kids playing house and pretending to get married. Old 6, holding his sore forehead, suddenly realized and thought it might really be true, because his 4th sister was exactly that kind of girl who, due to her stutter, was very good at using her looks to her advantage. And she never saw this as something to be ashamed of. It was not surprising that she played house and pretended to marry with a little kid just for fun. When Jiao came out of the alley dragging a big handbag, she saw her 2 brothers looking at her with complicated expressions. What's wrong? Do I have flowers on my face? Why are you both just standing there? You're about to break your arms. Come and help me. She rolled her eyes at her two clueless little brothers. Old 5 and Old 6 hurried forward. With their hands free, Jiao Jiao led the way easily and confidently. It was tough for Old 5 and Old 6. Maybe because they had just spoken badly about Jiao Jiao and felt guilty, they struggled to carry the big hemp bag upstairs without even complaining about being tired. Finally, when they reached the door, they were both panting heavily. Jiao Jiao unlocked the door while complaining. Two grown-up guys, with such little strength. You two are really useless. Old 5 and Old 6. They had never seen such a bossy sister who also liked to tease them. What's this? In the main room, Old 5, with his hands on his hips, kicked the hemp bag disrespectfully. He didn't dare kick Old 4 because he couldn't kick that thing. Old 5 thought angrily. This big hemp bag didn't look like meat buns at all. Sure enough, Old 4 was just tricking them. But then, these are the meat buns you asked for. Here, you can make as many as you want. Jiao Jiao crossed her arms and proudly lifted her chin toward the hemp bag on the ground. At this moment, curious Old 6, named In Fu, decisively opened the heavy hemp bag. And then he looked like he saw something shocking. He froze in surprise. F4. You have to see this. Fourth sister is so amazing. She must have hooked up with a rich guy. In excitement, and Fu waved his arms and spoke without thinking. Old Master Su, the silly big brother, finally lost his mind? Unfairly accused and innocent, Jiao Jiao squinted her eyes. How dare he say she was flirting with a big boss? Su Onggwa didn't notice Jiao Jiao's dark expression. The sixth brother was acting crazy, and he was so curious he almost couldn't sit still. He quickly leaned over to look inside the cloth bag. Then, Old Master Su's face turned red as he shouted, more embarrassed than his younger brother. He looked at his own foot that had just kicked the cloth bag. He couldn't believe his stinky hoof had just kicked such precious pork and flour. He felt so guilty. The two brothers hugged and shouted loudly. Jiao Jiao. People who didn't know better might think they had won a huge lottery. Their excited shouts were so loud they disturbed the neighbors in the apartment building. Luckily, the workers at the shoe factory hadn't finished work yet. The two brothers, who were inexperienced, finally calmed down after a long while. It's understandable. 10 gene of pork and 30 gene of flour, these days, who wouldn't go crazy over such a big surprise? Old Master Su clung tightly to the edge of the cloth bag, his dizzy mind finally clearing a bit. He gritted his teeth and asked Jiao Jiao, "Are these things from Zhong Lin again?" Seeing her usually mature younger brother show such a complicated, conflicted expression was rare, so Jiao Jiao deliberately asked. "So, what if they are?" The joy faded like a tide. Old Master Su loosened his grip on the cloth bag, his face cold and firm. Then these can't be accepted. He could occasionally accept some treats from Zhong Lin, like pretty hairpins, and turn a blind eye. But these things were already beyond what Old Fourth could handle. Unless Old Fourth wanted to risk everything for them. Seeing Old Master Su so determined, Jiao Jiao suddenly felt mischievous. She roughly tousled Old Master's head like a puppy and sighed. "Feels really nice." Ignoring Old Fourth's furious expression, Jiao Jiao cheerfully said, "Don't worry, your sister isn't as good at flirting with big bosses as you think, nor did I take advantage of Zhong Lin. Those days are over. From now on, I, your sister, am standing up. I will rely on my hard work to lead you to wealth and a bright future filled with delicious food and comfort." She clenched her fists and shouted her slogan confidently. 1.5 hours later, the door of Old Su's house was tightly shut, with only a small window in Su Jiao Jiao and second sister Su and Xia's room open for ventilation. Inside, the room was hot and busy. The 2 coal stoves outside the corridor had been brought inside. In the main hall, one stove was boiling meat soup, bubbling away, while another was steaming fragrant meat buns. So, the person who promised to lead us to wealth, Old Su Wu, was so hot that he was only wearing an old shirt from Brother Su. His hands, covered in flour, made him tired and unable to straighten up. Wearing a rough cloth apron that clearly didn't fit him, Old Su Wu glared at someone's back with frustration. Why don't you come help us? Su Jiao Jiao held a salt bowl, looking worried as she stared at another bowl of meat filling. Did she put a few spoonfuls of salt in the meat buns earlier? She turned around unwillingly. Stop rushing. Can't you see I'm busy too? No one gets rich without hard work. Why is it so hard for people to just relax? Su Ngua was sharply criticized by the shameless person. Holding a salt bowl, she hesitated for a long time without adding even half a spoon of salt. What could she expect her to do? You can never rely on someone pretending to be diligent, old Su Wu thought bitterly. This family still depends on him and old Lu. Su Ngua snatched the salt bowl from Su Jiao Jiao and skillfully scooped 5 spoonfuls of salt into the meat filling. He shouted at the stunned Su Jiao Jiao. What are you looking at? Mix it. If you do anything wrong, you'll get nothing to eat, Su Jiao Jiao. What to do when her annoying little brother looks down on her? Is your butt not hurting? She asked softly. Old Su Wu staggered, turned around to glare at her, and his face turned red like pig liver. His pride lasted only 3 seconds. Every day, Su Jiao Jiao would tell her annoying little brother a wise saying, never compete with a sister who holds your dark secrets. Ding dong, your cross-time delivery from Not Just Selling Pork Rome has arrived at your designated pickup point. Please collect it soon. Guided by a serious attitude, Old Six Su Onfu was making an advanced version of meat buns, small steamed dumplings. Suddenly, Jing Jing, Su Jiao Jiao, received an electronic notification from the shopping group. It was the same as the one she heard during her class at school this afternoon. I'll go out to get something. Old Six, just follow the steps I just told you. Don't worry. You're the one I believe will become a master chef at a state-owned restaurant someday. She patted Old Six on the shoulder, showing her serious trust. Old Five, Su Ongua, came out carrying freshly steamed meat buns, looking exhausted and panting. He saw Old Six, Su Onfu, looking excited and full of energy. What's going on? Where's Old Four? Su Onfu clenched his fist, answering vaguely. Old Four just praised me. He said I'm the one he believes will become a master chef at a state-owned restaurant. That's such high praise, comparing a young beginner like him to a master chef at a big restaurant. Old Four really values him a lot. In his excitement, Old Six didn't notice the disgusted look on his fifth brother's face. Fifth brother, you're really something. You're truly the one I believe will become a master chef at a state-owned restaurant. Old Four's flattering words still echoed in his ears. What nonsense praise. It's just you, Old Four, lying and cheating again. Really impressive. Fifth brother, what's wrong? Your face looks bad. Are you tired? Su Onfu asked worriedly as Old Five suddenly looked upset. Mind your own business, you big fool. I've got plenty of strength. He definitely isn't weaker than that annoying younger brother. Old Five angrily jumped in place, feeling humiliated because he thought Old Four must dislike him for being shorter than Old Six. Old Six, confused, was silently cursing. Jing Jing, familiar with the routine, took the space-time express and hurried home, covering her nose and holding her things. A bucket of pig blood, a bag of pig intestines, and a large piece of pork fat. She faced her 2 surprised brothers and pretended to be calm. Oh, I thought about it. With your cooking talents, not challenging yourself with blood sausage would be a real waste. Old Five. If you have a mouth, say it. Once again, Old Ngua was amazed and decided not to think too much about Old Four's skills. Anyway, Old Four wouldn't lie to him. Since she said she got these herself, he had no reason not to believe her. Wow, today someone in the family building is steaming meat buns. They smell so good, it's almost irresistible. No matter how tightly the windows and doors are closed, they can't completely block out the smell. Especially these days, people don't eat much meat, so even a small hint of meat aroma is easily detected by everyone's sharp noses. Each family in the building starts opening their doors one after another, especially the floor where Su Jiao Jiao lives. There are 9 households on this floor. Except for those who are not home, everyone else, tempted by the smell of the meat buns, can't sit still and come out to look. Who else could it be? I just walked around the building 3 times and still couldn't find whose house it is. They're hiding it really well. Grandma's son, holding her crying grandson, sweats heavily as she complains. Bah, those kinds of people are just stingy. They hide their food like someone might steal it. A middle-aged woman, with a black mole on her left corner of her mouth, messy hair, and a shabby appearance, speaks unkindly.
She's usually not well-liked.
At this moment, Hee Chun-fong, with a bright face, comes back from work. Today, she wears a shiny blue jacket and polished black shoes, looking very much like a city office worker. The blue jacket is an old, patched-up piece her sister-in-law didn't want anymore. The black shoes are from her wedding, given by her family, but they no longer fit well. Even though her heels are sore from being worn out, she seems not to notice the pain. She tries to imitate the way Wan Hong Xia usually talks, slightly lifts her chin, and joins the conversation. Grandma's son, Wu Huichin, what are you all talking about? The group, who had been chatting eagerly, suddenly quiets down. The atmosphere feels a bit strange. Finally, Wu Huichin, a middle-aged woman with a black mole on her mouth, breaks the silence. Her eyes brighten, and she responds warmly to Hee Chun-fong. Not much, just that someone in the building is steaming meat buns today. The smell is so nice, we're guessing whose house it is. Director Hee, you've been busy today? Coming home so late. The mention of Director Hee makes Hee Chun-fong feel as cool and sweet as eating an ice cream on a hot September day. It warms her heart. Wu Huichin's husband works as a warehouse manager at a shoe factory, but Wu Huichin herself has no job. She's often been looked down upon by her husband. In the past, she and Hee Chun-fong were like close sisters. But now, their situations are completely different. Ah, Hee Chun-fong responds loudly. She then mentioned the braised pork she made yesterday, which was fragrant and tender, with sizzling fat, and she couldn't stop praising how delicious it was. As for the meat buns, she dismissed them. What's so good about meat buns? They have so little meat, not even enough for my old Gua to fill his teeth. Old Gua said that my braised pork is just right for drinking, and he asked me to make it again next week. Huichin, you come to my house then, and I'll give you a spoonful of the meat juice. Hee Chun-fong said this generously to Wu Huichin. Wu Huichin was so excited that she almost couldn't hold the vegetable basin in her hands. Really, Director Hee? The meat juice from the braised pork. Hee Chun-fong made it yesterday, and she could smell the rich aroma. Hearing the loud title, Director Hee again, she immediately regretted her boast, and her confidence faded away. Of course it's true. I manage a women's federation office, so my words carry weight. As she spoke, she straightened her back even more. A few people eager to get some benefits quickly came over to flatter Hee Chun-fong, promising that she would also give each of them a spoonful of the meat juice. Their flattery grew louder. Hee Chun-fong felt proud. She secretly thought with jealousy, so this was how Wan Hongxia felt when she spoke to them, being treated as superior. Su Wanchuan was still returning home from work with her mother. Before they reached the door, she saw many families chatting happily with their doors open. Hee Chun-fong was among that crowd, like a sparrow with a feather stuck in her hair, thinking she was a beautiful phoenix. Unlike her mother, who often kept a cold face, Su Wanchuan was curious. She was very interested in what these people were talking about. But recently, their family hadn't been well-liked in the residential building, and she didn't like dealing with these people. She kept her curiosity inside, just like her mother, and stayed silent with a serious face. The others ignored them both, acting as if they didn't see them, and continued talking. Hey, do you think this Su family is making meat buns? Someone suddenly spoke up. It wasn't just a random guess. The smell of meat buns was strongest on their floor, and since none of their families had made any, the only possibility was the Su family. Moreover, the Su family's door was always tightly shut. When this guess was made, Hee Chun-feng's face immediately darkened. Hee Chun-feng's new assistant Wu Huichin noticed this. She quickly turned her eyes and loudly shouted, "Look at how poor they are. Eating plain cornbread with pickles is enough, and meat buns? They don't deserve them. A whole family of sinners. They should be kicked out of our shoe factory." Just as Su Wanchuan was about to step into his house, he heard these harsh words. His face changed suddenly, his fists clenched tightly, and he seemed frozen in place. He really wanted to turn back and shout at that woman's rude mouth. "Anchuin," Wan Hongxia shouted softly, trembling as she held her eldest son's arm, which was bulging with veins. "Let's go home." The mother and son quietly pushed open the door. They blocked out the noise and mockery outside. Then they saw inside the house, the Su family's brothers and sisters standing or sitting, staring at them with wide eyes, all listening carefully, as if they had been eavesdropping for a long time. Such unruly kids. "What are they doing?" Wan Hongxia frowned. Suddenly, her scolding stopped. They saw, on a small wooden table beside a few children, a basin full of fluffy, white buns steaming hot. These buns looked plump and big, with thin skins and lots of filling. The smell of meat filled the air. Wan Hongxia and her son, Su Anchuan, stopped in surprise, almost thinking they had entered the wrong house. Wan Hongxia looked dazed. She sat her confused mother and older brother on a bench. Su Anxia's delicate face was full of excitement and pride. "Mom, big brother, guess what? These meat buns were made by my little sister. You won't believe it. It's all thanks to her. I was so surprised when I got home. I've never seen so many buns before, and they smell even better than those from the state-run restaurant. My little sister wouldn't even let us eat them. She was waiting for you to come back." Earlier, they overheard their mother and older brother being mocked outside by He Chunfeng and others. They felt angry and wanted to push open the door and throw the fragrant buns in their faces. They cursed the family's poverty. Who were they insulting? "Hey!" Su Lao crossed his arms, glaring with the same almond-shaped eyes as Su Anxia, full of dissatisfaction for not getting credit. "Besides giving advice, I and Lao Lu made these buns. No matter who made the buns, they used 10 jin of pork, 30 jin of flour, and in the nearby pot, there was pig blood sausage and glutinous rice sausage made with pig blood. There was also a large piece of pork fat that looked very fatty." Su Anxia's words were very clear. Wan Hongxia trembled as she asked, "Did you bring all these home?" Her look at her daughter now was like when she was a child listening to her mother tell stories about Sun Monkey. She was shocked and couldn't believe that this mighty sun monkey actually came out of a stone crack. Suddenly, her face changed quickly. "Could it be that some little boy gave you these again?" Facing her mother's sharp gaze, Su Jiao stayed calm. "Mom, don't say I don't have that much charm. If I really had that ability, who would be so silly to give so many things just to impress a girl these days?" Once bitten by a snake, she was afraid of the well rope for 10 years. This time, she really got these things herself, but her family still doubted her. Su Jiao felt very upset. She wished she could hit herself for flirting with trouble before. Wan Hongxia's suspicion cleared. She was right. These days, who doesn't hide some pork and white flour? It's impossible for their foolish son to take out so much to impress a girl. If it were her son, she would have broken his leg. But she was more surprised and asked her daughter, "Where did you get so much money to buy all this?" There was pork and white flour, such luxury even for New Year's. Did her daughter find money on the street? Knowing her mother's question, Su Jiao immediately said confidently, "I saved it. All the boys who wanted to spend money on me since I was little, I saved it. I've saved up quite a lot." It didn't matter if her reason was convincing or not, as long as her logic made sense. Wan Hongxia looked at her with suspicion. "Do you usually buy those hairpins and hair accessories? Those don't cost money." "Someone gives them to me." Wan Hongxia was speechless. If she weren't her own daughter, she would have kicked her out for being so shameless. Under her increasingly fierce gaze, Su Jiao quickly changed her attitude. She said seriously, "Of course. I've decided to turn over a new leaf and start fresh. Today is my first step to say goodbye to the past. I took out my savings of pocket money to buy pork and flour, and I plan to make buns to share with everyone. There is proof and reason. Money can't just appear out of nowhere." The child is Wan Hongxia's biological daughter. She knows her own child well, and stealing money from home is impossible. After thinking it over, "I guess I can only accept my little daughter's explanation. But those buns are so small and my little girl spends money so freely." Wan Hongxia is also getting annoyed and wants to scold her.
Gulp.
Looking at the meat buns that can't be eaten but only looked at, old six, Su, salivates and covers his stomach. He hurriedly said, Mom, when can we eat the buns? They're almost cold now. Su Anchuan also scratched his head shyly. Mom, since my little sister paid for this herself, maybe hee. Recently, our family has been struggling. We eat only coarse bread with pickles every day, and we're short of oil and water too. I want to eat buns. I want to eat buns. Old 7 and old 8, like little rockets, rush into Wan Hongxia's arms, crying and demanding to eat. The whole house is full of her hungry little ones. Wan Hongxia was both annoyed and amused.
Eat, eat, eat.
Just eat, but only one each. Save some for tomorrow to send to your grandparents.
Yay.
As soon as the mother spoke, the whole family eagerly looked at Su Jiao, excited and full of expectation. The buns were bought by the fourth sister, and she would naturally decide how to share them. But Su Jiao smiled mysteriously. Before we eat the buns, let's play a game first. The Su family looked blankly at the 1 yuan coin that the little girl had handed them.
Su Angu o Frauen Tai Li.
Fourth brother, it's not a festival or holiday. Why are you giving us money? Big brother Su Anchuan looked embarrassed. Little sister, you don't need to give us money. Big brother can give you some pocket money instead. It's enough. Su Anxia also refused to accept it and wanted to return the money to Su Jiao. Only the twin younger brothers, small children, already understood the importance of money. They happily held the 1 yuan coin in their hands, showing their small white teeth. Fourth sister is so kind. She gives both meat buns and money. She's the best in the family.
Wait.
Don't misunderstand. Su Jiao interrupted everyone's excitement with a sigh. I just want everyone to play a game with me. The game is called I Sell Buns You Buy. The Su family members looked at each other in surprise.
What?
Selling buns? Are these buns from your home? Brother Su looked confused and a little slow to react. Old fifth Su was already teasing him without mercy. Old fourth Su, do you think you're the 7th or 8th? How childish. You're an adult and you're still playing house. Jiao Su gave him a warning smile. Just pretend we're playing house. Do you want to cooperate? Also, don't call me old fourth anymore. Believe it or not, I might really scold you. Would he dare not to cooperate? After all, these delicious, fragrant meat buns were all thanks to this guy. Su Ongwa curled his lips. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. He looked serious. Tell me, how do we play? It's actually very simple, like this game. I sell buns, you buy. Jiao acts as the bun seller and the other members of the Su family are the customers buying buns. The Su family members take turns, following the order from youngest to oldest, led by the lively 7th and 8th siblings, to line up and buy buns from Jiao. 7th. Boss, I want a bun. Jiao. Okay, here's a bun. It costs 1 cent. 7th hesitated, hiding the coin in his pocket. No, can I get it for free? Jiao, heartless. No, you can't, 7th pouted. 4th sister is mean. That little kid took her money, but said she was mean. He deserved a scolding. With 7th leading the way, the adults behind looked a bit awkward but still cooperated with Jiao to finish the performance. Meanwhile, the shopping group kept sending electronic notification sounds in Jiao's mind. Completed shopping task 1. Completed shopping task 1. Completed shopping task 1.
Ding.
Triggered 1-to-1 physical rebate mechanism. A fragrant meat bun has been stored in your shopping assistant's small warehouse. Completed shopping task 1. Completed shopping task 1.
Ding.
Triggered 1-to-1 physical rebate mechanism. A fragrant meat bun has been stored in your shopping assistant's small warehouse. Jiao's eyes grew brighter. Indeed, her plan was working. Whether or not it's just a pretend game, family members bought goods, meat buns, from her as customers. She is acting as a proxy buyer, completing a full sales process that meets the rules for proxy buying. Since it follows the proxy buying group's rules, there is a chance to trigger the 1-to-1 food rebate system. And so it happened. Su Jiao, using her growing knowledge of the loopholes in the buying system, successfully took advantage of the group within half an hour, earning a net profit of 100 large meat buns. In her small proxy storage, there are exactly 100 large meat buns neatly arranged on shelves, just like at home. This is all thanks to Su Jiao's cleverness. From being excited to looking miserable and full of complaints, the Su family members' gazes at Su Jiao are almost like they are looking at a crazy person. Who would suffer so much just to eat a meat bun? Seeing everyone's frustration grow, Old 7 and Old 8 pouted and refused to cooperate anymore. Their mother's eyes also started to look unfriendly. Su Jiao quickly stopped the pretend game fun. All right, everyone, you've all worked hard. Today, normally each person can only eat one meat bun, but I've decided that everyone can have one more. 2 buns each. Eat as much as you like. Are you happy? There was some happiness, but also a lot of resentment. Of course, being able to eat meat buns made the Su family feel like they were celebrating a festival. After the complaints, everyone happily munched on the buns. After all, meat buns from state-run restaurants cost money, but at home, they only needed to play pretend with their younger sister or sister-in-law. That's easier. Su Jiao said the pig blood sausage was made to help a classmate. Wan Hongxia didn't ask much, and the family only tried a small plate. Only second sister Su Anxia and sixth brother Su Anfu liked it. Su Jiao had to add lots of garlic paste to enjoy it. But authentic pig blood sausage really tastes like that. The family didn't dislike it, even if it wasn't their favorite. The other sticky rice sausages are soft, fragrant, and loved by everyone. When lightly fried in oil until golden on both sides, they taste amazing. Su Jiao kept some sticky rice sausages for her family, and the pig blood sausages were sent via express delivery to Manager Zhu and Pork Rong in the proxy buying group. Not just Pork Rong, who sells pork. Oh, girl. You're so kind. I'll accept it. When the delivery arrives, you should praise your skills. Manager Zhu, proxy buyer at AAA Trendy Shoes. Have the blood sausages I dreamed of been made? At AAA Local Specialty Purchase Agent Xiao Su. Thank you so much, girl. I really miss this taste. You received a special red envelope from AAA Trendy Shoes Shopping Agent Manager Zhu. The blood sausage hasn't arrived yet, but as expected from the wealthy Manager Zhu, he already transferred the money to Su Jiao. When she opened the red envelope, 200 yuan was credited. Su Jiao was very happy, smiling like a cat that got its treat. Plus the remaining 20 yuan, she now has a total shopping fund of 220 yuan. Although her wallet is a bit lighter, she believes that eating one bun won't make her fat, so she plans to save up slowly.
Wow. Mom.
It hurts. Let go. Mom, we know we were wrong. Please let go. You're about to hurt Brother Wu's ear. Having gained a lot and feeling very happy, Su Jiao was just about to lie down for a good night's sleep when she was startled by the loud shouting outside the door from Old 5 and Old 6. What are you doing so late at night? Second sister Su Anxia hurried out to stop the fight, looking tired. Only then did Su Jiao understand what had happened. Old 5 and Old 6 suddenly decided they don't want to study anymore and want to find a job. Mom got so angry she made them kneel and reflect on their actions. Su Anxia shook her head, seeming worried about her mischievous younger brothers. This woke Su Jiao up. She suddenly remembered she had forgotten something. It was that she forgot to tell her mother about quitting school. No. She swallowed hard and decided to first find out her mother's opinion through her second sister. She tentatively asked, "Our family's expenses for us to study are quite heavy. Old 7 and Old 8 are always sent to Uncle's house to be looked after by grandparents. So, sis, has Mom ever thought about letting me or Old 5 and Old 6 come back home to help out?" Su Anxia looked at her in surprise. "Little sister, why are you thinking like that? Don't you know Mom? She always says, learning is the highest among all pursuits. Our family isn't even that poor, and even if we were, it wouldn't stop you from studying. As long as you can keep studying, Mom would sell everything she has to support you. I would too. Please don't have such thoughts like Old 5 and Old 6. That would hurt Mom's feelings." The usually gentle second sister now looked serious and focused, her eyes calm but stern. Jiao chuckled nervously. Haha, I was just joking. Second sister, don't tell mom, okay? Turning away, she looked troubled. After many calculations, she realized that the biggest problem with dropping out of school was her dear mother. Teacher Zhang even asked her to invite her parents. With the lessons learned from her older siblings, she didn't dare act rashly. Her goal of dropping out hadn't been achieved yet. The next morning, Jiao and her two younger brothers, looking gloomy, had to obediently go to school under their mother's sharp gaze. Old 6, Su Laolu, was naturally carefree. His ears still reddened, but he had already forgotten the scolding from last night. He jumped around, talking about his older brother's gossip. Fourth sister, I just saw big brother secretly wrap up the leftover meat bun from yesterday with a handkerchief. Jiao didn't see what was so gossip-worthy about that. Last night, each person had 2 meat buns. It was normal for big brother to save one for later. Old 5, Su Laowu, snorted and interrupted old 6 bragging. He said directly, Big brother is saving it for his future wife.
Nothing special about that.
When you find someone to date, you'll also forget your brothers once you have a wife. I won't. Young Laolu, still with a baby face, blushed and jumped in protest. You will. The 2 brothers giggled and playfully argued. Jiao paused in her steps. Suddenly, she remembered that afternoon when she had just regained her past memories. She was kicked out of the house by a woman in a floral dress who seemed to be the matchmaker for Big Brother. That day, so much had happened that she hadn't listened carefully. She vaguely remembered hearing the matchmaker angrily curse the words, cut ties. Cut ties?
Who are they talking about?
He looked at Su Jiao with a mix of disdain and pride, saying, Just keep your heart in your stomach. Although it's not easy for my older brother to find a wife after being single for so many years, as his younger brother, I can't say much. But if she dares to bully you or second sister, I will take you away and live separately. Leaving the house to the single older brother is the biggest act of brotherly tolerance by 5th brother Su. He is definitely responsible for taking care of the elderly, weak, women, and children at home. 6th brother Su is full of admiration. He admires his 5th brother for always daring to speak such brave words, not afraid of being scolded by their mother. Live separately, Su Jiao slightly tilted her head, her gaze shifting downward and to the right. She looked down on her little brother with a sneer from a superior position. Young and bold enough to make such big claims. Do you earn 2.5 cents a day from scooping manure? Height has always been a sore point for 5th brother Su Ongwa, and 6th brother Su Onfu's perspective from below really made him angry. 5th brother's face turned green with anger. 6th brother Su Onfu excitedly raised his left hand. 4th sister, and my wages. Su Jiao nodded. Yes, I almost forgot about your wages. Let me say it again. With your combined daily wages of just $50, we probably can't even afford to eat coarse flour and little buns in the future. The most deadly blow was the blunt sarcasm from her own sister. The brothers Wulong and Fuhu finally lowered their proud heads in frustration. After parting from the brothers Wulong and Fuhu, Su Jiao sighed and stepped into the number 1 middle school in Salt City.
Sigh.
Today, she still couldn't skip school. The classroom was as noisy as ever. Zhong Lin sat in the back row. He was tall, and even when he lowered his head to do homework, he stood out like a crane among chickens. Several boys gathered around him, talking. When Su Jiao entered the classroom, he didn't look up, as if he remembered her words from yesterday. It's understandable. Boys like Zhong Lin, who are good-looking and come from a good family, all have pride. With their arrogance, they definitely wouldn't bother with girls who look down on them. Su Jiao was satisfied and looked away, sitting in her seat. She didn't see Zhong Lin suddenly lift his head after she turned around. The proud and handsome young man's sharp eyes, beneath his sword-like eyebrows, stared directly at her with a look of resentment. He was tapping his pen hard on the desk, the sharp metal tip of his pen scraping against the old, uneven desk, making a harsh sound. Some rough wood shavings splattered out. His tattered appearance matches his broken-hearted state right now. Hey, Brother Lin. You can't waste this pen just because you don't love it. It's the most expensive hero pen on the market. You can't even buy it with a ticket. You should cherish it. The chubby guy next to him, who is closest, keeps shouting and looks at him with a worried expression, as if the pen belongs to him. Zonglin is annoyed. Can you stay away from me? The chubby guy, also called Xiangguodong, smiles eagerly at him. Sure, Brother Lin. If you lend me this pen for a few days, I'll leave quickly. Of course. In return, I'll bring you steamed egg with shrimp today. My dad said this dish is a special supply at the state-run restaurant today, and it'll be gone tomorrow. Once it's gone, it's gone. Steamed egg with shrimp. Zonglin lowers his eyes. It's the dish that Su Jiao Jiao once ate and couldn't forget. He clenches his fingers holding the pen. Thanks, Brother Lin. Xiangguodong excitedly takes Zonglin's hero pen, holding it carefully. His chubby body now moves like a lively fish swimming through the classroom. Hey,
Guys.
the newest hero pen from Haisher in my hands, ha ha ha. The boys in the class are noisy, but Su Jiao Jiao doesn't mind. Her desk mate, Lu Xiaoqin, today has a big red bow in her ponytail. She's proudly touching her braid. Seeing Su Jiao Jiao look over, she snorts coldly at her. Su Jiao Jiao stares at her red bow and hesitates. You. Lu Xiaoqin glares at her with a wary face. Su Jiao Jiao smiles brightly and says, wearing a red bow is quite lucky. Although her desk mate is a bit dark-skinned, her smooth skin and round face are charming. Wearing a red bow makes her look cute, even if a bit rustic. Lu Xiaoqin didn't expect Su Jiao Jiao to praise her. Her face suddenly turns red up to her neck. Don't think that just because she praised her, their past issues are over. Lu Xiaoqin is not that easy to please. Su Jiao Jiao. She's a difficult desk mate. As long as you're happy, that's fine. Class time begins. Teacher Zhang walks into the classroom with a book. He glances at Su Jiao Jiao's seat first but doesn't say anything. Then he looks at the students in the class. Class begins. With just one day of class experience, Su Jiao Jiao is now able to relax and slack off during lessons. In her previous life, she also read a few historical novels. Usually, the female protagonists in these stories want to quickly save money, and they often can't avoid the black market. Su Jiao Jiao frowns and thinks deeply. It's not that she's considering whether to go to the black market, but as she reviews her memories from the past 10 years, she realizes she has never heard of a black market anywhere. What should she do? She can't just ask everyone she meets, do you know where the salt market black market is? That would be strange. Sigh, what a worry. Nutritionist Sambal Mama Coco, at everyone, I have a new batch of instant oatmeal from my research institute. 100% Australian rolled oats. Rich in dietary fiber, perfect for breakfast or as a filling snack. Besides tasting plain and having a slightly rough texture, the ingredients are clean and safe. Originally priced at 17.9 per jar, 1 kilogram each, now only 9.
9 per jar.
If you want to try it, hurry and buy. Link attached. Suddenly, the group chat buzzes with activity. Su Jiao Jiao secretly glances at Teacher Zhang, who is passionately talking on the phone, then continues to casually browse the group chat. She notices a message. 12. You're experienced eyelash extension artist and Korean agent. No way. Sister, what new products are you working on in your research institute again? Oatmeal that tastes plain and rough. Does it really have a market? Sister, your husband has dozens of small goals. Isn't it better to be a wealthy wife and stay at home? Stop messing with our taste buds.
Nutritionist Sambal Mama Coco, nonsense.
Besides the slightly bad taste, all my ingredients are imported from abroad. Remember those blueberry cookies you bought several bags of? Why didn't you complain about the taste then? Since nutritionist Sambal Mama Coco, at everyone started posting, more than 10 messages have flooded the chat. From their conversations, Su Jiao Jiao learns a bit about this nutritionist Sambal Mama Coco. She is a wealthy wife whose husband is rich, but unwilling to stay at home raising children, preferring to focus on her career. She is also talented herself, a nationally certified senior nutritionist. She runs a research institute that produces high-end nutritional snacks, including milk cookies made with imported dairy shipped by air. Generally, her family's products are of high quality, and with her husband's connections, she could easily start a successful high-end business. However, this nutritionist, who insists on good food quality, doesn't allow her products to contain rich flavored seasonings. As a result, her products are usually not very tasty. Naturally, sales reflect this. She joins purchasing groups, mainly to sell her products. Besides purchasing groups, she also joins groups for moms, square dancing, and college students buying groups. In short, she is very enthusiastic about selling and spreads her efforts widely to catch more customers. Even though many people in the purchasing groups dislike her product's taste, just a short time in the group, she managed to sell 10 cans of instant oatmeal. The sales are huge, but the fact that people buy shows her products still have some customers. Just now, in the group, someone loudly claimed to be a 12-year experienced eyelash extension artist and Korean purchasing agent, but she still bought 2 cans, even though she complained about the taste. Without overthinking, Su Jiajiao immediately clicked to place an order. She bought 10 cans in total. Because she was so quick, others who were hesitating suddenly felt the urgency and ordered right away, ignoring the taste. Nutritionist Sanbao Mom Coco also privately messaged Su Jiajiao, thanking her for supporting her products and decided to send her a bag of 10 packs of pure flavor milk tea powder. Su Jiajiao, who had only heard of original flavor milk tea but never tried pure flavor, asked curiously what it meant. Nutritionist Sanbao Mom Coco, pure flavor milk tea is just milk without tea polyphenol. It's made with pure milk and fresh dried fruits. Once you try it, you'll know how good it is. Isn't milk tea without tea polyphenol still milk tea? AAA local specialty purchasing agent Xiao Su. Thanks, sister. I also bought some meat buns, and we'll send a few to you to try. Nutritionist Sanbao Mom Coco, meat buns? Haha, I love eating those.
Thanks, Xiao Su.
I'll send you a jar of oatmeal too. The transaction ended happily. Then, she saw manager Zhu in the group, who sells shoes, telling Su Jiajiao she had received blood sausage and praised its authentic flavor. He also asked if she wanted to buy shoes, claiming he was an official agent, honest and fair. Su Jiajiao quickly, politely declined. She told him to find her next time she wanted blood sausage, but she didn't need shoes. Su Jiajiao helplessly looked down at her simple cloth shoes with multiple soles. She had completely given up on luxury high heels. After finishing fishing, class was just over. Su Jiajiao stretched lazily and felt Teacher Lin glance at her as she was about to leave the classroom. Su Jiajiao. She thought, I just didn't find my parents. Why does the teacher have to watch so closely? It was lunchtime again. Today, Su Jiajiao didn't have trouble eating. She opened her lunchbox and saw a small pile of brown rice, 3 or 4 sticky rice sausages, and a meat bun. She looked under her bag and found a bulging paper-wrapped package. Suddenly, she remembered she had forgotten to give the meat bun to Zonglin today. She looked toward the back of the classroom and saw that the figure she had just seen was gone. Oh well, time to eat. The fried sticky rice sausage, golden on both sides, was fragrant and delicious. Since it wasn't cold, Su Jiajiao ate a few pieces quickly. She picked up the meat bun with her chopsticks and took a bite. Even cold, it still tasted good. She happily ate bite after bite. Thinking back over the past 10 years, she realized what she had mostly eaten. Sometimes, she had small snacks given by other boys like rice sticks, date cakes, or fruit candies. She hadn't eaten real good food in a long time. She told herself seriously in her heart. The meat bun isn't anything special. In the future, she would eat delicious food and drink well, trying all the good things she hadn't had before. She wouldn't let her life be wasted again. Meanwhile, Su Jiajiao was enjoying her meal without noticing that her desk mate had already returned and was watching her, secretly swallowing saliva with her chopsticks. Today, Su Jiajiao actually ate a meat bun. It smelled so good. After finishing her meal, she looked around the classroom but didn't see Zonglin anywhere. When she washed her lunchbox and came back, she found a familiar-looking lunchbox on her desk. She was curious and wanted to ask her desk mate Liu Xiaoqin, but remembered that Liu didn't like talking to her. So she kept quiet. Liu Xiaoqin's hopeful expression gradually dimmed. Feeling a bit awkward, She wondered why Su Jiao was so cold to her. She thought the lunchbox looked very familiar. Wasn't it Zhonglin's lunchbox that he had forcefully given her yesterday? This person really was unpredictable. Out of some awkward feeling, Zhonglin kept a serious face until just before afternoon class. As he quickly passed by Su Jiao's seat, in a flash, a soft little hand gently touched his hand. Zhonglin blushed and returned to his seat. He sat down panting slightly, calming his mind for a moment, then secretly unfolded a piece of paper that was already a bit damp with his sweaty palm. "Wait for me after school." Suddenly, Zhonglin's heart was pounding like thunder. "Brother Lin, are you leaving after school?" Xiang Wodong looked at Zhonglin, who was still sitting straight at his desk, feeling strange. Zhonglin clenched his fists, unconsciously glancing at the person still packing up in front. "You go ahead first, no need to wait for me." "Oh," Xiang Wodong scratched his head, feeling something was off. After Su Jiao finished packing, the two of them left the classroom one after the other, avoiding the crowd, and stopped under a shady tree. Yesterday, he was coldly rejected, and today, Zhonglin seemed to have a shadow over him. Though nervous, he kept a serious face and didn't speak first. Fortunately, he didn't speak first, avoiding overthinking. "Zhonglin, I ate the meat bun you gave me last time. This time, I'll return 6 meat buns to you. The extra 2 are on me." Su Jiao smiled and took something out of her shoulder bag. She held out a paper-wrapped package, puffed up. He heard she had eaten meat buns at noon today and didn't expect there were still some for him inside. His throat felt a bit dry and he suddenly asked, "Did you eat the shrimp and egg custard for lunch?" "Shrimp and egg custard?" Su Jiao was stunned, then remembered she took out her lunchbox from her bag. "You didn't tell me, I forgot. I told you before, you don't need to bring me food. Take this lunchbox back." "Don't worry, I didn't touch it. Just heat it at home and eat it." Again, returning meat buns and refusing to eat his lunchbox. Zhonglin looked blankly at the things in his hands, confused about why Su Jiao's attitude suddenly changed. She had clearly hinted before that she wanted to go back to her family in the provincial city with him. Why did she suddenly change her mind? "Shrimp and egg custard. I waited in line for a long time." Her voice was too soft for him to hear clearly. "What?" Zhonglin suddenly looked up, his eyes red and almost pleading as he looked at Su Jiao. He shouted, "I don't agree. Why do you get to decide when it's over? When you wanted me to buy you candy, you called me Brother Zhonglin. When you tricked me into doing your homework, you said I was amazing. And you even held my hand." Su Jiao was confused. "When did I ever hold your hand? That was nonsense." Zhonglin gritted his teeth.
Just now.
"Suzi a." She was speechless. It was just passing a small note. How did that turn into holding hands? "I'll buy you the butterfly hair clip. I'll buy you anything you want." This isn't about the hair clip. Then what is it about? Zhonglin stared at her sharply, as if trying to see through her calm expression. "Suzi a." She couldn't explain it. She couldn't exactly say it was because she had remembered her past life and didn't want to be the kind of girl who fooled kind boys anymore. In the end, they couldn't come to an understanding. Zhonglin, no longer the easygoing boy he used to be, firmly believed that since Su Jiao had once said those affectionate things, she should take responsibility for them. Heartless girl Su Jiao was also upset, not at Zhonglin, but at her foolish past self. Tricking a kind boy might have felt fun for a moment, but payback always comes. Now, Su Jiao felt she was paying for her own mistakes.
"Hey."
After walking just a few steps, Su Jiao heard someone call from behind. She turned around and saw her desk mate, Lu Xiaoqin, the proud girl who hadn't spoken a single word to her since yesterday, only giving her a few cold humps. Su Jiao pointed at herself. "You're calling me? Was the sun rising from the west today?" This girl was actually talking to her first? Lu Xiaoqin tugged at her braid, her eyes darting nervously, her face turning red. She regretted calling out right after she did it, but still, the meat buns in Su Jiao's lunchbox smelled way too good. It wasn't her fault. The buns tempted her first. Su Jiao looked at her strangely. "You mean you want to buy my meat buns?" Lu Xiaoqin panicked.
"Not buy.
Trade. I'll trade you food coupons. At that time, private trading was frowned upon and seen as improper behavior. Buying or trading, it was all the same in the end. Still, after being upset by Zonglin earlier, Su Jiaojiao suddenly felt her mood lift. She affectionately grabbed Lu Xiaoqin's hand and said, Okay. I happen to have a few left in my bag. They were originally for my two brothers. Since you want to trade, and since we are classmates, I can't let you go home empty-handed. Tell me, how many do you want to exchange? Just to be clear, these meat buns are homemade by my family. They have thin skin and big filling, even better than those from the state-run restaurants. This means the price will need to be adjusted a bit. Lu Xiaoqin nodded repeatedly, not paying much attention to the price. She had tried the meat buns from the state-run restaurant, but they didn't smell as good as those made by Su Jiaojiao's family. Paying a bit more was understandable. Besides, she was someone who didn't worry about money. She secretly looked around, then quickly took out a few ration tickets and some cash, slipping them into Su Jiaojiao's hand. Count them. Is this enough to exchange for a few meat buns? Such private deals couldn't be seen by others. Su Jiaojiao also quickly counted and found 3 ration tickets of 2 jin each, plus 53 cents. She put the money away and quickly pretended to take 6 large meat buns from her small warehouse of supplies, hiding them in her bag. Originally, it should be 5, but since we're classmates, I'll give you 1 more. Su Jiaojiao generously handed them over. This was her first deal, so she had to be careful not to scare off her lovely customer. Lu Xiaoqin's pupils widened in shock. Such expensive meat buns, and Su Jiaojiao said she would give her 1 more just like that. Teach this. Looking at the fragrant large meat buns, Lu Xiaoqin hesitated, biting her lip. After a moment, she shyly mumbled, Next time, I'll treat you to red shrimp crispy snacks. Without any special wrapping, Lu Xiaoqin, not particular about details, simply tucked the buns into her coat and happily ran away. Completed shopping service 1.
Ding.
Congratulations on triggering the 1-to-1 physical return mechanism. 6 fragrant large meat buns have been stored in your shopping assistant's small warehouse. The shopping group updates performance and rewards in real time. Su Jiaojiao was happy. She had such good luck today. Selling 6 meat buns not only didn't reduce her stock, but also earned her 3 ration tickets of 2 jin each plus 53 cents. Not bad. She hoped for more good luck like this. When she met the dejected Su Lao Wu and Su Lao Lu, she was still in a good mood, humming a tune. What's wrong with you two? Did someone beat you up at school? Looking at the 2 brothers, their clothes are clean and not torn, so it doesn't seem like they were in a fight. Old 5 Su is holding his head high and refusing to speak, looking a bit stubborn. Jiao Su looks at Old 6 Su Anfu. You say something. Old 6 Su Anfu glances at his older brother, then lowers his head and kicks at the dirt, not saying a word. So, they have a little secret. Both young men are sensible. Having secrets is normal. If the young man doesn't want to talk, even his sister shouldn't press him too hard. They don't ask more and walk quietly back to the shoe factory family courtyard. As they approach their building, they see a few people in front, arguing and pulling at each other. Jiao Su originally didn't pay attention, but suddenly she looks closely. Why is her eldest brother, Su Anchuan, inside? He is being roughly pulled by an old woman with sharp features, and her angry shouting can be heard from far away. It's June and the weather is hot. Su Anchuan's sleeve is torn, and he looks a bit embarrassed. Big brother, seeing her brother being bullied like this, Jiao Su gets angry. She rolls up her sleeves, ready to rush over and fight the old woman. You shameless girl! How dare you come in front of me?
Tell me.
Did you persuade your big brother not to date my daughter? Your heart is so mean. Not only did you cause your father's death, but now you're messing with your brother's marriage. You shameless thing. Today, I will skin you alive. Suddenly, before she can rush to help her brother, the old woman with white hair and a sharp face grabs her wrist. The old woman's grip is strong, making Jiao Su feel pain. Where did this crazy woman come from? Let go. Jiao Su doesn't tolerate this kind of lunatic. No matter her age, she kicks out. She's only a young girl, so she can't kick too hard or hurt her. Ah, her leg is kicked. The old woman stumbles back, surprised that Jiao Su dared to kick her, and she loosens her grip. She is stunned for a moment, then, as if she's been provoked, she lunges at Jiao Su with all her might. Shameless girl. How dare you hit me? Seeing her sister suddenly interfere, Su Anchuan immediately changes from not resisting to pulling the old woman away. Mrs. Yi, let go of my sister. It's not her fault. Why are you angry at me? Su Anchuan was sweating with worry, but he hesitated. Not only could he not help, but he also got his face scratched by old lady Ye's dark, sharp nails. It was the time when workers from the shoe factory's staff building finished work. The street was crowded with people, many stopping to watch. Hey, what's going on? Who is this lady? She's so strong. She's probably scratched the young man's face. What kind of grudge is this? Passers-by stared in shock. They had never seen such a fierce woman. She looked thin but was full of strength. Old Lady Yi was wildly hitting and scratching. People trying to stop her didn't dare get too close. Su Jiao was tightly protected behind Su Anchuan. She could only watch helplessly as her brother was scratched by the crazy old woman. She couldn't do anything herself. Brother, don't block me. Let me fight her. Jiao shouted angrily, jumping around in frustration. She hated crazy old women like this. In her past life, she was walking on the street when a madwoman cursed her and chased her. She was wearing high heels, and if a passing traffic cop hadn't helped, she would have been badly bullied. Su Anchuan didn't dare let his sister go forward. He only defended and didn't attack. Old Lady Yu was proud and even more aggressive, waving her claws wildly. Actually, Su Anchuan was her future son-in-law candidate. She was a little reluctant to fight. But this little girl was protecting her troublemaker sister, which she couldn't tolerate. So she had to fight together. Maybe if they all got scared and backed off, her daughter could marry into the Su family without fear of being bullied. But before old Lady Yi could be happy for long, Su Lao Wu and Su Lao Lu, her two brothers, suddenly turned red-eyed and rushed over. They crashed into old Lady Yi like two wolf cubs, and a fight broke out. Su Lao Wu gritted his teeth and growled, "Stop bullying my sister. Stop bullying my brother. Old witch, I'll beat you to death."
Ah, bad stuff.
You always bully our family. Su Lao Lu's eyes were red with hatred. Why could no one see the good in their family? Why did everyone always bully the orphan children? Why did he have to endure it when he was bullied? Both Lao Wu and Lao Lu, still young boys, had strength. They didn't hold back like their older brother. Their powerful impact knocked old Lady Yi to the ground, her buttocks splitting in two. "Oh, my back. Old Su's family has committed murder. They're going to kill my wife." Everyone was watching the scene when suddenly things took a turn. The elderly woman, who had been bravely hitting the young man earlier, fell to the ground, clutching her buttocks and shouting for help. Everyone was startled. Such words are not to be spoken lightly. These days, the police are very strict. If something serious happened, the young man would end up in jail and face serious trouble. The scene became chaotic. Who dares to bully my mother? At this moment, two strong and intimidating men suddenly ran over aggressively. People immediately made way for them. The elderly woman's eyes lit up. Feeling supported, she loudly called out for her two strong sons to come to her aid.
Dayong.
"Xiao Yong, your mother is about to be beaten to death by this girl. The Su family is bullying my daughter, and now they're bullying me, an old woman. This is unfair." The two sons of Grandma Yi were tall and strong, with dark skin. They were used to hard physical work, and their strength was evident. They were not weaker than Su Jiao and her siblings. "Big brother." Su Anchuan stepped in front of his younger sister and hesitated, calling out to Yi De-yong with a frown. "Don't call me big brother." Yi De-yong glared fiercely and raised his fist. "It's you who made my sister cry and bullied my mother, right? Today, I will beat you to death." Just as his fist, as big as a punching bag, was about to land, Su Jiao shouted loudly, "Call the police." "I want to call the police." Everyone was startled by her sudden shout. Why was she calling the police all of a sudden? The tall, slender, and beautiful young girl's eyes turned cold. She sternly said, "Everyone here just heard what that old woman said. Not only did she scratch my brother's face badly, leaving scars that might prevent him from getting married, but she also grabbed my hand and insulted me first, remember? She accused her of being a bad omen for her family." The scene fell silent. To be honest, everyone heard the old woman shouting that the girl was a bad omen for her family. Su Jiao looked at the crowd and said, "What era are we in now?" Since the founding of New China, there have been large-scale campaigns to eliminate feudal superstitions and old customs. The party has worked hard to change the chaotic old society and build a clean, prosperous new society. It's not easy at all. Some people not only fail to thank the party for its guidance but also secretly oppose it, bringing old social customs into the new society. This is a blatant challenge to the party and the country, disrupting social order and stability and damaging people's unity. Su Jiao delivered a series of sharp words that left old Lady Yi and her two sons confused. Even the onlookers were surprised. How did it escalate to accusing them of damaging people's unity? Su's young daughter is very eloquent. She is clever and calm, yet she is making things difficult for them. "Madam, and you two brothers, you should apologize to this young girl quickly. It's the new era now, no need for nonsense. Yes. The young girl is pretty and kind. Just explain clearly, and everything will be fine. If they accuse her of superstitions, this mother and her sons might end up in trouble with the law or worse." Old Lady Yi looked speechless. The fierce and angry Yi De-yong was still raising his fist. Yi Xiaoyong, who couldn't help much, looked worried. They were both confused and a little scared. Old Lady Ye's face turned pale, and she collapsed on the ground, trembling and clutching her eldest son's pants, unable to speak. Su Jiao sneered coldly and confidently declared, "I refuse to apologize, sixth brother. You're tall and fast. Go to the police station now, and bring the leaders here. I want them to see how remnants of old superstitions are forcing a young girl to death." Sixth brother stood there blankly, watching his sister get hit and seeing her hit others. He opened his mouth, about to send the bad people to jail. Yi De-yong gritted his teeth and asked Su Jiao, "Who's forcing you to die?" It was just a little scuffle with his mother. He hadn't even had a chance to fight back. Su Jiao pointed at him and said, "It's you and your mother. You insulted my dignity, damaged my reputation, and pushed me to the point of wanting to jump off a bridge." Her shameless attitude made Yi De-yong angry and frustrated. Old Fifth Su chuckled maliciously, pushing Old Sixth Su. "Hurry up, fourth sister is calling you. You shameless old woman. How dare you be so arrogant? Are you really going?" Old Fifth Su scratched his head, hesitated, looked at his older brother, and seeing his silence, he immediately ran away. Yi Xiaoyong, who tried to block them, was quickly dodged by Old Five Su, who was very agile, and he couldn't catch up. He got nervous and slapped his thigh. "What should we do, big brother? Is Mom really going to jail?" When he heard about going to jail, Old Lady Yi was so scared she rolled her eyes and fainted straight to the ground. Big brother Yi was terrified and shouted loudly, "Mom!
Mom.
What's wrong? Wake up! Someone help my mom!" Everyone on the street was stunned. Before the police arrived, Ye's wife was carried away by her two sons, crying and wailing, and was rushed to the clinic. That young girl from the Su family is really brave. She almost scared the old lady to death just by talking. "Hey, you're risking your life. Knowing she's brave, yet you still say that." No one expected this young girl to really dare to call the police. The old lady was so frightened she fainted, and she didn't change her words at all. When Old Six Su brought the breathless police officer over, the people downstairs in the family's apartment building had already dispersed. He scratched his head and took the officer home directly. "Thanks for making the trip, officers, but now everyone has gone to the clinic." Big brother Su awkwardly rubbed his hands. Look at how big the fuss was, calling the police so openly, but it didn't help at all. "What? Everyone's gone to the hospital. Oh no! Why didn't you stop them?" The two young police officers, a man and a woman, were both quite young. They had just been assigned to the police station this year. Today was their first big case. They heard someone reported that there was superstitious propaganda and that it was forcing a young girl to death, so they rushed over. But they arrived too late. If they had been faster, they might have saved a precious life. The two young officers looked pale, and their eyes were a little red. Has the family of the deceased been notified? The female officer wiped her eyes and asked with concern. Big brother Sue was startled. What deceased? Has Aunt Yi died? Died? Who died? Just as Su Jiao, who had gone to wash her face in the public restroom, passed by, she heard this. She frowned. That shouldn't be right. When the old lady was carried away, she saw her blink secretly. She didn't expose it at the time. It couldn't be that she was taken to the clinic and then just disappeared, right? Two police officers looked at the girl carrying a basin. She was tall and thin, with a very pretty porcelain white face. Even her patched gray coat couldn't hide her beauty. Who is this? The female officer asked, surprised. Brother Su took the basin from Jejia and said, This is my younger sister. Younger sister? The two police officers quickly looked at each other, realizing they had made a mistake. On the way here, they had briefly learned from Old Six about the situation. They knew the girl who was harmed was Old Six's younger sister, Su Anchuan, the girl in front of them. So, the male officer looked strange. The girl sent to the clinic is. Inside the clinic, two young officers sat stiffly in front of a bed, taking notes from Mrs. Yi. Mrs. Yi was crying and wailing. Comrades in the police. Please don't believe that brat's nonsense. I didn't lay a finger on her. Our family's ancestors have always been honest and hardworking. My daughter, who never leaves the house, ruined her older brother's marriage. As a mother, I just wanted to ask for an explanation. It's not wrong, is it? That brat kicked me hard. As she spoke passionately, Mrs. Yi tried to lift the quilt to show her injuries. The male officer immediately frowned. Ma'am, mind your manners. Your injuries will be examined by a doctor. Mrs. Yi shrank back and awkwardly lowered her hand from the quilt. Her two sons, Yi Daong and Yi Xiaoyong, looked nervously at the officers. Yi Daong quickly said, Comrade police, we really didn't bully that girl. She was the one acting crazy, trying to make trouble. She's just lying. Yi Xiaoyong nodded angrily. Yeah. She even said she wanted to jump off a bridge. Who is she trying to scare? The female officer paused her pen and looked at Mrs. Yi, who was crying loudly. She felt angry inside. She held back her frustration and said stiffly, Su Anchuan has already had her injuries examined next door. Her face was badly hurt, and the doctor said she might have scars for life. Now, Jejia not only accuses you of superstitious persecution but also plans to charge you with intentional injury. Yi Daong and Yi Xiaoyong looked at each other, feeling a bit nervous. Intentional injury? What does that mean? The male police officer closed the record and stood up, looking serious. He said, It means that your mother, Comrade Yi Zhenyun, might go to jail. Go to jail? Yes. When he heard jail, Ye's wife, who had been pretending to faint earlier, rolled her eyes. This time, she truly fainted. Despite her two sons shaking her and calling her, she didn't wake up. After completing the injury assessment, Su Anchuan went home, carrying a bag of medicine that Su Jiao had forced him to buy. At home, dinner was already prepared. The 5th and 6th brothers were playing with the 7th and 8th brothers. Su Anxia, wearing an apron, saw them return and immediately started complaining. Today something big happened. Why didn't you tell me at the towel factory? Today the accountant was doing mid-month account checks, and she helped out for a day. She worked a little overtime and was late getting off work. When she got home, she heard everyone in the neighborhood talking about it. It was all about their family. Someone said the eldest brother abandoned his fiancée, and the younger sister's words made the old lady faint, and she was taken to the hospital. Su Anxia was so scared she felt weak when she got home. It wasn't until she heard the 5th and 6th brothers proudly talk about their sister's brave act that she finally understood what had happened. Jiao waved her hand dismissively. Why are you telling me this? You're just wasting time. It's just an old woman with a sharp tongue. I didn't take her seriously. But I think the big brother's marriage might really fall through. Big brother, today I even beat your future mother-in-law. Su Anchuan was silent for a moment and said, "It's not about the mother-in-law. I can't be with Yi Qiuhua." Both Jiao Jiao and Anxia didn't speak. They didn't ask why the older brother couldn't be with her. After all, it was his own matter. Everyone was an adult and had their own judgment. Plus, judging by how the Yi family acted today, even if they did get married in the future, it would probably be an unhappy relationship. The siblings finished dinner and went to their rooms. Su Anchuan's face was covered with a bandage, so he couldn't get it wet and didn't even wash his face. Today, Wan Hongxia was working the night shift. Sister Anxia took the twins and went to bed early. Jiao Jiao called the fifth and sixth brothers, who were sleeping on the sofa in the living room, to her room. Old Fifth held his pillow awkwardly. Mom said, "Now that we're grown men, we can't sleep in the same bed as little girls. I'll sleep in second sister's bed with Old Six." Old Six, Su Anfu, was so excited that he jumped onto second sister's fragrant bed. Since moving in with their older brother in the living room, the two brothers haven't slept on a proper bed for a long time. His eyes bright, he turned his head and said, "Fourth sister, can you tell us a story tonight?" Although Old Fifth didn't speak, his eager little eyes said everything. "A story? Do you think you're still old enough for that? How childish." Jiao Jiao, the fourth sister, was too tired to bother with them. She changed the subject. "Tell me, what exactly happened at school today? I saw you two looked upset after school. Since you risked your lives to save your sister today, I'll take responsibility if something's wrong." Old Fifth's small face tightened, and he threw his pillow onto the bed, sitting silently. Old Sixth slowly sat up. He did whatever his older brother did, without saying a word. They both looked stubborn. Jiao Jiao frowned. "Are you trying to make me use family rules?" Old Fifth's mouth twitched. "When did we have family rules? Now." Under the silent gazes of the two brothers, Jiao Jiao remained expressionless. "If you don't tell me, I can ask at school tomorrow." That was pretty tough. It's both questioning and caring. Under the dim kerosene lamp, the worries in the two brothers' hearts couldn't hide in front of Jiao Jiao's bright gaze. Old Fifth, Su Anfu, wiped his eyes fiercely with his arm, his eyes red like a rabbit's. "Today at noon, Old Fifth and I ate meat buns. Some classmates saw us and called us shameless. They said we owed tuition but didn't pay, and accused us of being capitalist dogs, saying we didn't deserve to study with them." He finished with a burst of anger. It seemed he remembered the teasing at school earlier that day, and both brothers clenched their fists tightly. Jiao Jiao listened calmly to Old Fifth's words and nodded. "Got it. Turn off the light. Go to sleep. The last person to bed should pull the curtain in the middle." She waited quietly, expecting her sisters to get angry and scold the classmates who bullied her brothers and to stand up for them. Seeing someone already drifting into sleep, the two brothers felt both shocked and wronged. They held back their feelings, feeling terrible. Their fourth sister was really too mean. Because the brothers thought they were hurt by her yesterday, they went to school this morning with stiff necks, not waiting for Jiao Jiao. They left first. They were hungry. Su Jiao Jiao got up and ate a bowl of cornmeal porridge, then went to school as usual. Today, her desk mate Lu Xiaoqin finally showed a bit of a different attitude. "Good morning, Su Jiao Jiao." Su Jiao Jiao also smiled and replied, "Good morning, Lu Xiaoqin." Lu Xiaoqin's best friend was surprised and pulled her aside quietly. "What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly greeting Su Jiao Jiao?" Lu Xiaoqin awkwardly pulled her hand away and lowered her voice. "I'll tell you later. Anyway, Su Jiao Jiao is actually quite nice." Thinking about the fragrant meat bun from yesterday, Lu Xiaoqin's expression showed a hint of nostalgia. It was so delicious, but unfortunately her parents saw her eating it, so she only had one. Qiao Yating was stunned. Could the person in front of her still be the same good sister who often criticized Su Jiao Jiao for being fake and vain? Even during break, Lu Xiaoqin took out her spicy shrimp snack and shared it with Su Jiao Jiao. Qiao Yating was in a daze. Lu Xiaoqin's parents both worked at the Salt City repair factory. She only has an older brother, and she is the only girl in her family, spoiled since childhood. Since sharing a desk with her, Su Jiao Jiao had never seen her snackless. But this was the first time she ate Lu Xiaoqin's snack. The spicy shrimp snack was sweet, crispy, and not sticky or greasy. Su Jiao took a piece and thought it was quite tasty. She was touched and said, "Xiaoqin, you're so kind. You're willing to share such expensive snacks with me. I was so blind before. I wish I had become friends with you earlier. I really regret it now." Su Jiao's heartfelt words almost made her feel like she was pounding her chest. Lu Xiaoqin's face turned red from the compliment, and she shyly pushed her.
Oh.
"You're so cheesy when you talk." Su Jiao looked serious. "What's cheesy? I'm telling the truth. It's from my heart." Lu Xiaoqin covered her mouth and kept laughing. Her eyes looked at Su Jiao almost like a sister's. Thinking back to the past, she might have been mistaken. She quickly said happily, "The past is the past. From now on, we're good friends." Su Jiao nodded happily. Yes. You're so kind." He. Nearby, Qiao Yiting and a few others watched their interaction in confusion. Is this what it means to be friends? I feel like something is strange, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is. Because Su Jiao took the initiative to be friendly, she smoothly joined their small girl group through Lu Xiaoqin. Jiao, you used to never hang out with us. We've been classmates for almost a year and you only played with the boys. I thought there was something wrong with you. A few girls in our class even whispered behind your back, saying you're like a fox spirit, trying to pick up guys, calling you not proper. Lu Xiaoqin is a straightforward girl. When she feels something, she speaks openly. When she said this, a few other girls nearby looked uncomfortable. They secretly cursed Lu Xiaoqin. Can she say such things in front of the person involved? Isn't she being rude? They quickly said, Jiao, we didn't say that. All of them are girls around 15 or 16, about to get married. If this gossip got out, their reputation would be ruined. At the same time, they silently decided not to tell Lu Xiaoqin any more secrets in the future. She talks too much and can't keep things to herself. Who told you that? I was talking about Su Weifang. She's practically shouting in the classroom, spreading bad rumors about Jiao, acting like she's seen everything clearly, with details and everything. Otherwise, I wouldn't have misunderstood Jiao before. It was her spreading false rumors and misleading me. Lu Xiaoqin directly named Su Weifang. Her family isn't poor, and she's not from a shoe factory family, so she's not afraid to offend anyone. Su Weifang is said to be the favorite of the vice director of the shoe factory. She and Jiao have always been rivals, each one not willing to admit defeat. Today, she just took a day off for some reason. Otherwise, she would have argued with Jiao every day, without missing a chance. Qiao Yiting, who was defending Jiao, angrily said, Jiao, we all know what kind of person you are. Su Weifang is probably jealous because you don't look as good as her. Jealousy makes people ugly, and there's classmate Zonglin. Su Weifang is interested in him, but Zonglin only has eyes for Jiao. This was a quiet whisper from a girl with a ponytail. But everyone heard her and looked at Jiao with teasing smiles. Jiao pretended not to see their gossiping eyes. She just looked at them with a moved and shy expression, feeling both ashamed and grateful. I was cold to you before. Now you're still willing to play with me and trust me. I really don't know what to say. I understand why the person speaking talks badly about me. I reflect on myself and realize that I used to play a lot with male classmates. Actually, this is because I was not well liked by girls when I was young. When I entered high school, I thought it would be the same, but I was wrong. I met good classmates this time. You are kind, tolerant, and very friendly to me. I can't believe I misunderstood you all. I really feel sorry. Su Jiao sang and played music, making the girls in the class feel both sad and ashamed. Although they didn't say harsh words before, they had once formed small groups to exclude Su Jiao. Finally, Lu Xiaoqin waved her hand and made a decision. Let's forget about those old petty issues. Beautiful girls are often envied. Your former classmates were just jealous. We are different. We have big stomachs and can carry boats. What does having a big stomach to carry a boat mean? Haha, it means a big-hearted person can handle anything. Lu Xiaoqin blushed and said proudly, Whoever can carry the boat, let them do it. From now on, Jiao Jiao, you are our good sister. Good sisters eat lunch together. The girls' lunchboxes were placed together. Some had braised pork and steamed salted fish. Others had wild vegetables and black cornbread. They didn't compare or dislike each other. They shared bites, laughed happily, and their friendship grew quickly. Today, no one sat at Zhong Lin's seat. I heard he was on leave for some reason. Su Jiao Jiao thought. No wonder she felt more at ease today. After school in the afternoon, Su Jiao Jiao saw old 5 Su and old 6 Su as she left the school gate. Oh, I thought these two would ignore me again. Why are you just standing there? Come on. Old 5 Su said gruffly. If our mom hadn't told us to watch over you, old 6 and I would have left long ago. He was still holding a grudge. He secretly hoped all day that old 4 Su would suddenly appear and beat up the classmates who bullied him and old 6 so they could get revenge. But, after waiting all day, no one showed up. Old 5 Su's bad mood was obvious. Su Jiao Jiao looked at old 6 Su, who was just like old 5 Su, more timid, with swollen eyes, clearly having cried. She found it funny and deliberately asked, "What are you two doing? Are you really hoping I'll go fight for you? I'm sorry, but I rely on my younger brother for support and don't have the ability to take care of a young lady at this time." Yesterday, 2 brothers, Su Laowu and Su Laolu, confidently said they would work hard to support their sister. The 2 brothers blushed with shame and lowered their heads. The young man who boasted a lot needs to learn a lesson. Su Jiao Jiao regularly scolds her 2 younger brothers with love and then goes home with her 2 little followers. As soon as she goes upstairs, she sees her mother, Wan Hongxia, arguing with He Chunfeng from next door. Her second sister, Su Anxia, stands nearby but can't get involved. Helping her mother isn't needed. Breaking up the fight isn't her job either, and there are many people around, so she doesn't stand out. She can only stand aside and feel anxious. Neither woman is willing to back down, pulling hair and grabbing faces, creating a chaotic scene. People watching and trying to break up the fight crowd the hallway. He Chunfeng is shorter and weaker than Wan Hongxia, so she is being pushed around and beaten.
Ah, Wan Hongxia.
If you have the guts, just beat me to death and let everyone at the shoe factory see how your family bossed around. Bullying our hero's family, where's justice in that? He Chunfeng, covered in her hair and shouting, refuses to give in. Su Tian is guilty? You should go find him and argue. It's none of your business whether my son marries or not. Stop gossiping behind our backs. Wan Hongxia finally vents her long-held anger today. She seizes the chance, grabs He Chunfeng's collar and pulls her down. He Chunfeng, embarrassed and angry, pulls her collar back. With so many grown men around, if her collar gets torn, how can she live? Old Gua, help me. Wan Hongxia has gone crazy. She's going to beat me to death. Old Gua. He Chunfeng screams and calls out toward her house. But her door is tightly shut, and although she can hear footsteps inside, no one opens the door. It's obvious no one inside wants to help He Chunfeng. Even though she yells loudly, no one responds. Finally, after Wan Hongxia slaps He Chunfeng several times, her face swells, and even the onlookers find it hard to watch anymore. Her door finally opens from inside. Gua Manxiang, with his arms hanging, wore a cadre's shirt. He pushed open the door, first glancing at He Chunfeng, who was sobbing on the ground, with a look of disdain. Then he looked at Wan Hongxia, who also had messy hair. This woman had lost her man, was poorly dressed and fed, but she was still beautiful. Just standing there, she was pleasing to look at. Even if she had just argued and fought like a shrew, you wouldn't dislike her rudeness. No wonder Deputy Factory Director Su. A feeling of contempt flashed through Gua Manxiang's mind, but his face was full of apology and politeness. Sorry, sister-in-law. My wife has been spoiled by me.
Just ignore what she said today.
Whatever Tian has done to the factory, since the leaders have made a decision, those past matters are over. I apologize to you on her behalf. She's just an ordinary woman, not as educated as you, quick to speak without thinking. Don't take her words seriously. His words made Su Jiao Jiao curl her lips. Sure enough, he was a clever person from the factory committee. His apology was sincere, but it also reminded you that your husband's actions shouldn't be forgotten. If the leaders say it's over, it really is. You should keep that in mind. My wife was wrong, but she was just quick-tongued. She didn't say anything wrong. I won't poke at you, and you shouldn't be ungrateful. Just accept the good and stop there. Wu Huiqin, who had been watching the scene from the side, immediately jumped in. Yeah, Hongxia, Director Gua has spoken. We didn't say anything wrong about your family's matters. How can you hide everything from everyone? Wan Hongxia completely ignored the pretentious Guo Manqiang and Wu Huiqin, who was acting like a clown. She looked at everyone and said coldly, Today, I, Wan Hongxia, am making this clear. Whether my son gets married or not is none of your business. Su Tian is dead, and I am still his mother. If I hear you talking behind my son and daughter-in-law's backs again, one night I might come with a kitchen knife. Don't be surprised then. She left a harsh warning. Wan Hongxia turned around and said, Let's go home. Guo Manqiang and the others looked unhappy. Hongxia has changed a lot since Yu Tian died. She's becoming more unreasonable. Now she's like a mother wolf protecting her cubs. Why are you provoking her? Some people in the family compound were not clear-headed, but others could speak fairly. People's opinions about the Su family were mixed and quite complicated. After watching her mother bravely fight, Su Jiao was still excited when she got home, but her mother grabbed her ear.
Su Ziao, Mom.
That hurts. Wan Hongxia pinched her ear tightly and said angrily, You still know it hurts? I heard you were so brave yesterday, threatening to call the police and even talking about jumping off a bridge, right? You really have some nerve, fourth brother. This morning, after coming back from night shift, she overheard whispers. When she heard that her daughter was forced to death by Grandma Yi, Wan Hongxia was so scared she almost fainted. Except for her eldest brother, who didn't come home. Everyone else gathered around Wan Hongxia, begging for her daughter's safety. Maybe it was just a scare, and Wan Hongxia snorted coldly before releasing her grip. Humph, although you were reckless, at least your mind is sharper than your older brother and two younger brothers. She praised her and still pinched her ear. Su Jiao rubbed her red ear, feeling wronged. Wan Hongxia immediately understood what she was thinking and snorted coldly. I'm just trying to teach you a lesson. Next time, let your older brother take the lead. If not, your two younger brothers can step in. You're eating so much food and raising them for nothing. You can't even protect your own sister. What a useless thing. Su's fifth and sixth brothers were harshly criticized by their mother, feeling like useless kids. Thinking about yesterday's events, Su and Xia touched her chest, still a bit scared. I don't know why Grandma Yi suddenly came to the door. Didn't Big Brother tell Yi Hua that they would settle things in the second half of the year? Why did the Yi family suddenly say Big Brother doesn't want Hua anymore? This was also confusing for everyone. But since so much had happened yesterday, and the siblings cared about Big Brother's feelings, they didn't ask further. Seeing the children looking at her eagerly, Wan Hongxia sighed and decided to tell them some things. Su Jiao didn't expect that she was actually involved in this. That day, when she just woke up, she saw the matchmaker who introduced her to Big Brother. She mainly went to convey the bride's family's wishes. The marriage was okay, but the Su family's young girl had to leave home. The reason was quite absurd, saying she was cursed to harm her relatives. There was also a reason given, claiming that Su Tian's death was caused by Su Jiao's curse. Nonsense. Su fifth brother was furious. He suddenly stood up. If Su old fourth is cursed, why didn't it kill me? The Su family. Su Jiao. Although I appreciate you proving that I can't be close to you, there's really no need to use yourself as an example. Thank you. The issue of being close is completely false. However, the Yi family is unreasonable enough to demand that the younger sister-in-law leave home over this, which makes Wan Hongxia very angry. Wan Hongxia can't tolerate their behavior. Later, she told her eldest son directly, asking him whether he wanted his sister or his wife. As expected, Brother Su chose his sister without hesitation and broke up with Yi Hua. After hearing this, Su Jiao thought, fine, the old witch was right. She really is a troublemaker. She was speechless. Feeling upset, Su Jiao Jiao stayed up late that night angrily scrolling through the shopping group chat. In the end, she spent all her remaining shopping money to buy 100 packs of a certain brand of laundry detergent to boost sales. Each pack had 12 small bags. Su Jiao Jiao. Next time, she won't stay up late to browse shopping groups. Her mind gets fuzzy, and she tends to make mistakes. Nowadays, soap is considered a luxury item. If laundry detergent is sold, it would definitely sell well, but it's hard to get. Seeing money to be made, but unable to get it is frustrating. Because of her older brother's situation, her mother, Wan Hongxia, has been in a bad mood these days, and Su Jiao Jiao didn't dare mention quitting school. She still has to continue studying. That day after school, Lu Xiaoqin and a few others insisted that Su Jiao Jiao go with them to the supply and marketing cooperative. They said a batch of defective fabrics had arrived, and a few girls were eager to grab some. They walked arm in arm, chattering happily. Suddenly, they started talking about future jobs, and Su Jiao Jiao asked if they knew which companies were hiring recently. Are we even graduated yet? Do we need to think about jobs so early? Chao Yating, a girl with a long ponytail, small stature, and a sweet voice, asked curiously. It's nothing. I was just about to tell you too. You know my family situation. Several brothers burden us heavily. My eldest brother is getting married, my second sister is saving for her dowry, and the 4 younger brothers all need to eat. I plan to stop studying and find a job to help lighten the family load. What? Lu Xiaoqin and Chao Yating were both surprised and worried. They had just met Su Jiao Jiao and become good friends, and now they might have to part ways? Hey, if your family is having trouble, just tell me. I remember today Teacher Zhang came to see you about your tuition. If you don't have money, I can lend you some. Lu Xiaoqin was anxious and stomped her foot. She had money, so why didn't she ask to borrow it? Chao Yating clenched her teeth and said, I can lend you my pocket money too, Jiao Jiao. Don't do something stupid. Our country is just starting to recover, and we need talented people now. The teacher said that if we get into college, we will be assigned jobs after graduation. Our future will be bright. Giving up now is just not worth it. I know, but I can't be so selfish. My older brother and sister took care of me before. Now that I'm grown up, I need to find a job to support my younger brother. Su Jiao Jiao had also considered going to college. Sure, if she got in, the government would provide food, and even if there was a famine outside, she wouldn't go hungry in school. But what about her family? You can't be too selfish. Since she had taken someone else's body, she had to pay back this karma. She couldn't just watch her family eat coarse food and suffer. During times of famine, people could even die from hunger. She simply couldn't do that. Of course, these reasons were only part of the truth. The main reason was the purchasing group. The purchasing group was where she really made her money, by buying things for others. Studying was delaying her chance to get rich. Having a job as a cover would be best. Su Jiao Jiao's eyes gradually fell on the grand sign of the 10 Miles Bridge Supply and Marketing Cooperative, painted in bright red nearby. Unknowingly, they had already arrived at the entrance. Watching the customers coming and going, the wide variety of goods, and the busy sales clerks. It would be great if she could work in this supply and marketing cooperative. Su Jiao Jiao raised her eyebrows, thinking about how likely it was to succeed here. Suddenly, someone from the counter shouted, "Just received a batch of defective cloth, 2.5 cents per foot, no receipts needed, first come, first served." The crowd immediately surged forward in excitement. These days, cloth tickets were rare. When there was defective cloth, the sales clerks would secretly distribute it, and only a small amount would be sold openly. Most people couldn't get it. Today was a rare chance. She had to fight for it. Today, I heard there weren't many defective fabrics available. Sisters, let's go for it. Putting saving my good friends aside for now, Lu Xiaoqin used all her strength to pull Su Jiao Jiao into the supply and marketing cooperative. Here they come. Here they come. Everyone, don't push. Su Jiao Jiao was pushed forward by the crowd, surrounded by heads, with noise all around her. After a while, outside the supply and marketing cooperative, Lu Xiaoqin happily hugged the 3-foot defective fabric she had grabbed, panting heavily. She excitedly grabbed Su Jiao Jiao and said, "Jiao Jiao, you were so amazing just now. If it weren't for you, Yuting and I wouldn't have been able to get any defective fabric today." Xiao Yuting also got 2 feet of fabric. She nodded firmly, agreeing with Lu Xiaoqin. Yes, yes. Those women were so fierce. Jiao Jiao was quick and sneaky, weaving through the crowd. If it were me, I'd have been squeezed into a pancake hot.
Hey,
You're joking. You're so skinny. I was counting on you to help, but then you disappeared in a flash. Lu Xiaoqin rolled her eyes at Xiao Yuting. Xiao Yuting sighed. Who can blame me? I wanted to help, but that older lady next to me was so fierce, she almost elbowed me out of the way.
haha.
Su Jiao Jiao and Lu Xiaoqin burst out laughing. Thanks to Su Jiao Jiao's strong help, Lu Xiaoqin and Xiao Yuting managed to get the defective fabric. To thank her, they warmly invited Su Jiao Jiao to eat at the state-run restaurant. Both of them came from families of workers. Besides their parents, older brothers and sisters often slipped them small change. They were true little rich girls. Money was never a problem. Xiao Yuting took Su Jiao Jiao's arm and said, "Come on, I'll treat you to beef noodle soup. The master chef at the Nanjing state-run restaurant makes the best."
No, thanks.
That's a waste of money, Su Jiao Jiao said shyly. When she was grabbing the defective fabric earlier, the electronic broadcast from her shopping group kept ringing in her mind. 6 feet of defective fabric, no money spent on fabric tickets. It was now quietly stored in her agent's small warehouse. Don't be so polite, Lu Xiaoqin, who wasn't short of money, pulled her to leave. I tell you, the master chef at the Nanjing state-run restaurant makes the best beef noodle soup, Su Jiao Jiao. A clear female voice called out, stopping the girls as they happily prepared to leave. Turning her head, she saw that it was Su Weifang, her classmate who had taken several days off from school. If you ask who Su Weifang is, no one in the shoe factory's residential area doesn't know her. With her talent for being born into the right family, she can't be outdone by anyone. Su Weifang is known as the Golden Bump of the shoe factory's residential area. She is the only biological daughter of Deputy Factory Director Su Xianghua. Her mother, Wei Qingmei, prayed and took many health-preserving medicines to safely give birth to her only child. Of course, she is also the person that Jiao Jiao finds most annoying. She looked at the girl with her chin raised high and her bangs covering her forehead, rolled her eyes, and said bluntly, "If you have something to say, just say it. If you have nothing to do, don't waste others' time. If you're just here to show off or mock, forget it. Even if you say it, I won't be jealous. On the contrary, I've been living happily lately, secretly smiling even when I sleep at night. You can't hurt me. Dealing with someone like Su Weifang, you can't be polite." In the past, she was too courteous, listening to her brag and then getting angry before replying. But after regaining her memories from her previous life, Jiao Jia realized she shouldn't waste time on unimportant people. Some pointless conversations are better to skip. After all, she still has the master chef's beef stew noodles at the Nanjing state-run hotel waiting for her. She can't afford to delay. Across from her, Su Weifang was holding her cousin Tang Qingqing's hand, her pretty face turning green with anger. She stomped her foot and glared angrily at Jiao Jiao. Why was this girl suddenly acting out of character? Today, she was wearing a new biology dress, delicate little leather shoes, and her cousin Tang Qingqing was holding a big, bright red apple.
How was she supposed to show off with that?
Jiao Jiao also saw the big red apple in Tang Qingqing's hand. It looked shiny and juicy. She silently swallowed her saliva. She hadn't eaten fruit in a long time and suddenly regretted spending all her shopping money on laundry detergent last night. It would have been better to keep a few coins to buy 2 apples to snack on. You, Su Weifang gritted her teeth. Her sour gaze fell on Jiao Jiao's porcelain white face. After holding back for a while, she shouted loudly, "You're really getting worse. You can be happy over a few scraps of cloth. You're short-sighted and will never be successful in life. People say I have no future, but so what? I can rely on a man. You, my cousin, don't know this. When you were busy working as a small Russian translator on a business trip with Uncle and making the newspaper to praise the shoe factory, I was busy hanging out with a young boy, buying meat buns to eat. I even shared food with my two younger brothers. A girl shouldn't be so shameless. It's embarrassing. Tang Qingqing, my cousin's older sister, nodded in support. She used her words to belittle me and boast about her own recent achievements. As adults, she's more straightforward than me, but her way of showing off has a bit of a sneaky, insincere tone. Bragging about yourself? You're crazy. I didn't bother to respond to them. What's the point? So what if I was a small Russian translator, or made the newspaper? If you're so great, go ahead and be proud. I don't envy you. No one cares about your bragging. Just do your own thing. I grabbed Lu Xiaoqin and Xiao Yiting, telling them not to get into trouble with those fools. Let's go eat beef noodles. It's always the same with Su Weifang. If she's not being picked on or insulted, she feels like she can't go on living. And that woman with the short hair, I recognized her. She's just the sales clerk from the last time I went to the supply store. She looks down on people and treats me badly. It turns out she's Su Weifang's cousin. That explains everything. They're all the same kind of people. Su Weifang and Tang Qingqing launched a fierce attack on her. I thought even if she wasn't furious, she'd at least argue back. But she didn't say a word, and just left. She left? She just walked away like that? Ignoring us and leaving without a word? It felt like hitting a pillow, no impact at all. Why does it make me so frustrated? Su Weifang's eyes reddened as she looked at Tang Qingqing. What did she mean? Did she insult me? Does she look down on me? Tang Qingqing was speechless, feeling awkward. Yes, she was definitely looking down on her. She watched the girl and the others walk away confidently, feeling amused. I don't understand what's so proud about her. She's just young. She probably doesn't realize the real difference between her and me. One has a father who's a deputy factory director, and the other lost her father. She has 7 or 8 siblings, and life is much harder for her. It's hard to see now, but when she looks for a job or a partner in the future, all the tricks and connections matter. Her looks alone can't make up for that. At the state-run restaurant in the southern part of the city, the 3 of them arrived just in time for the last batch of beef noodles that evening. Each ordered a bowl, but in the end, Lu Xiaoqin and Xiao Yiting insisted on paying for Su Jiaojiao's bowl. A comrade, here are the meal tickets. Please give us a bit more soup. Xiao Yiting eagerly handed the tickets to the server at the window. The woman behind the counter, wearing a pink uniform, didn't seem to hear her. Xiao Yiting stretched out her hand for a long time, but no one took the tickets. Comrade? Xiao Yiting frowned and called again. The server suddenly came to her senses. Holding her chest, she snapped, "Why are you shouting so loud? You scared me."
I've been calling you for a while. Could you please take the tickets?
The server looked even more annoyed. Just put them there. This is a state-run restaurant, full of people shouting. My ears are already ringing. She snatched the tickets and rolled her eyes at them. Find a seat. It's just noodles, no need to make such a fuss. That was the usual attitude of servers in state-run restaurants, gruff and impatient. People were used to it by now. Jiao Jiao, the way Su Weifang acted just now, if it were me, I'd have slapped her already. You're too nice for not arguing with her, Lu Xiaoqin said angrily as soon as they sat down. Xiao Yiting nodded hard. She had been furious too. If Jiao Jiao hadn't held her and Lu Xiaoqin back, she would have rushed over to defend her friend. Su Jiaojia rinsed the bowls and chopsticks for them and said calmly, "Why get angry with her? Su Weifang has loved showing off since we were 3. I'm used to it. Besides, if I ignore her, she'll probably get even more upset. That's what I call payback." Payback? It was the first time Lu Xiaoqin and Xiao Yiting had heard that word used like that. Thinking back to Su Weifang's stiff face, clearly angry but unable to show it, they realized Jiao Jiao might be right. Maybe she's so mad she'll make herself sick. Xiao Yiting laughed. Lu Xiaoqin snorted. Let her show off. Just because she's a Russian translator and got her name in the paper? If her dad weren't the deputy director of a shoe factory, no one would even know her. Always putting on makeup and acting proud. Ha ha ha. Su Jiaojiao and Xiao Yuting couldn't help but laugh. The beef noodle soup at Nanjing's state-owned restaurant is truly a special dish. The thin slices of beef are flavorful, the noodles are chewy, and the broth is delicious. 3 people are eating happily, sweating from the heat. Hey, how can you be so careless, waiter? You spilled food on me. As they were finishing their soup, they heard a loud cry nearby, followed by the sound of a porcelain bowl breaking. Curious, they turned to look. It turned out the waiter, distracted while serving, had fallen and accidentally spilled the customer's braised pork all over their clothes. The customer immediately stood up and angrily scolded the waiter. I saw you taking money from that young girl earlier, and I thought you were careless. You're daydreaming at work and not paying attention. Do you think it's right to earn your monthly salary like this? A waiter who doesn't do their job well shouldn't be working here. The middle-aged man had a stern face and spoke harshly, not giving the waiter any respect. But the waiter didn't seem embarrassed. Instead, she acted tough. It's just some braised pork that fell on the ground. I'll pick it up, wash it, and it'll be fine. I can even ask the chef to add some sauce if you want. Why are you making such a fuss? The middle-aged man was surprised by her unreasonable attitude. You spilled my braised pork, and it's all on the ground. My new clothes are also dirty now. How can you not apologize? Just wash your clothes at home. Move aside and don't bother me with your trouble, the waitress replied dismissively. She glared at the other customers watching the scene. What are you looking at? Nothing to see here. Finish your food and leave quickly. Don't just sit around waiting to lick your plates. You're all just poor folks pretending to be rich. Her words made the middle-aged man very angry. He slammed the table and shouted, "Call the manager. I want to see if this state-owned restaurant still has rules. How can a waiter be so rude? Who gave her the right?" When he mentioned calling the manager, the waitress panicked. Soon, the manager of the restaurant arrived, listened to the story, and publicly scolded the waitress. He also told the middle-aged man he would pay for his braised pork, deducting the cost from the waitress's salary. Although the waitress was unhappy, she had no choice but to accept her punishment under the manager's stern gaze. A farce has finally come to an end. The other's eyes focused on the red braised meat stain on the middle-aged man's chest. TSK, such a big oil stain, and it's on new clothes. You need to wash it with soap. Such a large stain, how much soap would that take? That stuff is expensive, some said to the waiter. She looks like a decent girl. Why doesn't she wear glasses while working? However, Su Jiaojiao immediately thought of the 100 bags of laundry detergent stored in her small warehouse. She squeezed them tightly, filling half her storage. She thought maybe she could try something small. She had already cleared the dishes, but hadn't yet regained her focus. Lu Shaoqin and Xiao Yuting exchanged glances, unsure what Su Jiaojiao was thinking, but she was smiling. Perhaps with mischief? Jiaojiao, we're leaving, they called her. Su Jiaojiao snapped back to her senses. Oh, coming. Thinking to herself, she decided to wait for the middle-aged man to come out. Coincidentally, he might be upset after not eating, and he carried his braised meat in an aluminum lunchbox, looking angry as he stepped out. Wait for me, you two, Su Jiaojiao said before chasing after the man. Comrade, she called out to the man ahead. The middle-aged man, in a bad mood, frowned and looked back. Seeing a young girl, he asked, You called me? Do you need something? Su Jiaojiao smiled warmly, stepped closer and lowered her voice. Comrade, I saw your clothes were stained with the oil from the braised meat at the state-run restaurant. These are new clothes, right? It would be a shame not to wash them properly. The man was unsure of her meaning. And, well, I happen to have some homemade laundry soap made from soapberry powder, a special recipe. It can make your clothes look brand new, and after washing, you won't smell the braised meat at all. Lu Shaoqin and Xiao Yuting saw Su Jiaojiao suddenly run out to find the man, say a few words, then hand him a small paper package. They then happily trotted back, feeling quite pleased. They didn't ask much, assuming Su Jiaojiao knew the man. Su Jiaojiao, holding a dime in her pocket, happily thought, Flies are small, but they are still meat. Earning a dime is a dime. However, she didn't notice the strange look the middle-aged man gave her as he clutched the small paper package behind his back. Sitting on a bench in the clinic corridor, Su Anchuan had a bandage wrapped around his face and looked very distressed as he stared at the stack of payment receipts in Su Jiao's hand. "Little sister, I told you it's nothing serious. Just go home and put some red medicine on it. Spending money like this is not worth it." The doctor had checked him earlier and said it was a minor infection. The scratched area had ointment applied, and he was told not to get it wet this week. He also needed to come back every 2 days to change the dressing. Originally, Su Anxia was supposed to come this time, but Su Jiao worried that her gentle sister might not handle it well. She knew that Grandma Yi had been pretending to be sick in the hospital these days, thinking she could escape this way. Afraid that Su Anxia might have trouble dealing with the Yi family, Su Jiao and their mother volunteered to accompany their older brother to change the dressing at the clinic. She even took a day off from school for this. This made Old 5 and Old 6 from the Su family very jealous, their eyes turning red. Su Jiao didn't care about her brother's words and shoved the receipt into her bag with a snort. "Don't be afraid. Someone's paying for us. Brother, don't be so proud. You're going to get married someday. If you get a scar, who would want you?" When she mentioned marriage, Su Anchuan's face first turned red, and he rubbed his hands nervously. Then his expression quickly darkened. He smiled casually and said, "Marry? I have you all, that's enough." Su Jiao looked at him with a shocked expression. "Don't even think about it. You're my brother, not my mom. I take care of Mom, but taking care of you makes me exhausted." She clearly refused. Su Anchuan looked hurt. A young nurse in a white uniform approached and called out, "Is Su Anchuan here? Come in for your dressing." Su Anchuan immediately stood up. I am Su Anchuan." Oh dear, seeing him in a white coat in this hospital made him look nervous. Next time, he shouldn't listen to his little sister. It was both costly and tiring. Seeing his panicked look, the small nurse with apple-shaped face couldn't help but smile sweetly. "It's just a dressing change, comrade. You're such a big guy. Why are you so nervous?" Her smile made Su Anchuan's face turn even redder. He felt embarrassed. As they were talking, a woman with 2 braids and dressed in blue work clothes suddenly stormed over, looking furious. She ran over, scolding as she approached, and then pounced on Su Anchuan. "You abandoned me, and now you're causing trouble for my mother. Fine, no wonder you don't want to be with me anymore. You already have someone else. You shameless woman. How dare you fight over a man with me? Where are your leaders? Where are they? Today I must ask your hospital's leaders how they run things. Did the nurses under your supervision flirt with my partner? Do you care?" The nurse with a cute apple face, who was just smiling, suddenly turned pale with fear. "You can't talk nonsense." Her wild behavior made Su Jiao immediately guess who this woman with swollen eyes was. The young nurse was almost crying with worry, but she was not easy to scare. She pointed at Yi Qiuhua and angrily said, "Why are you talking nonsense? I don't know this man at all. If you keep lying, I will tear your mouth apart." She was a pure girl, confused about how she got involved in this messy situation. The man was strong and fierce, not her type at all. "Not knowing you, yet you're so close. Your leg is almost on the man's waist." Seeing the nurse's slim figure and thinking about her own thick waist, Yi Qiuhua felt very jealous. She stepped forward, ready to slap the nurse to vent her anger. Su Chun quickly grabbed her.
"Ye Ohuhua.
"Stop talking nonsense. This has nothing to do with anyone else." He awkwardly looked back and stammered to the nurse, "Sorry, nurse. Don't listen to her. I have nothing to do with you." The nurse blushed and stomped her foot. "Nonsense. Of course we have nothing to do with each other." She looked eager to clear things up. Su Chun was disappointed. Yi Qiuhua was deeply affected. "Fine, you two are flirting right in front of me. Do you think I'm blind?" Suddenly, Su Jiao took the tray from the nurse and threw it at Yi Qiuhua's feet. With a loud bang, Yi Qiuhua stopped in her tracks and took a step back. The tense atmosphere of catching someone in the act was broken. Su Jiao flicked her hand and said impatiently, "If you're sick, go get treatment. The clinic has everything: doctors, medicine." "Who is your man, anyway?" The young lady was not shy, and the nurse sister stood properly, diligently serving the people. You, with your foul mouth, just spit on people's backs. It's unfair for good people to die unjustly and bad people to get away with it. It shows you have a mouth, but you can't speak properly, right? The little nurse looked at her empty hands and then at Su Jiao, her eyes full of admiration. This girl is very good at talking. Unlike her, who is clumsy and can't even curse properly. Yi Chihua finally saw Su Jiao beside her. Her face turned red and then green. She gritted her teeth in fear, saying, "Are you crazy?" The small nurse's tray held scissors and tweezers for changing bandages. These sharp tools, if accidentally dropped on someone, could cause harm. She didn't seem to care about her safety at all. Thinking about everything, it all started with this troublemaker sister. She was furious inside. Someone like Su Anchuan, with so many younger siblings and a family suffering from hardship, she had never looked down on her before. It was her mother who tried to persuade her, saying that honest and straightforward people are easy to handle. The Su family also promised to find connections to make Su Anchuan a regular employee. She had to put on airs for half a month before she finally agreed. Who knew? Suddenly, Su Anchuan's unlucky father passed away. Later, rumors spread that Su Jiao was jealous. At that moment, she believed it was true. She always felt uncomfortable seeing her overly beautiful sister. Old grudges and new ones piled up, and Yi Chihua was furious, her eyes turning red. She shouted, "I'll fight you." Yi Chihua wanted to hit Su Jiao, but before she could, the leader of the health clinic, who had come to stop her, grabbed her by the collar. Yi Chihua immediately found it hard to breathe. She grabbed her collar with both hands, her eyes rolling back. The doctor nearby was alarmed. "Director Sun, let go. If she really choked someone to death, who would be responsible?" Director Sun, who was in charge of the health clinic, quickly released her, feeling awkward. He coughed and said, I heard there's some troublemakers here. Are you all involved?" He had just been reading the newspaper in his office when he heard about the disturbance at the clinic, which involved their nurse. He couldn't sit still and hurried over with his team. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. A strong woman was about to beat up a small, weak girl. That wouldn't be good. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Chihua, feeling wronged, bent over and coughed. The corridor was busy with patients and their families. Director Sun was worried about causing trouble, so he called a few people into his office to talk. In the office, Yi Chihua pushed away the two doctors trying to hold her back. She wiped her nose and eyes, crying with a look of innocence. She pointed at Su Jiao and said, "Comrade leader, you have to help me. That girl wants to ruin my reputation." Yi Chihua exaggerated her story, adding details about how Su Jiao knocked over a nurse's tray and threw it at her. She even had knives and scissors inside. "She's trying to destroy my good name as an engaged young lady. Can you believe how mean she is?" Director Sun looked at Su Jiao with surprise. She was a sweet, pretty girl. Was she really that fierce? But he knew he couldn't believe just one side. He asked, "Is what she's saying true?" Su Jiao didn't deny it. "Yes, I did break the tray, but did I hurt her? The clinic is for patients to rest. Why do people complain so much? People like her, who lack manners, should be stopped. I did the right thing as a good citizen." The clinic leader was speechless. How could he respond? After all, the young girl was just trying to protect the patients. Just then, someone knocked on the office door. Two serious-looking police officers, a man and a woman, entered. Director Sun was surprised. He quickly stood up. "Comrades, what's going on? Who called the police?" "It was just a small argument and a fight. Why did it escalate to calling the police?" "And who called them?" Director Sun felt his bald head seem even more shiny. A young nurse who followed the police immediately puffed out her chest. "It was me. Thanks to a reminder from Xiao Su," she remembered. If she was upset, she should call the police. Director Sun's face darkened. He pointed at the nurse. "What does this have to do with you?" The nurse pouted, looking upset.
"Dad."
"I was almost beaten to death by that crazy woman. I asked the police to help me."
"What?"
Director Sun slammed the table, his face turning grim. His daughter had been bullied in his own workplace. Su Jiao Jiao raised her eyebrows and glanced at Yi Qiuhua, who looked stiff and panicked. Oh, there's a saying. When disaster strikes, even flies will come to defecate on you. This person is so unlucky. She casually bullies a little nurse, and her father is the head of the health clinic. 2 police officers, what are you investigating? Rest assured, our health clinic never tolerates bullying or cruelty. Feel free to ask, and we will cooperate fully. Director Sun didn't even look at Yi Qiuhua's begging eyes and spoke firmly and seriously. Yi Qiuhua's body softened, and she collapsed onto a nearby nurse. The nurse she leaned on. Help. The sharp gaze of the director was looking right at her. When she learned that her daughter had stood up for her, not only did she not get any benefit, but she also ended up in trouble herself. Now, she's already been taken to the police station. Ye's wife felt dizzy. She couldn't hold it in anymore. She scrambled up from the hospital bed, clutching her older and second son's arms, crying desperately. War, my poor War. De Yong, Yong, you must save your sister. Your mother's life is hard. I married into the Yi family when I was 8. Your grandma never gave me a kind look. Your deadbeat father used a belt to beat me hard at night. I dared not shout or cry. When War was born, your deadbeat father left, and I finally felt some relief. War is my life. I can't lose her. Yi De Yong and Yi Yong, the 2 brothers, had been suffering a lot these days. They had to take care of their sick mother and stop their sister from causing trouble and demanding to confront Su Anchuan. But no matter how careful they were, it was just their luck that today she ran into trouble. And they didn't expect that Su Anchuan was also with Su Jiao Jiao. That girl was always up to no good. Sure enough, their sister was taken in. Nowadays, a girl who hasn't married yet ends up in the police station. How will she find a husband in the future? Their sister's reputation was completely ruined. After comforting their mother and listening to her complaints, the 2 brothers frowned with worry and hurriedly headed to the Su family. They didn't go to the police station first. They weren't fools. The key was with the Su family. As long as the Su family didn't hold a grudge, their sister and mother wouldn't be in trouble. They also worried that the Su family wouldn't like them, so this time, the brothers decided to be smart. They looked around and found they had some distant relatives connected to the shoe factory. They spent a lot of money giving some gifts and asked this person, who could barely be called a distant cousin, to go with them to talk to the Su family about this matter. Cousin, please help us when you get to the Su family later. You must not let them cause trouble again. Yi Daong carried 1/2 kilogram of potatoes and 3 eggs, feeling nervous inside. He was now really afraid of being bothered. If it weren't for his mother in the hospital and his sister who was in trouble, he wouldn't want to get involved with the Su family anymore. He always felt something was off. Be sure to speak nicely. Yi Xiaoyong looked worried and added quietly. That girl from the Su family was very sharp-tongued, more like a knife. Anyway, he and his brothers weren't her match. The cousin looked down on how scared and timid the 2 brothers seemed. He had one hand in a sling and the other behind his back, walking confidently in front of them, ignoring them completely. Yi Xiaoyong scratched his head and looked at his older brother, whispering, "Do you think the cousin can do it?" Yi Daong also felt nervous, but he had already spent the money, so he couldn't just give up. He gritted his teeth and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Cousin is a top leader at the shoe factory. Convincing the Su family is just a matter of a few words for him." Really? Just as they knocked on the door, they were turned away. Yi Xiaoyong secretly glanced at his cousin, who looked angry. This cousin didn't seem as impressive as his older brother said. His expression was very straightforward, and the cousin behind him looked even angrier. "And Chun, it's me, your Uncle Chong. I have something to talk to you about. Just open the door at home." The cousin spoke gently, calling inside. Yes, the 2 brothers from the Yi family had brought in the recent hero of the shoe factory, Guomanqiang, who was very popular lately. He called Su Anchuan because he knew only Su Anchuan would open the door for him now. And Chun, Guomanqiang sat on the Su family sofa, acting like an elder. We're all relatives. Even if the 2 families didn't become in-laws, you and Qiuhua have known each other. As men, you should be generous. You abandoned her first, so what if she scolds you a few times? It's not worth making a big fuss over. I think this matter is over now. De Yong's mother is not in good health and is still in the clinic. If she gets too angry, it could be bad. And Chun, do you still want to keep your reputation, your sister's reputations, and the family's good name? This kind of talk, which sounds polite but actually contains a hidden threat, is something only Guomanqiang can say so confidently. Seeing her older brother's tight jaw, Su Jiao knew he was affected by Guomanqiang's words. She sighed inwardly. So, she thought, why not just tell these three to leave her house directly? Why bother with politeness? Whether they are from the same factory or not, to deal with shameless people, you have to be shameless too. Fortunately, her older brother isn't so easily scared by Guomanqiang. Uncle Chang, normally I should give you face as a junior, but the Yi family is too mean. They've not only damaged Jiao's reputation but also repeatedly hurt her. Now, they're involved with others. This isn't just about whether our Su family wants to make a fuss. It's about whether the director of the clinic's daughter wants to care. The director of the clinic? This involves the director's daughter? Guomanqiang's eyebrows twitched, and he looked at the two Yi brothers with a cold gaze. They hadn't told him about this. Yi De-yong shrank his neck and dared not speak. Yi Xiaoyong was even more afraid. Since he entered the Su family, he had been hiding his hands at the door. They're all hopeless cases that can't be relied on. Guomanqiang suppressed his irritation, smiled at the Su siblings, and stood up. Since that's the case, Uncle Chang will not interfere anymore. You two can settle your issues yourselves. I won't get involved. After saying this, he looked coldly at the two Yi brothers, patted his butt, and left. Guomanqiang has always been someone who knows when to act wisely. He wouldn't offend the clinic director just for a few pigs from the Yi family.
Ye Da-yong and Ye Xiaoyong.
They were stunned, like abandoned little cabbages, their faces full of grief after losing their mother. Su Jiao crossed her arms and mocked. Oh, I thought you two came with sincerity today. Turns out you brought a backup to pressure us. Too bad, you found a coward. As soon as they heard about the clinic director, they got scared and ran away. Yi De-yong's face darkened more and more. Yi Xiaoyong looked sad and whispered angrily, I told you this uncle isn't good. We wasted 2 pounds of pork for nothing. Su Jiao pulled a small face. What? You two even gave 2 pounds of pork to Guomanqiang? My older brother and I have been hurt physically and mentally by your mother and sister. If you didn't send us some pork to help us feel better and instead gave it to Guomanqiang, what do you two mean? Yi Daong was a bit confused. From Su Jiao's words, he seemed to sense something. Compared to him, his younger brother Yi Xiaoyong was more straightforward. He asked, surprised, You also want pork? Su Jiao raised her chin. How rare. Shouldn't victims ask for compensation from the offenders? Su Anchuan suddenly turned around and looked at his sister in shock. This situation was getting a bit strange. Jiao had just confidently said she wouldn't forgive the Yi family, so how come? Su Jiao picked up the apology gifts brought by Yi Daong with 2 fingers, looking very surprised. 1/2 kilo of potatoes and 3 eggs. Giving Guomanqiang 2 pounds of pork, and this is all we get? Is this your sincerity in apologizing, Yi family? I think you're just provoking us on purpose. Yi Daong and his brother Yi Xiaoyong's faces immediately turned red like pig liver. They suddenly realized what was happening. No need to try to make peace with a cousin. Maybe giving the 2 pounds of pork directly to the Su family could get them a good face. But now, their little sister was giving them a hard time right in front of everyone. Damn it, this girl. How can her words be so irritating? Then tell me, what do you want? Yi Daong's dark eyes looked at Su Jiao. He knew he couldn't win against this girl, so he accepted defeat. But if she dared to ask for too much, Yi Daong, would fight to the end, even if it meant making the Su family suffer. Su Anchuan nervously stepped in front of his sister. He didn't understand why his little sister suddenly changed her mind, but he had figured out in the past few days that he wasn't as clever as her. Listening to her was the safest choice. Su Jiao pushed away her wary older brother, her face calm. Don't look at me like that. To be honest, the power is in our hands now. If we want you to live, you live. If we want you to die, you die. She spoke slowly and clearly, every word making people's spines chill. Thinking of their mother at the health clinic, the girl in the police station, and the Yi brothers' legs trembling, they both collapsed. Yi Dayong's courage suddenly drained away. Yi Xiaoyong almost cried. Is there no justice? I just scolded you a little, and now you're threatening to kill us. This woman is too cruel. Even Brother Su looked at his sister in shock. His hand trembled. Sister, life and death, it's really too much. Su Jiao, with a dark face, interrupted them. All right. I was just saying that. Who really cares about life or death? You're so timid. It turned out she was trying to scare them. The Yi brothers finally relaxed and felt their legs regain some feeling. They cursed inside. They've never seen such a troublemaker of a girl. To avoid more misunderstandings, Su Jiao stopped beating around the bush. She raised an eyebrow. Let me be clear. Our Su family is not a soft target. We can't be bullied easily. This time, you ran into trouble. Consider it bad luck or a warning to others. She wanted to show everyone what happens to those who mess with the Su family. Before speaking further, Su Jiao looked at Su Anchuan. Now, I'll make the decision. Brother, you have no objections, right? Seeing his suddenly imposing little sister, Brother Su shook his head like a rattle. He had no objections. How could he?
Su Ziao not dead.
She sat on a bench, looking serious at the two honest Yi brothers. First, my eldest brother needs compensation for medical expenses, emotional damages, and nutritional costs. After this incident, the relationship between my brother and your sister is broken. Whether we can still become in-laws in the future, we'll see. The Yi brothers rolled their eyes inwardly. No way. With a sister like her, they can't afford Su Anchuan as a brother-in-law. Their disgust was written all over their faces. Brother Su awkwardly scratched his head. Meanwhile, Su Jiao was still counting on her fingers. And also, myself, I didn't want to bring this up, but clearly, I was the trigger in this farce. I am the one called the troublemaker, and I was also greatly hurt in the process. No medical expenses, but emotional damages and nutritional costs should be paid, right? I even took a day off school to go with my brother to the clinic. The missed classes should be compensated too. Your mother caused a fuss, and now the people at the shoe factory's family compound look at me differently. Before they change their minds about me, I should pay for my psychological therapy sessions. Anyway, that's all for now. After all, I am a kind-hearted person. Su Jiao finished her story, still feeling satisfied. She knew when to stop, understanding that a rabbit can bite when it's cornered. The two brothers from the Yi family looked angrier and more stubborn as they listened. By the end, they almost lost their patience at her shameless words. That girl is too shameless. Our Yi family is too honest, so we haven't fought back. But if we let her do whatever she wants, it's too frustrating. Yi Daong finally managed to say, "You can't be so unreasonable." Before he finished, Su Jiao nonchalantly pointed her finger again. Wasting words and saliva. Ugly men hurting the eyes. Yi Daong almost felt like he was bleeding inside. He clutched his chest and shouted, "Stop gesturing." I agree. Just put away those fingers. After settling the compensation, both sides could finally shake hands peacefully. The two brothers from the Yi family didn't want to stay at the Su families anymore. They were afraid they might lose control if they stayed longer. Come back. Su Jiao called out. Yi Daong turned around with a dark face. He looked at Su Jiao and muttered, "What else is there?" Su Jiao leaned against the doorframe, unhappy. She said, "Why so rude? I'm just trying to help, reminding you to bring back the 2 gene of pork that Guoman Qiang took. He's a hero who saved people from a fire, and he didn't even get his pork back. How can you be so disrespectful? It affects Guo Director's reputation. You guys shouldn't think everyone is as greedy as me. These days, earning a little salary isn't easy. 2 gene of pork can make a meal of dumplings at home. Trust me, go get the pork back. Don't be so proud and stubborn. Think about your mother lying on the hospital bed. How would she want to live her days?" Yi Daong and Yi Xiaorong stood like wooden posts outside Guoman Qiang's house. Neither of them moved. Yi Xiaorong frowned and hesitated, asking his brother, "Brother, Do we really have to ask Uncle Gua for the 2 gene of pork? Yi Daong scowled at him. What do you suggest we do then? He was feeling upset inside, but he wasn't stupid. He could tell that Su Jiao Jiao, that bratty girl, was deliberately encouraging them. But she was right about one thing. Since the matter wasn't settled, why should he give her the pork? Thinking this way, Yi Daong felt more justified. He straightened his back, took a deep breath, and raised his fist to knock on the door. Quickly, Yi Xiaoyong grabbed his fist. This is our cousin-in-law. Yi Daong shook him off. Cousin-in-law? That's 1,000 miles away. 500 years ago, maybe our Yi family was related to the Su family. Did Su Jiao Jiao soften when she lied about us? Yi Daong shouted loudly at the end. Yi Xiaoyong. His older brother was crazy. Soon after, there was a commotion at Guo Manqiang's house next door. Su Jiao Jiao secretly peeked through a crack in the door, munching on dried sweet potatoes, watching the scene in the hallway. The 2 Yi brothers were chased out by Guo Manqiang's mother, looking disheveled, but they were still holding the pork. They hurriedly ran away after leaving the door. Guo Manqiang's mother kept scolding at the entrance. Someone curious asked, "What's going on with Guo Manqiang's mom?" She spat and gestured wildly, her face dark with anger. Those 2 little brats caught the plague. A dung beetle climbing on a cow's head. What are they? My son kindly recognized a relative, and now they're just some freeloaders. They dared to steal 2 gene of pork from my family. What? Steal pork? How can you call it stealing? Call the police. A neighbor quickly said. Guo Manqiang's mother. She choked on her words. Her face kept changing from red to pale, like a mute eating yellow bile. She didn't dare say that the 2 gene of pork was given to her son for a job. But her son didn't do the job, and the pork was taken back. Her face twitched, and her heart ached. Guo Manqiang's mother stared at Su Jiao Jiao's house, grinding her teeth. It must be the Su family causing trouble, such a troublemaker family. She trembled, shaking her hand in a guilty way. Their relatives, just forget it, forget it. The neighbor stared in shock. This Guo family was rich now, and they didn't care about 2 gene of stolen pork. Could this old woman still be the same stingy mother of Director Guo? On the other side, the 2 brothers from the Yi family hurriedly went to the police station, their faces marked from Guo Manqiang's mother's rough handling. They carried a handwritten apology letter signed and stamped by Su Jiao Jiao and Su In Chun. After the police confirmed it was genuine, they released Yi Qiuhua. After all the fuss, it was almost dark. When Yi Qiuhua came out, she loudly demanded to see Su Jiao Jiao and Su In Chun to settle the score. The 2 brothers from the Yi family frowned and held her back. Calm down. You're causing enough trouble for the family. First, her eldest brother scolded her so harshly she was stunned. When she realized, she immediately started crying, feeling wronged. Big brother, how can you say that? I'm not even married yet, and I've been put in jail. I'm so embarrassed. I won't rest until I settle the score with that brat Su Jiao Jiao. Yi Xiaoyong grabbed her, looking impatient. Enough. You know you're embarrassing, and your big brother is already tired. If you're really our sister, you should behave and stop causing trouble. Yi Qiuhua was confused by her brother's harsh words. She couldn't believe her usually caring brothers were so angry with her. Her eyes started to fill with tears. She was truly hurt. Wan Hongxia came home from work that evening and heard about Su Jiao Jiao's heroic deed. She looked closer and saw Su Jiao Jiao had brought out 60 yuan, 20 gene of grain coupons, 3 cloth coupons, 5 gene of meat coupons, half a tael of cotton coupons, and a hoe coupon. That's good. Last time we went back to the Heihe team, your grandma kept complaining that we lacked a hoe. Your second uncle tried to get one, but couldn't. This hoe coupon came just in time. Wan Hongxia praised her daughter loudly, but she looked a bit down at her eldest son, who was blushing nearby. Are you feeling sorry now? Su In Chun awkwardly touched his nose. Mom, I didn't. He was feeling a bit uncomfortable, thinking that his little sister had helped him out, but he hadn't protected her as a brother should. He felt ashamed. Wan Hongxia snorted coldly. You're not the only one. Use your pig brain. If your sister really tarnished the Yi family's name, would Jiao Jiao and Xia be able to get along? Yi family's girl is a treasure, but my girl is just a rough girl. The good outcome we have now isn't because the Yi family is kind, but because your sister is brave and didn't let anyone bully her. Old Fifth Su crossed his arms and muttered disdainfully, Big brother is really useless. Hao Jiao heard and gave him a tap on the back of his head. Why are you just talking nonsense? Have you prepared the formula milk you were supposed to? The oatmeal she ordered from the shopping group arrived, along with 10 packs of pure flavor milk tea powder gifted by her wealthy sister. She opened a pack and took a sniff, strong milk aroma, even more intense than regular milk powder. Hao Jiao immediately opened 2 packs and asked Old Fifth to prepare the milk for the family. Coming. Old Sixth eagerly took over his older brother's task and started making milk for everyone. Although only 2 packs of milk tea powder were used, the smell was very rich. The entire Hao family, big and small, each held a bowl quietly drinking milk. It smells so good, someone exclaimed first, and soon the whole house was praising the milk tea. Wan Hongxia originally didn't want to take the children's food, but her little daughter insisted she try some. She hesitated but took a sip. Suddenly, she sensed something was off. She frowned and asked her daughter, Who gave you this milk powder? The strong, rich milk flavor was not something ordinary milk powder could have. It reminded her of something from her childhood, and even if it was regular milk powder, such a luxurious taste was usually a Western product, very expensive. Her little girl, a young girl, where could she have gotten it? Hao Jiao keenly noticed her mother's subtle change in expression. She carefully watched her mother's face and spoke cautiously. It's not exactly who gave it to me. I went to the health clinic today and happened to exchange it with a family. Their daughter-in-law has plenty of milk, so she wanted to trade this milk powder for some money to buy other nutritional supplements. The family said this milk powder is high-end, like it was sent from relatives in Haishur. They didn't even want to give me the empty container. Mom, you'll have to reimburse me later. The milk container was probably not real, but she could buy more from her wealthy sister in the shopping group. The taste was really good, and the milk flavor was strong. It showed that her wealthy sister's family was genuine and well-stocked. She could get more to help the family stay healthy. Trading with someone?
Good job.
I'll reimburse you later. The younger children at home looked pale and thin, especially 7th and 8th. When they were born, the family was struggling, and the kids had never eaten anything good. Now they were still licking the bottom of their bowls. Wan Hongxia, as a mother, looked at them with a heavy heart. Hearing Su Jiao say this, Wan Hongxia dispelled her doubts, but still warned her gently. Don't be shameless and ask young boys for things to eat again. If I find out, I'll break your legs. Su Jiao nodded humbly, feeling humiliated. I understand. How many times have I said that already? And I've already turned over a new leaf. Why doesn't anyone believe me? While Su Jiao was feeling wronged, Wan Hongxia suddenly took out the money again. She counted out a large bill and handed it to Su Jiao. This is for you. Su Jiao was surprised and happy. Mom. Wow, is my mom so open-minded? Well, it makes sense she even included some of her mental health expenses. Wan Hongxia looked at her strangely. Why are you looking at me so affectionately? Tomorrow, go to school and pay your tuition first. Then pay Old 5 and Old 6, so they won't have any more excuses not to want me to send you to school. If you don't want to study, go work in the fields. Don't embarrass me, Wan Hongxia's daughter. It's shameful, Old 5 and Old 6. They buried their faces in their chests. Suddenly, a splash of cold water poured over her, making Su Jiao feel completely stunned. She grimaced in pain. Oh, mother, after all that effort, no reward, and now the way to drop out of school is blocked again. The next day at school, the 3 siblings from the Su family looked as if they had lost their spirits, barely able to lift their heads. Throughout the morning classes, Su Jiao looked half dead. Oh, so annoying. To Lu Shaoqin and Xiao Yating, it meant something else entirely. After class, Teacher Zhang just left the door when Lu Shaoqin poked Su Jiao's arm. Confused, she looked over, and Lu Shaoqin secretly pointed in a certain direction inside the classroom. Su Jiao looked where she was pointing. There, Su Weifang, dressed in bright, eye-catching clothes, was shyly talking to Zonglin. Zonglin, wearing a simple green shirt, showed no particular expression, only slightly furrowing his brows, showing a bit of impatience. Seeing this, Su Jiao immediately noticed and looked up. His eyes lit up. He raised his hand and then lowered it again, looking at Su Jiao with excitement, as if he had 1,000 words to tell her. "That you!" Su Jiao twitched the corner of her mouth, feeling disgusted by her own imagination of idle scenes. "Cough, cough, what's wrong?" Lu Shaoqin lowered her voice, pretending to report proudly. "Don't worry, I've been watching him closely." Classmate Zonglin has only spoken 3 words to Su Weifang since school started. She paused, cleared her throat, and deliberately mimicked Zonglin's cold attitude to show Su Jiao. With a stiff face, she said, "Got it. The main idea was, you make the first move, I will refuse." Huh. Su Jiao didn't laugh, but Xiao Yating, who was listening from the front row, couldn't hold back and burst out laughing.
Lu Shaoqin,
"You're so bold. If Su Weifang hears you, she'll be furious." Lu Shaoqin raised her chin. "Am I afraid of her?" Su Jiao. Thanks, she didn't care about Zonglin and Su Weifang's situation. She was worried about something else. After a moment, Su Jiao punched her fist and decided to act quickly. Studying was impossible now. Getting money and supplies was the most urgent thing. Weak people hesitate, but a true leader chooses to take action first. Su Jiao suddenly stood up, straightened her back, and confidently said, "I'm going to find Teacher Zhang." She had to find Teacher Zhang and couldn't delay any longer. Today, she had to settle the matter of dropping out of school. She couldn't waste any more time at school. Time is money, time is life. How could she waste it? It's shameful, it's immoral. Once she understood, Su Jiao no longer hesitated. She was full of courage and ready to leave the classroom. Lu Shaoqin and Xiao Yating, who didn't understand the full situation, immediately tried to stop her. But Su Jiao ran too fast and they couldn't catch her. Lu Shaoqin was so anxious, she broke out in a sweat.
Jiao.
Don't be impulsive. Zonglin really hasn't paid attention to Su Weifang. She knew Jiao was upset, but she couldn't just go find Teacher Zhang because of that. In this day and age, making a big fuss could cause trouble. In her hurry, her voice got a little loud, and everyone in the class heard it. Everyone's curiosity was impossible to hide. Zonglin, who was already paying attention to this side, changed his expression, stood up, pushed aside Su Weifang, who was blocking his way, and chased after Su Jiao. "Hey!" Holding her injured shoulder, Su Weifang stomped angrily. She found Su Jiao very annoying. Whenever she arrived, Zonglin acted as if she didn't exist. Zonglin, with long legs, quickly caught up to Su Jiao. He stepped in front of her, his face turning red with worry. He said, Jiao, listen to me. Su Weifang just asked to borrow a pen. I told you, I only said less than 10 words to her. He spoke firmly and confidently. He remembered Jiao's words and always tried to avoid Su Weifang if possible. If he had to talk, he made sure it was no more than 10 words. This was their promise, and he wanted to show he hadn't forgotten. Zonglin looked eagerly at Su Jiao, almost ready to swear an oath with 3 fingers. Su Jiao was in a hurry to talk to Teacher Zhang about dropping out of school. Being stopped made her a little angry. But when she heard Zhonglin's words, she looked at him with a big question mark on her face. What are you saying? I have serious things to discuss with Teacher Zhang. Zhonglin, move aside. Don't make me hit you. Zhonglin first let out a sigh of relief, then looked a bit unwilling. Suddenly, he realized something. He exclaimed in surprise, You have something to talk to Teacher Zhang about. Su Jiao looked at him strangely. Why are you so surprised? Is it strange that I want to see Teacher Zhang? Zhonglin choked and coughed twice, his eyes flickering. Cough, I was just asking. I heard Teacher Zhang say he was taking leave. It seems there's something at home. You probably won't see him now. Taking leave, Su Jiao hadn't expected Teacher Zhang to be on leave. She felt frustrated and annoyed. Another delay. Zhonglin carefully watched her expression. Something suddenly occurred to him. His eyes lit up, and he took something out of his pocket. "Raise your hand," he said excitedly to Su Jiao. Before she could dodge, she saw his gesture and knew he was up to something again. She quickly stepped back, alert. "What are you doing?" "I'm going back to the classroom." She turned to run, but Zhonglin, with a stern face, grabbed her collar. Now, Su Jiao felt what Yi Qiuhua must have felt. She was so angry that she kicked Zhonglin's leg. Crazy person, Zhonglin was startled and immediately let go. He looked annoyed, wishing he could cut off his own hand that was grabbing her collar to apologize. He slowly opened his palm, looking sad and saying, "I just want to give this to you. It's because you avoid me like a wild beast that I feel sad too." The clear, shiny butterfly hairpin sparkled in the light, showing off its delicate craftsmanship and detailed patterns. This was the butterfly hairpin that Su Jiao had been thinking about for half a semester before her memory returned. Su Jiao lowered her hand that was holding her neck. She stared at the hairpin blankly, feeling a strange ache in her heart. "Sorry," she whispered instinctively. Zhonglin's eyes lit up with surprise, and he suddenly smiled like a fool. Sure enough, the reason Su Jiao had been cold to him before was because of the butterfly hairpin. No wonder he had gone with his little uncle to Shanghai with their art troupe just to buy her that hairpin. He looked around, then leaned in close and whispered to Su Jiao, "I accept your apology, but you have to promise not to be cold or hot with me again." Su Jiao, now clear-headed, rolled her eyes at him. She calmly returned the butterfly hairpin to Zhonglin. "Take it back." "I can't accept it." A smile faded from Zhonglin's face. "Why?" "Because I can't give you what you want." Su Jiao, feeling tired, watched Zhonglin walk away angrily. Such a big guy. Why is he so easily angered? Can a man be a little tougher? Isn't the right reaction to just be humiliated and then cut ties with her? Su Jiao didn't want to be a bad girl anymore and was afraid of this kind of entanglement. Since she couldn't find Teacher Zhang, she didn't want to attend the afternoon class anymore. She packed her bag, ready to skip school. But just as she stepped out of the school gate, Lu Shaoqin called her from behind. "Jiao, wait for me." "What's the matter?" Su Jiao had already told them about dropping out. After they tried to persuade her again without success, they gave up. Though reluctant, they respected her choice. Lu Shaoqin hurried over, panting. She excitedly grabbed her arm, and maybe because she was too happy, her voice trembled. Under Su Jiao's puzzled gaze, she grinned widely and couldn't help but scream.
"Ah, Jiao.
You're so lucky. I just heard some news. Do you know? The South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative is hiring temporary workers, and the deadline is today. Since you're looking for a job, this is perfect. You should go apply right away." "Really? What a coincidence." "Yes, really." Even Su Jiao was very surprised. It was such a coincidence. She was just about to look for a job, and the Supply and Marketing Cooperative in South City was hiring. And the place she liked best just happened to be the cooperative. Her eyes lit up with excitement. What does this mean? It means that working at the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative is meant for her. Su Jiao grabbed Lu Shaoqin's hand. "Thank you so much, Shaoqin. I'll go apply now. Hope I get good news. When sleep is coming, a pillow is ready." Su Jiao carried her bag and headed straight to the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative. She was very confident. With such a lucky coincidence today, she felt it would be shameful not to get the job at the cooperative. The South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative is not close to Yanshi No. 1 Middle School. It takes about an hour to walk there. Su Jiao was worried about missing the chance to apply, so she hurried as fast as she could and finally arrived. Her legs almost gave out, but for the job, she was willing to push herself. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at the building in front of her. Its size and style far surpassed the last place she and her friends had tried to get a job at, the 10 Miles Bridge Supply and Marketing Cooperative, which was full of flaws. The sign read, South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative, with 5 big characters surrounded by a bright 5-pointed star in the middle. It looked very impressive. Su Jiao took a deep breath. Suddenly, she felt nervous, like she was interviewing for a big company in her past life. She looked down at her clothes. Although they were patched, they were clean and tidy, no problem there. She smiled confidently, straightened her back, and walked into the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Comrade, hello. I'm here to apply for the job today. Could you tell me where the application point is? She looked around but didn't see any clear signs for the job recruitment. Afraid of wasting time, she quickly approached a friendly-looking sales clerk to ask. The sales clerk, a girl with 2 braids, was organizing colorful yarn on her counter. When she heard this, she looked up. She was initially surprised by Su Jiao's appearance, then realized what she was asking. She blinked, a bit confused. Job? No, we're not hiring? Before the sales clerk could finish, a middle-aged woman from the cosmetics counter nearby rushed out of her stall. She grabbed Su Jiao's hand warmly and said, Comrade, you're here for the temporary worker interview at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, right?
Come with me.
She just arrived too, and doesn't know much. Follow me. I'll take you to the interview. The middle-aged woman pulled Su Jiao along quickly, looking anxious and strange. Su Jiao felt something was wrong. She looked back at the young salesgirl and saw she also had a confused expression. She thought for a moment and asked, Didn't they say today was the registration day? Why has it changed to just an interview? Oh, and there are other people here for the interview too. Why haven't I seen anyone else? The middle-aged woman paused, then continued pulling Su Jiao forward, twisting and turning. She replied casually, The unit does things how they see fit. Why ask so many questions? Your interview times are different. Look, you can do your interview here. I'm just here to interview you. She pushed Su Jiao into an old, rundown warehouse filled with scattered items, with no proper tables or chairs. If this was supposed to be the interview place, she wouldn't believe it even if her head was cut off. Does this woman think she's a fool? Su Jiao covered her nose and fanned the heavy dust. This thick dust and smell made her think she wasn't being treated like a fool, but that the woman probably didn't think she had any brains at all. Feeling helpless, she said, Big sister, we just met today. We have no grudges. Even if you don't want to lead me, you shouldn't have brought me here. The middle-aged woman frowned and said, What are you talking about? This is your interview place. She still blocked the door, not allowing Jiao to leave. Why are you running? Didn't you want to apply for the sales clerk position at Nanching Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Why are you running away now? You were blocking me, and now we're almost playing a game of chase. Su Jiao's face turned cold. She crossed her arms. Fine, then tell me.
You're going to interview me.
What do you plan to ask? She watched her perform silently. The middle-aged woman ran out of words, clearly not very experienced. She stammered first, then cleared her throat and asked, Do you usually take care of your mom, cook, and do housework at home? Su Jiao shook her head. Wash clothes and wipe tables, shaking her head again. Sweep the floor and pour tea. The middle-aged woman held back her impatience, looking at Su Jiao with disdain. Su Jiao still shook her head, looking like a single person. I don't know how to do that. Why would I? I'm here to apply for a sales clerk job. Why would I need to do these things? The middle-aged woman was speechless from her question. She looked at her watch and hurriedly said, All right, it's your turn. The director is about to finish work. Come with me to the office to sign a paper and you can start tomorrow. What? Sign a paper. Su Jiao was stunned. Is this real? Is she really here for an interview? Even if they are just hiring a temporary worker, is it so casual? Confused, Su Jiao followed the middle-aged woman directly to the office of the head of the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative. When she was pulled into the director's office, she still felt something was wrong, very wrong. Director, the middle-aged woman, Liang Yongqin, smiled politely at the man in a Zhongshan suit working at his desk. She pushed Su Jiao forward and said, No delay to your work, right? I brought her here, so she's decided. She's a diligent girl at home, quick-tongued and sure to do well in this job. Su Jiao was surprised and wanted to turn back. Hey, sister, such praise. Does your conscience not hurt? Liang Yongqin quickly turned her head and continued to smile flatteringly at the man. See, the paper, Since they entered, the director of the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative had kept his head down. Only now did he lift it. He pushed up his glasses and casually looked at Su Jiao, surprised by her appearance, but not paying much attention. She was just an unimportant person. He nonchalantly took a piece of paper from his desk, quickly wrote a few lines. Name: Su Jiao was still confused. Liang Yongqin pushed her lightly. The director is asking your name. She touched her sore shoulder and said, Su Jiao. Worried about making a mistake, she quickly added the Su with the character for speech and Jiao with the character for girl. Liang Yongqin rolled her eyes at her. What are you showing off for? Does the director not know how to read? The director of the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative didn't pay attention to them. He neatly finished writing, then picked up the red stamp on his desk and with a loud thud, pressed it firmly onto the paper. Come to work tomorrow. After giving her instructions, the director went back to work, ignoring everyone else. Thank you, director. You're busy. I'll take this girl out now. Liang Yongqin picked up a piece of paper from the desk, stuffed it into Su Jiao's pocket, and happily pulled her out of the office. All right, everything is arranged. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative opens at 7 o'clock. You should be there by 6:30. Do you understand what I said? Don't just stand there blankly. Okay, she's just a girl, a bit slow. Go back now. Su Jiao was left standing at the entrance of the Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative, feeling like a wooden post. Is this how she becomes a sales clerk at the Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Well, she's just a temporary worker. She looked at the paper in her hand, which clearly listed her name as Su Jiao, her employer as Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Her start date is June 15, 1958, and her job as sales clerk. It even specified which sales area she was responsible for after starting work. And most importantly, there was a big bright red official stamp. Can the people at Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative really be so casually fooling me? Su Jiao asked herself. No, but she was really confused. Are job interviews this casual these days? Su Jiao had read a few historical novels and knew that finding a decent job in this era was extremely difficult, especially a good job at a supply and marketing cooperative. Even the children of the leaders there had to go through many hurdles to get in. Even if it was just a temporary position at Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative, it shouldn't be so overlooked, right? Especially since, in the half hour she waited outside the cooperative, she hadn't seen a single person come for an interview. She returned to the shoe factory's family compound with a serious expression, feeling that something was definitely suspicious. But she just couldn't figure out what was wrong. Su Anxia took her shoulder bag, looked at her curiously, and asked, What's wrong? You look so worried. Su Jiao shook her head. Sis, I have a question for you. If a pie suddenly fell from the sky, would you eat it or not? Su Anxia patted her dusty shoulder bag and smiled casually. How could that happen? Of course I'd eat it. Whatever goes into my stomach is mine. Are you not afraid that it's not a pie, but a trap? Come on, Su Anxia said irritably, poking Su Jiao's forehead. If you have time to think about good things, help me fry the pickled vegetables. Old 7 and Old 8 wet the bed at my brother-in-law's house today, and my sister-in-law is so angry. I need to wash the sheets and send them over tomorrow. Su Anxia thought that her younger sister was still young and often had silly ideas. A pie falling from the sky? That's impossible. She hurriedly put the yellow cloth into a basin. She also saw Su Jiao's dull-looking shoulder bag and threw it into the basin too. Then she carried the basin to the public water room. Su Jiao looked at her twin brothers hiding behind a cabinet, blushing with embarrassment, and made a dismissive sound. Just as she was about to go back to her room, wait. Su Jiao's eyes widened. She suddenly remembered that her shoulder bag had been thrown into the basin by her second sister, and her job application from the Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative was inside. Second sister. She pushed open the door and ran toward the water room. Forget about the pie trap. If her job application is gone, she won't go to work tomorrow. Su Jiao hurriedly chased after her second sister, her footsteps echoing down the corridor. Meanwhile, Su Anxia carried the basin to the water room. She saw someone inside washing clothes, and the water was splashing loudly. She found a faucet and set down the basin.
Oh.
Ansha, you're washing your brother's sheets again. I told you you're grown up now. You should think about yourself. Have you ever thought about why your mom doesn't want you to get married? Wu Huichin's eyes lit up as soon as she saw Su Anxiav enter the water room. She shook her hands and leaned in to whisper. Sister-in-law has been through it. She also suffered in her family. If your mom didn't want you to marry, what else could she do? She's counting on you to take care of your younger siblings and to send your wages home. She said it for her own good, but she was secretly enjoying watching Su Anxia get angry. Wu Huichin's eyes sparkled with cunning as she waited for Su Anxia to lose her temper. But Su Anxia ignored her. She picked up another basin and continued scrubbing the sheets at a faucet farther away. No matter how hard Wu Huichin tried, she couldn't make her angry. Angrily, Wu Huichin's dark mole twitched. She spat out in frustration. Stupid girl, you don't know how to appreciate good people. The other women washing clothes in the water room also moved away from Wu Huichin, annoyed. Why does it matter whether Anxia gets married or not? She's not interested in marriage. If you care so much, why haven't you introduced her to anyone? That's right, she's just pretending to care but really just wants to watch the fun. Sure. Speak quietly, so she doesn't hear. She's quite something now. Our good sister, He Chunfeng, has become the factory's women's director, and she's also showing off. A few young women and wives whispered and giggled. Su Anxia lowered her head silently, washing the sheets. Since her father left, the family compound was full of gossip about their family.
She was used to it.
What's this? Wu Huichin shouted loudly, then suddenly raised her voice, looking at the note in her hand and reading it aloud carefully. Nanching Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Su, Jiao. Hearing the sharp voice behind her, Su Anxia frowned. She didn't want to pay attention, but when she heard her sister's name, she quickly turned around. She saw Wu Huichin holding a shoulder bag in one hand and a piece of white paper in the other, looking confused. That shoulder bag was clearly her little sister's. Fuming, Su Anxia ran over and snatched the bag away. Wu, sister-in-law, that's too much. What else do you have in your hand? Give it back to me. Her eyes turned red with anger as she lunged to grab the paper from Wu Huichin. Wu Huichin was still stunned and was easily snatched away. The other women in the laundry room saw the sudden commotion and hurried over to stop the fight. A short-haired woman was about to comfort Su Anxia when Wu Huichin forcefully pulled her aside. Wu Huichin grabbed Su Anxia's arm, trembling and shouting in disbelief. When did your Jiao get a job at the Nanching Supply and Marketing Cooperative? The laundry room fell silent at first. Then it exploded.
What?
Anxia, your Jiao is going to work at the cooperative. Is it the Nanching Supply and Marketing Cooperative? The one in Nanching? No way. Jiao hasn't even finished high school. How can she work at Nanching's cooperative? My son studied for 2 years, but still didn't get in. The women quickly surrounded Su Anxia, asking her questions all at once. Holding her little sister's shoulder bag, Su Anxia stared blankly at the words on the note. She recognized every character, but the whole message left her stunned. Second sister, you haven't washed my shoulder bag yet, right? There are still things inside. Jiao hurriedly arrived, leaning on the doorframe, panting and eager to finish speaking.
No sound?
Su Jiao looked up in confusion, only to see a few women glaring at her fiercely. Su Jiao. Oh my, I was so scared. Half an hour later, Su Jiao became famous. Thanks to the efforts of some women in the water room, everyone living in this shoe factory's residential building knew a big news. The little girl from Su Tian's family, Su Jiao, got into the Southern City Supply and Marketing Cooperative. From now on, she would be a clerk there. She had to hold her head high. Su Jiao's house was also crowded with people. Whether neighbors on the same floor or residents from other floors, everyone was eager to ask her for news. Some asked how she managed to get into the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Some asked if they were still hiring. Others asked if she could help buy a bar of soap, because the soap at the cooperative was very popular, and without relatives working there, they couldn't get any. Among these people, especially the women, were very enthusiastic. Young women, older women, and even elderly ladies all smiled brightly at Su Jiao. Today, their attitude towards her had completely changed. They couldn't afford to be unfriendly. Nowadays, women are the ones managing the household. When they buy things like needles, thread, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, they all rely on the supply and marketing cooperative. Everyone knew that the employees inside the cooperative often had insider information. For example, when winter cabbage, large radishes, or pork would be sold. These important secrets, if they didn't have relatives working inside, they wouldn't know about them. By the time they rushed to buy, the good stuff was already gone. But now it was different. The residents of this shoe factory's residential building also had friends working at the cooperative. The significance of this wasn't something the big bosses who only worked during the day and didn't worry about food or drink could understand. Su Jiao was almost overwhelmed by everyone's enthusiasm. Everyone, don't praise me too much. I'm just a temporary worker. She had to clarify this. If people found out she was only a temporary worker, they might scold her or think she was pretending to be something she wasn't, which she couldn't allow. Su Anxia's face was full of pride. She added, although she's a temporary worker now, our Jiao is smart and quick. Getting a permanent position is just a matter of time. Jiao smiled modestly beside her, grateful that her second sister spoke on her behalf. Since she had joined the supply and marketing cooperative, she knew she couldn't just be a temporary worker. She needed to work hard, get promoted, and earn more money. So everyone should ask her to buy things for them often, so she could take advantage of the shopping groups and save money. Her ultimate goal was to stockpile supplies. In her eyes, the enthusiastic neighbors around her were slowly turning into bags of rice, flour, pork, milk, and eggs. Wow, so many supplies. Jiao looked at the neighbors with a kinder expression. At first, they felt a bit shy about approaching her because they had been a bit rude to the Su family before. But now, Jiao, the young lady of the Su family, was so kind and polite to them. Recently, her reputation had spread throughout the neighborhood, and her gentle attitude showed she genuinely wanted to help her old neighbors. Jiao, Grandma Sun said, blushing and excited, grabbing Jiao's hand. You're such a good girl. Your second sister is right. Once you're in the supply and marketing cooperative, getting a permanent position is just a matter of time. We didn't treat your family well before, but you shouldn't hold a grudge against us old folks. Jiao shook her head, showing disapproval. Why are you saying that, Grandma Sun? We're all neighbors. Don't hurt our feelings. Before she joined the cooperative, no one said they treated her family badly or apologized. But once she was in, their attitude changed immediately. People are so realistic. Yes, Jiao, in the future, just work hard at the cooperative. Someone like you, who hasn't even finished high school but still got in, must work harder than others. Show your good performance to the leaders. We're all proud of you here. Stop talking nonsense. Jiao didn't finish high school, but still got into the cooperative. That shows she's talented. You should be more supportive. Haha, that's right. Jiao, don't mind your sister-in-law. She's just praising you. Whether it was praise or envy, Jiao accepted it all graciously. When neighbors asked her to buy things, she took notes seriously. She let go of past disagreements and was especially eager to serve others, making the neighbors feel a bit embarrassed. Before leaving, everyone kept praising her. Jiao is really a good girl. Good temper, kind to others, not petty. Wan Hongxia was coming home from work with her eldest son when she happened to see a large group leaving their house. She was curious, but Grandma Sun, walking in front, suddenly grabbed her hand. Hongxia, you have a good daughter. Others nearby also praised her, saying, Yes, Hongxia, your luck is still coming. Hongxia, you're really lucky. Your family has land now, and Jia will make you proud in the future. Confused by all the praise, Wan Hongxia wondered, what did her daughter do this time? After so many years, this was the first time she saw so many people in the family building praising her, and they seemed so sincere. Mom, you're back. Su Anxia saw Wan Hongxia and was so excited She gestured wildly. She started talking quickly. Mom and big brother, you don't know yet. My little sister is going to work at the Nanching Supply and Marketing Cooperative tomorrow. She got the job, even if it's just a temporary position. But it's the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Our family will have someone there now. Su Wanchuan was surprised. He looked at Jia, who was smiling modestly, and asked, "What did you say?" Jia got accepted at the Nanching Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Nonsense. Jia is still in school. Wan Hongxia frowned and scolded, not feeling happy about her daughter working at the Nanching Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Jia, who had been watching her mother's expression, immediately became nervous and hurried to explain. She looked excited, as if she had hit the jackpot, and said, "Mom, isn't it a coincidence? The Nanching Supply and Marketing Cooperative hasn't hired anyone in years, and today I just happened to meet them. They didn't mind that I only have a middle school education and they let me in. So many people want to work there, and I got in. Our family's ancestors must be blessed." Wan Hongxia still looked serious. "What about your studies?" Her tone was still sharp, but her anger had eased a little. Jia eagerly patted her mother's shoulder and comforted her. "Mom, going to school is just to find a good job. Look at me now, I've already found one." If someone had said this to her in her previous life, she would have kicked them. Wang Hongxia looked at her simple second daughter and repeated her usual words. "Reading is the best. What's wrong with working at the cooperative? Going to university is the best way out. But our Su family isn't really suited for studying," old fifth Su bluntly replied. Even their second sister, Su Anxia, who graduated from high school, struggled with her studies. Old fourth Su was even less capable than her. Since coming home from school and hearing that old fourth would start working at the Nanching Supply and Marketing Cooperative tomorrow, old fifth was very jealous. He also wanted to work and earn money, not study. Old sixth Su nodded firmly. Exactly. His fifth brother was right. Wang Hongxia, hearing old fifth's words hit her where it hurt, the mother wished she could scold this child to death. "Mom, old fifth is right. Since little sister isn't good at studying, it's better for her to get a good job early. Besides, the Nanching Cooperative has already issued her a position. Not going to work would offend people. Little sister won't be able to take the cooperative exam in the future." Big brother Su Anchuan thought carefully and agreed that working at the Nanching Cooperative was a rare opportunity. Getting in without spending a penny was a lucky break. As for their mother's belief that going to university was the only way out, he had no strong opinion. But he didn't think it was necessarily true. They say every trade has its master, just like him carrying heavy loads. Couldn't he also have a good future? That was prejudice. "I can't argue with you all." Wang Hongxia looked at her younger daughter seriously. "This is your own choice. If you go down the wrong path later, you'll regret it. You have to bear all the consequences yourself." Jiao felt very happy, knowing her mother had agreed. She nodded firmly. "Mom, don't worry. I will never regret my decision." In times of famine and life and death situations, since she held a sharp tool in her hand, she had to live up to the abilities given by heaven. Her plan was big. Going to school was just a distraction. Jiao's job at the cooperative was settled in the family. The school was no longer attended, and she focused entirely on working at the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative, trying to do well and get promoted soon. Wan Hongxia muttered angrily, "I told you I wouldn't pay your school fees if you stopped studying. Wasted my money for nothing." Su Jia nervously touched her nose and took out a few bills from her pocket. "I paid for old 5 and old 6, and I still have my share." Wan Hongxia was stunned at first, then quickly reacted, stood up, and grabbed a broom. "You little brat. So you planned to quit school all along? Hiding it from the family? I see you're itching to cause trouble again. Stop right there." Thinking of those new bills, Wan Hongxia's anger flared up. She understood clearly. Dropping out of school wasn't accidental. This stubborn girl had planned it long ago. When Wan Hongxia started to act, no one dared to stop her. She swung the broom at Su Jia, who was too stubborn to back down. "You wicked girl." "Mom, don't be angry. Listen to me. I have my reasons." Wan Hongxia spat. "What reasons?" "All you do is cause trouble. Even old 5 and old 6 are influenced by you. She hadn't forgotten that old 5 and old 6 had also wanted to drop out before. Today, she was settling all old scores. If she didn't teach this girl a lesson now, she'd keep causing trouble. Seeing her mother's fierce swings, Su Jeje's face turned pale. She felt doomed. She let out a loud scream. Second sister, help. Big brother, help. Su Jeje was crying out in pain, and since the house was small, she had nowhere to run. Several times, she could only stand there and take the hits, her arms turning red. Mom, little sister knows she was wrong. Please, forgive her. Su Anchuan and Su Anxia nervously stepped in front of their little sister, shielding her, and were then hit several times by their merciless mother. Old 5, old 6, and the two younger ones watched the chaos at home, shrinking back and staying quiet. Their older brother and sister had been beaten by Mom, so they just stood there, doing nothing but watching. To give Su Jeje a harsh lesson, Wan Hongxia didn't hold back this time. Last time, she mocked Su Old 5 and Su Old 6 for going to school with swollen, red bottoms. Now, Su Jeje proudly showed off her own swollen bottom, and the next day, she went to work with a sad face. It was too rushed, otherwise, she should have gone to handle dropping out of school before going to work. But her mother, Wan Hongxia, could only take a 1-hour leave in the afternoon. So, they decided that Su Jiao would go to work first, and in the afternoon, she would take her parents to Yanshurno, one middle school, to complete the dropout procedures. Fourth sister, why don't I and fifth brother carry you? You can't be late for work like this, one of her younger brothers suggested. Seeing how hard it was for Su Jiao to walk, old 6 felt very sorry for her. Old 5, always quick with jokes, said, let's take turns carrying you, old 6 and I. You look like walking is really difficult. Su Jiao's mouth twitched, and she waved to her two younger brothers. You two go to school. I don't need your help. It was embarrassing enough to have her brothers carry her on her first day at work. She definitely didn't want that. But her bottom was swollen and sore, making walking uncomfortable. She knew she couldn't go to work like this. Not only would it affect her ability to do her job, but it would also hurt her pride. Everyone would probably guess she had been spanked. Su Jiao couldn't afford to lose face like this. AAA local specialty purchasing little Su. Urgent. Need to buy a swelling and pain relief patch for external use. After dismissing her brothers, Su Jiao thought about asking the purchasing group for help. Fortunately, even though it was early morning, the group's members often worked late into the night. As soon as she posted her request, someone responded. Ching from Sunshine, imported skincare purchasing. Oh, little Su is online? Need a swelling patch? I have plenty in my warehouse, genuine foreign products. Want me to send you a few boxes? Su Jiao was almost moved to tears. Who was this kind-hearted fairy goddess? She quickly replied. AAA local specialty purchasing little Su. Yes. Thank you, Fairy Ching. How much does it cost? When she asked about the price, Su Jiao felt her heart ache. Imported skincare products weren't cheap. She wondered if her savings would be enough. But among all the responders, only Ching had the ointment she needed. She couldn't be picky now. Just when Su Jiao thought she might have to spend a lot, Ching was surprisingly generous. Ching from Sunshine, we're all in the same group of sisters. Money isn't important.
I'll send it to you. Wow.
Su Jiao was so excited, she sent a worshipping emoji in the group chat. And she made a very bold request. AAA local specialty shopping agent Xiao Su. Ching Fairy, if you're free now, please send me the package. It's best if you can send it quickly. A is Ching, imported skincare shopping agent nose pick. Do I still need to give you free shipping? AAA local specialty shopping agent Xiao Su. Well, but is that okay? A is Ching, imported skincare shopping agent. Waiting. Oh, I've met a kind person. The wealthy lady not only agreed to send it quickly, but also generously offered free shipping. At this moment, Su Jiao made a big wish. One day, when she becomes successful, she will give the wealthy lady Ching a big gift. But even though she was happy, She knew that even the fastest ointment couldn't arrive instantly. From these few times of mailing things in the shopping group, it's clear that the group can't teleport items instantly from one place to another. It still takes some time, depending on when the package is sent and which courier company is chosen. For example, the oatmeal she bought last time arrived earlier than the pig's blood. Later, she found out that the wealthy sister had money, and her chosen courier was the industry's #1. Pig's blood pursuit focused on cost performance, choosing fresh logistics that were also fast, but since he sent the package later, it arrived later too. She twisted her face in discomfort and slowly walked to the Nanching Supply and Marketing Cooperative. It wasn't a far distance, but it made her break out in a sweat. Are you okay?" A caring female voice sounded behind her. When Su Jiao turned around, she saw the female clerk she had asked for directions from during her interview at the Nanching Supply and Marketing Cooperative yesterday. The female clerk had 2 short, thick braids, an oval face, and eyes that curved when she smiled. She looked very energetic. "I'm fine," Su Jiao replied with a smile. She always accepted kindness from others. The other person introduced herself as Xuejing. She had been working at the Nanching Supply and Marketing Cooperative for 2 years, but even so, she was the newest staff member there. "Now, everything is fine. Since you came, I am now an experienced worker." Experienced workers get many hidden benefits, like being able to ask the supervisor to change to a different counter, and they can also run for team leader. Most importantly, experienced workers don't have to clean every day. They only need to keep their own counters clean. From now on, you will be responsible for the store's cleanliness. I finally don't have to come in half an hour early to clean at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Xuejing is a girl who can't stop talking once she gets started. And she seems to have no bad intentions. She tells Su Jiao things she shouldn't say. Su Jiao just smiles and doesn't argue. She thinks new workers should clean every day, but experienced workers don't have to. Who made this rule? She won't let Su Jiao suffer. Seeing that Su Jiao stays silent, Xuejing feels proud of herself for giving the new girl a warning and has now completely handed over the cleaning work. She feels very refreshed. She takes out her keys, leads Su Jiao into the main gate of the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative, then closes the door and explains. "We're not open yet." The door opens at the right time. "Comrade Su Jiao, remember, there are rules about opening time. It's at 7 o'clock. Not a minute late or early." Hearing this, Su Jiao nods firmly. "That's good. Work start and end times must be clear. Everything should be just right, and the unit shouldn't take advantage of workers." "Oh, have you had breakfast?" Xuejing asks. Su Jiao replies. "Yes, that's okay. Yesterday, Aunt Neo said she would cook spicy fish with chili for us today. It smells so good. You can eat a couple more bowls later." Xuejing casually explains the luxury of the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Basically, the employees here usually don't eat breakfast at home, and they also skip lunch and dinner. Because the cooperative provides 3 meals a day. They even found a woman, Aunt Neo, who used to be a master chef at a state-run restaurant, to cook for them. Her cooking skills are said to be excellent, and even the director of the cooperative often praises her. Her saliva involuntarily starts to flow. She stares wide-eyed. Wow, the employees at the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative have such great treatment. Xuejing is a kind and enthusiastic person. She took Su Jiao through the backyard, explaining the basic situation and staff distribution of Nanching Supply and Marketing Cooperative along the way. Nanching Supply and Marketing Cooperative is one of the larger supply stations in Haisher, so it has quite a few employees. Specifically, there is Director Dong, who manages sales, Deputy Director Yang, who handles procurement, Chief Accountant Ren, who manages finances, Lao Yu, who takes care of the warehouse, Aunt Neo, who cooks, and 4 sales clerks working at the counters, each responsible for their own area. There is also a team leader named Wang Lily, who is in charge of the daily necessities counter. After Xuejing's introduction, Su Jiao got a rough idea of the staff at Nanching Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Basically, it's a small place with a lot of activity, and it's not easy to succeed here. Here we are, Shuejing pointed to a small house with a chimney smoking in the corner of the backyard, proud to say, "This is our Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative's cafeteria. As long as you have a grain book with the unit, you can eat well and full." It's true, they eat well. Su Jiao's eyes almost glued to a plate of spicy small fish on the small table. Next to it, there are cornbread, plain steamed buns, brown rice, and pickled vegetables with diced meat. "Is the food good?" Shuejing whispered proudly into Su Jiao's ear. Su Jiao nodded hard.
Great.
Excellent. She finally found her place. Whether it's a good opportunity or a trap, she's going to jump in first. It's not that she's useless. It's mainly because the enemy's sweet-talking tricks are too harsh.
Oh.
New here? Coming quickly. Aunt Nyo, who is in charge of the small cafeteria, saw a new face and guessed her identity, immediately welcoming her warmly. She wiped her damp hands, took a small notebook from her apron pocket, and flipped to a page. "Comrade, what's your name?" It's not really a small notebook, but a simple notepad made of several neatly cut square pieces of paper bound together.
Su Ziao.
When it comes to eating, she doesn't hesitate to state her name clearly. She looked expectantly at the small notebook in Aunt Nyo's hand, waiting and waiting. After a long wait, Aunt Nyo looked up with a strange expression. She said, "Today's new comrade isn't called that. Girl, what's your real name?" Shuejing, who was already eating her rice, couldn't help but chuckle. "Uncle Cow, when did you become so funny? How many names can one person have? But there's no one named Su Jiao on the list." Uncle Cow, feeling a bit annoyed, showed her and Su Jiao her small notebook. The notebook was filled with the names of everyone who ate at the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The ink on the earlier names was faint, but the last name looked freshly written, still wet. Xia Lin Yun. Shuejing pointed to the name in the notebook and read it slowly, word by word. She looked up, her eyes full of confusion and surprise as she stared at Su Jiao. "Aren't you called Xia Lin Yun?" "Who is Xia Lin Yun? It's me." At that moment, a woman dressed in a colorful dress and wearing a black and white checkered headband suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria. She was wearing white high heels and looked cold. "Did you call me just now?" Uncle Cow and Shuejing looked stunned at the sudden appearance of Xia Lin Yun and the silent Su Jiao. Su Jiao had already felt a stir in her heart when she saw her name in Uncle Cow's notebook. She felt like a long-held confusion was finally about to be cleared up. Now, seeing Xia Lin Yun, that feeling grew even stronger. "What are you standing around for?" At this moment, Director Dong from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative also came to eat at the small cafeteria. Seeing the 4 people blocking the door, he looked displeased. When he saw Su Jiao, he frowned. "The small cafeteria is for the official staff of the cooperative. You're just eating here on your own. Didn't Liang Yongqin tell you?" Su Jiao already knew that Liang Yongqin was the middle-aged woman who had given her the interview yesterday. She remained calm and replied, "She didn't say anything. The small cafeteria was a benefit for official employees. Temporary workers didn't have this benefit, which was understandable. But, Director Dong, didn't you tell us that the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative would only hire 1 person this year?" Shuejing exclaimed in surprise. Yesterday, when Su Jiao asked her for directions, she wondered when their cooperative was hiring. Later, Director Dong told everyone that a new person would join their unit the next day. She had always thought it was Su Jiao. What does this mean now? If the indifferent woman in front of me, named Xia Lin Yun, is a new recruit, then Su Jiao, Director Dong, looking somewhat impatient, spoke. "Liang Yongqin is pregnant. She went to the hospital recently, and the doctor said her pregnancy isn't stable, so she needs to rest for a month. She found her niece from her family to cover her shift for that month. Is there a problem with that?" Suddenly, Su Jiao, who had become Liang Yongqin's niece from her family, responded. Seeing Su Jiao's strange expression, Director Dong thought Liang Yongqin hadn't explained clearly about her substitute for this month. "This Liang Yongqin keeps causing trouble for me." He cursed briefly, then frowned and said to Su Jiao, Your covering for Liang Yongqin is a personal matter between you two, not related to the unit. I don't know how you two discussed it. During this month, you should ask her for your wages. If anything goes wrong at work, I will hold her responsible. Alright, go to the front now. It was common in the supply and marketing cooperative for regular employees to take leave and have relatives cover their shifts for a month or so. Director Dong was used to it. People like that usually only work for a short time and then leave, so he didn't need to care much. Since yesterday, Director Dong's attitude towards her had been very cold, and Su Jiao felt something was off. Now she realized that a person in charge of a supply and marketing cooperative wouldn't give a good attitude to someone covering a shift. It was her own slow reaction that caused her to miss this. Under Shuijing's sympathetic gaze, Su Jiao calmly walked to the hall in front of the supply and marketing cooperative. The hall lights were on, and inside, there were many goods on display. The counters were locked, and it was empty. No one was there. Of course, the regular staff had gone to breakfast. She, an outsider, was just standing awkwardly there. Sigh, she thought, it's impossible for a free lunch to fall from the sky. And now, she had fallen into a trap. From being a temporary worker at the supply and marketing cooperative in the morning to a substitute, and yet she had no connection to the Nanjing supply and marketing cooperative at all. Su Jiao shook her head in regret. She had been careless and lost her footing. She was angry that Liang Yongqin shouldn't think she was safe just because she ran away. No matter what, she hadn't mentioned her wages for the month of covering shifts. How shameless can someone be? After thinking about what to do next and waiting a little longer, she saw two female sales clerks walking over, chatting and laughing. They had just finished breakfast at the small cafeteria when they saw Su Jiao standing alone. They exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh. She's just a temporary worker, and she still wants to eat at our small cafeteria? How bold of her. She thinks she's someone important like Xiao Linyun. I heard Xiao Linyun has strong connections in our city's supply and marketing cooperative. She's well connected. Early in the morning, not only did she miss out on breakfast at the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative's small cafeteria, but she also had to endure their teasing. It was really annoying. Su Jiao couldn't stand this feeling. She's just a temporary worker. What's there to be afraid of? She glanced at their bulging pockets and deliberately spoke loudly. Yes, I'm just a temporary worker. Honestly, I'll be gone in a month. Unlike you two, who are eating and stealing from the company. I may not have the right to eat at the small cafeteria, but some people hide food in their pockets. Are you planning to take it home? Nowadays, the Supply and Marketing Cooperative is a government organization. The food in the small cafeteria is also public property. Stealing from the company is considered a serious ideological problem, as it's seen as undermining socialist principles. Since the cooperative mainly sells goods, they are especially sensitive about this. Su Jiao didn't believe that the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative would openly encourage employees to steal food. The two female clerks' faces darkened. The South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative offers good benefits, and employees can have 3 meals a day at the small cafeteria. But Director Dong repeatedly warned everyone strictly against stealing or taking things home. Everyone knew this, but secretly took some items anyway. After all, it was public property. But this time, a young fool had caused trouble in front of everyone. If Director Dong found out, it wouldn't be just a small punishment. They could lose their jobs. Now, the two women felt their pockets tighten with the bread inside. They didn't know whether to take it out or leave it. The fair-skinned, pale-faced Zhao Hualan kept a cold face and said nothing. Zhou Lufeng, feeling guilty, blushed. She had a fiery temper and pointed at Su Jiao angrily. Stop talking nonsense. I was going to eat that bread later. I have a big appetite, so I put a bread in my pocket to eat during break. Why are you meddling? You're just a temporary worker. Know your place. Zhao Hualan also shook her head at Su Jiao, as if to say she didn't understand the rules. She spoke gently. Xiao Su, you just arrived, so you don't know. Our supply and marketing cooperative has strict rules. If you spread false rumors about others, even if you're Yongqin's niece, Director Dong can easily ask you to leave. She won't show you any mercy. Bah, Zhou Lufan sneered. My brother-in-law always follows the rules. Even if Liang Yongqi kneels, she can't expect to get any mercy. Zhao Hualan just smiled. After they finished talking, they ignored Su Jiao and turned to walk to their respective counters. Hearing this, Su Jiao thought to herself, so, Director Dong's sister-in-law is protected by someone upstairs. No wonder she's so arrogant. After a while, Xuejing brought Xia Linyun and the others over. Seeing Su Jiao, Xuejing's face looked a bit awkward, but she quickly turned and started chatting warmly with Xia Linyun. Even though Xia Linyun was cold to her, she still chattered happily. Comrade Xia, I want to tell you, the counters for cooking ingredients are managed by Sister Zhou, and the ones for processed foods are managed by Sister Zhao. I only handle the small hardware counter, and so on. Su Jiao calmly watched Xuejing turn her attention to Xia Linyun. She understood well that people tend to seek the high ground and flow downward. She didn't feel jealous or angry. Friendship is based on fate. Without it, people are just strangers. After a while, Director Dong and Accountant Ren appeared. Everyone quickly lined up neatly for the daily morning meeting of Nanqing Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Accountant Ren, in his 50s, wore glasses and had a naturally cheerful smile. He was the first to stand on Director Dong's left, while Zhao Hualan was on her right. Next to Zhao Hualan were Xuejing and Zhou Lufan. Xia Linyun went to stand beside Accountant Ren, and Su Jiao casually stood next to Xia Linyun. Xia Linyun glanced at her, but said nothing. Opposite her was Zhou Lufan, who shot her a fierce glare. Su Jiao responded with a defiant look. Ha, who doesn't know how to roll her eyes? Zhou Lufan was so angry her face twisted. If it weren't for the morning meeting, she might have pounced on her and bitten her to death. Some young girl with no sense of boundaries, so reckless and ignorant. Everyone, be quiet now. Director Dong clapped his hands and looked serious. Director Yang is on a business trip. Leader Wang has a day off today, so only a few of us are here for the morning meeting. I want to talk about two things. First, we have a new colleague at the Nanqing Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Comrade Xia Linyun. Let's welcome her, he finished calmly, looking at Xia Linyun with a pleased expression, then led the applause loudly. The colleagues saw Director Dong's attitude and followed suit. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone clapped enthusiastically. Xia Linyun stepped forward and politely bowed to everyone, her expression calm. Thank you all, comrades. I will work hard and try to learn from the seniors. People with connections don't mind her indifference. Everyone continued to warmly welcome her to work at the Nanqing Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Accountant Ren praised Xia Linyun even more. But when he heard she graduated in finance and accounting, he paused, his smile stiffened, and he instinctively looked at Director Dong. He felt a bit unhappy inside. He thought he had made it clear to Director Dong that his position was meant for his grandson. Why did someone else come to take his job? He shot a quick glance at her. Director Dong smiled and added, Comrade Xia Linyun is a proper graduate of a finance and accounting college. Old Ren, maybe you, as an experienced accountant, could learn some new accounting methods from Comrade Xia. A college graduate? Ren immediately understood what Director Dong meant and relaxed. Zhou Lufan was surprised. A college graduate? Don't most college grads become leaders? Why is she working as a sales clerk? Is she a fool? No. Even fools know to pick the biggest bun to eat. Director Dong's face darkened, almost wanting to scold her. If you can't speak properly, just shut up. Does a college graduate working as a clerk at a grassroots supply and marketing cooperative need to think hard about what it means? Zhao Hualan's eyes flickered, and she smiled warmly. I never thought I'd work with a college graduate someday. It's quite impressive to tell others about. Little Xia, everyone here at Nanqing Supply and Marketing Cooperative is easy to get along with. Director Dong is fair and kind. If you need anything, just let us know. Director Dong looked at Zhao Hualan, and the anger stirred up by Zhou Lufan quickly faded. She knew how to speak well. Su Jiao also didn't expect to meet a college graduate in today's world. This time, the university students are very valuable. Each one can be called a treasure of the country. Xia Linyun came to Nanqing Supply and Marketing Cooperative to gain experience at the grassroots level. Maybe in the future, she will become a leader within the cooperative system. She has no desire to flatter anyone because relying on others is unreliable. Only relying on oneself is the best. After the applause gradually stopped, Director Dong continued speaking. One more thing. The city supply and marketing will conduct random inspections over the next week, scoring various branches in Salt City. If a site scores low, the person in charge will need to report the situation. I want to make this clear. I don't have the face to do it. Whoever messes up will have to report to their superiors themselves. Do you understand? Understood. A few people responded weakly. After these 2 points, the meeting was dismissed. Throughout the morning meeting, Director Dong completely ignored Su Jiao, ignoring her entirely. Another inspection? This is the second one this year. What are they inspecting? We work honestly and diligently, but they don't trust us. This team is really disappointing. Zhou Lufeng muttered complaints to Zhao Hualan, just as Director Dong happened to overhear her and shot her a stern look. If you don't want to stay in this team, then leave. Nanqing Supply and Marketing Cooperative doesn't lack people, Zhou Lufeng. She was happy on the surface, but she was very proud and pleased to be working at the cooperative. She definitely didn't want to lose this job. Her face turned pale then red, and she stomped her feet in frustration. Brother-in-law. How could her brother-in-law say that about her in front of so many people, especially in front of that annoying temporary worker? How embarrassing. Director Dong ignored her. He kindly said to Xia Linyan, "For now, you'll be responsible for the fabric, shoes, and hats counter. When Liang Yongqin returns, you'll hand over the shift to her. As for you," he looked at Su Jiao, who was standing nearby feeling bored, and frowned slightly, "you'll help Leader Wang at the counter today. When she arrives, I'll make further arrangements." Xue Jing, who was standing nearby and overheard Director Dong's instructions, looked a bit surprised. Liang Yongqin's counter handles fabrics, shoes, and hats. She was on leave, and although someone was filling in, it was not appropriate to let an inexperienced newcomer take over the counter. Xue Jing had always thought she would be assigned to the fabric, shoes, and hats counter. Xia Linyan, despite her strong background, was new and still unfamiliar with the work. It was suitable to let her handle the small hardware counter she was currently managing. Unexpectedly, Director Dong directly assigned Xia Linyan to be responsible for Liang Yongqin's counter and said that when Liang Yongqin returned, they would switch shifts. It seemed he planned to give Xia Linyan the responsibility for the fabric, shoes, and hats counters in the future. Xue Jing looked at the hammer, screwdriver, and screws in her counter, clenched her teeth, and felt a bit wronged. However, since Xia is a college student, she knew she couldn't compare herself to her, so she had to hold back her feelings and keep quiet. Okay. Xia Linyan and Su Jiao had no objections to this arrangement. The daily necessities area was in the middle of the hall, the best location. Su Jiao entered through the small wooden door of the counter and looked around. The daily goods area was a typical H shape, with glass counters on all 4 sides and various products piled up in the middle. Su Jiao sat inside, lost in thought. She was told to watch the counter, but she wasn't given the keys to the glass cabinets. She just stood there silently doing nothing. It was quite fine. Zhou Lufeng shouted, "Hey! My glass door on this counter is a bit unstable. Go to the warehouse and get me a rubber ring." The condiment and oil counter was on her right, across a wide aisle. Su Jiao pretended to wipe the counter, ignoring her. Her current role was just a temporary replacement. When Liang Yongqin returned in a month, she would have to leave. Not only was her position awkward, but she also couldn't enjoy any benefits from the supply and marketing cooperative. Because of this, she didn't need to pay attention to Zhou Lufeng. As a temporary worker, using her seniority to pressure her. Are you joking? As for offending people, reality showed everyone that kind-hearted people get bullied and good horses get ridden. You will definitely offend those who are not good to you. Why worry about offending people who treat you badly? Open the door. Accountant Ren called out loudly. At exactly 7 o'clock, the old wooden door of the supply and marketing cooperative creaked open on time. In an instant, it was like a floodgate opening, and people rushed inside. Su Jiao didn't have time to be lost in thought and immediately started serving customers. The daily necessities counter was the most popular, and this was no exaggeration. On her first day working, before she could even smile, several older women already rushed over with bright eyes. They eagerly started talking to Su Jiao Jiao. "Comrade, please get me a hot water bottle. Comrade, I want a porcelain mug, the peony flower one, please. Comrade, do you have an industrial ticket for the flashlight? I exchanged mine with someone this month. Will there be any available next month when I come to buy one? Comrade, you said last month that the dressing mirror would arrive this month. Where is it? I haven't seen it. Comrade, Su Jiao Jiao. She feels like her ears are about to go deaf." A busy morning of working as a sales clerk ends amidst chaos. Su Jiao Jiao rubs her sore cheeks, her face almost frozen in a smile. For the first time, she learned to pass money and documents to accountant when using a steel wire on her head. The sound of the ticket clip sliding along the wire was loud and clear, from curiosity to numbness, enough to last the whole morning. At noon, the Southern City Supply and Marketing Cooperative closes on time. Those who didn't buy anything are still eager, while those who did are satisfied and leave happily. "Oh, I'm exhausted. A rustic guy just splashed mud all over me. It's so dirty. I need to wipe it off." Zhou Lufin points to a few barely noticeable mud spots on her body and loudly complains. Zhao Hualon pats her arm and says to Su Jiao Jiao, "Xiao Su, we're going to eat first. It's a pity you're not a full-time worker. Otherwise, our supply and marketing cooperative wouldn't be missing your help. Director Dong, why don't you let Xiao Su eat with us?" She pretends to ask Director Dong. Director Dong frowns. "Rules are rules.
Don't waste time.
Let's finish work and go home." Zhao Hualon smiles and says, "Xiao Su, see, there's nothing we can do about it. Rules are rules." "Zhao Jie, I know you're kind-hearted, so don't make things difficult for Director Dong. We're all honest people. Sometimes I understand that leaders have a hard time too." Su Jiao Jiao smiles kindly, seeming understanding. She carries her bag out from behind the counter, rolling her eyes inwardly.
She's quite annoyed with Zhao Hualon.
Compared to Zhou Lufin's straightforward annoyance, Zhao Hualon's subtle sarcasm is more irritating, underhanded, and unpleasant. "Jiao Jiao, you start work at 2 in the afternoon. You can go home, have a meal, and take a nap. No rush." Xue Jing, holding hands with Xia Linyun, waves warmly at Su Jiao Jiao. In the afternoon, the household goods counter becomes busy. Director Dong moves her to work with Su Jiao Jiao as a partner. Even the spare keys for the counter are with Xue Jing. And just like that, the two of them somehow become friends. Unlike regular employees at the supply and marketing cooperative who get free lunch and a dorm for rest, Su Jiao Jiao, a temporary worker, can only watch as the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative closes its gates. She endures hunger and heads home to eat her own food.
Darn it.
I can't take this anymore. She needs to quickly think of a way to improve her temporary worker status. She doesn't want to miss out on any benefits available to full-time staff. Right now, her main priority is to find a hidden spot to confirm receipt of her medicated patches. She stood for a long time, feeling her backside almost numb from sitting. She found a corner in a small alley next to the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative to check her delivery. 3 small boxes of patches with English labels fell into her hand. She looked around quickly, then carefully opened the boxes, tore the patches into pieces, and threw them into her online shopping group chat. She then put the ointment into her shoulder bag. She couldn't apply the patches now. She had to go home first. Fortunately, the shoe factory wasn't far from the supply and marketing cooperative. Su Jiao Jiao gritted her teeth, limped, and thought she could manage to walk back in half an hour. Encouraging herself, she tugged at her shoulder bag and took a step forward. Ring ring, hearing the bicycle bell, Su Jiao Jiao looked up and saw Zhong Lin riding his bike toward her, looking serious. "Get on." He stretched out his long leg, planting his foot on the ground. Su Jiao Jiao didn't like his commanding tone. She frowned, walked around him, and kept moving forward. She was annoyed. Why was he acting like a big boss? Zhonglin's confident attitude only lasted 3 seconds. He got off his bike properly and said to Su Jiao Jiao, "I'll take you home." "No need." Zhonglin pushed his bike beside her and softened his tone, quietly saying, "I'll take you. You got hit by your mom yesterday, right?" Seeing her limping, it was probably a hard hit. Andy Ma must have been too rough. He hoped she wouldn't hurt Jiao Jiao even more. In a rush, he urged her, "Hurry up. The more steps you take now, the less it will hurt later." Su Jiao Jiao stopped, looking surprised. "How do you know?" Was her embarrassment now known to Zhonglin? Who told him? Oh no. So embarrassing. Zhonglin quickly covered his mouth, regretting that he had spoken out loud. Jiao Jiao cared about her pride, and she would definitely be angry. Seeing her face turn red, Zhonglin knew he was in trouble. He looked at the sky and the ground but dared not look at people. He stammered, "Just." "Yes, I heard." Su Jiao Jiao's eyes narrowed like peach blossoms. She clenched her fists. "Who did you hear that from?" Seeing her approaching pretty face, soft and glowing white, Zhonglin's heart beat faster. He turned his head away, holding his breath, pretending to be dead and not speaking. "Still hiding it? Say it or not." Su Jiao Jiao angrily grabbed his arm and twisted it upward. If words didn't work, she'd use force. But Zhonglin's face only turned redder. He felt no pain, and his eyebrows didn't move.
He was very stiff.
Su Jiao Jiao's hands were getting sore from twisting, but seeing he still wouldn't speak, she reluctantly let go and pouted. "Don't delay my work end." Scram. After working half a day, her butt hurt, and she was hungry. She had no time to chat with him.
Suddenly,
in the next moment, she was lifted into the air. Su Jiao Jiao instinctively swung her fist in anger. Who the heck was trying to hurt her? Ow! Zhonglin's elbow hit her at the corner of her eye, causing a slight pain. It was clear someone didn't hold back. He ignored the pain in his eye and quickly carried Su Jiao Jiao onto his bike. When her butt touched the soft seat cushion of the bike, she realized she had made a mistake. Before you hit me, just tell me." She had been beaten up after all. Looking at the red mark near Zhonglin's eye, Su Jiao Jiao felt guilty as she sat on the small cotton pad on the back of his bike, muttering to herself. Feeling the warm wind on her face, she thought, at least this guy was quite thoughtful. Zhonglin said nothing, seeming too lazy to bother with her. Su Jiao Jiao. "All right, even a clay figure has some fire. I've gotten through this time," she reflected on herself. Meanwhile, Zhonglin, who was pedaling hard in front, felt his ears burning. Jiao Jiao's waist was so slim. When he held her, she was soft. He could even smell a nice scent. No, he shouldn't think about that. He's shameless, a rogue. Feeling guilty, Zhonglin pedaled even harder, almost causing Su Jiao Jiao to lean back and fall. She quickly grabbed his clothes in fright.
"Hey,
even if you're angry, you can't take her life." Zhonglin's back stiffened, and he felt a tingling sensation at his lower back. Oh no, his legs suddenly felt weak. What if he couldn't ride anymore? Of course, this was all his illusion. He was thinking about random things as he rode, his face burning hot and his heart pounding loudly. He pedaled quickly, and soon, Su Jiao Jiao saw the sign for the shoe factory ahead. They both knew to keep their distance, especially Zhonglin, whose face was familiar in the shoe factory's residential area. Just then, as Su Jiao Jiao was helped off the bike by Zhonglin, two workers in factory uniforms approached from the front. Startled, Su Jiao Jiao quickly grabbed her bag and threw it onto Zhonglin's face. Zhonglin was hit and confused, bending down to rub his sore nose. The two workers looked at Su Jiao Jiao and then at Zhonglin, who was blocking his face. They scratched their heads and walked away. Is that probably Su Yutian's little girl? Seems like her, but how old is Su Yutian's daughter? There's a man standing nearby, so maybe she's his daughter-in-law. Su Angu. I remember her husband is a little short. No way. Has Su Lao Si found someone yet? As their conversation faded into the distance, Su Jiao Jiao quickly pushed Zhonglin away. Hurry up. In times when men and women had to be careful, gossip was feared. She still hadn't cleaned off the dirt from her past flirtations and didn't want to add more gossip to the mix.
Wait.
Zhonglin was pushed forward, anxious. I have something to tell you.
What is it?
Later, she said, walking faster. Zhonglin turned his head, looking helpless. It's related to your job. You're not a regular temporary worker at the supply and marketing cooperative. You're just filling in. When that person comes back in a month, you'll have to leave. Su Jiao stopped and nodded. I know. The boss told me today. She was curious how Zonglin knew. Zonglin was momentarily stunned, then looked unhappy as he continued to tell her what he had to say. He said angrily, "It's Su Weifang causing trouble behind the scenes." Su Jiao raised an eyebrow. She wasn't surprised at all. The reason Zonglin was so anxious to find her was because the school was already in chaos. Yesterday, Lu Xiaoqin heard about the job opening at the Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative while she was in the bathroom, listening to Su Weifang. She thought she overheard a secret job offer, so she hurriedly told Su Jejia, not realizing she was being manipulated by Su Weifang, who intentionally let her hear it. She didn't know how Su Jejia found out about the job search, but she used Lu Xiaoqin to set a trap for Jejia. After learning this, Lu Xiaoqin cried a lot. The girl was also brave and directly confronted Su Weifang. They fought at school, and soon everyone at Salt City No. 1 Middle School knew about it. Su Jejia thought to herself that Xiaoqin was a good girl who would stand up for her friends when needed. Zonglin was worried that Jejia might feel sad after hearing this news. When he saw her face was okay, he felt relieved. Then he said, "Since the job at the Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative was fake, we don't need to pursue it. My little uncle is in the cultural troupe. I heard they are recruiting new members soon. If you're interested, I can ask him to sign you up. With your skills, you should be able to get in." Even if she didn't get in, he could ask his uncle to mention her name to Li Shu, and it wouldn't be hard to reserve a spot for Jejia. This was a carefully considered decision by Zonglin. Since Jejia refused to continue studying no matter what, he could only help her find a job. At least in his little uncle's cultural troupe, no one should bully her. Su Jejia looked at him in surprise. In fact, no one knew much about Zonglin's family background. Su Jejia only knew he had an uncle in the Salt City cultural troupe. She didn't expect him to know about the troupe's internal recruitment, which meant his uncle probably held a decent position there. And based on her understanding of Zonglin once he said this, it was very likely she could join the troupe easily if she wanted. His family background seemed quite impressive. She sighed inwardly, but decisively refused his kind offer. "No, I like working at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Since I got into Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative, I won't just leave like a lost dog. If I do, it would just make Su Weifang laugh at me." But Zonglin was anxious. He knew, without thinking much, that Jejia, without any background or connections, would find it very difficult to survive in such a complicated workplace like the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. He didn't want her to be bullied. Su Jiao firmly interrupted him, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but I will decide my own matters. You should go back to school and also pass a message to Xiaoqin for me. A good woman doesn't fight with a dog, and bad people will be punished by heaven." She didn't have time to argue with Su Weifang now. When she had free time, she would deal with her, especially since she missed out on a small spicy fish this morning. Zonglin felt jealous. "Why are you passing a message to Lu Xiaoqin?" "I can tell Su Weifang the same thing." Su Jiao's mouth twitched. "No, you can't say that. It won't work." It's not that it wouldn't work. She was afraid it would work too well. Oh no. She really disliked Su Weifang, but she didn't want to make her so angry that she would lash out. Zonglin saying that to Su Weifang made her worried Su Weifang might turn dark and come to her house in the middle of the night. Just thinking about it scared her. It probably wouldn't happen. She hoped it wouldn't. It's better to keep some distance to avoid future trouble. Seeing Zonglin still eager to say something, Su Jiao glared fiercely. "Pass the message to me. Got it?" Zonglin snorted and rode away on his bike. Su Jiao called after him. "Hey, remember to pass the message to me." All she got in response was a cloud of dust kicked up by his bike. Su Jiao crooked her mouth. It was just passing a message. Why was he so angry? Grr. A grown man, full of anger, like he was reborn from soda. She thought bitterly as she hobbled back home. No one was there. She went to her room, applied some ointment. The cool, soothing ointment felt much better. She lay down for a while. but still waited for her mom to come back. She nibbled on a sweet potato, then mixed some plain milk tea powder. She only took a little then stopped. What was the point? At home, it was either sweet potatoes or salty steamed buns. Life was too hard. Jiao Jiao, your mom asked me to bring you a message. She has to work overtime today, so she'll explain your matter later. Do you have anything urgent? No? Auntie will go with you. After waiting half an hour, Su Jiao Jiao almost fell asleep. Someone knocked on the door outside. She opened it and saw Aunt Zhang Xiaofeng from the second floor, who now worked in the same workshop as her mom. Her mom was working overtime. No wonder she hadn't come back yet.
Got it, Aunt Zhang.
It's just a small matter. You go ahead and busy yourself. We're neighbors after all. Just let me know if you need anything. She spoke warmly, then suddenly paused. Slightly embarrassed, she tucked her short hair behind her ear and gave Su Jiao Jiao a friendly smile. Jiao Jiao, Aunt Zhang has a favor to ask. Brother Guiqiang is getting married next week, and his new wife wants a hot water bottle, the kind made of aluminum that keeps water warm. I heard it stays hot even the next day. My work unit has already prepared the industrial tickets, but I can't get any from the supply and marketing cooperative. Can you help us order one from the Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative? I'll treat you to some wedding candies then. Ding. Ms. Zhang Xiaofeng from room 205, second floor, building 8, family housing area, shoe factory, has requested your help to buy an aluminum hot water bottle. The purchasing group is currently processing your order. Please complete the task soon. Jiao Jiao's eyes lit up. A hot water bottle, right? I'll help you buy it. We're neighbors, Aunt Zhang. You're too kind. I'll wait to enjoy Brother Guiqiang's wedding candies. Zhang Xiaofeng was overjoyed. You agreed. She was so excited her hands trembled. Hot water bottles are hard to find. She had asked several people, without success. She just asked Jiao Jiao on a whim, and unexpectedly, Jiao Jiao agreed immediately. Whether it works out or not, her heart was moved by Jiao Jiao's kindness. After a nap, Jiao Jiao felt much better. She applied more ointment to her sore spot before heading to work. This ointment for swelling and pain was quite effective. She thought she should thank her skincare agent, Ching Ching. The Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative opened at 2 p.m. and Jiao Jiao arrived at her workplace. As an informal worker, she didn't have her own locker. Her bag was placed under the counter in the morning, and it was the same in the afternoon. Just as she was about to go to the daily necessities section, she saw someone already inside. It was a woman with short, ear-length hair, wearing a white shirt. She was carefully arranging items on the counter. From large porcelain basins and water jugs to small items like clam oil and rubber bands, she arranged everything neatly and precisely, with even gaps between items. It was very pleasing to look at. It was clear she had a bit of obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Watching her skillful movements, Jiao Jiao guessed she was probably Wang Lily, the team leader responsible for the daily necessities counter at the Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The woman looked up. She had a delicate face with deep fine lines at the corners of her eyes. She looked at Jiao Jiao with a frown. You came right on time at 2 p.m.? As a sales clerk, you should know how to organize the shelves before work begins. I should need to teach you that, right? As soon as she entered, Su Jiao Jiao was scolded loudly. Oh my, this team leader Wang is so fierce. Zhou Lufeng rubbed her eyes, looking like she just woke up and went to the counter. When she heard this, she got excited like a fly smelling rotten eggs. Ha ha, Sister Wang. What are you saying to her, the temporary assistant? She doesn't understand anything, Zhao Hualan followed and agreed. But little Su, team leader Wang is right to scold you. You're just a temporary helper. You should work harder. She, as a temporary helper, doesn't even know to come early to prepare before her shift, and she has opinions? Do you all, experienced clerks, need someone to teach you? Team leader Wang didn't spoil Zhou Lufeng. Her stern gaze immediately fell on Zhao Hualan beside Zhou. Zhao Hualan's smile froze. Su Jiao Jiao held back her laughter, obediently went to the daily necessities counter, and politely greeted team leader Wang. Hello, Sister Wang. I'm the new girl today, little Su. If you need anything, just tell me. Wang Lili continued organizing the goods at the counter and ignored her. Su Jiao didn't mind being ignored. She learned from her and helped tidy the shelves. Meanwhile, at the oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar counter, Zhou Lufeng was so angry her face was twisted. She stormed into the counter, knocking things around. It's just a lousy team leader, so obvious. Next to her, Zhao Hualan at the alcohol and snack counter silently sorted goods without saying a word. Zhou Lufeng rolled her eyes and muttered quietly, "A coward." "Zhou Lufeng," Wang Lili's voice came from across the aisle with a warning tone. "If you knock over the soy sauce again and spill it, you won't work this shift anymore." Su Jiao, Xue Jing, and Xia Linyun, 3 young people, watched silently, not saying a word. Zhou Lufeng's hand holding the cloth stiffened. She was annoyed and retorted, "You're just a little team leader. Director Dong didn't say anything to me, so why are you telling me? Don't make a mountain out of a molehill." "Zhou Lufeng, what nonsense are you causing now?" Director Dong came in from the back door, saw the scene, and frowned as he scolded Zhou Lufeng. Zhou Lufeng was so angry her face turned green. "Brother-in-law, all you do is protect her. My sister told you to look after me at work, but she can't even compare to this woman, right?" This pointed remark, in front of everyone, showed Zhou Lufeng clearly lacked sense. Director Dong's face turned green with anger. "Zhou Lufeng, what do you think your job is? If you don't want to work, just leave." Zhou Lufeng's face turned pale, and she lowered her head in defeat. Director Dong shook his sleeve and left angrily. Such an irresponsible person. Since Leader Wang was back at work, there was no need for so many people at the daily supplies counter. Su Jiao and Xue Jing would definitely be assigned to go out. Xue Jing fiddled with her fingers and smiled at Wang Lili to flatter her. "Sister Wang, I heard you caught a cold these days and your throat isn't feeling well. I brought some big seaweed. Should I brew some for you later?" "Thanks, but no need." Wang Lili declined her friendliness and frowned at Su Jiao. "What are you standing around for? Have you finished cleaning the glass windows?" I'll keep cleaning," Su Jiao replied, clearly understanding the message. Su Jiao was left to help out, while Xue Jing stomped her foot and resentfully returned to her small hardware counter. After that, her attitude towards Su Jiao became cold again. The whole afternoon, Su Jiao helped Leader Wang, being bossed around constantly. When customers came, she served them. When there were no customers, she cleaned windows, wiped counters, and tidied shelves. There was never a moment to rest. Su Jiao felt exhausted and sore all over, but she couldn't understand why Xue Jing looked so resentful. The small hardware counter was nice, quiet, tucked away, and out of sight of the leaders. She didn't understand what Xue Jing was so dissatisfied with. Suddenly, a cardboard box was thrown heavily onto the ground. "Move aside." Su Jiao turned her head and saw a large box at her feet filled with pairs of liberated shoes. As expected, Leader Wang was busy moving goods from the warehouse again. In her mind, she suddenly noticed Leader Wang's back. The shirt was slightly lifted, revealing a heavy red mark on her waist and back. It looked long and thick, as if it had been caused by a belt. Leader Wang's face also looked a bit pale, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her hand trembling as she supported her waist. Su Jiao's heart moved, and she quickly stepped forward. "Sister Wang, take a break. Let me do it. I just learned how to organize goods, and you can watch me to see if I arrange everything correctly." Seeing her eager to work, she thought Su Jiao wanted to show off. Wang Lili nodded and watched her organize the goods while giving some guidance. 1 pair of liberated shoes per bundle, and tie the shoelaces on both sides. The toe should face outward so customers can see the design. Just put about 10 pairs here. Later, you can record everything in the ledger. While listening and working, Su Jiao turned over a pair of liberation shoes. The white edge line had stained the green shoe surface paint, and the white border was only about 2 centimeters long, but it made the shoe look a bit messy and dirty. Just as she was about to place the shoes on the counter, Wang Lili called her back. "This pair of shoes has a defect. You can set it aside and put out another one." Before Su Jiao Jiao could speak, several people at the counter seemed to have sharp ears and immediately got excited. "Oh, I want that defective pair of shoes, Miss Wang." A counterman quickly left his desk and ran over, placing money on the counter. "This pair has a defect, right? I'll take it." "Xiao Wang, pack it for me." Accountant Ren looked very excited and spoke without catching his breath. "Wow, today is really lucky. He just found a defective pair of shoes, and they are cheaper for him." Su Jiao Jiao, seeing that Accountant Ren was not young and still quick on his feet, Wang leader, seemed used to this kind of thing. She calmly took the money, handed over the receipt, and neatly packed the shoes. Su Jiao Jiao glanced and knew that a normal pair of Liberation shoes costs about 2 yuan 50 plus a shoe ticket. But Ren only paid 1 yuan and didn't get a shoe ticket. Wang leader didn't say anything, which meant this price was acceptable or reasonable. The supply and marketing cooperative often sold defective goods. These goods could be sold at a much lower price than normal. However, defective goods weren't easy to buy freely, just like when Su Jiao Jiao and Lu Shaoqin fought over defective fabric. Good quality, cheap defective goods were in high demand. But usually, defective goods wouldn't be sold openly. Like this pair of shoes with a defect, once identified as defective, they were fixed by Accountant Ren from the supply and marketing cooperative. Could outsiders compete with internal staff of the cooperative to buy such shoes? Nearby, Zhou Lufeng, Zhao Hualan, and Shuejing also wanted this pair of shoes, but Ren was faster. They could only regretfully give up. "Old Ren, usually you walk with a shake, but now you're so quick." Zhou Lufeng teased him bluntly. Accountant Ren, holding the newly acquired shoes, was not upset. "When good things happen, I have to be quick." "Xiao Zhou, don't be upset. With such a big box of shoes, it's unlikely there's only one defective pair, right?" This statement made Zhou Lufeng and Zhao Hualan's eyes light up as they watched Su Jiao Jiao's actions. Shuejing hurriedly urged Su Jiao Jiao, "Jiao Jiao, look carefully. Our supply and marketing cooperative's products, with even a small flaw, are not allowed to be displayed on the shelves. We can't let customers waste their money." Su Jiao Jiao's mouth twitched. She had never seen anyone justify taking advantage of others so confidently. Unfortunately, after searching through one box, she couldn't find a second pair of defective Liberation shoes. Shuejing pouted, looking disappointed. "What's wrong?" "Jiao Jiao, did you not look carefully?" It felt like she was saying Su Jiao Jiao was careless at work, which made her unhappy. "You all have multiple eyes watching me, and Sister Wang is right here. How could I not look carefully?" Taking advantage and then accusing others. She was used to it. Shuejing was annoyed by her retort and muttered, "I was just speaking casually. Why are you so serious about it? If a salesperson isn't careful about small details like a few cents and makes a mistake, you have to fix it yourself," Wang Lily said, unimpressed by her petty attitude. Shuejing's face turned red. She couldn't understand why Sister Wang always favored the new girl, Su Jiao Jiao. Su Jiao Jiao didn't bother to respond. She remembered something and asked Team Leader Wang. "Team Leader Wang, how much do you sell the aluminum water bottles at our supply and marketing cooperative? My neighbor's aunt wants to buy one." It was common for employees at the supply and marketing cooperative to help friends and family with purchases. Team Leader Wang glanced at her and said, "We don't have aluminum ones. If you want, I can set aside a bamboo woven one for 8.6 yuan. As for aluminum water bottles, besides Haisher, only our Yanshur department store might have some, but it's not certain." So they really didn't have any? On the shelf behind Su Jiao Jiao, there was a bamboo woven water bottle. Its insulation wasn't very good, and Aunt Jean wanted an aluminum one. She didn't want to buy a bamboo one and get scolded. "I'll go check the department store when I have time." The department store also belonged to the supply and marketing system, but compared to the many branches of the cooperative, it was more like a large shopping mall. It had a wider variety of goods and more options. Wang Lily frowned. "Those expensive items just came out of the factory recently. Our supply and marketing cooperative can't even get stock." "Do you think she will agree to buy from us?" she advised. "If you're helping someone buy something, you need to be clear with her. Otherwise, people might rely on you to buy for them, and if you can't get it, they might blame you." You don't want trouble over something like that. They had spent a long time at the supply and marketing cooperative, encountering many situations, which became valuable experience. Su Jiao Jiao was surprised. Sister Wang offering her a little advice was kind, and she sincerely appreciated it. I know my limits, she said. Actually, it was easy to find someone selling insulated water bottles in her purchasing group. Those bottles were probably better at keeping water warm and more fashionable than current ones. If the Salt City department store didn't have aluminum water bottles, she could buy one from her group for Aunt Zhang. No problem at all. With Sister Wang's help, Su Jiao Jiao became more skilled at her work. She was pretty, always smiling, and had a good attitude. Customers liked to come to her, so she became busier. This made Xue Jing, who only had time to knit sweaters, very jealous. Meanwhile, Zhonglin went to school in the afternoon and told Su Jiao Jiao what Lu Xiaoqin asked him to pass on to Lu Xiaoqin, with a serious face. Good women don't fight with dogs. Bad people will be punished by heaven. Tell this to Su Weifang. He looked coldly at Lu Xiaoqin, feeling a bit bitter and not very confident. Jiao Jiao was so kind and good, but her eyesight wasn't great. Could this chubby girl pass on his message properly? Lu Xiaoqin heard this and felt her nose sting. She was about to cry. Jiao Jiao didn't blame me, Zhonglin replied. No. Ugh. Lu Xiaoqin started crying uncontrollably. Jiao Jiao was so nice, and yet she hadn't blamed her. Now she felt ashamed to face Jiao Jiao. She had tried to do something kind but ended up embarrassing her. Thinking of Su Weifang's smug look made her grit her teeth with anger. She wiped her face with her sleeve and stormed off to find Su Weifang.
Su Weifang.
Jiao Jiao asked me to tell you something. Listen, Lu Xiaoqin said, crossing her arms and scolding her in front of the whole class. Good women don't fight with dogs. Bad people will be punished by heaven. The whole class stared, eyes wide. Su Weifang quickly stood up, her pretty face turning red and then pale. Lu Xiaoqin, how dare you insult me? Lu Xiaoqin spat. I'm insulting you. I also told Jiao Jiao. So what? I'm going to tell Teacher Zhang. Su Weifang was so angry she started crying and ran out to find someone to support her. In her haste, she bumped right into someone entering the classroom. Just as Su Weifang was about to complain, the middle-aged man behind Teacher Zhang saw Lu Xiaoqin, who was crossing her arms, and his eyes immediately lit up. He hurried over, grabbing Lu Xiaoqin's arm, and asked eagerly, This student, are you a friend of Jujiao? We met at the Nanqing state-run restaurant that day. Where is Jujiao? Please tell me quickly. I have something very important to discuss with her. Lu Xiaoqin looked confused and asked, You mean the day at the state-run restaurant? Next to her, Qiao Yuting chimed in, the unlucky one who got splashed with braised pork. The middle-aged man hesitated, then said, Well, that's not wrong. Please tell me, where is Jujiao? At the Nanqing Supply and Marketing Cooperative, just before closing time. This year's Dragon Boat Festival gifts are ready. There's a towel, a pack of Yongsanji pastries, half a pound of almonds, a box of salted duck eggs, and a bag of salted peanuts. Before we leave, everyone can come to my office to pick up their share. Director Dong announced this. Just then, a customer came in and, hearing about the staff benefits at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, everyone immediately felt envious. Your staff benefits are really good. Zhou Lufeng raised her chin proudly. Good? It's the same old stuff every year. We're all tired of it at home. She complained, but her tone was full of pride. The worker who came in, picked out a few items and bought 2 date cakes, felt a mix of sourness and jealousy inside. Even salted duck eggs can get boring. Look at you. Jujiao also envied the cooperative's benefits, but she was new here and just acting as a temporary worker, so she could only dream. Miss Wang, I saw your hand got a small cut while you were moving goods. I have a cream that reduces swelling and relieves pain, but I only have half left. If you don't mind, I can give it to you. Jujiao came out of the counter and went to the bathroom. She had just torn off the outer packaging of the ointment earlier, intending to give it away. Wang Lily was stunned. She wanted to say that the red mark on her hand was minor and didn't need ointment, but Thinking about the skin that kept rubbing against her clothes at her lower back, which was sore and itchy, she bit her lip and took the ointment from Ju Jiao. Thank you. The gray aluminum tube of ointment was said to be half used, but in fact, more than half was left. Holding the cool ointment, Wang Lily found an excuse to leave the counter. After a while, she returned, and her eyes toward Ju Jiao had softened quite a bit. She secretly harbored feelings for Su Jiao. When Su Jiao smelled the faint scent of ointment on her, she knew she had used some. Qingqing sent her 3 tubes of ointment, and she gave one to Sister Wang as a thank you for her help this afternoon. After work, the staff at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative gradually went to Director Dong's office to pick up their Dragon Boat Festival gifts. There was a towel, a package of Yang Sanji cakes, half a pound of almonds, a box of salted duck eggs, and a bag of salted peanuts. It didn't seem like much, but when everyone carried their heavy loads home, they all smiled happily. Because the Supply and Marketing Cooperative was a government store, it had a special status. Even the staff's Dragon Boat Festival benefits were more generous than those of other units. While others might only give a couple of zongzi, rice dumplings, the cooperative gave employees rare treats like salted duck eggs, cakes, and almonds. Shuejing proudly carried a box of salted duck eggs. My parents, brothers, and sisters all get zongzi from their workplaces, but only our unit gives salted duck eggs. When it comes to benefits, our Supply and Marketing Cooperative is the best. Zhou Lufeng, also carrying a few items, smiled as well. Then she called out to Xia Linyun, who was busy organizing items. Xiao Xia, your share is still in Director Dong's office. Why haven't you gone to get it yet? Do it after work. Xia Linyun straightened up and looked a bit surprised. Is there a share for me? She had just started today. Zhou Lufeng raised her voice. There wasn't originally, but Director Dong specifically applied for one for you from the city Supply and Marketing headquarters. It's yours. Xia Linyun's lips curled into a small smile. Then I should thank Director Dong. Finally, Xia Linyun was the last to come out of Director Dong's office with her items. By then, all the staff had received their Dragon Boat Festival gifts, except Su Jiao. She stood among her colleagues, who were happily holding their gifts, waiting for their family members to pick them up. She was empty-handed. Compared to Xia Linyun, who had just started today, she looked quite miserable. Here, a hand extended to Su Jiao, holding a box of Yang Sanji cakes. She looked up to see Sister Wang, smiling kindly. After a moment of surprise, Su Jiao took the cake and said softly, "Thank you, Sister Wang." Zhou Lufeng, who had just seen this, wrinkled her nose. Little Su, you really know how to flatter people. Look, you gave Sister Wang a tube of ointment, and she turned around and gave you a box of Yang Sanji cakes. That box costs over a yuan. You really got a big deal today. It was clear how bored she was, always watching others. She even saw Su Jiao giving ointment to Sister Wang. Su Jiao replied, "It's Sister Wang who has been kind to me. That's why I thank her by giving medicine ointment. The cakes are also from Sister Wang's kindness. Seeing everyone has received gifts, I didn't get one, so I was sad and shared a box of cakes with me. Sister Zhou, if you want to compare, then give me a cake too. Later, I will also flatter you." Zhou Lufeng scolded, "Why are you so shameless to give you cakes?" She didn't believe the girl would flatter her sincerely. She thought she was just trying to take advantage. Su Jiao forced a smile. "Then don't interfere in other people's business." Zhou Lufeng got angry. "You little girl, this is how you talk to your elders." She dropped her things and was about to hit Su Jiao, but Sister Wang grabbed her. "Are you done? Why argue with a young girl? You've lived so many years for nothing. I'm only 32. Why do you say I'm old?" Zhou Lufeng was so angry she almost vomited blood. But when she saw Su Jiao's delicate face glowing in the sunset, like a white porcelain doll, her anger inexplicably eased a lot.
Humph.
"I don't want to argue with you," Zhou Lufeng said to Su Jiao, pouting as she picked up her things from the ground. The girl was quite pretty. After Director Dong locked the door, everyone dispersed to go home. Just as Su Jiao took a step forward, she was stopped by a joyful, excited shout behind her. Su Jiao, her arm was pulled, and she turned around in confusion. She saw a middle-aged man, sweaty from running, talking rapidly to her. I finally found you. Su Jiao Jiao, I've been looking for you so hard. I went to your school but couldn't find you, then asked your classmates and learned you're at the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I rushed over and just caught you after work. No, aren't you still in high school? How come you're working now? I'm working now. Uncle, do you need something? Su Jiao Jiao recognized the middle-aged man as the one who sold her a small packet of laundry powder at the South City state-run restaurant. Could there be a problem with the laundry powder? It shouldn't be. As long as it's not ingested, what could be wrong with laundry powder? Before the man could speak, Director Dong looked closely and also recognized him. He smiled and greeted, Director Ji, you came to the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The middle-aged man turned around and looked happy. Old Dong, it's you. Oh, right, I almost forgot. You're the head of the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Sorry, my mind isn't so good, he said, then looked at Su Jiao Jiao. I came today to see Comrade Xiao Su. I didn't expect her to be under your team, but she's not really under his team. She's just filling in temporarily. Thinking this, Director Dong was a bit confused but asked politely, Director Ji wants to see our Xiao Su. The middle-aged man got very excited and blurted out, It's not me. It's our factory. Just a few days ago, Comrade Xiao Su gave me that soapberry powder. He suddenly realized what he was saying and quickly shut his mouth. Oh, old Dong, you almost made me slip up. That's a secret of our factory. I can't tell you. After saying this, he looked cautious, as if he couldn't reveal business secrets, then cast a sly glance at Su Jiao Jiao. Hearing the words, soapberry powder, Su Jiao Jiao understood immediately. She smiled and said, Uncle, you want to see me, right? Let's walk and talk. The employees of the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative watched curiously as Su Jiao Jiao walked away with a middle-aged man. They wondered what Director Dong called that man, Director Ji? Which organization is he from? Zhou Lufeng asked, curious. Director Dong rolled his eyes at her. He's the director of the R&D department at the first chemical factory in Yanshi City. The best-selling soap last time was made by their factory. The first chemical factory in Yanshi City was one of the top companies in the city. Their soap, which was sold at a high price but always out of stock, was produced there. The factory's profits were among the best in Yanshi. Zhou Lufeng was surprised. Does Xiao Su know such an important leader? On the way, Su Jiao Jiao learned about his identity. She didn't expect that the middle-aged man was actually the director of the first chemical factory in Yanshi City. The reason he was so eager to find her was because of the laundry powder she sold last time in that small paper packet. The soapberry powder you gave me back then, I didn't think much of it. I'm just an employee at the chemical factory. The soap we developed in the first half of the year sold out in all the major supply and marketing cooperatives in Yanshi City. My family doesn't lack soap, so I just kept the soapberry powder casually. My wife didn't know. She thought it was just a new product developed by our company, so she used it. This soap powder is amazing. The soap powder you gave me not only cleans better than our company's soap, but also, with just a gentle rub, it removes stains very effectively. The best part is that clothes washed with it still smell nice. It's important to know that oil and grease stains are the hardest to clean. Even with the soap produced by their factory, it takes about 15 minutes of scrubbing to clean them thoroughly. Plus, this process can damage the fabric fibers. Su Jiao Jiao listened to Director Ji's excited and somewhat unbelievable chatter as she walked along. She thought that modern laundry detergents are full of tricks. Their main features are cleaning power, long-lasting fragrance, and claims like being gentle on hands, leaving no residue, and being non-irritating. She could list many selling points. She guessed why the other person was looking for her today. She deliberately asked, So, why did you come to see me today? Director Ji blushed a little and looked a bit embarrassed. He said, Well, I took the soap powder you gave me to our factory's research team. We spent 2 days comparing your soap powder with the ingredients of our factory's soap. We found that your soap powder contains some ingredients that can boost cleaning power. Unfortunately, we couldn't analyze them. So, I came today to ask if you could come to our factory and help guide us for a few days. Honestly, at first, he didn't plan to come to Su Jiao Jiao. It wasn't because he felt shy, but because he thought it wasn't necessary. Their chemical factory has many college graduates. Surely, one young girl wouldn't understand nothing? But as their research progress slowed down, he realized that they really needed her help. Su Jiao looked at him in surprise. Did I hear you right? Are you asking me to guide your team in studying soap powder? Director G nodded. Comrade Su, don't be modest. Since you made this soap powder, you must know more than us. We should learn from you. Of course, he never thought Su Jiao would refuse. After all, it's not just bragging. Our Salt City #1 chemical factory has a well-known reputation. These days, most people don't care much about copyright. Su Jiao understands this and doesn't mind that the Salt City first chemical plant analyzed the ingredients of laundry detergent. The stuff wasn't even hers to begin with. Coincidentally, they failed in their research and ended up bringing the problem right to her door. Su Jiao looked at Director G, who looked confused and thought, if I don't take this chance, I would be too silly. Director G, stunned by the question, said. His expression changed from surprise to realization, then to shame. He said, Comrade Su, I must apologize for my actions. You're right. Taking something without permission is like stealing. I'm old, and I did something wrong.
I'm truly ashamed.
Director G, you're too polite. I understand your eagerness to research soapberry powder. If we could produce it in large quantities, it would benefit millions of families. Su Jiao's words fueled Director G's desire to find the laundry detergent formula. He smiled happily. So you mean, he knew that Comrade Su was willing to share the soapberry powder recipe. This girl clearly has a kind and generous heart. Soapberry powder is an ancestral family recipe. I need to go home and discuss it with my family. Su Jiao smiled apologetically, looking serious. Director G's excited expression froze on his face. Comrade Su, let's discuss it again. Our research is at a critical stage, and we can't wait. But when would the discussion end? Director G hurriedly said, you can come to the factory and see where we might have problems. Su Jiao remained calm. She still needed to go home and talk with her family. Director G, he almost spat out his old blood. He refused to give up and followed Su Jiao back to the shoe factory's family courtyard, constantly trying to persuade her. As they approached her home, he said tiredly, Are your parents at home? I can talk to them directly. No. Just as Su Jiao was about to say they weren't home, she saw her mother, Wan Hongxia, and Aunt Zhang Xiaofeng arguing with a group of women. They were shouting and splattering saliva everywhere. Su Jiao seemed to see her mother's face turn red with anger. What's going on now? Oh, Jiao, you're here. Zhang Xiaofeng and Aunt Zhang saw Su Jiao and looked at her as if they had found a savior. They hurried over and pulled her aside. They didn't notice Director G nearby and asked anxiously, Jiao, everyone in the family building is saying you're going to the supply and marketing cooperative to fill in for someone. Is that true? You're not officially hired, right? When that person finishes their work, you'll be out of a job in a month. Is that real? Today, she even bought a hot water bottle from Su's third daughter. She had already given her a big union ticket and 2 industrial tickets. If Su's third daughter wasn't a proper employee at the supply and marketing cooperative, how could she have bought her a hot water bottle? Aunt Zhang's heart was like an ant crawling on a hot pan, anxious and eager to know. Wan Hongxia angrily stepped forward and pinched her ear. You little brat, tell me clearly what's really going on with your job. You say you're a proper worker when you're just filling in for someone. Are you fooling your mom? I think you better go back and study hard. She originally didn't agree with her daughter dropping out of school. She had been upset all night, and now she finally exploded. Su Jiao's ear was pinched painfully. She felt resentful inside and was about to argue back, but when she saw her mother's red eyes, her throat felt tight and she couldn't speak. Mom, don't believe everything you hear. First, let go of my ear, and I'll tell you everything slowly, okay? Wan Hongxia snorted and let go. Speak. Su Jiao rubbed her ear, moved aside, and revealed Director G behind her awkwardly. She pressed her back against Director G, so he couldn't retreat. She looked at everyone and loudly said, Let me officially introduce everyone. This is the director of the R&D department at Salt City First Chemical Factory. Today, this leader came to invite me to work at the chemical factory. Mom, you're worried my job isn't real, but don't worry. Your daughter doesn't lack a good job, Su Jiao boasted shamelessly, fooling Wan Hongxia into staring in surprise. The pulled-out Director Ji was silent. But he didn't seem to say he was inviting little Su to work at the chemical factory, did he? The crowd watching from the family building was also stunned. This can't be true. Su family's little girl is getting more and more out of line with her words. Someone sneered disdainfully. Someone else looked at Director Ji with suspicion and hesitated, saying, "It seems real. This man, he really is the leader of Salt City First Chemical Factory." The person speaking had a relative working at the chemical factory. This sentence sounded like a loud thunderbolt, shocking everyone in the Shu factory family compound.
What?
Is this young girl from the Su family really capable? The supply and marketing cooperative and the chemical factory are both eager to take her. No matter what the family members guessed or discussed, Director Ji was led into the Su family by the mother and daughter. There were only Su Anxia and two younger brothers at home. Su Anxia was cooking, while the two little brothers played by themselves, making a mess with the furniture and chairs. Mom, little sister, who is this? Su Anxia, wearing an apron and holding a plate of fried potato slices, asked curiously. Director Ji, please come in and sit. I didn't recognize you earlier. Last year, I visited your chemical factory for a tour. It's a bit rude of me to have you come over without proper hospitality today. Wan Hongxia picked up a small wooden horse from the ground and gave her confused second daughter a meaningful look. This is my second daughter, Anxia. Anxia, your sister, and I have something to discuss with Director Ji. You take your two brothers back to your room first, okay? Although Su Anxia didn't understand what was happening, she obediently took off her apron and comforted her two younger brothers as they went into the room. Su Jiao stepped forward, offering a pastry that Sister Wang had given her earlier as a gift. Sister, this is a festival gift from my unit today. Try it. She also gave her second sister a reassuring look. Su Anxia slightly smiled, took the pastry, and showed a gentle smile. I'll wait to eat with you. When Director Ji entered the house, his gaze casually swept over the makeshift bed in the corner of the living room and the salted vegetable and steamed bread on the small table. He gained a basic understanding of the Su family situation. It was a family with many children and limited financial resources. Hearing Wan Hongxia mention visiting the chemical factory for a tour, he looked at her steadily for a while before suddenly recalling. It's you, Director Wan. Aren't you the women's affairs director at your shoe factory? Why are you here now? He looked at her work clothes typical of female workers at the shoe factory, puzzled. Wan Hongxia poured him a glass of water and said casually, There's more to this story, but let's get to the main point. Since you're here, I'll be straightforward. Is what my daughter just said true? She had only met Director Ji from the chemical factory once before. No need to talk about old times. The important thing was her daughter's job. Director Ji. He awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, his gaze drifting. About this. Director Ji. I think it's better if I talk to my mom first. Please sit for a while. Su Jiao quickly pulled Wan Hongxia into her and her second sister's room. Before their mother could get angry, she hurriedly spoke, blocking her mother's words like a machine gun. Mom, listen to me. Here's the situation. I accidentally got a formula for soapberry powder, and I, being naturally talented, figured it out. I'm confident I can make good money with it and help our family become rich.
But
now there's a problem. Director Ji from the chemical factory is interested in my soapberry powder formula and encourages me to share it selflessly. Su Jiao finished speaking without taking a breath. Luckily, Wan Hongxia understood. She thought for a moment and said, just give it. The soapberry powder wouldn't be useful to them anyway. Su Jiao was caught off guard.
yes.
As children of the country, we should have a selfless heart. We are like a brick in the nation. Wherever needed, we go. I totally agree with what Mom said. So, Wan Hongxia raised an eyebrow, thinking her daughter might have more plans. She knew her daughter well. As the saying goes, having a small family means you can help the larger one. If our family was well off with enough food and money, the chemical factory wants our formula, we could just give it. That wouldn't be a big deal, right? But clearly, That's not the case. Big brother needs to get married, second sister needs to save for her dowry, fifth and sixth brothers are in school, and seventh and eighth are shorter than other kids, so they need good nutrition. Compared to a giant like the Salt City First Chemical Factory, our family is tiny. So, I plan to use this formula to find a different job. Is that okay, Wan Hongxia? She choked on her spit. What did you say? You want to ask for a job? Why do you call it asking? It's just a fair exchange. Su Jiao frowned, not agreeing with her mother's words. Wan Hongxia anxiously paced around in circles. Su Jiao saw that her mother was actually very tempted, but she just couldn't get past her own feelings. She deliberately said, "Sai, I think I was right about this, but Director G doesn't seem too happy. It's embarrassing. I got so nervous earlier that I boasted in front of the neighbors in the housing compound. Mom, if they find out that my work at the supply and marketing cooperative is just a temporary position and that the chemical factory won't even take me, a young woman who isn't married yet, then I won't have the face to keep going in the future." Wan Hongxia also thought about this, and when she was provoked, she blurted out, "Why wouldn't they want you? The chemical factory has no reason to take our formula and then refuse to give you a job." After a while, Wan Hongxia came out of the room with a serious face, feeling a bit insecure inside. She never expected that after so many years of being honest and hardworking, she would end up trying to undermine the socialist system. Seeing her daughter, who looked relaxed and confident, she felt even more puzzled. How did she end up with such a daughter who was more stubborn than a city wall? Su Jiao knew her mother was never afraid to argue with others, but she also knew her mother was sensitive about this kind of thing. So, she didn't push her further. She walked straight to Director G and looked into his eager eyes. She pursed her lips and shook her head, indicating she couldn't agree. Director G stood up quickly and asked anxiously, "Comrade Su, what does your shake of the head mean? And Wan Director, what are your thoughts? This soapberry powder is just for laundry for your family, but if it gets studied by our chemical factory, it could benefit millions of families in our country." Su Jiao rolled her eyes. Anyone could say the same basic truth, but she wanted some real benefits. Honestly, she was tired of being pushed into a corner. She sighed and pulled Director G aside. He looked back at Wan Hongxia, who still had a serious expression, seeming unwilling to talk to him. She pulled him to a corner and whispered, "Director G, we understand the principles. I tried to persuade my mom too, but she wouldn't agree. When I told her you were coming to work at the chemical factory, she let you into her home. If she had known you were interested in our family's soapberry powder formula, she would have chased you out long ago." Director G, "Really?" Su Jiao looked as if she thought he wouldn't understand. "This recipe was passed down from my great-grandmother to my grandmother, and then from my grandmother to my mother as part of her dowry. My mother has treasured it all these years. You've seen our family situation. If she were really willing to give away the recipe, do you think it would be your turn to come and ask for it today? Factories in both Hushur and Haishur have come to our door. They offered money, coupons, even jobs, but my mother refused them all. This recipe is something she holds dear, and she'll never give it away." Director G was stunned, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Even the chemical factories in Hushur and Haishur, with such generous offers, couldn't persuade Comrade Su's mother. This was bad. His voice trembled. "What should I do now? I already promised the leaders that I'd develop a new laundry powder with strong cleaning power and a lasting scent. The factory even plans to export it abroad. If he couldn't get the recipe, he'd be blamed for the project's failure." Su Jiao narrowed her eyes, thinking that he was being quite bold. If the recipe were hers, she'd be furious at his pushy attitude. Director G's face changed several times before he finally closed his eyes and gritted his teeth.
"A job.
I'll trade a job for it." He looked at Su Jiao with determination, but she hesitated and shook her head. "That won't work. My mom's a straightforward person. A workshop job at a chemical factory isn't much better than my brother carrying goods at the shoe factory. She wouldn't think much of it. She didn't even value a factory job." Director G was so angry he almost fainted. His jaw trembled as he said, "A research assistant. I'll give you a research assistant position." "Mom, please don't be upset." Grandma wouldn't blame you for giving the soap powder recipe to get my brother a job at the chemical factory. Besides, giving a recipe to the factory is like contributing to the country. We're doing something good for everyone. Su Jiaojiao carefully tried to comfort her mother, Wan Hongxia. Wan Hongxia's face was stiff with anger, and she didn't even look kindly at her daughter. Su Jiaojiao walked Director Ji to the door. Director Ji forced a smile despite his worried face. Comrade Su, please try to persuade your mother. The research assistant position at the Yanshi chemical factory is already a very good offer. Although he spoke about it, he still had to go back and ask his boss for approval. Oh, what a headache.
Suziadia silenti not that.
I'll try my best. Director Ji, please let me know when you get news. But you'd better hurry. I'm worried my mom might change her mind if she thinks about it again. Director Ji felt a tightness in his back and immediately said, I'll go back now to ask my boss. You must calm your mom first, so she doesn't change her mind easily. After saying that, he hurriedly left. Su Jiaojiao nodded happily and turned to go inside. Wan Hongxia held back her happiness and asked her with some worry, Did it work? Su Jiaojiao proudly lifted her chin. My daughter took action, so it's definitely going to work. Don't worry. In 2 days at most, my brother will be able to work at the chemical factory. She also needed to think carefully about the laundry detergent formula. If it didn't work out, she could ask her helpful group of shopping friends for help. No, that soapberry powder formula is yours. The work should belong to you. Her daughter had just explained why she wanted her brother to have the job. Wan Hongxia thought about it and felt it wasn't right. Su Jiaojiao's mouth twitched.
Mom.
We're all family. It doesn't matter who gets the job. We all earn money to support the family. I love my work at the supply and marketing cooperative. I don't want to go to the chemical factory. You can't force me like a stubborn mule. After saying that, she ran off to share her plans with her second sister about Yongsan's pastry shop. Going to the chemical factory was impossible for her. She preferred staying at the supply and marketing cooperative. There was good food, entertainment, and it was comfortable. This stubborn girl. She won't take the good job. Wan Hongxia was so angry she wanted to slap her daughter. But this girl was so devoted to her brother. She really couldn't break their sibling bond. When Su and Chun finished work that evening and came home, he was stunned to hear that his little sister had surprisingly found him a job at the chemical factory as a research assistant. He was completely dazed. He slapped himself loudly. The slap sounded very clear. Su Jiaojiao covered her face, feeling sorry for him. Su and Chun still had a red handprint on his face and foolishly said to Su and Xia, Second sister, give me another slap. Let me see if I'm dreaming. Why am I so lucky to have this beautiful dream? Su and Xia covered her mouth and laughed. Brother, you're not dreaming. Wan Hongxia's mouth twitched. She stepped forward and gave her eldest son a hard smack on the forehead. I can't believe I have such a silly person like you. If you were half as clever as your little sister, I would have already enjoyed the benefits of having a daughter-in-law. It hurts. Su Anchuan rubbed his sore forehead and laughed like a fool. This showed that what his mother and little sister told him about finding a job at a chemical factory was true. He was happy for a moment, then stopped, feeling awkward. He scratched his head and said, Wait, that doesn't make sense. My little sister doesn't have a formal job. A job at the chemical factory would be better for her. His mother couldn't favor him just because he was her son. Su Anchuan secretly glanced at his mother, feeling guilty. He couldn't stand how he was imagining things about her. Wan Hongxia rolled her eyes at him. It's your little sister who gave it to you. Remember this kindness. Don't forget your family after you get married and find a wife. Su Anchuan was so touched his eyes turned red. He wiped his tears harshly with the back of his hand and choked out, Mom, how can you say that? I'm not that kind of person. I will definitely treat my older sister, second sister, and little sister well. My wife will come last. Su Jiaojiao, who was eating cake, choked and coughed. Cough, cough, cough. Big brother, please don't. Oh dear. Future sister-in-law, please understand. Today, my big brother's words are just words. Ignore them. Su Jiaojiao will never be a bothersome little sister-in-law. Today, because of a family celebration, Wan Hongxia, who was bleeding heavily, specially bought a dish of potato chicken at the state-run restaurant. The 8 members of the Su family, young and old. All ate until their mouths were greasy. After the meal, Su Jiao Jiao lay back, satisfied, with her eyes half closed. The roasted chicken was so delicious. Once she gets her salary in a few days, she plans to gradually improve the family's meals. Su Lao Wu and Su Lao Lu, two shy boys, approached Su Jiao Jiao. Fourth sister, Su Jiao Jiao opened her eyes. Today the sun is rising from the west?
Su Lao Lu, fought that eat.
But Su Lao Wu still dares to call her sister honestly? What's the matter? The two little troublemakers clearly had something in mind. Sure enough, Su Lao Wu blushed and, hesitating for a long time, said, "Can you find jobs for me and Lao Lu too? We'll split the wages with you." The two little boys looked at her eagerly, almost staring holes in her. Su Jiao Jiao coldly refused. No, Su Lao Lu was so anxious he stomped his feet. "Why not, fourth sister? You already found a job for big brother. We are your real brothers, born from the same parents." Su Jiao Jiao was fooled by old six and emphasized, "Big brother is also my real brother, born from the same parents, old six." Old five roughly pulled away his clumsy younger brother and said stiffly, and with some grievance, "They're all my real brothers. You can't be so biased. If big brother has things, I should have them too. You big fool." That lazy younger brother who always wants to drop out of school and stop studying. No wonder mother always thinks she's the one who spoiled these two. Ruining her reputation. Su Jiao Jiao didn't bother to pay attention to them. She directly shouted loudly, "Mom, old five and old six don't want to study anymore." Old five and old six were terrified and wished they could cover her mouth. But it was too late. Their mother, hearing the noise, stormed in angrily holding a rolling pin.
Two little brats.
"Come here, old five and old six." Oh no. Fortunately, a sudden knocking at the door saved old five and old six. Aunt Zhang nervously entered the Su family, looking awkward and embarrassed. "It's like this, Jiao Jiao. It's not that I don't trust you, but your brother Guoqiang's fiancé heard some gossip from outside and told me to take the money back. Otherwise, she'd cause trouble for your brother Guoqiang. I know it's hard to buy a thermos, so I don't want to trouble you." Everyone in the neighborhood already knew Su's young daughter's job at the supply and marketing cooperative wasn't hers. She was just filling in for someone else. It's hard to find a good thermos. She wanted to quickly take the money back, so it wouldn't go to waste. Seeing Aunt Zhang come over, Su Jiao Jiao immediately understood her purpose for tonight. "Oh, about that," she pretended to think, "but Auntie, you're too late. I already bought the thermos. If you don't want it, I can return the money to you." She originally planned to go to the department store tomorrow to look for one, or ask for help from the shopping group, but now Aunt Zhang clearly doubted her ability. She couldn't let a business opportunity slip away. So, Su Jiao Jiao had to make up a quick excuse. She was too quick to agree.
"What?
You already bought the thermos?" Aunt Zhang exclaimed. She was first in disbelief, then became somewhat suspicious. She had only asked her at noon, and by the afternoon, Su's young daughter had managed to get it? That was too fast. "Yes," Su Jiao Jiao deliberately complained to her. "Our South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative is gone. I specially went to the Salt City Supply building, found a friend, and managed to get one. Honestly, my family also needs a hot water bottle, but I was reluctant to give it away. Since you don't want it, I kept it for myself." Hearing this, Aunt Zhang immediately dismissed her doubts. Hey, no, this is a gift from you to me. How can I keep it for myself?" she said anxiously, turning to Wan Hongxia to reason. "Hongxia, Jiao Jiao is our neighbor. You can't change your mind now." Wan Hongxia, who had watched the whole scene, understood that her own daughter had bought the hot water bottle for someone else, and now, after hearing it was delivered, she was shamelessly trying to keep it. "It's really shameless," Wan Hongxia scolded bluntly. "Zhang Zhaofeng, do you have a conscience? Are you deaf? Just now, who said they wouldn't buy a hot water bottle? Now you want one again. Who's spoiling you and letting you pick at everything?" Zhang Zhaofeng felt embarrassed and wanted to find a hole to hide in. She hurriedly explained, Oh. It's just that everyone thought Jiao Jiao was working as a temporary clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative." We never expected she could really get a hot water bottle. Stop listening to that nonsense. Saying my daughter can't get a hot water bottle is just sour grapes, she said. Although her daughter was only a temporary clerk at the cooperative, she was now officially working there, and they shouldn't look down on her. Seeing the hot water bottle about to be taken away, Zhang Xiaofeng panicked. She had already asked many people to buy this aluminum water bottle, but no one succeeded. If Sue's daughter could get one, she couldn't miss out. Oh, Hongxia, just pretend I made a mistake today and forget about this. Zhang Xiaofeng, knowing she was in the wrong, blushed and kept begging, Jiao Jiao, you can give the hot water bottle to Andy. Your brother Guoqiang's wife is too troublesome. Without this bottle, I can't do my work. Please help Andy. She used all her good words to finally soothe the mother and daughter in front of her. Su Jiao Jiao reluctantly agreed with a stiff face. Andy, the hot water bottle is still with my colleague. I have a connection. Don't go around talking nonsense. I'll bring it to you after work tomorrow. Just this once. If you change your mind again, don't expect me to buy things for you. Mom, I saw you really liked that thermos earlier. Why didn't you give it to Aunt Zhang? After Aunt Zhang left, Su Jiaojiao asked her mom with a playful smile. She had just seen Comrade Wan Hongxia's eyes light up when she saw the thermos. Go away, go away.
Why would I be interested in that?
The weather is getting hotter, and I don't need a thermos. I was just pretending to make Zhang Xiaofeng see. If she really didn't want the thermos, you have to pay for it yourself. Are you stupid? After saying that, Wan Hongxia sighed with a bit of regret. It's good working at the supply and marketing cooperative. They can get even fancy aluminum thermoses. No wonder everyone envies having relatives there. But this job, you can't do it forever, and it's a waste. That's not necessarily true. The next day, Su Jiaojiao went to work as usual. She ate a cornmeal cake that Aunt Zhang specially brought as an apology. Surprisingly, it was quite tasty. Little Sue, you're here for work. Good morning. I just got this bun from the small canteen. Eat it. I'm not stealing it. It's part of my allowance. Zhou Lufeng smiled like a kind grandmother, holding a bun and coming close warmly. Su Jiaojiao was busy organizing things. Thank you, Sister Zhou, but I've already had breakfast. Oh, a girl of 16 or 17 is growing. Take the bun. No need to be so polite, she insisted generously, forcing the bun into Su Jiaojiao's hands. Feeling her enthusiasm, Su Jiaojiao had no choice but to accept the bun reluctantly. She casually said, All right then, thank you, Sister Zhou. You're really kind and good-hearted. Haha, really? Little Sue, you're so sweet with your words. Zhou Lufeng paused, feeling a bit shy, and waved her hand with a bright smile. This girl really has a sweet tongue. Leaning on the daily goods counter, she chatted with Su Jiaojiao for a while longer. Then, looking around and seeing that the supply and marketing cooperative was about to open for business, she hesitated and refused to leave. Su Jiaojiao understood immediately. Sister Zhou, do you still have something to say? Cough, cough. Well, little Sue, I just want to ask if there's anything going on with Director Ji from the chemical factory, who looked for you yesterday? Zhou Lufeng's eyes sparkled with curiosity, as if she wanted to find out everything about Su Jiaojiao. Su Jiaojiao's eyes flickered slightly. She lowered her head and said, It's nothing. Zhou Lufeng waved her hands excitedly, like a cat smelling something fishy, saliva flying everywhere. Little Sue, this week, Sister Zhou is about to criticize you. We are all colleagues, so why are you hiding things? Not only me, but everyone, including Director Dong, cares about you. She speaks confidently, but she just wants to find out if she has connections behind the scenes. Looking around, Xue Jing and Zhao Hualan from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative are also listening carefully. Su Jiaojiao raises an eyebrow. Since you all want to know so badly, don't blame me for being direct. But Su Jiaojiao bites her lip, her eyes flickering with hesitation, as if she wants to explain but also hide something. Her voice is soft, like a mosquito, but I can't say. As soon as she says this, Zhou Lufeng interprets it as her meaning exactly what she thought. Her eyes suddenly brighten, and she warmly links her arm with Su Jiaojiao's. Oh, all right, if you don't want to say, that's fine. I understand. Xiao Su, I felt a connection with you the moment I saw you. How about this? You can call me Master, and later I'll ask Director Dong to arrange for you at my counter. Su Jiao forces a stiff smile. Hee hee, that's not good. Who would want to call you Master? What's so bad about it? What can you learn from Wang Lily? It's not the same as with me. How is it different? Before Zhou Lufeng notices anything wrong, she keeps talking carelessly. Wang Lily doesn't scare people with a stiff face. What can she teach Xiao Su? As she speaks, she suddenly feels something's off. She turns her head and sees Leader Wang's calm, elegant face.
Wang Ye.
Zhou Lufeng blushes and then turns pale, almost biting her tongue. Leader Wang crosses her arms and looks at her coldly. Keep going. Why did you stop? Not doing your morning prep work, but busy gossiping. Her voice is loud, and everyone in the supply and marketing hall can hear. She usually doesn't hold back when scolding Zhou Lufeng. Others sit quietly, afraid to speak, and the atmosphere becomes strangely silent. Zhou Lufeng's face feels like it's been slapped again. She feels humiliated in front of everyone, gnawing her handkerchief in anger. She's annoyed that Wang Lily overheard her. So irritating. Su Jiao endures her laughter, obediently focusing on tidying things, looking like an innocent, pure little white flower. Everyone else continues with their own tasks, pretending not to see what just happened. After all, Zhou Lufeng gets scolded by Leader Wang almost every day, so they don't find it strange. Although Manager Wang didn't say it openly, everyone knew she was implicitly allowing Su Jiao to work at the daily supplies counter. Zhou Lufeng even stubbornly looked for Director Dong, thinking she was sneaking around, but everyone saw through her. In the end, Su Jiao still stayed at the daily supplies counter with Sister Wang that day, and Zhou Lufeng's efforts were in vain. Zhao Hualon glanced at Zhou Lufeng, who was angrily stomping, and then looked at Wang Lily with a helpless expression, rolling her eyes inwardly. All day, Zhou Lufeng kept talking about how Director Dong was her brother-in-law, but when it mattered, it was useless. She looked unwillingly at Su Jiao at the daily supplies counter, her eyes flickering with hesitation. She clenched her fists, but didn't try to flatter her like Zhou Lufeng did. Today, Xue Jing was especially talkative, constantly trying to chat with Su Jiao, and her attitude was much friendlier than yesterday. Jiao, are you free today? Lin Yun and I are planning to watch a movie tonight. Want to come with us? Su Jiao politely declined. Sorry, I have plans tonight. Xue Jing pouted unhappily, but I've wanted to see that movie for a long time. I'm really busy. Su Jiao rolled her eyes inwardly. She didn't really want to watch the movie with Xue Jing. Yesterday, she was just a new temporary worker with no background, ignoring her. Today, after hearing she had a connection with Director Ji from the chemical factory, her attitude changed immediately. This girl is too practical. They say having connections in high places makes things easier. Su Jiao truly experienced how complex relationships are at the supply and marketing cooperative. Her relationship with Director Ji could bring her significant influence. Not only colleagues like Xue Jing, but even Director Dong, the boss of Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative, spoke more kindly to her today. When she heard Su Jiao needed to take an hour off in the afternoon, he immediately agreed without hesitation. He even asked with concern, "Is it something urgent? Do you need to take an extra hour off?" Su Jiao hesitated and shyly asked, "Is that okay?" Director Dong was very understanding. Of course. Our cooperative always considers employees. If an hour isn't enough, you can take half a day off directly. Although Director Ji from the chemical factory is only the head of the R&D department, he heard the news that the current factory director will retire in a year. The person he favors as the successor is this Director Ji. Being able to connect with the next chemical factory director, Director Dong wouldn't hesitate to give him half a day off. Su Jiao was overjoyed. "Thank you, Director Dong. Haha, not taking a half day off would be a waste." She happily accepted it. From a 1-hour break to a half day off, Su Jiao left the supply and marketing cooperative building, stretched lazily, feeling great. Since she had half a day free, she decided to plan carefully. Originally, she planned to officially withdraw from school in the afternoon, but it was still early before her meeting with her mother. So, she swung her bag over her shoulder and confidently headed toward the middle school next to Yenshur No. 1 High School. When Su Lao Wu and Su Lao Lu left school with their older sister, they were both very happy. They turned to look back at the school gate, excited and a little disbelief. Fourth sister, you really let me and Brother Wu skip class. Su Lao Lu rubbed his eyes, looked back at the school gate, and jumped up excitedly. Su Lao Wu also had a flushed, excited look on his face. It turned out he was being petty. Although Su Lao Si caused them to get a scolding from their mother yesterday, since she was taking them out today, all past grudges were forgiven. Su Jiao Jiao couldn't stand to see her little brothers so eager to escape school. She ruthlessly burst their bubble. What are you thinking? I officially asked for leave from your teachers, and I guarantee you both will get excellent grades on this semester's exam. That's why they agreed. Su Lao looked like a rusty robot. He stiffly turned his face away, shocked to look at Su Jiao Jiao. She smiled brightly at him. No need to thank me. As your older sister, I should do this. Su Lao Si, I'm going to kill you. Fuming, Su Lao was already arguing with Su Jiao Jiao, while the slow-witted Su Lao Lu remained dazed. Su Jiao Jiao grabbed the little guy, Su Lao Wu, by the collar, preventing him from punching or kicking her. Ha! He couldn't reach. Enough, stop messing around. If I brought you out, there must be a reason. Su Lao Lu hesitated. What's the benefit? It wasn't that he couldn't beat his fourth sister, but he knew his limits. He understood that provoking her would make it impossible to pass the test with their mother at home, so he didn't act rashly. Su Jiao Jiao generously suggested they pretend to be acting in a play, and she would give each of them 5 cents as payment. $1. Su Lao Wu gritted his teeth, trying to act like a big shot. Su Jiao Jiao coldly said, for cents. Why is it getting quieter and quieter? Old 6 Su was anxious. Ignoring his older brother's expression, he raised his hand forcefully. I will do it. Su Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow at Old 5 Su. Old 5 Su's face darkened further, and finally, he snorted in frustration. Su Jiao Jiao was heading to Liang Yongqin's house. She hadn't forgotten that this woman made her the acting person in charge, but never mentioned her salary for the past month. Ha! She thought she couldn't find her home? No way. Liang Yongqin probably forgot that her address was at the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Liang Yongqin's house was a big courtyard-style house. Their family occupied the east wing. Several families lived in the same courtyard. When Su Jiao Jiao and her 2 brothers arrived at noon, it was busy with cooking, laundry, and people just getting off work. The whole courtyard was lively. Splash! If she hadn't hurried to hide, a bucket of dirty water almost spilled on her feet. Old 5 Su protected Su Jiao Jiao and glared at the man angrily. Hey, are you blind? The man in his 30s, wearing a white tank top, had well-developed muscles. Facing the little kid's question, he lazily rolled his eyes, showed a cold white smile, and raised an eyebrow at Su Jiao Jiao. Such a pretty young girl. Are you here to see your boyfriend? Big brother, hello. I'm looking for Liang Yongqin. I'm her niece from her family, Su Jiao Jiao said calmly. She patted Old 5 Su's arm, stepped out from behind him, and then looked around the courtyard with a composed expression. Honestly, it was quite messy. Any space in the yard that could be used was already taken. It was very crowded, with no room to walk. You had to watch your step. There were probably 8 or 9 families living here, maybe more. Their living conditions weren't better than their apartment building. When Su Jiao Jiao and her group appeared, several families looked over to watch the scene. Niece from her family? The muscular man smirked strangely. He raised an eyebrow and knocked on a wash basin loudly, making a loud clanging sound. The sound of the basin was very loud. Big sister, your niece from her family is here to see you. He shouted towards the wooden door behind him, especially mocking the words, niece from her family. Su Jiao Jiao looked surprised and turned to the muscular man. She forced a smile and said, Oh, so your uncle. No wonder my niece didn't recognize you in front of everyone. The muscular man sneered. Are you crazy? Who are you calling my uncle? Su Jiao looked innocent and said, I'm Liang Yongqin's niece from her family. You're my uncle, right? Old 5 and old 6, Su were confused by their sister's shamelessness. Why would they be eager to recognize family? Liang Yongqin had been very comfortable at home these days. Someone was working for her without pay, she had her mother, her husband took care of her, and she had no worries about food or drink. She was just relaxing and eating sunflower seeds when she heard her brother outside shouting. She frowned, lazily came out while eating seeds. Bah! What niece from her family? I don't have any niece from her family. She spat out the seed shells and asked irritably. She was just a woman who married into the family. Her brother was over 30 and still unmarried. She had no niece from her family. Su Jiao smiled sweetly and waved at her, cheerfully calling out, Auntie, I'm here. As the saying goes, the more friends, the more paths. Recognizing a relative could bring some good luck during the new year, maybe some lucky money. It's worth it. You. Why are you at my house? Liang Yongqin saw Su Jiao looking as if she had been struck by lightning, completely stunned. She dropped her sunflower seeds. Then suddenly, a figure darted over. Smells pretty good. Su Jiao quickly caught the sunflower seeds, casually ate one, and said affectionately, Annie, you see, I can't get too excited when I see me. These seeds are so good. It would be a pity to spill them. She not only ate her own seeds, but also generously shared with her 2 brothers behind her. Come on, everyone, we're family. My seeds are our seeds. Let's all eat. Brothers old 5 and old 6 looked awkwardly at the seeds in their hands. Did their sister have poor eyesight? The newly recognized Annie didn't seem very eager to be part of their family. Su Jiao called her Auntie, warmly and affectionately, as if she were truly family. The muscular man, Liang Jiancheng, frowned and leaned closer to Liang Yongqin. He suspiciously asked, Sister, when did our family have such a beautiful niece? I didn't know. Did Mom tell me? You're crazy. She's just a lying girl. Can't you see she's talking nonsense? Liang Yongqin, regaining her composure, pushed her brother's face away. She was caught off guard by Su Jiao earlier. Now that she has reacted, her face turns red then green. She lifts her chin proudly and asks bluntly, Why are you here? Not going to work and still skipping your shift. Look at what you're saying. I don't have a job, so I don't have any shifts. Su Jiao lazily munches sunflower seeds and says very casually, Anyway, I don't get paid, so whether I get deducted or scolded, it doesn't matter to me. Liang Yongqin doesn't really think she can just leave her job and sit around waiting for her paycheck. She's very attractive. Hearing her words, Liang Yongqin's face changes. She's so scared her voice trembles. You little brat, don't cause trouble. Oh, this girl, she really might have skipped her shift. If Director Dong finds out, she'll probably deduct her pay. Liang Yongqin's face turns pale with worry, and her stomach starts to hurt a little. Her paycheck, that's her hard-earned money. That brat really needs a lesson. Brat, go back to work quickly. If you dare to come again, I'll beat you. Liang Jian is not stupid. From a few words from Su Jiao and his sister, he already knows who this girl is. She's just the stand-in her sister found, who doesn't even get paid. He threatens and waves his fist at Su Jiao. Su old 5 and Su old 6 are feeling awkward. They see Liang Jian's face turn red as he waves his fist at his sister. The 2 immediately step in to stop him, like little calves, and the situation looks ready to explode. Su Jiao narrows her eyes, stops munching sunflower seeds, and sits down heavily on a small wooden stool outside Liang Yongqin's house. She starts shouting, Shameless. Mother-in-law threatening her niece. Helping with the shift but not paying. What's the difference from a landlord exploiting farm workers? They say we're in a new rule of law society, but why is my life so hard, ignored and mistreated? She yells along with her, her eyes turning red, as if she's been terribly wronged. Su old 5 and Su old 6. Stop throwing a tantrum, little sister. You're playing too well. The residents of the big courtyard are used to complicated relationships. There's no shortage of spectators. As soon as Su Jiao blows her horn, some troublemakers jump out to stir things up. Oh wow. Why are you crying? You look so pitiful. Girl, just tell us if you have any problems. This girl just mentioned helping with the shift. Could it be that she's working at Yongqin's supply store? Asked her yesterday about her job, and she said someone was filling in for her. It must be this girl. TSK, TSK, TSK. The world is getting worse. People's hearts are not what they used to be. They make a girl cover shifts without paying her. How shameless can they be? Still her own niece, and she dares to cheat like this. The Liang family really isn't a good family. Liang Yongqin and Liang Jianxi, the brother and sister, looked so angry their faces turned green. Liang Jianxi, blushing with anger, shouted, You don't know what you're talking about. She's just a troublemaker. My family never agreed to her taking over the shift. Before Su Jiao could reply, someone else stepped in. If she's not your relative, why does she cover your sister's shift and not get paid? Who's really the troublemaker here? Su Jiao sat innocently on a small wooden stool, nodding fiercely. Yes, it's clear these two siblings are shameless. Maybe the people helping to speak aren't acting out of kindness, just wanting to see the Liang family embarrassed. But I have to say, they really helped Su Jiao a lot. As the Liang siblings struggled to speak, about to be overwhelmed, an old woman with a basket of vegetables pushed her way through the crowd. She had white hair, wore simple cloth clothes, and pointed at Su Jiao, spitting as she spoke. You lying girl who twists the truth. In my Liang family, if you want to find out, ask around. My Yongqin asked you to cover the shift and paid you, but you dare to lie and say she didn't pay? You're just a greedy person trying to cheat my Yongqin. She's pregnant now, and if you upset her and harm the baby, I'll sit right outside your door and curse you for 3 days and nights. And you heartless people, I can't stand our Liang family being good. My son hasn't married for so many years because of your false rumors about us. Today I say this. If my unborn grandson has any accident, none of you will have a good life. The old woman finished breathlessly, clutching her waist and glaring fiercely at everyone. She looked like a mother wolf protecting her cubs, thin but fiercely shielding Liang Yongqin and the tall Liang Jianxi behind her. Seeing her fierce return, Liang Yongqin, like a victorious rooster, pretended to hold her stomach and cry out, Oh, my stomach. I hope my baby is okay. Mother, I'm sorry. I was wronged by that girl today. I'm so angry. The onlookers immediately took a step back in fear. If something really happened to the baby in her belly, who would take responsibility? How? Did they call the young one or the old one? She patted off the dust and stood up, no longer wasting words with them. Ma'am, everyone knows whether Liang Yongqin asked me to cover her shift and whether she was paid. You don't need to make up for her or scare me. Many people are watching. I didn't touch Liang Yongqin or upset her. If the child has a problem, it's not my fault. Since I was disturbed today and this shift has no pay, I won't work for free. I heard the leaders are coming to check the supply and marketing cooperative. Coincidentally, I'll go directly to talk to your leaders. After speaking, Hao waved to her 2 brothers and left quickly. Liang Yongqin was panicked. The leaders are coming to check the cooperative? If that's true, Hao, that stubborn girl, really went straight to the leaders. How would the unit see her? Director Dong cares a lot about reputation. If she causes trouble, will she be treated unfairly at work in the future? She forced a smile. Hey. Let's talk nicely. Why is this girl so hard to deal with? She always reports small matters to the leaders. Leaders don't like to handle such trivial issues. Hao smiled faintly.
You don't need to worry about me.
If the leaders dislike me, that's their problem.
I'm naturally blunt.
Unlike you, Aunt, who can turn black into white. Hearing her call her aunt, Liang Yongqin was shocked. Her face changed like a painter's palette. She gritted her teeth and stepped forward to grab Hao. Look at you, so temperamental. I'm your real aunt. Come to my house for a bowl of brown sugar water. She pulled Hao by the arm. Hao hesitated but was pulled into Liang's house. 4th sister, Hao's younger brothers, 5th and 6th, called out anxiously from behind. Hao calmly waved her hand. We're family. Come in, have some brown sugar water, then leave. Liang Yongqin's mouth twitched. She thought, They really aren't polite. When the door closed, the onlookers, confused and unsure what was happening, left without watching. Is this girl really Liang Yongqin's niece? Are you stupid? Of course she is. Otherwise, how could she bring her home? Why would her niece ask someone to cover her shift without pay? Old auntie said she paid. Although she's usually like a mad dog, biting anyone nearby, she's proud and straightforward. She wouldn't give Liang Yongqin a hard time if she paid. Old auntie said Yongqin definitely paid. That's true. At the Liang family house, Su Jiao was just sitting and waiting for Liang Yongqin's ginger sugar water when she saw Liang Yongqin's thin, elderly mother pick up a broom from the corner. With a stern face and a fierce look, she approached. She was startled, thinking she was coming for her and prepared to hide, but then saw the old lady's broom strike firmly on Liang Yongqin's arm. Liang Yongqin shouted in surprise. Because she was wearing thin summer clothes, the broom made several bloody scratches on her arm.
Mom.
What are you doing? Liang Yongqin cried out unfairly. What am I doing? I will beat the liar.
What did you tell me?
Did you pay the girl her wages? You found someone to cover your shift, but didn't pay her? Who taught you this? You and your deadbeat father are exactly the same. Heartless. You're sick with lung problems and you're still pregnant. How dare you teach my grandson like this? Just wait. Today I will beat you so you understand. The old lady's face was dark with anger. She gritted her teeth and kept hitting, not only hitting Liang Yongqin, but also Liang Jianshi. Liang Yongqin hugged her arms and cried loudly, Mom, I'm pregnant with your grandchild. My grandson is strong. A few hits won't hurt him. Liang Jianshi looked miserable. Mom, just hit my sister. I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you hitting me? The old lady angrily pounded her chest. Because I'm in a bad mood. After giving birth to you two ungrateful kids, how could I be happy? After saying that, she continued hitting with more force. In front of Su Jiao and the other two outsiders, the siblings from the Liang family were beaten by their mother until they cried out for mercy, losing face completely. In the end, Su Jiao and her two brothers drank a big bowl of sweet water with lots of red sugar added. The old lady Liang even gave Su Jiao 10 yuan, saying it was her monthly wages, and even the Dragon Boat Festival gifts that Liang Yongqin didn't pick up from her workplace were used to apologize to Su Jiao. Originally, Su Jiao thought there would be a fierce argument, but she realized she had misunderstood the old lady. She wasn't boastful at all. She was a sensible old lady. She nodded respectfully to the old lady Liang and praised her. Old aunt, you're right. A stick makes a good child. If the kid doesn't listen, it means they haven't been beaten enough. But this broom is too light. Next time, use a thicker stick so they remember. Liang Yongqin's siblings, standing nearby, looked pale and speechless. This brat is really ungrateful. Grandma Liang's face softened a bit. She glared at Liang Yongqin. Bring it out. Liang Yongqin shakily took out a few bills from her pocket. Grandma Liang reached out to grab them. She couldn't pull them out. Her face darkened. Let go. Liang Yongqin desperately held onto the money, but under her mother's stern look, she finally released her grip. She sniffled softly. Her heart ached. Those were her 10 yuan. Grandma Liang smiled kindly. Since you called me aunt, we are family now. Don't be shy. Visit more often. When you go to the soda factory, tell him to give you a few more bottles of soda. You work for a month in Liang's family and we thank you. This 10 yuan is a small thank you gift for Yongqin from your girl.
Take it back.
Our Liang family stands tall and honest. We don't do anything shameful. Su Jiao held the 10 yuan in her hand and smiled happily. Thank you, auntie. Thank you, aunt. Thank you, uncle. Liang Yongqin and Liang Jian shewed their disgust and turned away. Bah, who are you calling aunt? Who's uncle? Shameless. After leaving Liang's house, Su Jiao felt very happy. Just one trip earned her 20 yuan. Faster than any robbery. She was so excited. She first took her two little brothers back to middle school. Here, 4 cents each, take it. She counted out some bills and handed them to Su Lao Wu and Su Lao Lu. Su Lao Lu shyly held the money. He felt guilty. He hadn't helped his sister much today. Taking this money felt wrong. Su Lao Wu clicked his tongue, unhappy. It was supposed to be 5 cents. You guys bargained? Su Jiao then took 2 meat buns from her shopping group chat and handed them to her brothers, finally sending them off to class. Hurry up and go to class. Earning 4 cents in an hour is not enough. Lao Wu, look at how greedy you are. Learn from Lao Lu. Su Jiao handed out 8 cents, feeling a bit pained. If she had known there was a reasonable old lady in Liang's family, she would have gone alone. She wouldn't have needed to pay her 2 little brothers to be bodyguards, saving that money. She felt she was being wasteful. Oh, what a spender she was. Before lunch, she also took a meat bun and ate it while walking. She had planned to go straight back to the shoe factory to wait for her mother, Wan Hongxia. But when she saw the Salt Market department store, she remembered she still hadn't given Aunt Zhang her aluminum water bottle. After thinking for a moment, she decided to go inside. The Salt City department store is a famous old building in Salt City. It was built 50 years ago during the country's early days, and it is said to have been designed by an international architect. The 5-story department store may not look very fancy, but it is grand and impressive, much more so than the small 1-story South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The bright red characters spelling Salt City Department Store are very eye-catching. When Su Jiao entered, she was shocked by the crowded scene inside. In her past life, she had visited many high-end shopping malls, but she had never seen such a lively scene. Even during the New Year holidays, it was only a little crowded. Here, people were packed together, and the air was filled with the buzzing sounds of asking prices and conversations. The goods in the department store were dazzling. They had fruits, vegetables, watches, home appliances, bicycles, radios, and other high-end items that the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative didn't have. Su Jiao was excited, looking around and touching things. She wanted to buy something but was put off by the high prices. In the end, she didn't buy anything and received several annoyed looks from the sales clerks. But she didn't mind. She strolled over to the counter selling thermos bottles. "Comrade, I haven't seen any aluminum thermos bottles," she asked the clerk. The clerk was a young man with fair skin and a bit handsome, but he had a proud attitude. He raised his eyelids and said, "No." Su Jiao knew the bad habits of sales clerks from this era. She patiently asked again, "Why not?" "I heard the department store has them." The young man sneered. "Who told you that?" "Go ask whoever told you that, Xiao Huang." "Why are you talking like that?" "This young comrade is just asking you a question." "Why are you so angry today?" Another saleswoman, an older woman, came over and scolded the young man. She turned to Su Jiao with a kind smile. "Sorry about that, young comrade. Xiao Huang is in a bad mood today and couldn't serve customers well. As his supervisor, I will give him a good talking to later. But about the aluminum thermos bottles, you're right. We don't have any. They're very popular, and as soon as they arrive, they're sold out. Honestly, even our staff can't get them." The older saleswoman was sincere and friendly, much nicer than the sulking young man beside her. "Is that so?" Su Jiao smiled. "By the way, big sister, since these aluminum water bottles are selling so well, why doesn't the department store order more? I see many people want to buy them." The saleswoman chuckled and shook her head, as if Su Jiao had said something naive. She pointed to the top of her head. "Girl, what you're saying is not right. We only sell as much as the head office allocates to us. It's all fixed quotas. We can't just sell however many we want. Also, our comrades in Yen City want to buy these aluminum water bottles too, and other cities' comrades want them as well. The Shanghai bottle factory can only produce so much, so they can't supply more. Won't the Shanghai bottle factory increase production? I don't know. These aluminum water bottles are a new thing right now, and everyone across the country is rushing to get them. Even if the Shanghai factory increases production, they still can't keep up. Of course, people like them working at the supply office have an easier time getting things they want." The saleswoman looked proud as she spoke. Both she and Su Jiao were smiling happily. It's happening. She was about to succeed. According to the saleswoman, the Shanghai factory's current output can't be increased for now, so the aluminum water bottles will be in short supply for at least a month. What is a business opportunity? This is a business opportunity. Since the department store has no stock, Su Jiao can get some. She excitedly rubbed her hands, already imagining the days she would make a lot of money. She quickly found a quiet corner, opened her universal purchasing group, and asked her dear group friends for help. AAA local specialty purchasing Little Sue, looking to buy aluminum water bottles. No brand logos on the bottles, preferably old-fashioned style, red for a festive look, with big peony flowers if possible. She had just looked around the counter and noticed that porcelain basins and enamel cups with big red peony designs sold best. So, her water bottles should also have big peony patterns, keeping up with the latest trends. Since making money at the right time can make even pigs fly, Su Jiao wants to fly too. Not just pork sellers, pork glory. Little Sue, are you not joining the group lately, or are you doing some sneaky moves? Old-fashioned water bottles with peony flowers? Are you going for a nostalgic style? Nostalgic style? Jiao Su remembered that many popular check-in spots in her past life had a nostalgic vintage style. Her eyes lit up, and since she was feeling sleepy, she sent a pillow as an excuse. AAA local specialty shopping agent Xiao Su. I recently opened a shop with a retro, nostalgic style, selling old items from the 1960s and 70s. Genuine antiques are hard to find, so I want to sell some imitation ones. As long as the quality is good and reliable, I hope the handsome and beautiful people in the group can help. The group immediately started to chat excitedly. They asked if Jiao Su had stopped being a shopping agent and opened a physical store instead. It seemed she had made good money doing this in recent years. Why make money? Jiao Su thought with a sigh. You might not believe it, but in 1958, I was eating plain rice and vegetables. I'm not as carefree as the people in your group, but that's okay. Her good days were about to come. Everyone joked around but also brainstormed to help Jiao Su solve her problem. Finally, a wealthy lady who had bought oatmeal from Jiao Su last time came to help. Nutritionist Sanbao Mama Coco at AAA local specialty shopping agent Xiao Su. I have a pair of old-fashioned red water bottles with peony prints. My sister, who is filming a period drama, brought them back as souvenirs. She's the director of that show. I'll ask her where she got the water bottles. What a kind person. Such a good person. Jiao Su was so excited, she sent several lively emojis in the group. AAA local specialty shopping agent Xiao Su. Thank you, kind and beautiful Coco. Nutritionist Sanbao Mama Coco. Just a small favor. Next time, take care of my business. AAA local specialty shopping agent Xiao Su. No problem. After a while, Coco replied again. Nutritionist Sanbao Mama Coco at AAA local specialty shopping agent Xiao Su. My sister gave me the contact info of the water bottle manufacturer. I wanted to pass it to you, but I found it didn't work. So I added him to the group directly. You can chat with him. Coco was confused why she couldn't just pass the contact to Jiao Su, but she knew it was a restriction from the shopping group. Jiao Su replied with an okay and started chatting with the water bottle boss who just joined the group. The other person was also confused about why they were suddenly added to a shopping group. Su Jiao expressed her desire to customize a vintage-style aluminum water bottle, bright red, preferably with peony flowers. The other person responded very enthusiastically. Ofei Boutique Furniture and Living Store. Hello, ma'am. The vintage-style aluminum water bottles you want are in stock here. However, we sell in bulk, with a minimum order of 100 units. 100 units? Su Jiao thought for a moment and replied seriously. AAA local specialty purchasing Xiao Su, no problem. I want 100. 100 isn't a lot, but it's not small either. She wasn't worried about being caught for reselling illegally. If she dared to do this, she was mentally prepared. What she cared about most was her limited money, since she needed to pay a deposit up front for the purchase. After a heated bargaining session, they agreed on a 20% deposit for 100 water bottles, which in that era was about 18 yuan and 70 cents. Right now, Su Jiao only had 3.50 yuan left from her mother Wan Hongxia's previous tuition payment, plus 20 yuan she just borrowed from Liang Yongqin. Thanks to her aunt, her dream of sudden wealth was still alive. Happily, She transferred the deposit to the water bottle seller, leaving her with only
80 yuan.
Su Jiao awkwardly wiped her face. She really should find a fortune teller to see if she has a leak in her wealth. Why can't she save money? Ofei Boutique Furniture and Living Store. Deposit received. We will ship your order as soon as possible, dear. The Taobao-style message made Su Jiao grimace. 100 water bottles. She squinted, her eyes full of determination, and stood up. She was still on the second floor of the department store, less than 50 meters from the water bottle counter. At this moment, many people were crowded around buying water bottles. Several people, like Su Jiao, asked if there were aluminum water bottles, and after being told no, they looked disappointed. Why are these aluminum water bottles so hard to buy? They're out of stock everywhere. Exactly, they're so popular, I can't get one at all. But bamboo woven ones aren't as pretty as aluminum. The big peony flowers on them look so festive. I just want an aluminum water bottle. Why is it so hard? But what if I can't get one? Many people just can't buy them. Su Jiao quietly listened nearby. Then she smiled, her eyes curling into a crescent moon. The male clerk saw it was Su Jiao again and frowned directly. I told you, there are no aluminum bottle warmers in stock. Why are you still coming? This girl probably doesn't understand what people say. She's quite pretty, but maybe she's a fool. Su Jiao's mouth twitched as she tried to ignore the contempt in the clerk's eyes. She raised her voice and said, I know. I'm not here to ask about that. My brother-in-law bought me an aluminum bottle warmer. He's from the Shanghai bottle warmer factory, so he can buy directly from the factory at an internal price. Who would bother buying from you? She finished proudly, pretending not to notice the surprised and envious looks around her. Really? You can get an aluminum bottle warmer? The male clerk, Huang Guangji, looked at Su Jiao with surprise and doubt. Maybe she's just pretending to show off and making up stories. Su Jiao straightened her back. Of course it's true. Her tone was very firm, and she looked beautiful, so her words sounded convincing. Could she really get one? Huang Guangji's face changed several times. He opened his mouth to speak, but didn't know what to say, turning red with embarrassment. Other customers who also wanted to buy aluminum bottle warmers didn't care about him. Hearing that her brother-in-law worked at the Shanghai bottle warmer factory and that she could buy one, everyone looked at her with envy, their eyes turning red. They hurried over to her side. Young lady, can you really buy an aluminum bottle warmer? I want one too. Can you ask your brother-in-law to bring one for me? I'm from a towel factory. I'll give you a towel. Please ask your brother-in-law to help me get one too. Wow, giving a towel. You're so clever. I'll pay an extra yuan. Please help me get one too. Encouraged by several people, everyone was so enthusiastic that Su Jiao felt overwhelmed. She frowned and pretended to be impatient. I can help you get them, but only 5 people. My brother-in-law doesn't have that many internal purchase slots. First come, first served. Come over here and register with me. Hearing this, a few people looked happy and hurried to follow her. Su Jiao took them to a quiet corner near the glass display case, took out a notebook from her bag, and started writing names. Wang Daqing 1, Li Guixiang 1, Chen Xinghua 1. And the last spot, who wants it? As soon as Su Jiao finished speaking, a loud male voice suddenly spoke nearby. I want one. Huang Guangji wants one, huh? That voice sounds a bit familiar. Su Jiao looked up and saw the embarrassed, blushing face of the young male clerk. Seeing everyone's disapproving looks, he hesitated and said, I also want an aluminum water bottle. What's wrong? I can't get one. He sounded a little weak but stubborn. The aluminum water bottles were very popular, and even the staff couldn't get them easily. Since he had a chance to buy one, he definitely wanted to be quick. Su Jiao glanced at him, but didn't refuse. She said, You need to give me a deposit of 1 yuan first. Huang Guangji was unhappy. Why? Because I want it. If you want to buy, you have to follow the rules. Su Jiao returned his earlier words to him exactly as they were. Huang Guangji's face turned red and green, and finally, he angrily took out a yuan. I'll buy it. The aluminum water bottles were very popular. Even the department store had plenty of stock, but the best ones were reserved for the managers. Flawed ones were not even considered. As a regular clerk, he probably wouldn't get one anytime soon. But as long as he could buy the water bottle, being a man, what did it matter if he lowered his head? Huang Guangji was very determined to try. To avoid being accused of taking advantage, Su Jiao only recorded the purchase information for 5 people. Comrade, I also want a water bottle. Comrade, add me too. Su Jiao put away her notebook and waved her hand, refusing with a frown.
No. There are only 5 spots.
We're not doing shady deals. Buying water bottles for you is already hard enough. If I promise, my brother-in-law might not be happy. Please don't make things difficult for me. After saying that, she hurriedly ran away, looking afraid someone might catch her. Of course, during her aimless wandering through the department store, Su Jiao at least spoke to about 30 people. What does it mean to leave fully satisfied? That's what it means. Su Jiao kept her lips tight to avoid showing a smug smile as she happily skipped out of the department store. Today's trip was definitely worth it.
Oh.
Too excited, Su Jiao wasn't paying attention while walking and bumped into someone. She covered her sore forehead and looked up. It was a handsome man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Next to him was a woman with an angry look on her face. The man didn't speak first. The woman angrily pointed at Su Jiao and said, "Watch where you're going." Feeling guilty, Su Jiao apologized. "Sorry, Before she finished, the man interrupted and asked, "Are you Su Jiao?" She was stunned. "You know me?" The handsome man looked at her with interest, as if trying to see her reaction. He introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. I'm Zhong Lin's uncle. My name is Zhong Wenhao." Zhong Wenhao didn't expect to meet his nephew's little crush in the department store. Thinking about how his nephew sighs and looks lovesick every day at home, he didn't have a very good impression of this girl. Nephew's uncle? Su Jiao was surprised for a moment. Although Zhong Wenhao's tone wasn't malicious, it also wasn't friendly. She politely greeted him. "Hello, uncle. Sorry for bumping into you today." Zhong Wenhao made a disinterested face and said, "Why don't you ask how Zhong Lin has been acting crazy at home lately?" Su Jiao was confused. "I haven't been to school these past 2 days. What's wrong with Zhong Lin?" Seeing her polite inquiry, but with no real concern in her eyes, Zhong Wenhao felt even more annoyed with his foolish nephew. He sighed and said, "You're not his girlfriend, right? You should ask him about his own problems." Su Jiao looked shocked.
Huh.
Honestly, she had no idea when she became Zhong Lin's girlfriend. Next to her, Meng Yifang saw Zhong Wenhao still talking to this pretty girl and was very unhappy. She frowned and pulled Zhong Wenhao's arm. "Wenhao, we should go inside. Dad is waiting for us in the office." Su Jiao's eyes lit up. "Oh, gossip." Zhong Wenhao frowned and turned away.
"What?
"Your dad? We're not here to shop today, are we?" Meng Yifang's face stiffened, and she looked away nervously. Oh no, she had just told the truth in a panic. Seeing that Zhong Wenhao looked upset, she quickly tried to fix it. My dad is here today for the department store job registration. He happened to be working here, and since I met you, why not go meet him?" Meng Yifang tugged at Zhong Wenhao's sleeve and tried to flatter him. "Department store job registration today." Su Jiao's eyes showed obvious excitement, almost doubting her ears. She happily looked at Meng Yifang, even though she seemed hostile. "Comrade, hello. You just said the department store is recruiting today. Is that true? Please, it must be true." Her eyes sparkled as she stared at Meng Yifang, but Meng Yifang was again annoyed. She turned her head and said coldly, "You heard wrong, Su Jiao. Impossible. My ears are sharp." This female comrade clearly doesn't want to tell her about the recruitment news. Zhong Wenhao glanced at Su Jiao. He spoke, "Yifang, I think I also heard you say that the department store is recruiting today," suddenly betrayed by his partner, Meng Yifang. Seeing Su Jiao looking at him excitedly and gratefully, Zhong Wenhao's face remained expressionless. It wasn't that he wanted to help this girl, but for his foolish nephew. If she complained later, Zhong Lin, besides being silly about his crush, would definitely come after him. He saw no need to offend that kid over a job recruitment news. Meng Yifeng angrily glared at Zhong Wenhao. What nonsense are you talking? The department store's new recruitment today was kept a secret within the organization. Only relatives of the supply and marketing system leaders knew about it, which was basically an internal appointment. How could it be leaked? Su Jiao was extremely anxious. This female comrade was caught and stubbornly refused to admit it, but from this, it seemed likely that the news about the department store's recruitment was true. No matter how she asked, Meng Yifeng just insisted she had spoken wrongly earlier. Su Jiao was so anxious she felt like an ant on a hot pan, eager to pry open Meng Yifeng's mouth. At this moment, Zhong Wenhao, the male Buddha, made his move again. He looked displeased and said to Meng Yifeng, "Yifeng, is your dad here or not? I want to meet him." "Where is he?" Su Jiao immediately became excited and said, "Big sister. He agreed to meet your dad. Is your dad here today?" "Uncle Zhong, a kind man, a truly good man." Meng Yifeng hesitated and stomped her foot. She was happy that the person she liked finally agreed to see her dad, but she didn't want to lie that Zhong Wenhao only agreed because of this annoying girl in front of her. However, she had to put in a lot of effort to get Zhong Wenhao to meet her dad. If she missed today, she didn't know when he would agree again. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Meng Yifeng, with a face full of mixed feelings, took Su Jiao into the department store office area. She kept leading her to the registration room, lowering her voice to warn Su Jiao. "Don't tell anyone I told you about the job opening." If her dad found out, she would be in big trouble. Su Jiao knew this rule, so she blinked at her. "I promise." She wasn't a naive girl who would betray others after getting some benefits. "What? You don't have a high school diploma? Are you trying to cheat us by coming to register for the job?" The middle-aged man in charge of registration frowned and put down his pen. He looked at Su Jiao with a stern expression, as if she were a naive child. His voice was a little loud, attracting the attention of others nearby who were also registering. Many employees from the supply system, who brought their children to register, whispered curiously, "Whose kid is this? I don't recognize her. She only finished middle school and dares to come here to register. I've never heard of such a joke." Su Ziao. Sorry, she didn't know that a high school diploma was required to register for jobs at the department store. Does that mean she's doomed?
No.
This was a rare opportunity, and she couldn't let it slip away. She quickly thought and tried again. "Comrade, I actually graduated from high school, but I left in a hurry today and forgot to bring my diploma. I can bring it next time I take the exam. Would that be okay?" This time, the department store's recruitment was special. The exam was scheduled about a month after registration. Coincidentally, the high school graduation exam for the current senior class was next month. If she could catch up, she might have a chance. The staff's face darkened. "Forgot? How could you forget? Did your family not tell you that you need to bring your graduation certificate when you register today? Your attitude is problematic. Many people are eager to work at the department store, but you rely on your parents and relatives to get inside through internal hiring, yet you can't even get the basics right. You're hopeless. Get out of here." The middle-aged man waved his hand impatiently. Su Jiao took a deep breath. She bowed seriously. "Comrade uncle, it's all my fault. I've always wanted to join our supply and marketing system. When I heard about the job opening, I was so excited that I checked everything several times, but I still forgot to bring my prepared documents when I left. I'm sorry for my carelessness that delayed your work. I apologize. But I really want the sales assistant job, which has always been sacred and great in my heart. Could I bring my high school diploma on the exam day? Please give me a chance." She thought she could just get the application form first and then figure things out. Opportunities like this to join the department store don't come often. If she missed it, she would be so upset she couldn't stand it. The staff member in charge of registration saw the girl's eyes turn red from crying. His anger eased a little, but he still shook his head firmly. "No, that's not possible. There are rules and laws. One of the strict requirements for this registration is to have a high school diploma. Pleading won't help." Su Jiao's face stiffened.
Damn.
"Even crying won't work. Just when she thought there was no hope, another female staff member looked a bit impatient. Old Yen, since it's internal registration, it's our own child. She does have a high school diploma. She just forgot to bring it this time. Give her a chance. She looked to be in her 40s, with short, neat hair. She dressed simply and looked at Su Jiao with encouragement and admiration. Young comrade, you're good. You know how to fight for what you want. It's clear you really want the sales assistant job. I'm willing to give you a chance, but next time, don't be so careless. Su Jiao nodded strongly. A warm feeling flooded her heart. Oh, there are still good people in this world. The middle-aged male staff member frowned. Zhai Jia, this doesn't meet the rules. A female worker named Sister Zhai lowered her head and quickly filled out the registration form for Su Jiao. The rules are fixed, but people are flexible. Since this girl says she has a high school diploma, I'll give her a chance to register. If she can't produce it on exam day, she won't be allowed to take the test. A middle-aged male worker looked a bit unhappy. If everyone starts copying her, it'll get messy. Sister Zhai handed the registration form to Su Jiao and said casually, there's no restriction on registration. As long as someone says she can bring her diploma on exam day, I'll register her. Thanks to Sister Zhai, Su Jiao was able to get the registration form smoothly. Before leaving, she bowed again to the other person. That person had helped her a lot. She knew she'd find a way to thank them later. She happily skipped out of the department store. Stretching her arms and closing her eyes, she let out a big yawn. Today was a bright and sunny day, such a good day. She carefully put the registration form into her small bag. She had a month to get her high school diploma. She believed that with her clever mind, she wouldn't fail to get a job at the department store. Confident, she lifted her head and chest and headed toward the shoe factory. Salt City Shoe Factory. Wang Hongxia, dressed in her blue factory uniform, stood at the workshop entrance with a very angry face. She tried to hold back her anger. What did you say? You're not dropping out anymore? Are you joking with your mom? You're not working as a substitute at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative anymore? She had hurriedly taken a 1-hour leave, sweating before she even wiped her forehead, ready to meet her daughter at the factory gate. Yesterday, they agreed to go to Salt City No. 1 Middle School today to get her daughter to drop out. Even though she felt uneasy about it, her stubborn daughter insisted and even told her a lot of reasons. Wang Hongxia reluctantly convinced herself. But now, her daughter was saying she wouldn't drop out again. Did she really stay up half the night these past 2 days just to waste her own time? Su Jiao felt guilty and moved slightly away from her mother. Things have changed. I can't drop out now. Wang Hongxia clenched her fists, trying to hold back her anger. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and grabbed Su Jiao's ear. You stubborn girl, causing trouble again. If you don't tell me clearly today, I'll beat your butt until it's red. Ouch! 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 Su Jiao endured the pain of her familiar ears being pulled and hurriedly shouted, "Gentlemen use words, not fists." Mom, give me a chance to explain. Why is her mom always so rough? It's too much. After Wang Hongxia released her with a cold face, Su Jiao rubbed her ears and secretly pulled her mom to the back door of the workshop where no one was around. She lowered her voice and explained the situation, emphasizing how rare the opportunity was to get a job inside the department store. She explained why she didn't drop out of school, because she must get her high school diploma. After finishing, Su Jiao looked at her mom with hope. Mom, do you understand me now? Wang Hongxia crossed her arms and sneered. Nonsense. Keep talking if you want. Since the department store's internal recruitment was supposed to be secret, how could a little girl like her know? It was impossible for her to have the inside scoop. Of course, the staff must be fools, right? Su Jiao gave her mom a meaningful look. I knew you wouldn't believe me, Tata. Look at my application form. Su Jiao carefully took out her precious application form from her bag and handed it to her mom. She was pleased to see Wang Hongxia's jaw drop in shock. Wang Hongxia looked at the application form stamped with the official red seal of the Supply and Marketing System. Her hands trembled as she looked at her daughter, her voice trembling. Where did you get such confidence? Oh my, is this really her little girl who always feeds her boyfriend snacks? She's so capable. Su Jiao Jiao puffed up her chest proudly. The mountain people have their own clever tricks. Actually, all of this was thanks to Uncle Zhong Lin, who is truly a kind man. Zhong Wenhao, after an unpleasant meeting, returned to the cultural troupe. As he pushed open the director's office door, he couldn't help but sneeze loudly. The director of the cultural troupe in the office was startled. He chuckled and teased, "You just met your partner, and they're already nagging you again?" When mentioning the partner, Zhong Wenhao rubbed his nose, looking reluctant to talk about it. He then mentioned another matter. "Old Zhu, the temporary position you asked me to help hold in the troupe is no longer needed. You can give it to someone else." Oh, is Zonglin willing to settle down now? Captain Zhu knew that the temporary worker position was actually requested by the young master of the Zhu family, Zonglin. I heard it was also for his romantic interest. Not to gossip, but besides Zhong Wenhao, who is quite flirtatious, why does everyone seem to fall in love easily? Unaware of the gossip about him, Zhong Wenhao sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. He hasn't even caught up with her yet, but he's already trying to show off. He doesn't realize that the girl is ambitious and wants to join the supply and marketing system. Captain Zhu chuckled and shook his head. If Zhong Lin finds out, he'll be jumping around again. Getting into the supply and marketing system isn't easy. For Zhong Lin's partner to get in is difficult, but with the Zhu family's connections, it's just a matter of saying the word. Zhong Wenhao took a sip of tea and said, "Don't tell him yet. In a while, we'll prepare to send him in. We need to give him some tough love first." Captain Zhu didn't reply. Although he was part of the Zhu family faction, the family was powerful. As the director of a local arts troupe, he had no right to interfere with the family's plans for the next generation. Meanwhile, Wan Hongxia was thrilled to learn that her daughter had received the application form for a job at the department store. She looked around eagerly, wishing she could shout the good news to everyone in the workshop. Su Jiao Jiao saw her mother's eager expression and quickly advised, "Mom, keep it quiet and make your fortune quietly." They hadn't even gone inside yet, and she was already making a fuss. That would be embarrassing. Wan Hongxia's face turned slightly red. Go away, go away. Your mom knows this too." But she was worried about something else. "With your grades, are you really going to get your diploma?" Su Jiao Jiao. "She's my mom." Before she could reply, her mother continued firmly, "From now on, your second sister will help you study after work. No matter what, you must get that high school diploma." Su Jiao Jiao wanted to say that her second sister was already tired from working all day, so she shouldn't bother her. But seeing her mother's determined look, she decided not to dampen her enthusiasm. Since everything was clear, Su Jiao Jiao planned to take advantage of her day off to visit Zhang Laosher at Salt City No. 1 High School and ask about taking the graduation exam. "Wait," Wan Hongxia called her back. "Mom will lend you a bicycle. Walking there on two legs will take forever." Su Jiao Jiao's eyes lit up. Could she really get such a good deal? Wan Hongxia then said, "You must talk to your teacher later. Whether you can get your diploma depends on how much they trust you." "Did you hear that?" "I understand," Su Jiao Jiao replied. Wan Hongxia went into the workshop to borrow a bicycle, and Su Jiao Jiao waited outside. She was feeling bored when she heard voices getting closer. She looked up and saw two men. One was a young man in work clothes, reporting to an older man in a Zhongshan suit. It was clear that the older man was a leader. Su Jiao Jiao's position was right in their path, so they inevitably met. The middle-aged man looked at Su Jiao Jiao first with a surprised expression, then closed his files. He smiled and said kindly, "Jiao Jiao, are you here to see your mom today?" The man in the gray Zhongshan suit looked young and elegant, not old-fashioned at all. His gentle smile made him seem very friendly. Su Jiao Jiao looked closely and realized that this official was her father, Su Weifang, also known as Su Xianghua. Of course, he was also the rumored boyfriend of her mother, Wan Hongxia. Thinking about some gossiping women in the family compound who said behind her back that her mother and Su Xianghua were involved in an affair, Su Jiao Jiao instinctively looked at the worker beside him, who was giving her a curious, gossiping look. She sighed inwardly and said, "Uncle Su." She politely greeted him. There was no way around it. This deputy factory director Sue, when her father Sue Utian was alive, and even when she was young, the two Sue families got along quite well. Later, their relationship gradually cooled, but even now, Sue Jiao still called him Uncle Sue, not the formal deputy factory director. It was obvious that Su Xianghua really liked Sue Jiao. His eyes shone with happiness when he looked at her, and his tone was softer and more affectionate than usual for elders speaking to younger people. Uncle, it's been a long time since I saw Jiao. You've grown so much and look more and more like your mom. That's great. Su Xianghua sighed nostalgically with a light tone. Su Jiao's eyelids twitched, noticing the excited gossiping expression of the worker beside him. She quickly interrupted, Uncle Sue, I look like my dad too. By the way, you still have work to do, so I won't bother you. You should get back to it. She felt very nervous inside. She thought, let's go quickly, don't let her mom see us. She didn't want to imagine how awkward it would be if her mom found out. She was sure that Vice Director Sue and her mom had some secret they didn't tell her about. Su Xianghua looked a bit surprised and shook his head with a smile. Okay, come to my house later. Uncle brought you a gift on this business trip, but hasn't given it to you yet. Just then, Wan Hongxia came out. Su Xianghua stopped speaking. The friendly but polite atmosphere suddenly froze. She covered her face in embarrassment. Since there was an awkward silence, Wan Hongxia walked past Su Xianghua without looking at him and approached Su Jiao. She handed her a key. Wan Hongxia spoke calmly. The car is in the right side of the shed, next to the wooden pole. The third one. The front is tied with a red cloth. You can ride back and park it there. Su Jiao pretended not to notice the strange atmosphere and quietly took the bicycle key from her mom. She looked at her mom carefully, then prepared to leave quickly. Okay, I'll go now, Mom. After taking a few steps, she remembered to be polite and quickly stopped. She turned back to greet Su Xianghua. Cough, cough, Uncle Sue, goodbye. Su Xianghua smiled and nodded at her. Ride slowly. After she walked a little further, Su Jiao secretly looked back. Her mom had gone into the workshop. Vice Director Su paused at the door of the workshop for a moment, then left with his people. She let out a breath. She didn't know why, but she had felt strangely nervous just now. Shaking her head, she hurried to the bicycle shed at the shoe factory to get her bike and head to Yanshi No. 1 Middle School. She went straight to Teacher Zhang's office. She explained her purpose and sincerely asked Teacher Zhang to allow her to take the high school graduation exam with the second-year students next month. Teacher Zhang looked like he thought he might have heard wrong. He rubbed his forehead and asked, Say that again. What you just told me. Su Jiao nodded and repeated what she had just said. Teacher Zhang, it's like this. I want to ask for your permission to take the high school graduation exam with the second-year students next month. I want to get my high school diploma as soon as possible. Oh, and I still owe you this semester's tuition, which I paid today. Thank you for your care all this time. Su Jiao spoke a little nervously. After all, she was thinking of saving her tuition for this semester. Teacher Zhang is kind, and if she had a different teacher, she might have been scolded badly. Don't thank me yet, Teacher Zhang said with a frown, making a stop gesture. His voice grew firmer. I'll ask you again, are you serious about what you just said? Xu Jiao blinked, confused. Yes, I am serious. Why wouldn't she be? She still plans to take the high school graduation exam to apply for a job at the department store. Teacher Zhang looked at Xu Jiao from head to toe with a look of disbelief. Suddenly, he slammed the table and stood up, raising his voice a bit. Just you? With your grades being so poor all these years, I wondered how you even got into high school. Now you tell me you want to take the high school graduation exam? Xu Jiao, you don't think the high school graduation exam is easy, do you? Let me tell you, that's a real high school graduation exam. It's the college entrance exam. At this moment, the other teachers in the office had gone to classes. Only Teacher Zhang and Xu Jiao were left. Teacher Zhang looked at her almost angrily. It was the first time he saw someone so overconfident. His impression of this girl turned very bad, really bad. He even felt like he was being challenged. A high school student with poor grades suddenly wanted to take the college entrance exam. He thought she was so naive to believe it would be easy, to the point she blurted out her plan. Xu Jiao didn't expect Teacher Zhang to be so emotional. She hurried to explain, the college entrance exam is definitely not easy. It's sacred. After 10 years of hard work, taking the exam once can change many lives. Teacher Zhang, I don't look down on the exam, and I'm not crazy. I know what I'm saying. Since I said I want to take the exam, I'm not joking or disrespecting it. I am seriously challenging myself. You know my family situation. I'm not trying to complain. I just can't wait another year. I have a real reason to participate now. Please help me apply. Actually, this is like skipping a grade, which is within the allowed range. Teacher Zhang was so emotional mainly because he remembered how poor her grades used to be. He thought she was joking or mocking him. Now, seeing that she seemed serious, he opened his mouth. After a moment, with a complicated look in his eyes, he said, "You really dare to think like that? Xu Jiao. Hey." She respects Teacher Zhang, but that doesn't mean she can be humiliated. So what? Is she competing with a college entrance exam? Can she not even think about it? Maybe Xu Jiao's angry look seemed so real that Teacher Zhang felt his words might hurt her pride. Teacher Zhang touched his nose and said, "Cough, I know I shouldn't say this, but you usually know your own grades. As for your idea of skipping grades to take the exam, I can't answer that now. I need to ask the principal." Xu Jiao was in a hurry and urged him. "Then hurry up." Teacher Zhang looked serious and said, "The principal is out studying these days. Why are you in such a rush? I haven't seen you so dedicated to studying lately. You haven't been in class these days. I thought you might really drop out." Xu Jiao forced a nervous smile and said, "No, that's impossible. Oh, by the way, I'll pay the tuition." Since she was going to take the exam, she couldn't just skip paying her tuition. She didn't want to lose face. She reached into her pocket to pay, but Teacher Zhang stopped her with a word. "Don't bother. Zonglin paid it earlier, and I was going to tell you," he said seriously, looking at her with a meaningful expression. "But I don't support this kind of help with a purpose. You're a girl, and some things need to be taken seriously. You can pay him back later, but you must not act impulsively and do something you'll regret." I understand, teacher," Xu Jiao mumbled. Her face felt hot. Teacher Zhang's hint was very clear. It meant that Zonglin helping her was also mixed with personal feelings. She wasn't selfless. He was just genuinely kind to her. Teacher Zhang's eyes were sharp. In the end, Xu Jiao paid the tuition and asked Teacher Zhang to help pay Zonglin back. Because of this, Teacher Zhang gave her a look of relief. It was as if she, a girl who had made a mistake, finally realized her wrongs and decided to turn over a new leaf. Teacher Zhang's tone softened a bit. "Today I'll talk about a few key points. You're going to take the college entrance exam, so listen carefully during class." Xu Jiao wiped the sweat from her forehead and dared not look at Teacher Zhang's face. She avoided eye contact and awkwardly smiled. "I plan not to go to school this month. I'll study on my own. The substitute work at the supply store hasn't finished yet, and you said I shouldn't break my promises." Under Teacher Zhang's fierce gaze, Xu Jiao's voice grew softer. "Get out!" With a loud shout, Teacher Zhang's anger made Xu Jiao stumble and retreat. Bang! The office door slammed shut. Xu Jiao patted her chest, relieved to be alive. Wow, Teacher Zhang's angry face was really scary. Su Anchuan and Su Anxia were shocked and confused when they learned that their younger sister had decided to take the graduation exam within a month to get her diploma. Even more surprising was that Wan Hongxia supported her. Brother Suda was dazed. "Mom, that's a high school diploma, not a middle school one you can get just by begging the teacher." Second sister Su Anxia looked worried. "Mom?" Pressuring her like that might break her down. Both siblings strongly disagreed with their mother's approach. Worried about gossip spreading, Su Jiao and Wan Hongxia agreed to keep the job at the department store a secret for now, claiming that Wan Hongxia forced Su Jiao to take the high school exam. Of course, Wan Hongxia had another reason. If her daughter didn't get her diploma and she pushed her too hard, she might still get some sympathy from others if she failed. The siblings, unaware of the full truth, looked at Wan Hongxia with blame and felt sorry for their little sister. Wan Hongxia didn't bother to listen to them. She acted confidently, saying, "Don't worry about that. Second son, after work, give your sister extra lessons. Big brother, if you can't help, just stay quiet at home. And you fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth, listen up. The next month is crucial for your sister. Be good, or I'll use the belt with salt water on you." Su Wuwu and Su Lulu shivered together. The seventh and eighth children, still too young to understand, blinked their big eyes and said nothing. Cough, cough. Su Jiao Jiao cleared her throat to ease the tense atmosphere at home. Actually, everyone doesn't need to be so nervous. I'm quite confident about this exam. Before she finished, her second sister, Su and Xia, pulled her into the room. Second sister, what are you doing? Su Jiao Jiao was pushed onto a stool, feeling confused. Su and Xia rummaged through boxes. Remedial classes. She was very anxious. Where had she put her high school textbooks? Dragged into extra lessons all night, Su Jiao Jiao felt unwilling inside. Especially since her second sister, though also a high school graduate, wasn't very good at studying back then. She often struggled with difficult problems, and explaining them to Su Jiao Jiao would take a lot of time. Reluctantly, Su Jiao Jiao had to show her extraordinary talent. She understood immediately and could think of related problems, eventually shocking her sister into surprise. After finishing the lessons smoothly, Su Jiao Jiao slept soundly. Su and Xia was so excited she didn't sleep all night. The next day, with dark circles under her eyes, she proudly announced to their mother, Wan Hongxia, that their family was finally about to have a real talented scholar. Su and Xia clenched her fist excitedly. "Mom, you don't know how smart my little sister is. She can find the key to difficult questions at a glance. She's a natural at studying." Wan Hongxia patted her ear and asked, "What did you say? Are you talking about your little sister?" She admitted she had been too biased against her daughter before. Recently, she had seen her cleverness and quick thinking, but calling her a genius at studying was like praising a pig for climbing a tree. Seeing that her mother didn't believe her, Su and Xia was anxious and stomped her foot. "Mom, believe me." Why wouldn't her mom believe her? Her little sister really could study well. Wan Hongxia was rushing to work and didn't have time to argue. She replied casually, I believe. I'll leave your sister's studies to you. Take good care of her. I have to go to work now. Don't block the way." Hurrying past her second daughter, Wan Hongxia was about to leave when she suddenly remembered something. She turned her head. Su and Xia's eyes lit up, thinking her mom was finally going to agree with her. "Who would have thought? Your little aunt introduced you to someone from her work unit. The young man is capable and comes from a good family. Remember to take a day off tomorrow to go on a blind date. Dress up nicely. I won't say much else, but you should learn from your sister about flirting with young guys. She's a pretty girl, but I haven't had a worry-free moment with her." Wang Hongxia gave her second daughter a warning look and then went to work. At the door, Su Anxia slumped her shoulders and instantly looked unhappy. She looked up at the sky with a worried face. The weather was nice today, so why did she get such bad news early in the morning? Just thinking about the blind date made her scalp tingle and her toes curled up. Su Jiao Jiao, who was getting ready for work, just overheard everything. She confidently patted her sister's arm. "Sister, I'm going to work now. Wait for me to earn lots of money and support you. Don't listen to Mom. What's so good about those men?" Her hand reached out and then pulled back. Feeling upset and confused, Su Anxia wanted to say a few words to her sister, but Jiao Jiao ran off too quickly, missing her chance. Jiao Jiao was in a good mood all the way. Last night, the boss of the water bottle factory sent her a message saying the shipment was ready. Based on her recent experience, she expected to receive the 100 aluminum water bottles she ordered by this afternoon. But even if they arrived, she couldn't send them out yet, except for the one she promised Aunt Zhang. How could she get the water bottles from Shanghai so quickly? It would take at least 2 days by train. Thinking about her soon-to-be-rich life, Jiao Jiao happily entered the Nanqing Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Just then, others had finished breakfast in the back kitchen and were coming back in small groups. At the back door, Shuejing was holding Xia Linyun's arm. Their friendship seemed to have taken a big step forward, though Xiao Linyan still looked a bit expressionless. Seeing Jiao Jiao, Shuijing's eyes lit up. She quickly ran over with Xiao Linyan. She couldn't wait to gossip with Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, you missed a big event yesterday afternoon. Our supply and marketing cooperative had a major incident. Shuijing was eager to share, and Jiao Jiao didn't want to spoil the fun. She was wiping the counter and casually asked, "What big thing happened?" Yesterday, Director Dong's wife caught her husband cheating and even beat Sister Wang into the health clinic. Shuijing suddenly dropped a bombshell. Su Jiao Jiao was so surprised she looked up quickly. "What did you say? Don't you believe it either?" Shuijing shook her head with a hint of disdain. "Who knows? Usually Sister Wang seems so proper, but I never thought she would do something like writing love poems for Director Dong behind his back. The director's wife already has the evidence, but she still won't admit it. She slapped Sister Wang right away and even took her to the health clinic. Sister Wang's husband is also quite timid. When his wife did such a shameful thing, he even went to the workplace this morning to ask for leave for her. Poor Director Dong got involved and was so angry he had to approve her leave." She finished her story excitedly, looking at Su Jiao Jiao with anticipation. Xiao Linyun was a quiet person. She had been holding back all morning, waiting to hear Su Jiao Jiao join her in sharing the same anger. "I think we shouldn't jump to conclusions so quickly," Su Jiao Jiao said, putting down the cloth and frowning. "Since Sister Wang hasn't admitted it, there's no need to accuse her without proof." She was surprised by her reaction, and Shuijing's mouth twitched in frustration. "Why are you saying the same thing as Linyun? Whether she admits it or not, Director Dong's wife already showed the love poem. The evidence is right in front of us. Even if she denies it, so what?" Xiao Linyun took her arm away from Shuijing's. She frowned slightly and disagreed. "Comrade Su Jiao Jiao is right. As colleagues in the same unit, we shouldn't kick someone when they're down or let other departments laugh at us. The year-end evaluations for each supply and marketing cooperative depend on the overall performance of each station. You'd better hope yesterday's incident was just a joke, or it could affect our evaluations." The two of them stood together, defending Sister Wang, which made Shuijing look like a bad person who couldn't accept others' success. Shuijing's face turned red and white alternately. She snorted at them and, angry, turned to leave. Su Jiao Jiao and Xiao Linyun looked at each other awkwardly. Recently, they hadn't spoken much. Neither of them was very familiar, so they simply nodded politely and went back to their counters. Today, Sister Wang was not there. Director Dong had also transferred Shuijing to the daily necessities counter to work with Su Jiao Jiao. Today, Director Dong looked unusually stern, as if he was holding back anger, and the atmosphere around him felt tense. Shuijing was still angry. She ignored Su Jiao Jiao when they worked together and started acting strangely, throwing things and making a fuss, seemingly to show off. Director Dong saw her causing trouble and immediately scolded her harshly. "Who are you showing that sour face to? If anything in the glass cabinet gets broken, it will be deducted from your salary. Can't understand small matters? You work every day like you're the boss, but you can't even recognize who your leaders are." From Director Dong's sharp and harsh scolding, it's clear he's in a bad mood today. Su Jiao Jiao has already heard about the love poem incident, and it seems Zhou Lufin played a part in it. She was the one who found the poem and gave it to her sister, Director Dong's wife. This led to a series of events. Director Dong's last words, which seemed to criticize someone indirectly, were clearly meant for Zhou Lufin to hear. Shuijing was caught in the middle. The young girl was shy and looked like she was about to cry from the scolding. Since no one was shopping at the supply and marketing cooperative, everyone in the hall was family. Director Dong's scolding became more blunt. No one dared to speak. Everyone lowered their heads and stayed silent. Zhou Lufin, who was used to being the boss and was the sister-in-law of Director Dong, lost her confidence. Usually, Zhao Hualan, who often acts as a mediator, also kept her head down. After being scolded, Shuijing didn't dare to make a fuss anymore. Even the experienced accountant kept quiet. Apart from the lively atmosphere when customers came to buy things, the whole day at work felt heavy and serious. Finally, when it was time to go home, Su Jiao was just leaving the supply and marketing cooperative when Accountant Ren caught up from the back door. Looking around, Accountant Ren lowered his voice as if he was stealing. Little Su, do you want to go see group leader Wang later? Su Jiao planned to go to the health clinic and was honest about it. Yes, I do. You're a good girl. Xiao Wang treats you like a half-apprentice, Accountant Ren said happily, then secretly handed her a $1 bill. Buy her something as a small token of my appreciation. Say it's from me. I have something at home today, so I can't go. Su Jiao looked at him sideways. You have something at home today? You can go tomorrow. Why make such a weak excuse? Accountant Ren looked embarrassed and avoided her gaze. You're such a talkative girl. If I tell you to go, just go. After saying that, he hurriedly rode away on his bicycle. Su Jiao pouted, really unsure what to say about this person. They say experienced workers are cleverer than ghosts, and that's no lie. However, she looked up at Zhao Hualan, who had already walked away. She was smarter than some people who only spoke nicely but lacked real kindness. Before going to the health clinic, Su Jiao needed to find a place to confirm her delivery. In the afternoon, while working, she heard the notification sound from the purchasing group indicating her thermos had arrived. She found a spot to confirm receipt. 100 large red, vintage-style aluminum water bottles were successfully stored in her small warehouse for purchasing. She shamelessly asked the seller for a 2-day extension to pay the remaining balance. At first, the seller refused, but finally, considering her wealthy sister, they reluctantly agreed. However, they only granted 2 days. After that, if Su Jiao still didn't pay, the seller said they would send her a formal notice. Su Jiao wiped her sweat. AAA local specialty purchasing, Little Su. Boss, a formal notice is really unnecessary. I'm not the type to skip payments. I plan to keep buying from you in the future. Our transactions are long-term, not just one-time deals. The seller of the water bottles was also a notable person. Opal Fine Furniture and Home Goods. Haha, I believe in your integrity, Su boss. We're just being cautious at first, Su Jiao chuckled. She closed the purchasing group interface and sighed deeply, shaking her head. She still needed to make money quickly. Without funds, she couldn't buy stock, and that made her feel weak. Without a bicycle, Su Jiao walked to the hospital on her own 2 legs. Honestly, it was quite tiring. She didn't use the 1 yuan from the accountant. Instead, she took a jar of oatmeal and a jar of plain milk tea powder disguised as milk powder from her small warehouse, removing all labels, and entered the health clinic. It wasn't that Su Jiao was generous. She simply couldn't find any other supply store open. The Nanqing supply store had already closed, so she wondered if other stores had also closed. When the accountant gave her a yuan, she never thought about this. As she entered the clinic, she hadn't reached the front desk yet when she ran into someone she knew. Nurse Sun, who had caused her trouble last time she visited the clinic, and the daughter of the clinic director. Sunday Nurse Sun saw Su Jiao and was so excited, she rushed over from afar.
Gomatsu.
Why are you here today? Are you hurt? Or feeling unwell? Let me take you to see the doctor. Su Jiao didn't understand why Nurse Sun was so strangely admiring of her. But she appreciated her enthusiasm, even if she didn't really need it. No need, Nurse Sunday. I came today to visit a friend of mine. Her name is Wang Lily. I just want to ask you which hospital room she is in. Wang Lily? I know her. Come on, I'll take you there. Nurse Sun looked a bit annoyed. Wang Lily? She's your friend? Oh, I should have guessed. At first, Su Jiao didn't understand what Nurse Sun meant. When they reached Wang Jia's hospital room and were about to push the door, they heard voices from inside. I told you this wife of yours is not obedient. A woman who can do so much can only rely on a man. I think she's just a troublemaker. After all these years, she hasn't had any children and still dares to think about other men. I told you to discipline her, but you wouldn't. Look at how spoiled she is now. Lily, don't mind what my mom said. It's your own fault for being careless. As a grown man, I care about my reputation. First, kneel down. When my mom's anger subsides, you can get up. Hearing this, Su Jiao pushed the door open without hesitation. She saw Wang Jia, who was tied up with her hands and feet, with a towel stuffed in her mouth, kneeling against the wall in a humiliating position. Her pale face was full of tears, and her eyes, filled with hatred, stared fiercely at the mother and son standing by the bed. Hey, 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 who are you? Who gave you permission to enter our hospital room? The old woman in a dull gray coat reached out to stop her. Get out of here. Su Jiaojiao pushed the old woman away forcefully, her anger rising. She quickly walked to Wang Jie, took off the towel, and untied the cloth around her. Xiao Su. Wang Jie looked at Su Jiaojiao with disbelief, tears suddenly falling down her face. Thank you. Thank you. She lowered her head to thank her, afraid to look at Su Jiaojiao. Her voice was very soft, trying to hide her deep shame. Wang Lily, did you call her here? Do you have no shame? You don't dare to show our family's problems outside. My mom and I have endured a lot of sneers for you, and you even called for help? Wang Jie's man was a short man, less than 1.7 meters tall. Whether it was his appearance or his expression, Su Jiaojiao felt that beneath his fair and neat look, there was a sneaky, suspicious look that couldn't be hidden. He looked at Wang Jie with a face full of anger and blame. Get out. Just get out of here. After shouting loudly, Wang Jie turned her head away without looking at him. She pointed at the hospital room door, her hand trembling badly. Su Jiaojiao handed Wang Jie, who was gasping for breath, a glass of water. Sister Wang's mother-in-law was furious when she saw her son being yelled at by his wife. How dare you, you little troublemaker, shouting at my son like that? Look at the mess you've made, flirting with other men and causing trouble. How can you justify that? Su Jiaojiao, annoyed by the noise, looked at Nurse Sun, who was standing nearby like she was ready to defend. Nurse Sun, please ask someone to send these two out. The patient needs to rest. Nurse Sun immediately followed the order. She frowned, put her hands on her hips, and acted like a proper nurse. Both of you, leave now. The hospital rules say no loud noise. You're breaking the rules. Hurry up and go, or I will call the police. Now she had learned from Comrade Su, if there's a problem, call the police. Better to be safe than sorry. Nurse Sun was not an ordinary nurse. She held an important position at the clinic. When she shouted, the doctors and nurses outside immediately came to help. Sister Wang's mother-in-law and her husband were still stunned when they were asked to leave the clinic. That troublemaker has been kneeling all morning, and no one said anything. Why did that stubborn girl suddenly take her side? Sister Wang's mother-in-law was not willing to accept this. However, her husband saw something unusual and said grimly, that nurse has a special status. Thank you, Xiao Su. I'm fine now. You can go back. Inside the ward, Sister Wang tilted her head and rested it on the pillow. After saying this, she clearly refused to talk to Su Jiaojiao. Su Jiaojiao was never one to interfere in others' affairs. Sister Wang, I brought you some cereal and milk powder. If you're hungry, just drink it. Also, here's a 1 yuan note from Accountant Ren. I left it for you. Nurse Sun outside knows me a bit. If you need anything, you can ask her. She knows my address and can let me know in case of an emergency. She put down the 2 metal cans she was holding. Seeing that Sister Wang still didn't respond, she paused and couldn't help but say, Sister Wang, life is short. Just a few decades. It's already hard enough to make yourself happy every day. Why bother with petty troubles? Just cut ties when needed, don't you think? People say that if she interferes in others' affairs, she is just being nosy, so there's no need for her to get involved. Since the thermos bottle was finally in her hands, Su Jiaojiao naturally had to deliver it to Aunt Zhang. She had waited for 2 days, coming to her house every day, awkwardly holding her bowl and chopsticks while trying to chat with her mother, Wan Hongxia. Jiao, you're back. You finished work late today. Aunt Zhang greeted her, holding her big bowl, glancing eagerly behind Su Jiaojiao. When she saw the bright red aluminum thermos bottle in Su Jiaojiao's right hand, she was so excited that she almost dropped her utensils. Here, Su Jiaojiao handed her the thermos bottle. Aunt Zhang, this is your thermos. Sorry to make you wait for 2 days. No problem. Aunt Zhang put down her bowl and chopsticks, excitedly taking the thermos. She stared at the big red peony flower design on it, touching and inspecting it, her mouth spreading into a big smile. She hugged the thermos tightly. Jiao Jiao, thank you so much. I heard that the aluminum thermos bottles are hard to find in our Salt City Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Most are already reserved or out of stock. I didn't expect you to get one. You really went above and beyond. It's nothing really. We're neighbors, no need to be so formal. I work at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative myself, so it's convenient. If you want to buy anything in the future, just tell me directly. Su Jiao Jiao was very enthusiastic, showing no reluctance typical of employees helping others at the cooperative. In fact, she was very happy to do it. Aunt Zhang's eyes widened with surprise. Really? Of course. It's just buying something for you. What's the big deal? Su Jiao Jiao replied. Wow. Aunt Zhang raised her thumb at Wan Hongxia. Hongxia, you're really good at teaching your daughter. Look at how she talks and acts. No wonder everyone likes her. Hearing the praise, Wan Hongxia's face lit up with pride, and she couldn't help but smile. But she was also a bit stubborn. What are you praising her for? This girl is a bit too proud now. She'll get a big head soon. Words have great power. In no time, the residents of the leather shoe factory apartment building knew that Su Jiao Jiao had bought a thermos bottle for Zhang Xiaofeng. Recently, aluminum thermos bottles had become very popular in Salt City. Many families wanted to buy them but couldn't find any, even through connections, because they were out of stock. Previously, Zhang Xiaofeng asked Su's young daughter to buy a thermos bottle. Later, rumors spread that Su Jiao Jiao was not a formal employee at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, just a temporary worker. Many people mocked her for being unclear-minded, thinking she chose an unreliable person to buy the thermos. But what's the situation now? Has her aluminum-lined thermos arrived? Did I hear that right? Does Su's young daughter really have the ability to buy an aluminum-lined thermos for Zhang Xiaofeng? This is an aluminum-lined thermos. My eldest sister-in-law's second cousin's daughter's husband also works at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, a real employee, and he said he couldn't get one. Exactly. Even regular employees can't buy this, and she, just a temporary worker, has managed to get it? Many people doubted this rumor and went directly to Zhang Xiaofeng's house to check. Zhang Xiaofeng welcomed everyone without refusal. She always took out her freshly bought big red peony flower thermos to show off.
See?
It's aluminum-lined. Such a beautiful peony flower design. The opening is also aluminum. I just poured a pot of hot water in it. Come, I'll pour you a bowl of water. Is it hot? Does it burn? Everyone who visited to see the aluminum-lined thermos was given a bowl of boiling hot water by Aunt Zhang. Some brave ones drank it straight away, and unsurprisingly, their mouths got scalded and blistered. Aunt Zhang happily clapped and laughed. Haha. In the past few days, she was mocked for being confused and for asking Su's young daughter to buy the thermos. Now she felt proud and triumphant. The worries and frustrations of these days seemed to melt away in the face of everyone's surprised looks. Not only did the people not get angry about being scalded, but they were also very happy. They highly praised this new aluminum-lined thermos. This thing is really good, better than the bamboo one at my house. Most importantly, it keeps warm. The big red peony flower design is festive. Buy one for my son's wedding to display at home. The bride's family will definitely look up to us. As they spoke, their eyes grew brighter. After a moment of silence, the people chatting at Aunt Zhang's house suddenly stood up and ran to Su Jiao Jiao's home. Hongxia, can Jiao Jiao help bring that aluminum-lined thermos? I want one too. My elderly parents love drinking hot water at night. Jiao Jiao, can you bring one for my uncle too? Jiao Jiao, your younger sister is getting married. Please bring a gift, and I'll ask the groom's family to give money or a gift. That evening, the small 40-square-meter house of the Su family was almost overwhelmed by uncles and aunts from the shoe factory family compound, all eager to buy aluminum water bottles. It was the liveliest scene the Su family had ever experienced. Next door, He Chunfeng stood at her door, glaring at the Su family with frustration, her teeth almost clenched. She snorted coldly. In the middle of the night, everyone not at home, gathering privately at the Su house to buy things. If someone didn't know better, they'd think there's some shady deal going on here. I think I should report this to the factory leaders tomorrow. She deliberately raised her voice, so everyone in the Sue house could hear. Everyone's faces stiffened. Nowadays, engaging in shady deals was a serious crime that could lead to jail. Being caught could mean a long detention, or even forced labor for 10 or 20 years, and they would be shunned by neighbors, unable to lift their heads. No one in this area could afford to get involved. He Chun Feng implied that they were involved in illegal activities, all being workers from the shoe factory living in the same building with malicious intent. Others, respecting her position as the women's office director, dared not offend her and silently endured her words. But Wan Hongxia was not afraid. She pointed at He Chun Feng and started scolding. You better go now. Your foul mouth could kill someone. You're not even aware of your own faults. You say it's illegal to do shady deals, but do you think your rotten mouth is blessed? Everything you say is so effective? Some people, I wonder why they weren't born as animals. Instead, they turn into disgusting humans. Even when they're human, they don't behave well, insisting on acting like a hated dog. I've never seen someone so lucky yet so sneaky. Wan Hongxia didn't hold back and scolded fiercely, making He Chunfeng's face turn red with anger. Wan Hongxia, who are you insulting? Whoever I dislike, I scold. Whoever talks nonsense, I scold. Whoever tries to provoke me, I scold. Wan Hongxia snorted coldly. I'm scolding my own. Who are you to interfere? He Chun Feng was speechless. Wan Hongxia, that shameless woman, was so arrogant. She wanted to scream and shout that she was the women's office director. But no one paid her any attention. This person talks without thinking. She works at the same factory as others. She just accused everyone of being opportunistic, as if people have no temper. Seeing her being scolded by Wan Hongxia like a dog, no one spoke up for her. She clearly didn't realize that her words had angered everyone. No one paid attention to He Chunfeng's self-inflicted shame. Su Jiaojiao completely ignored her, like she was air. She raised her hand to the potential clients in front of her, apologizing politely. Honestly, ladies, the aluminum thermos bottles are out of stock everywhere in Yanqing. I took on Zhang Auntie's order, but I regret it now. It's too difficult to get. But Brother Guiqiang is getting married, and marriage is a big event in life. I can't let Zhang Auntie trust me in vain, right? I gritted my teeth and finally used some connections to help buy one. So, uncles and aunts, please forgive me. If I really can't get it, even if you get mad at me, I don't have that much power. She didn't accept any orders and politely refused all requests for aluminum thermos bottles that evening, ignoring the complaints from everyone in the shoe factory's family courtyard. Wan Hongxia also agreed. If you can't buy it, forget it. You need to review your studies. Don't waste time because of those people. Your reputation is useless. Getting a high school diploma and a good job is what really matters. Mom is right. Her mother's words were very clear. But she didn't deal with the residents of the apartment building for a good reputation. She was doing it to make money. But she didn't need to tell her mother about that. The family started dinner, mainly simple grain rice with pickled vegetables, but today there were salted duck eggs. Su Jiaojiao brought home a Dragon Boat Festival gift from Liang Yongqin at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. She said it was for her relative, so she couldn't be polite. It was famous salted duck eggs from Gaoyu Lake. When opened, they were salty and oily. Mixing them into the grain rice made it tastier, and it didn't feel as harsh on the throat. This salted duck egg is so delicious. Big brother, when you start working at the chemical factory, can you buy me more salted duck eggs? Sixth brother Su Anfu licked his lips, looking eagerly at Su Anchuan. Su Anchuan, happily eating the salted eggs with his meal, suddenly lost his appetite. He put down his chopsticks and looked at Su Jiaojiao with a worried expression. Little sister, you won't regret working at the chemical factory, right? Wan Hongxia also looked a bit worried. She put down her chopsticks and asked, It's been 2 days. Why is there still no news? Su Jiaojiao was not worried at all. She knocked over a salted duck egg and split it equally with her second sister. Su Anxia covered her bowl and offered it to her, but Su Jiaojiao insisted on sharing half. Su Anxia smiled quietly inside, feeling very happy. Family members, especially her little sister, were truly the best to her. Seeing their mother and older brother look over, Su Jiao calmly said, "If you regret it, just regret it. We have the formula for soapberry powder, so I'm not worried about finding a job. But my older brother's work at the shoe factory's logistics department, carrying heavy bags, that's important. Don't give that away yet, I need it." Hearing this, fifth brothers Su and Gua got excited. He carefully glanced at their mother and quietly moved closer to Su Jiao. "Fourth brother Su, can I have the job of carrying heavy bags? I'm not cut out for studying. I want to work, earn money, and support you, Mom, and second sister." Before Su Jiao could answer, fifth brother Su suddenly reached out and slapped a chopstick fiercely. "You're getting cheeky. Do you think I'm deaf?" Fifth brother Su grimaced in pain, clutching his arm where he was hit, showing a resentful expression. His mother was really stubborn. Her mind was as hard as stone. Why bother with studying? Working and earning money was much better. No one paid attention to fifth brother Su's tantrum. Since Su Jiao had spoken, and the formula was hers, she had negotiated with the chemical factory from start to finish. Wan Hongxia trusted her little daughter's ability and immediately relaxed. Suan Chun, who was just picking meat behind his sister, had no say in the matter. Everything was up to Su Jiao. The Su family members were all quite calm, but the Salt City's #1 chemical factory was caught in a dilemma. In the factory director's office, Director Ji slammed the table. "I don't understand. Why can't we agree to exchange a new soapberry powder formula for a job?" The factory director was also quick-tempered. When Director Ji pounded the table, he responded with 2 loud knocks. "Why not agree? Do you think our chemical factory's research assistant position is something you can get easily? Those research assistants are all college graduates. At the very least, they're children of factory workers. If you give the research assistant job to someone who just carries heavy bags at the shoe factory, do they even understand data analysis?" Director Ji was tired of explaining. "But they said they want the research assistant position, and without the formula, there's no talk." "Which shoe factory do you mean? I want to visit and see for myself. The soapberry powder that benefits the whole country should be contributed, and work is needed too." With such low awareness, how did your mother, who used to be a women's director, teach you to raise children? Isn't this just nonsense? You can work or not. It's your choice. The director of the first chemical factory in Yanshi angrily drove out Director Ji, who was still trying to speak. Director Ji was completely silenced. He stared at the factory director's office door, furious at this stubborn old man about to retire. I don't know how many days Sister Wang took off, but she didn't come to work at the Nanqing Supply and Marketing Cooperative the next day. During the morning meeting, Director Dong's face was redder, like it had been scratched. He looked very angry. No one provoked him during the meeting, but he scolded most people, except Xiao Linyan, criticizing their work. Even the experienced accountant, Run, was not spared. It was a typical case of taking out anger on others. Among them, Xue Jing and Zhou Lufeng were scolded the most harshly. They returned to the counter, looking dejected. Su Jiao also later found out that Zhou Lufeng was the first to bring up the love poem issue. She didn't know where Zhou found that poem, but as soon as she got it, she couldn't wait to tell her sister. That led to the subsequent caught cheating drama. Director Dong, betrayed by his sister-in-law and subordinate, didn't give her trouble. Zhou Lufeng should be grateful she has a fierce older sister. Director Dong dared not offend his sister-in-law's sister, so he only scolded a little during the morning meeting to vent his frustration. Su Jiao focused on her work. When Sister Wang wasn't at the daily necessities counter, Xue Jing, who liked to slack off, was busier than yesterday. When noon came and the official workers went to the small cafeteria in the backyard for lunch, she still had to endure hunger. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, she found a quiet spot, said nothing, and took 2 meat buns from the purchasing clerk's small warehouse to satisfy her hunger. Unfortunately, she ate too quickly and choked. She was so unlucky that she didn't have water. She blushed and pounded her chest hard until the food went down. After filling her stomach, Su Jiao didn't plan to go home. The owner of the hot water bottle shop kept urging her in the group chat to pay the remaining balance. She had to earn money quickly. She took out the list she wrote down that day at the department store of people who ordered hot water bottles. Soon she found an address close to their Nanjing supply and marketing cooperative. Coincidentally, it was Huangguangji. The department store was busy that day. Su Jiao was upset because the male clerk who sold water bottles was rude to her earlier. Today is Friday. I remember Huangguangji said. He was off today and should be at home. Su Jiao took a water bottle from the small warehouse of her shopping agent and headed straight to Huangguangji's house. Huangguangji's house was in an alley, a single courtyard. Comparing the address she had written down, Su Jiao was sure this was the right place, with a copper ring on the door. She knocked on the copper ring. "Is anyone home?" She called twice, and the door was pushed open from inside. A middle-aged woman wearing a blue headscarf looked at the pretty girl at the door and almost couldn't look away. "Who are you looking for?" Su Jiao smiled and said, "Hello, Andy. I'm looking for Huangguangji. He said he was off today. Is he at home?" The woman in the headscarf was Huangguangji's mother. When she heard the girl was here to see her son, she gasped and her smile faded. "Oh, dear, you're here to see my son? Come in, come in." Her son had told her he was dating someone recently. The girl was pretty and well-behaved, just like the description. The mother liked Su Jiao more and more. She eagerly reached out to take her hand. Just then, Huangguangji came out of the house after hearing the noise. "Mom, who is that?" Huang's mother moved aside, revealing Su Jiao's face, and scolded her son. "You didn't tell me a girl came to see you? You little rascal." Before she finished, she saw Huangguangji push her aside and look at Su Jiao with surprise and excitement. "Did you get the aluminum water bottles so quickly?" He stared at the big red peony water bottle in her hand, both shocked and happy. Seeing the main person, Su Jiao handed him the water bottle without much explanation. "Is this the water bottle you wanted?" Huangguangji eagerly touched the peony flower on the bottle, fiddling with the opening, and even looked inside to see the inside of the bottle. He confirmed it. This was a newly released aluminum water bottle. "Of course I want it. Everyone's going crazy over these. You're quite capable. Your sister-in-law, who works with water bottles in Shanghai, also seems impressive. She got the stock so quickly." He was so excited that he kept talking nonstop. Recently, their department store received some thermos bottles, but as soon as the shipment arrived, the managers took them all before they could be stored. "Ordinary workers like us never get to see them. You paid a deposit of 1 yuan earlier, and now just give me 6 yuan for an industrial ticket, or pay me 7 yuan without the ticket," said Su Jiao, crossing out Huangguangji's name in her notebook, indicating he had already received a thermos. Huang's mother finally realized that the pretty young girl wasn't the person her son was talking to, but rather someone helping him buy the thermos. When she heard the price, her embarrassment disappeared. She carefully examined the thermos in Huangguangji's hand. She argued, "Young lady, the thermos at the department store costs 6 yuan. Why is it 7 yuan here?" Huangguangji hesitated. "Yeah? Why don't you just fight for that extra yuan?" He suddenly became confident. Su Jiao glanced at the mother and son, then reached out to take the thermos. The aluminum thermos at the department store costs 6 yuan plus an industrial ticket. My brother-in-law sent it from Shanghai, and the postage was only 30 cents. I also have to return favors, so I can't pay for all these costs myself. Do you think a thermos should cost more than 7 yuan? If you don't want it, just give it back to me. I have many people I can buy for," she said. Huang's mother and son felt awkward after hearing this. Huang's mother hugged the thermos tightly and nudged her son's arm. "Pay up." Huangguangji thought his mother was very capable. After bargaining, they ended up paying the original price. He had used up all his industrial tickets for the month, so he only gave Su Jiao 6 yuan. She counted the money and was about to leave. But Huang's mother called her back. "My sister-in-law also wants an aluminum thermos. Young lady, can you help us get one?" Su Jiao sighed. "Annie, there aren't that many thermos bottles. I'm not a seller. Buying and selling like that is a serious crime. I'm just helping Xiao Huang. My sister-in-law really wants a thermos, but the ones I sent from my brother-in-law are all spoken for. Maybe I can ask him later, and if more come, I'll bring them to you." Huang's mother nodded. Thank you so much, young lady. Su Jiao Jiao smiled and waved goodbye, then left. After they left, Huang Guangji asked his mother curiously, when did Annie say she wanted to buy a thermos? Huang's mother rolled her eyes at her silly son. She closed the door, hugged her thermos, and headed home. I said that on purpose to tease her. Now that the authorities are cracking down hard on illegal activities, if that girl was involved, she would have admitted it earlier. Our family is linked to those shady dealings. Do you still want to keep your job? Fortunately, that girl wasn't involved. Mother Huang sighed in relief and happily carried her thermos home. On her way back, she planned to show off at the alley entrance. No department store has a thermos like hers. She managed to get it. Huang Guangji looked at her with a blank face, thinking his mother was overthinking. That young girl at the department store didn't want to help them buy things. If she was involved in shady deals, her attitude wouldn't be so casual about making money. Su Jiaojiao left Huang Guangji's house and visited a few more families, secretly asking if they were involved in illegal activities, just like Huang mother. Su Jiaojiao was straightforward. When she heard someone say she was involved in shady deals, she simply took her thermos and walked away. I helped you out of kindness, sending this from Shanghai all the way here. My brother-in-law scolded me for being too kind. Now you say such things. If you don't want a thermos, just give it back. Go buy from those shady dealers yourselves and see if they can get the latest aluminum thermos from Shanghai. The people she scolded looked embarrassed and didn't dare speak. Oh, young lady, I was wrong. Please give me the thermos, and I'll add 2 cents to apologize. The aunt who ordered the thermos from Su Jiaojiao quickly apologized and smiled at her. Su Jiaojiao ignored her. She wouldn't give someone a reason to gossip over 2 cents. I can't accept that 2 cents. If I do, you'll think I bought the thermos for profit, secretly trading, and then report me to the police. Isn't that unfair? The aunt's face turned red with embarrassment. Oh, as they argued, a cheerful voice suddenly rang out. Jiao Jiao. Su Jiaojiao turned her head and saw Zhonglin running toward her with bright eyes. She blinked. Zhonglin? Why was he here? He was carrying a large bag, looking like he was heading somewhere. Zhonglin was indeed going far away. He was on his way to the train station. His family was in a hurry, and behind him followed a man, his grandfather's guard, who was escorting him back. Because of this person, Zhonglin had been trying to slip away to find Su Jiaojiao but failed. The guard was watching him too closely. On the way to the station, I unexpectedly met my classmate Jiao Jiao. Zhonglin was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. He dropped his bag and ran over quickly, eager to talk. Jiao Jiao, I was just about to go to the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative to find you. I want to tell you that I'll be going back home soon, maybe for a month, but I will definitely write to you when I get back. You must promise to reply. Jiao Jiao has always been annoyed by Zhonglin's enthusiasm. She wanted to say that they had already talked about this many times. They are not suitable, no future together. Goodbye, no more seeing each other. But when she looked into Zhonglin's pitiful puppy eyes, she couldn't say harsh words. That let's talk about it later, she replied dryly. Zhonglin looked like he had been hit hard. He clenched his teeth and said, No. If you don't reply, I will write you a letter every day. It'll bother you so much that you can't work or live normally. He spoke confidently, but his eyes, fixed on Jiao Jiao, were red. Jiao Jiao, soft and unable to resist threats, felt annoyed instinctively. Hey you. Zhonglin's eyes, flushed with emotion, stared at her. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand and forcefully pressed something into her palm, then turned and ran away. Don't say anything. I won't listen. Jiao Jiao opened her hand and saw a beautiful crystal butterfly hairpin. She looked up and saw him disappear. She shook her head helplessly, stubborn as ever. An older woman holding a hot water bottle looked at her with gossiping eyes. Little girl, was that your boyfriend just now? With that affectionate look, who hasn't been young? Jiao Jiao glared at her. Nonsense. He's my classmate. Annie, give me back my water bottle. Hey, I won't give it back. The woman's face changed, and she quickly took out some money and handed it to Jiao Jiao before running off. This girl had just joked with her, so why was she so sensitive? But just now, the young man next to the girl, dressed in a uniform, was probably a government worker. Seeing how confidently she behaved, she couldn't be involved in anything shady. The woman sighed in regret, blaming herself for overthinking. Zhonglin walked ahead with a serious face, his whole body radiating low pressure, as if someone had stolen his girl. Oh no, he didn't even admit she was his girl. His bodyguard behind him sighed silently. Actually, he wanted to say that the young girl and the old lady seemed to be secretly exchanging something. However, the guard looked at the stubborn, angry expression on the back of the little girl's head and swallowed his words. In the next few days, Su Jiaojiao gradually delivered the thermoses she had previously been asked to carry for others, along with some secret orders she received. In total, she sold 38 thermoses during this time. Each thermos cost 6 yuan plus an industrial ticket. Without the ticket, it was 7 yuan. Su Jiaojiao calculated that she earned about 246 yuan and 20 industrial tickets in these days. Converted to the currency used in the purchasing group at a ratio of 1 to 200, she earned nearly 50,000. She finally paid off the remaining money owed to the thermos factory owner. Also, during her selling process, she occasionally triggered the group's 1-to-1 rebate system. She bought 100 thermoses, sold 38, but received rebates for 11. So her warehouse still has 73 thermoses. However, Su Jiaojiao doesn't plan to sell these 73 thermoses in the salt market anymore. Now, selling or trading illegally is very serious, and she doesn't want to risk herself by getting involved. Later, she plans to find a chance to sell goods in other provinces. Having earned some money, she definitely wants to treat herself. Coincidentally, she received a shipment of a rack of ribs from the group, with pork roan. Yes, just one rack. If she didn't need to quickly accumulate initial funds for stocking, she would have bought a few pigs to butcher and store directly in the warehouse for the group buyers. Alas, she's so short of money right now that she can only buy one rack of ribs. Of course, she can't carry the ribs home directly, or it wouldn't be a surprise but a shock. Su Jiaojiao happily carried home 2 pounds of ribs, but instead of a joyful or surprised look, her second sister's expression was one of concern. Su Anxia said, "Little sister, if you want to eat meat, just tell me. Buying so many bones without meat and wasting charcoal, Mom would scold you."
Suzy adia diplit.
Sister, ribs are delicious. Sweet and sour ribs are so tasty. Although her sister promised confidently, Su Anxia still had some doubts. Especially when she heard her little sister's instructions, adding sugar, soy sauce, and vinegar, she wondered if it could really taste good. But gradually, the aroma of sweet and sour ribs began to fill the air, and little Qi and Xiaoba started drooling and fussing. Su Anxia no longer doubted Su Jiaojiao. Those little boys' things, she truly hadn't wasted her time on. She understood more about eating than they did. When Wan Hongxia and brother Su finished work and returned home, the family finally sat down to eat. Everyone eagerly reached for the main dish today, sweet and sour pork ribs. With the first bite, their eyes lit up. This is so delicious. It's better than meat. Brother Su chewed on the bones, praising it non-stop. Wan Hongxia had experienced a good life as a child and naturally knew how well-made the dish was. The ribs must be more fragrant than regular meat, but she frowned. Next time, let's buy some meat instead. There wasn't much meat on the ribs, which wasn't cost-effective for their family. Su Jiaojiao kept her head down and ate. Although it was plain rice, she scooped a few pieces of crispy, sweet, and sour ribs into her bowl, mixed it up, and poured a little meat broth over it. The fragrant, tasty rib rice could make anyone feel happy, but half a bowl was too little. She ate openly and could finish 2 bowls. Of course, her mom wouldn't let her eat 2 bowls. According to her mother, Wan Hongxia, eating late at night and then sleeping without working was fine, just drinking some soup or water. Eating a lot would be asking for trouble. Just as Su Jiaojiao finished her thought, her brother was scolded by Wan Hongxia. "Still eating. The leftovers. Tomorrow you add some water and make porridge. All of you are starving ghosts waiting to be reborn." Wan Hongxia took Su Anxuan's bowl and left, also taking the little remaining plain rice and 2 small steamed buns from the rice pot. The rest of the Su family, who hadn't yet eaten their fill of sweet and sour ribs, looked disappointed. Su Lao Wu, with sauce still on his face, angrily pounded the table. Let me work. I want to eat enough. Working means earning wages, and with wages, he can buy food. He wanted to work. Ah. Everyone in the family, except for Su Lao Lu, who shared his feelings, ignored him. Wan Hongxia locked up the leftovers and sat down to tell Su Jiao about something that happened today at work. Today, the director of the first chemical plant came to visit me, Wan Hongxia said expressionlessly. Su Jiao sat up straight. The director? Didn't Director Ji come along?
No, Wan Hongxia replied.
Su Anchuan's face also looked unhappy. He sighed with frustration and said, the director of the first chemical plant is too much. He directly went to Mom and our factory leaders, saying that our family has a formula for soapberry powder and hopes to get it to share with a chemical plant. He hadn't said a word about offering the job. The other person was serious and sharp-eyed, looking at him and his mother as if they were guilty of some crime. Clearly, the soapberry powder belonged to his sister. It wasn't public property. Why should he give it away? That would be like bullying. Su Jiao raised an eyebrow. She didn't expect that after waiting a few days, Director Ji's response would be like this. She could only say, fine, you've hit my bottom line, but before that, she had to ask her mother again. Mom, what do you think? Wan Hongxia glanced at her lightly and said, I'm a widow. I can't even support my son and daughter. I'm not that selfless. Su Jiao could only agree with her mother's view. When you're successful, you help others. When you're poor, you take care of yourself. She's poor, and she has her reasons. She told Su and Chun, brother, don't worry. The job that's yours, you won't lose it. If the Salt City First chemical plant wants to use righteousness to pressure her, fine. She'll let them have their way. Big sister, can you give me 2 sheets of your usual writing paper? Back in her room, Su Jiao said to Su and Xia. Su and Xia was hesitating about whether to give her younger sister a tutoring session tonight. Recently, it felt less like she was tutoring her and more like her sister was tutoring her. When she heard her sister's words, she was stunned. Su Jiao said, I want to submit an article. Su and Xia suddenly understood and happily brought her some writing paper, thinking her sister was becoming more ambitious. She knew she wanted to submit. To the shoe factory propaganda office? The workers' newspaper? Or the Salt City Daily? Su Jiao put down the neat sheet of paper and casually said, the National Daily. Su and Xia's eyes widened. She suspected her ears were wrong. The National Daily? Her sister really dares to think big. The rest of the family fell silent when they heard about this. Old Five frowned with his tense brows. I'm telling you, Su Old Four probably heard that Su Weifang got into the newspaper as a Russian translator, and she wants to be in the spotlight too. Old Six was surprised. Fourth sister is competing with Su Weifang. In the past 2 days, the shoe factory's family compound had been very lively. This time, the main character is Su Weifang, the beloved daughter of Deputy Factory Director Su at the shoe factory. I heard she was with her father on a business trip when they happened to meet foreigners. Among the team, Su Weifang was the best at Russian, so she was asked to be a small translator for the team. A local newspaper happened to take a photo of her, and she was proudly featured in the paper. A few days ago, the newspaper was sent to Su Weifang. Her mother, Wei Qingmei, wanted to show off her daughter, so she didn't mind being sick and spent the whole day walking around the family compound. Because of this, everyone in the shoe factory's family compound knew about Su Weifang being in the newspaper. Su Weifang's grandfather once studied in the Soviet Union. Under his guidance, she was always very good at Russian. Being a Russian translator was a sign of her talent. But her older sisters, Su Old Fifth and Su Old Sixth, looked down on her. Their older sisters are famous for 2 skills, being pretty and convincing young boys to buy her treats. But neither of these skills could get her in the newspaper. Her brothers didn't dare tell her to behave. Now, Su Old Fourth has a job, and I heard she's preparing for the college entrance exam and helping her big brother find work. Even their mother, Wan Hongxia, is trying to keep her in line. Who would dare to upset her? That night, Su's brothers couldn't speak freely and felt very uncomfortable. Su Jiao didn't notice her younger brother's strange behavior. She wrote 2 full pages of a letter that night, and the next morning, on her way to work, she went to the post office to send it. Zhao Jie, I want to buy 3 packs of brown sugar, 2 packs of persimmon cakes, and weigh 5 g of rice sticks. Here's the money and the ticket. Wang Jie, do you have any chipped porcelain cups? If yes, give me 2. Also, 2 kerosene lamps, 1 basin, a big red peony flower, a bundle of rubber bands, a water kettle. Early in the morning, as soon as she started work, Su Jiao began her daily shopping activities. These items were requested by her friends from the shoe factory's family building, Lu Xiaoqin, and Xiao Yiting from Salt Market No. 1 middle school. Some of these things they could buy themselves at the supply store, but the store was crowded, and some items were only available to internal staff. Since her neighbors and classmates worked there, it was easier for her to help buy them. Su Jiao was very eager to help. She was never reluctant or indifferent like some other staff members. She was truly very enthusiastic. Unaware comrades were moved to tears by Su Jiao's enthusiasm, but Su Jiao was secretly scheming. In the past few days, she helped others buy things through a rebate system in the purchasing group. Her assistant, Xiao Tsongku, received many soap bars, brown sugar, red hairbands, matches, salt, nylon ropes, persimmon cakes, and porcelain basins. Su Jiao enjoyed helping out, even more than she let on. Every day, she carried 2 bags of urea to work to hold the items. Because of this, Zhou Lufin and Xue Jing often joked about her behind her back. I say, little Su, you're too honest. Those people just like to take advantage and ask you to buy things. You work so hard, and all you get is a thank you. What else? Zhou Lufin clicked her tongue. And she could also get soap, brown sugar, red hairbands, matches, salt, nylon ropes, persimmon cakes, and porcelain basins. Su Jiao kept packing items into her urea bags while mentally replying to her. She kept a serious face and said, they're neighbors, just helping out. It's no trouble for me. What's the big deal? Sister Zhou, your thinking isn't very high-minded. If it were 1963, she would have used the excuse of doing good deeds like learning from Lei Feng to shut Zhou Lufin up. She did her own thing. Why bother with other people's business? Let others worry about their own affairs. Zhou Lufin was speechless from being hit hard and couldn't say a word. If it weren't for Su Jiao's connection with Director Ji from the chemical factory, she wouldn't have let a junior boss her around. Meanwhile, Zhao Hualan looked at Wang Lily, who was packing things for Su Jiao. She suddenly smiled and said, little Su, I heard a funny story yesterday. It's about your shoe factory. Seems like they also have a Su family. They found a formula for soapberry powder, but refused to share it with the chemical factory. If they develop new cleaning products, it could benefit many families across the country. But some people just don't have enough awareness and are fighting against the state. What? There are selfish people like that? If I had that soapberry powder, I'd give it to the chemical factory right away. Zhou Lufin shook her head disdainfully, but instinctively defended Su Jiao. It's definitely not our Su family. Little Su is related to Director Ji. Of course, she'd help her relatives. She firmly believed that Su Jiao was connected to Director Ji from the chemical factory. Zhao Hualan smiled meaningfully, but said nothing. Su Jiao rolled her eyes. They say good news doesn't spread far, but bad news travels quickly. That's what happened. Zhao Hualan really is, as she guessed, a sneaky person. Usually, she acts friendly, but now she's showing her true colors, and Su Jiao doesn't know why. Just as Su Jiao was about to speak, Sister Wang called her softly. Little Su, go to the counter. It's not the time to gossip about family matters. Yes, Sister Wang. Ignoring Zhao Hualan's face turning green, Su Jiao held back her laughter and stopped herself from saying something mean to Zhao Hualan. Since Sister Wang returned to work, Su Jiao noticed that Zhao Hualan seemed to target her a little. According to Xue Jing, Zhao Hualan has been wanting the team leader position. She thought that after the incident where she caught someone cheating, Sister Wang would be suspended or transferred, but she came back to work. Zhao Hualan's plan failed, so it's normal for her to be upset and target Sister Wang. Her excuses could be explained, but Su Jiao felt something was off. If asked why, She could only say it was her woman's intuition. Since Sister Wang started working at the supply and marketing cooperative again, she's become more distant. She's not divorced, but she treats Su Jiao Jiao even better. Su Jiao Jiao even heard accountant Ren call her Sister Wang's little apprentice more than once, and Sister Wang never argued. And she's really taking care of her seriously. Even Director Dong, who thought Su Jiao Jiao was unnecessary at the daily goods counter and wanted to move her to clean, was pushed back by Sister Wang. Director Dong didn't dare to offend Sister Wang for no reason. So, although Su Jiao Jiao is officially working at the Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative, with Sister Wang covering for her, she mostly just listens to Sister Wang's instructions. Her workdays are quite relaxed. Then Xue Jing became jealous, and her already complicated friendship with Su Jiao Jiao got worse. But Su Jiao Jiao didn't care. She even proudly brought her high school textbooks to read at work. Because Lu Xiaoqin told her that Teacher Zhang helped her get approval from the principal for her to take the college entrance exam with the high school seniors this year, and the principal agreed. Teacher Zhang told her to study hard and not embarrass him. Su Jiao Jiao knew that Teacher Zhang must have helped a lot. She considers herself not ungrateful, so after work today, she plans to visit Teacher Zhang's house to thank him. Teacher Zhang helped without expecting anything in return, but Su Jiao Jiao cannot be deaf and mute, taking others' help for granted. That is simply shameless. She is working while reading a book. From time to time, she takes a piece of preserved plum given by Sister Wang from her pocket and keeps it in her mouth. Su Jiao Jiao lives a comfortable life, which makes Xue Jing from the neighboring hardware counter feel very jealous. Suddenly, Director Dong comes out of the office with a bad expression. When the accountant Ren asks him questions, he doesn't reply and hurriedly leaves the supply and marketing cooperative. Seeing Director Dong leave, Xue Jing's eyes light up and she immediately shouts, "Little Su, can you watch the counter for me? I need to go to the backyard to use the restroom." Su Jiao Jiao puts away her book. With Sister Wang watching over her, Su Jiao Jiao is now the most free person in the entire Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative. She often fills in for others when they need to leave their counters. So when Xue Jing calls her, she goes right away, bringing her book too, since taking a break for a restroom visit usually takes at least half an hour. She understands the need to take a break. As soon as Su Jiao Jiao enters the hardware counter and opens her math book to do some problems, an old man walks in front of her counter. She initially thinks he is here to buy hardware tools. She smiles and is about to ask what he wants. "Where's your leader? Call your leader out." The old man suddenly raises his hand and shouts angrily, pulling out a hammer from behind his back. Su Jiao Jiao's cheerful smile stiffens on her face. Oh no, she just started her shift, and now her life might be in danger? "Sir, please don't get excited. Put down the hammer." She quickly tries to calm him down. The old man ignores her and, full of anger, raises the hammer and points at her. "Look at this hammer you sold me. The handle is loose, and one side of the hammerhead is broken. How am I supposed to explain this to the commune? The members are waiting for me to go back and fix their farming tools. This is just wasting time. Where is your leader? I want to ask them clearly. If I don't get an explanation today, I will report to the city, and if that doesn't work, to the province. I want to see how your supply and marketing cooperative serves the people." Su Jiao Jiao breathes a sigh of relief. It turns out he wasn't here to cause trouble, just upset about the hammer. Seeing the old man so agitated, Su Jiao Jiao steps out from behind the counter. She clasped her hands over her stomach and spoke softly and kindly. "Sir, please calm down first. The hammer has a problem, right? Don't worry. If there are any quality issues caused by our Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative, we will take responsibility. Please don't be angry. Getting upset isn't good for your health. Also, you've been acting tired, haven't you? Stop pretending. Your performance is good enough now." Yes, Su Jiao Jiao has already noticed that this old man has a problem. Is there no one at the agricultural machinery station? Are they looking for an old man to do physical work? How could a man dressed in a neat Zhongshan suit, with a pen in his chest pocket and wearing leather shoes, be someone buying a hammer to fix farm tools? And that pen he has, a hero brand, just came out this year. As soon as it was released, it was highly praised by writers and scholars from all walks of life. At that time, Zhonglin took out that hero pen, and it surprised everyone in the class. It was hard to find such a pen. It's not a joke. This little old man's pen is worth 2 months' salary. A technician at the agricultural machinery station?
Haha, no way.
But the old man was surprised to see Su Jiao's posture. Honestly, this girl clasped her hands, bent slightly, and spoke to him politely. Her manner was calm and respectful. If he really wanted to cause trouble, his anger would have cooled down a lot. Su Jiao didn't know what the old man was thinking. She was just instinctively adopting this posture. It's a standard stance in the service industry. In her previous life, before she joined the marketing department at her company, Su Jiao worked in sales for a few days. She happened to attend a training session on etiquette for store staff, led by a very elegant etiquette teacher. The teacher explained every detail, from standing, sitting, walking, to squatting. Her manner was graceful and refined, and she looked very elegant when she demonstrated. Su Jiao learned for a few days. Now, when a leader checks, she automatically adopts this posture. Xiao Su, if you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Inside the counter, Zhou Lufeng said this sharply to Su Jiao, showing her experience. She disdainfully glanced at the old man, lifting her chin. Old man, you're probably here to cause trouble. That hammer doesn't look like it was bought at our supply and marketing cooperative. Are you trying to trick us? You're still too naive. Without paying attention, Su Jiao heard Zhou Lufeng's dangerous words. It's not that I care about Zhou Lufeng risking his life. I just feel sorry seeing the old man turn so angry. She spoke. Sister Zhou, we can't speak without knowing the facts. It's too early to say anything. We should first help the senior colleagues investigate carefully. What do you think? Director Dong mentioned a few days ago that some leaders would come for a surprise inspection. I think this is probably them. I don't see what the big deal is. The supply and marketing cooperative dares to find trouble. Don't they know this is a government office? Whether they buy or not is their business. Even if they sell a faulty hammer to him, what can they do? Her words grew more aggressive. Su Jiao really wanted to shut Zhou Lufeng's mouth, which kept talking without thinking. She quickly signaled to Sister Wang. Sister Wang was busy organizing goods and didn't react immediately. But she wasn't slow. When she saw Su Jiao's look, she immediately understood what was going on. Shut up, Sister Wang, with a pale face, scolded Zhou Lufeng, who was about to speak again. She hurriedly stepped out from behind the counter, bowed, and apologized to the old man. Comrade, sorry about this, your hammer, but it was too late. Before Sister Wang finished speaking, several people dressed in Zhongshan suits entered the supply and marketing cooperative's entrance. They looked serious and stern, giving off a different aura. Director Dong stiffened and was the last to walk in. At this moment, he had a dark face, and his eyes looked at Zhou Lufeng with hatred. Su Jiao guessed right. The old man was a leader sent from the higher authorities for a secret inspection. This group had received a report that some sales clerks at the supply and marketing cooperative were secretly hiding goods and selling defective items at high prices, which angered the higher-ups. That's why they conducted this surprise check. Director Dong was called out earlier to be kept away. The old man came in later to observe how the staff at Nanqing Supply and Marketing would respond to the inspection. After watching Director Dong and the leaders go into the office, Zhou Lufeng turned pale, her hands on the glass cabinet. It's over, it's really over, she muttered in a dazed voice. This time, I'll definitely get my wages docked. Oh, my mouth. Why did these leaders suddenly come? My brother-in-law, too. Why didn't he tell us first? She also complained about Director Dong coming. Accounting officer Ren covered his chest and couldn't listen anymore. Just shut up. Today, everyone has been hurt because of you. Xiao Su was calming the old man nicely, and you just had to interfere? What should I say about you? Every bad thing always happens because of your rude mouth. Today's incident, is it only Zhou Lufeng who is losing her salary? If the inspection fails, the entire South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative will suffer consequences from top to bottom. He, just an accountant, didn't even speak, but was dragged down by Zhou Lufeng, this silly person. He's had terrible luck. Zhou Lufeng was angry at being scolded by Ren, but wanted to argue back. However, faced with everyone's resentful looks, she didn't dare. Others also looked at her unfriendly. Zhao Hualan coldly threw down the cloth. Xiao Linyan frowned without speaking. Sister Wang irritably massaged her forehead. All right, everyone stop talking. The leader is still inside. Let's wait until the punishment notice comes out. After saying that, she looked at Su Jiao, and her expression finally improved a bit. Today, Xiao Su did a good job. She calmed the customer and promised to help investigate the matter. Her actions meet the standards of a qualified salesperson. That should earn her some points. It's up to the leader now. Thinking about this, Accountant Ren immediately praised her. Yes. Xiao Su can help us improve our reputation. I hope the salary deduction isn't too harsh. I need my salary to save for my son's wedding. After saying that, he glared at Zhou Lufeng annoyed. I didn't do much. Sister Wang taught me everything. It wasn't a big deal. The leader's performance was too exaggerated. It was obvious to see. If Zhou Lufeng hadn't spoken too quickly and caused trouble, this undercover visit would have ended long ago. Now, a few people are still locked in the office. The morning shift was over. Su Jiao, not a formal employee, told Sister Wang she was leaving. Sister Wang, I'm going now. I'll come back in the afternoon. Sister Wang nodded. Go ahead. After loosening her apron, she was informed about the leader's undercover visit. Xuejing, who was still working because Zhou Lufeng's actions had caused trouble, was very unhappy. Why can she leave? We have to stay here. She rubbed her hungry stomach. Sister Wang ignored her complaints. She wasn't a formal employee, so why should she stay and be criticized with you? At this moment, Xiao Linyan suddenly said, this should be asked of Comrade Zhou Lufeng. Unreasonably working overtime on an empty stomach, even a clay figure would be a bit angry. Xuejing immediately turned her criticism toward Zhou Lufeng. Sister Zhou, you really caused us trouble, Zhou Lufeng. She shrank her neck, afraid to speak. Meanwhile, in Director Dong's office at the store, an old man, the leader of this undercover team, Xie Chongsheng from the city supply office, was currently furious. Director Dong was standing there, being scolded harshly. How do you manage the store? Listen to what the sales clerk said. If you didn't know better, you'd think your supply and marketing cooperative are just a bunch of bullies and robbers, casually dismissing customers with a buy or not, with terrible service and an arrogant attitude. What do you think a state-run unit is? Are customers supposed to be insulted and treated with disrespect? You loudly proclaim serving the people, but in reality, it's just a mess. Director Xie slapped his hand on the table loudly. He was old, and after yelling, he leaned on the table, panting heavily. The others in the undercover team, afraid Xie might get worse, quickly stepped forward to help him catch his breath. Director Xie calmed down. Everyone felt unhappy, but didn't show it to Director Dong. He was glaring at them with sharp eyes. He blushed and wiped his sweat, saying, Director Xie, it's my fault for not doing my job well. I will reflect on this and criticize them later. Criticize them? What good will that do? The leadership is crooked, and the lower ranks are crooked too. Xie was angry again, speaking fiercely without holding back. I don't know if you realize this, but each of you is serving the public. Without the people, what's the point of a state-run store? Without state stores, where would your jobs come from? Sales clerks are the face of the store. Their words and actions represent the store's image. When customers come in and see a clerk with a gloomy face, can they be happy? You don't pay attention to the clerk's behavior. You think the people have to rely on our state stores to buy things, but you don't realize you're hurting the community and damaging the country's reputation. This was a very serious statement. Director Dong was scolded so badly he was trembling, opening his mouth repeatedly, but unable to speak. If the Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative isn't doing well, they should be told to fix it, and the leaders and staff should be evaluated and have their wages deducted. Other members of the group comforted Director Xie while speaking coldly and firmly. When they mention deducting wages, Director Dong feels heartbroken. However, Director Xie is still not satisfied. He snorts and says, "The person in charge will be fined double." Director Dong stumbles and glares angrily. Zhou Lufeng, that young girl who first served me, had very good service awareness, a friendly smile, and a charming presence. She genuinely seemed to want to help the people, was enthusiastic, smart, and caring. After catching his breath, Director Xie, with a serious face, suddenly praises her. Others follow and say, "Yes, that young girl probably guessed you weren't really a customer and even tried to smooth things over with the sales clerk who had a bad attitude. Too bad. She's just a simple girl. We don't know how someone like her got into the unit." Her brother-in-law, Director Dong, mutters. Zhou Lufeng, that young girl should be Xiao Linyun, recently hired by the Nanqing Supply and Marketing Cooperative, right? Director Xie asks happily. Director Dong feels awkward and explains dryly. No, she's filling in. Liang Yongqin is pregnant and can't work, so her niece from her family is covering her shift for a month. A temporary worker who hasn't received formal training can sometimes serve better, more efficiently, and earn praise from leaders than regular staff. The regular staff member, on the other hand, is thoughtless and causes trouble. Everyone present, including Director Xie, falls silent. Director Xie gets angry again and scolds Director Dong. A formal worker isn't as smart as a temporary one, and their service awareness is even worse. How did you become the person in charge? Director Dong feels frustrated. The temporary worker is too clever, making the regular worker look stupid, and he gets scolded for it. Su Jiao doesn't have to be scolded. She finishes work on time and goes home. When she arrives back at the shoe factory, the residents of the apartment building who asked her to buy things are already waiting downstairs. When they see Su Jiao carrying a bag of urea, they rush over in a crowd. Everyone cares about their own things, even though they're eager to see if she bought what they asked for. But they also believe in doing the right thing. Little Su is exhausted. Jiao, you must be tired. Auntie poured some cooled boiled water for you. Have a sip. Here, Uncle Bag will carry it for you. You've worked so hard. Sit down and rest. Sister-in-law will fan you. A group of people gathered around Su Jiao, pouring water and moving chairs, asking about her well-being. Those who didn't know might think she was a high-ranking official. Su Jiao was not polite. She put down her bag, sat on a small stool, and took a sip of cold water. Her bag had been kept in the small storage room of her shopping group until they reached the shoe factory, so she wasn't tired. She enjoyed everyone's enthusiasm because she deserved it. She was not a kind person who does good deeds without recognition. She patted her stomach and half-jokingly complained, "I'm so tired. This walk was really exhausting. Ladies, the things you need are in the bag. Please check them yourself. I need to rest now, my legs are almost worn out. But I can't blame anyone. After all, we don't have a bicycle at home." The residents in the neighborhood, excitedly searching through the fertilizer bags, were silent. Whenever someone asked Su Jiao to buy something, she would note it in her notebook. There was no chance of mistakes. If the supply and marketing cooperative didn't have what was needed, she would buy it from the purchasing group. This way, she managed to get everything people asked for, never missing a single item. A remarkable achievement. This greatly impressed the residents living in the old apartment building. They knew that if they went to the supply and marketing cooperative themselves, they couldn't buy such a complete set of good, affordable items. They silently regarded Su Jiao as their reliable helper at the cooperative, now relying on her. When she mentioned not having a bicycle, Granny Sun, who had poor hearing, immediately looked up. She loudly said, Jiao, my daughter Shui Mei has a bicycle. Let her ride it to you." The others were surprised. They were still debating, but Granny Sun had already taken the lead. Usually Granny Sun was not stingy, so why was she so generous now? And with such a big tone, did her daughter-in-law Yang Shuimei agree? Could Granny Sun make the decision on her own? Yang Shuimei, Granny Sun's daughter-in-law, was present. She was holding a small clock in her hand. When she heard her mother-in-law speak, her face immediately stiffened. Su Jiao was touched. "Granny Sun, Aunt Yang, you're willing to lend me such a valuable bicycle? You're so kind. My mom always says that neighbors are like family, and if one gets hurt, everyone is connected. I didn't understand this before, but now I see. Our apartment building is full of kind neighbors like you, which helps us work together and support each other. Aunt Yang, your helpfulness is truly admirable. If I had to choose someone for the Model Worker Award at our shoe factory, it would be someone like you. Yang Shuamei was overwhelmed by her compliment. She shyly waved her hand. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a kind person. My mother-in-law knows I'm like this, or she wouldn't have spoken for me earlier. I just like lending my bike to Jiao Jiao. It's just a bicycle, after all. She works nearby at the shoe factory and doesn't really need it. It would be great to let Jiao Jiao ride it. This girl really knows how to talk. Grandma's son proudly lifted her chin. My Shuamei has good character. She truly deserves the Model Worker Award. Yang Shuamei's face turned red from her mother-in-law's praise. She couldn't help but feel warm inside, but her posture became even straighter. Others looked on with envy. It's just a bicycle, yet these two are showing off so much. Their family also has a bicycle and can lend it to Jiao Jiao. It's just that Grandma's son spoke first, so what's there to be proud of? Jiao Jiao, Shuamei's bike chain isn't very good. It often slips. You can ride mine. I just oiled my bike's chain yesterday. Why should I ride your bike? My bike is a lady's bike, and Jiao Jiao is a girl. She should ride mine. My bike is good, a Phoenix brand bought just last year. Everyone was eager to lend their bikes to Jiao Jiao, and the scene became lively. Jiao Jiao looked so touched she was about to cry. Finally, she made a decision. I feel everyone's kindness. I've thought about it, and borrowing one bike for a long time might cause trouble. I can't favor one over the others. So, from now on, I'll take turns borrowing everyone's bike. If you see 3 stones in the bike shed, it means I've ridden that bike. The residents of the building agreed happily. This idea is good. It stops just one family from always giving Jiao Jiao special treatment, which could cause trouble inside and outside. Everyone should know that our little girl from the Su family is just as good as Grandma Sun's family. She deserves the Model Worker Award, too. Su Jiao Jiao spoke seriously. You ladies are very kind to lend me your bicycles, but I can't just use them for nothing. From now on, if anyone wants to buy something, just come to me. If I can help, I will do my best. Then, she seemed to hesitate for a moment. Grinding her teeth, she bravely said, if your relatives also need help buying things, I'll help with that too. Your relatives are my relatives, and I'll do what I can. After she finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up immediately. Could there really be such a good thing? People tend to show off when they get a good deal. Recently, they couldn't help but brag to their relatives about the porcelain basin, enamel cup, flawed cloth, cakes, orange candies, and more that they bought cheaply and practically. Everyone was jealous and asked them to help connect them with good deals. But it was awkward to ask directly. They didn't expect Sue's young girl to be so honest and proactive. This really was. Jiao Jiao, is what you said true? Are you really willing to help my relatives buy things? One aunt nervously fidgeted, worried she might regret asking. Her sister had visited her yesterday and immediately noticed the small round mirror in her house. The mirror was cracked at the back, but it didn't affect use. Because it was a defective item, it only cost 1.2 yuan, which was 0.8 yuan cheaper than at the supply and marketing cooperative, and it even saved half an industrial ticket. Her sister saw such a big bargain and was so excited she wanted to buy this flawed mirror. She said many flattering words, and the aunt, caught up in the moment, agreed. But after the visitor left, she immediately regretted it. Why spend 1.2 yuan on a small mirror? She was worried and distressed. She didn't expect Sue's young girl to say she could help buy things for their relatives. That was like a pillow falling on her head while she was sleepy. Su Jiao Jiao was very kind and straightforward, taking everything on herself. Of course. It's just helping to buy something. I might be a little tired, but if I can help you ladies get good, affordable things, I see it as doing a good deed. I'm happy to do it. Jiao Jiao, I knew from the start that you are a good girl. Our family's courtyard has so many children. After I started working, none of them thought of us like you do. You really are a good kid. Others praised Su Jiao Jiao enthusiastically. The woman asking questions immediately became excited and patted her thigh. Jiao Jiao, can you bring me a small round mirror, the same as mine? The same as hers was a slightly flawed item that cost only a little over $1. Su Jiao Jiao understood and took the money from her hand. Don't worry, Auntie. If I find it, I'll bring it back to you tonight. No rush. No rus. Hiao hiao. I want a bar of soap, the one with a chipped corner. My daughter likes it because it's good for washing clothes. I'll buy 2 jean of red sugar. When I have a day off, I'll send it to my mother. Su Jiao Jiao carefully recorded everything in her notebook. Everyone take your time and tell me.
No rus.
I'll make sure to write everything down correctly. She now had a free bicycle, which she could ride every day, switching between different ones to see which she liked best. By helping relatives in the residential building buy things, she expanded her customer base and increased her purchasing service. This also gave her more chances to trigger the one-to-one rebate system in the purchasing group. It was a perfect plan, many benefits in one go. She happily thought to herself and quickly jotted down everyone's requests. Writing by hand was tiring and her hand was getting sore. She realized she needed someone to help share the workload. At noon, He Chunfeng finished work and was about to go home when she saw the lively scene downstairs in the apartment building. Her eyebrows raised. What are they doing up front? These unemployed women always cause trouble for me. They're probably arguing again. Look at them gathered at the bottom of the building. What a sight. Hui Qin, go tell them to disperse. Having been a women's affairs director for a while, He Chunfeng's authority was growing, and she was quick to give orders. Next to her, Wu Huiqin rolled her eyes and secretly sneered. She stretched her neck and glanced ahead, noticing a large black mole on her face that twitched. She said unhappily, Director He, it's Su Jiao Jiao from the Su family's daughter. She's just registering people in the building to buy things, not fighting. This girl really knows how to pick her targets. She's from the same building, and I asked her to buy some yarn earlier. She completely ignored me. She thought she knew the truth. Employees at the supply and marketing cooperative often secretly took a little extra yarn, so it wasn't obvious. She planned to pay a few cents less later, knowing that Su Jiao Jiao wouldn't suffer any loss. I didn't expect this stubborn girl not to help her buy things. When she heard it was the young lady from the Su family, He Chunfeng's face immediately darkened. Recently, she kept hearing people praise the young lady from the Su family, saying she is kind, helps neighbors buy things, and doesn't ask for anything in return, selfless and generous. She spat on that. He Chunfeng didn't believe it. She was sure that Wan Hongxia deliberately made her daughter do this just to win people's favor. She thought she wouldn't see through it. He Chunfeng scoffed. The stuff at the supply and marketing cooperative isn't worth being so humble over. Fighting over a few cents with a girl. Those are just poor folks. She walked away proudly, seeming to look down on those women who would lower themselves just for a few small benefits. Meanwhile, Wu Huiqin wanted to step forward and buy some yarn from Su Jiao Jiao, but seeing He Chunfeng ahead, she hesitated and, unwilling, followed behind. Some people saw how they behaved and couldn't help but roll their eyes. They muttered, "What's so proud about? Remember when we had to turn over cows at midnight for a cabbage? Forget it. You've forgotten your roots." Hearing this, He Chunfeng paused, her face flushing and then turning pale. Su Jiao Jiao glanced sideways, saw He Chunfeng and the others, and simply pretended not to notice. She happily helped everyone register their shopping lists, then went home, casually ate a quick meal, and took a nap. In the afternoon, she rode Aunt Yang's bicycle, feeling energetic, and went to work. She parked her bike in the special bike shed behind the South City Supply and Marketing Cooperative, locked it, and leisurely entered through the back door. It wasn't even 2 in the afternoon yet, but the sales clerks, including Sister Wang, were already at their posts. Everyone stood straight behind the counters. Even the accountant sat at his desk with his abacus, looking serious and ready. Their spirits seemed refreshed. Su Jiao Jiao thought she might have come to the wrong place. Is this still the same workplace she worked at these days? Before, it was all about knitting yarn, eating sunflower seeds, and daydreaming. Now, everyone seemed like a different person. Thinking about it, Su Jiao Jiao realized, oh right, there was a leadership inspection today, so they had to perform well. Senior Sister Wang, the leaders from this morning haven't left yet, Su Jiao asked curiously as she entered the counter. Sister Wang looked toward Director Dong's office with a worried face and shook her head. She quietly whispered to Su Jiejia, "After we eat, we'll just stand here. The boss said we shouldn't stand improperly, so we need to practice standing correctly. When the customers come later, remember to be friendly." The leaders seem a bit strange today, suddenly criticizing our service attitude. We can't let them see us upset. Su Jiejia immediately straightened her back and nodded seriously. Since the book was no longer allowed for study, it was better to be honest and straightforward. When the time came, the Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative opened for business. A few leaders and managers came out from Director Dong's office. They didn't come close but stood at the back door, watching the sales clerks like hawks. Their eyes were sharp like rulers, closely watching every move they made. "Ma'am, what would you like to buy?" "Young comrade, how much for a box of our universal ointment?" 50 cents per box. "1 box, please." "All right, here you go." Su Jiejia skillfully interacted with the customers, smiling so much her face was stiff. Zhou Lufin felt even more miserable. She usually never smiled kindly at customers, and today it was hard for her to force a smile at these people. Her cheeks ached from smiling so much. But some people couldn't stand to see her happy. One customer was startled and asked her in surprise, "Comrade Zhou, what's wrong with your face? Are you paralyzed or something? Why do you look so strange?" "Haha, Andy, you're joking." Zhou Lufin twisted her face into a stiff smile. She secretly glanced at Director Dong behind her, who looked very upset. She was furious inside. She wanted to get angry, but dared not. Her brother-in-law had scolded her harshly at noon, telling her to quit if she couldn't handle it. Director Xie, standing at the back door, frowned. He said to a few people in his group, "Look at this. Why do our official sales clerks look so tired compared to the temporary workers? Maybe she smiles better than them." The group members were silent. Director Xie loved joking around. That girl was prettier than others, and her smile naturally looked better. "That girl really stands out in appearance," someone said. Director Xie shook his head seriously. Being good-looking is one thing, but a smile is another. "Just look at how she smiles." Others looked at Su Jiao and quickly realized something. People say a smile should not show teeth, but she smiled with big, bright teeth. She didn't look ugly or mean. Instead, her smile looked warm and sincere. Her eyes smiled along with her mouth, making her seem friendly and lively. Unlike the other clerk at the counter, who smiled fake and stiff, her smile was genuine. "This girl has a very nice smile," someone said. Seeing her smile made everyone feel happy inside. Even I couldn't help but smile a little myself. Director Xie sighed. If all our salespeople in the supply and marketing system could smile like her, no customer would leave unhappy. As the national stores are responsible for buying and selling for the country, they represent the Trade Bureau. We need to do good work and serve the people with warmth and enthusiasm. The inspection team left only in the evening. Before they went, Su Jiao was called to the office for no clear reason. She thought, "What's wrong? I'm just a temporary worker. It probably has nothing to do with me." Later, she found out that Director Xie, the head of the city's supply office, asked her a question. "Comrade, are you interested in joining our supply and marketing system?" Su Jiao was stunned. She didn't answer right away. Director Xie continued, "I heard you only finished middle school, but that's okay. Our system usually has internal recommendations. Next year, when the supply store hires workers, I plan to recommend you. Would you like that?" He really liked this girl, smart, pretty, quick-witted. He didn't want the supply store to miss out on such talent. His offer was straightforward and sincere. Su Jiao didn't expect to be called in for this reason. She felt proud to be appreciated, but looking into Director Xie's expectant eyes, she shyly smiled. "I want to join the supply system, but I don't need the recommendation slot. Actually, I've already signed up to take the exam for the Salt City Department Store sales clerk position next month. I haven't gotten my high school diploma yet, so I used a little trick. Please keep this a secret." Seeing Director Xie's eyes widen slowly, she touched her nose and looked a bit embarrassed. The girl looked shy but honest, and she told him everything openly. Director Xie was not angry. Instead, he thought she was sincere and clever. This year, he knew about the job recruitment at the department store. If time hadn't already passed, he actually wanted to recommend this girl to apply. Surprisingly, she managed to get in. As for her little trick of not having a high school diploma but still signing up, Director Xie chuckled. Since that's the case, I'll see you at the department store next month. If I don't, I'll be angry. This statement from Director Xie showed he didn't mind her not having a high school diploma. Su Jiao was happy and confident. She said, "Don't worry, I'll report to you at the department store." Back at her counter, Zhou Lufeng kept asking her what Director Xie wanted. Su Jiao just casually replied a few words. The punishment results came out. The sales clerks at Nanqing Supply and Marketing Cooperative, along with the manager, had their wages deducted. The manager's deduction was double. As soon as the inspection team left, Director Dong got angry. Zhou Lufeng was the first to be scolded harshly. Hopefully, she could behave herself for a while. After scolding Zhou Lufeng, Director Dong surprisingly became kind to Su Jiao and praised her. He said, "Comrade Su Jiao, even though she's not a full-time worker, the leaders really like her. They say she has a nice smile and a friendly face. Unlike some people who've been working here for years with a sour face, she should learn from her. Maybe she'll get some praise too." He rolled his eyes at Zhou Lufeng, then continued to praise Su Jiao kindly before leaving. After Director Dong left, Su Jiao openly took out her high school textbooks to read. She was supposed to keep her application at the department store a secret, but since Director Xie was a leader in the supply system and was kind enough to want to recommend her, she thought she should give a reason if she refused. It would be awkward to run into him again at the same workplace. Also, at that time, only the two of them were in the office. Director Xie had taken a liking to her, and she figured he wouldn't spread the word. She decided to be honest with her future leader. After all, he was her future boss. She couldn't be dishonest in front of him or leave a bad impression of being scheming at a young age. She's just a temporary worker, but she's making such a fuss. It's obvious she's ambitious, Shuejing whispered to Xia Linyun, worried that the girl at the neighboring counter, Su Jiao, might hear. But Xia Linyun didn't agree. She said seriously, "Comrade Su Jiao really does have a better smile than us. We should learn from her." Shuejing's face turned green. What kind of good sister is she? Always fighting with her. Because Xia Linyun is a college student, Shuejing tries hard to be friends with her, thinking that if Xia Linyun becomes a leader in the future, she can benefit from it. But Xia Linyun is like a hard stone in a pit, cold and tough. No matter how long she tries, she just can't get close to her. Shuejing feels very frustrated. Xia Linyun doesn't understand why she's upset. When the boss said she should learn more from Su Jiao about how to smile and greet customers, she actually went to ask Su Jiao for advice. To Shuejing, it looks like Xia Linyun has abandoned her and is getting close to Su Jiao. This really hurts her feelings. She turns away and stops talking to Xia Linyun. Su Jiao doesn't care about Shuejing's childish jealousy. Instead, Xia Linyun actively asks her how to smile better. Su Jiao shares many tips she learned from an etiquette teacher in her past life about making her smile more friendly. Xia Linyun is very grateful to her. They chat happily, which makes Shuejing secretly angry and dizzy. The next day, when Su Jiao goes to work, she hears Shuejing sarcastically say that her acting as a substitute doesn't matter and that her salary and benefits are not as good as theirs. Shuejing says, throwing flirtatious looks at blind people and smiling beautifully won't make them promote her to a full-time worker. Zhou Lufeng has already learned from Zhao Hualan that Su Jiao's family has nothing to do with Director Ji from the chemical factory. All those background stories are just lies to scare her. She munches sunflower seeds while agreeing. Shue, you're right. A temporary substitute isn't even considered a casual worker. We've been working here for years as regular salespeople, not like her, a young girl. I just don't want to compare myself to her. Look at her showing off, not knowing her own limits. That girl even lied to me, saying she has connections with Director Ji from the chemical factory. Bah, shameless. She keeps spitting out sunflower seed shells everywhere. When the boss leaves, Zhou Lufeng's old attitude returns. Seeing Su Jiao come in, these two keep talking without holding back. Sister Wang pats Su Jiao on the shoulder and quietly comforts her. Just ignore them. People who can't get the grapes will say they're sour. She thought that Xiao Su was a very talented girl. Indeed, the leaders have good judgment. However, some people, unable to receive praise from the leaders, just feel jealous and envious. Su Jiao was never someone to let herself suffer losses. She put down her bag and loudly said to Sister Wang, "Sister Wang, can you help me decide on something? As a temporary worker, I really don't understand some things." She didn't want to say it at first, but since some people kept bothering her, she decided not to hold back. They keep talking about being a temporary worker all day. So, what if she's a temporary worker? Is she any worse than a regular employee? Even the regular employees haven't caught the leader's eye like her. Sister Wang didn't understand. What do you mean? Su Jiao looked conflicted and hesitant. Yesterday, Director Xie called me into his office and said he wanted to give me a referral spot in our supply and marketing system. He said it's okay even if I only finish middle school because once I get into the office, there will be senior colleagues to guide me. Sister Wang, does Director Xie mean he wants to introduce me into the organization? Or into the city's main office? Oh, then I might become an official leader directly. Sister Wang, Zhou Lufeng, Xuejing, along with Zhao Hualan and Accountant Ren, everyone who heard this looked shocked.
What?
Director Xie called Xiao Su into his office yesterday to give her a referral spot? Before Sister Wang could be happy for Su Jiao, Zhou Lufeng sneered unkindly. She pointed at Su Jiao and said, "You really think too highly of yourself. You want to be a leader in the office? Do you know how many referral spots the supply and marketing system has each year? Just you? Look in the mirror and reflect. Nowadays, the supply and marketing system is very popular. The official requirement to get in is a high school diploma. Of course, for people like them, who mostly take over from their parents, a high school diploma isn't necessary. Just some elementary school education and knowing a few words is enough." Xuejing didn't believe it either. She mocked, Jiao, are you upset because we said you're just a temporary worker? Are you deliberately making up this nonsense to fool us? The entire Salt City supply and marketing system only has 3 or 5 referral spots each year, mostly prearranged. Even if Director Xie has a spot, how could it possibly be yours? Then you say you refused? That's the biggest lie. Who in their right mind would pass up such a lucky chance falling from the sky?
Su Jiao stood.
I'm happy to go. Do you have a say in it? Xuejing was so angry she felt a pain in her chest. You, early in the morning, what are you arguing about? Director Dong strode in with a serious face, holding a porcelain mug. He suddenly slammed it down on the accountant Ren's desk with a loud bang. Xuejing immediately shut her mouth. Director Dong said, "Let's start the morning meeting." He criticized the recent issues from yesterday, then mentioned Su Jiao. Usually serious and stern, his face slowly broke into a smile. "Little Su, here's your transfer notice. Yesterday, our city's supply company held a meeting overnight. On Director Xie's strong recommendation, the city's supply company decided to transfer you to follow the inspection team to various county and town supply cooperatives. You'll help train the sales staff with basic services." Director Dong handed Su Jiao a red official document, secretly feeling lucky for her. She was favored just for showing a little effort, and she was willing to be so bold as to get such a big opportunity. They said she'd be working with the inspection team, led by top officials. This kind of honor, and a good addition to her resume, why wasn't it him going instead? He kept smiling outwardly, but inside, he felt a bit jealous. Su Jiao looked surprised and happy as she took the document. Sure enough, it was about her being transferred to follow the inspection team to various rural supply cooperatives to train the sales staff. On the way today, she was still worried about how to sell the water bottles stored in her small warehouse when she went far away. Now, she felt sleepy and thought, is this my chance to go far? Her face lit up. Director Dong, can I really go? Director Dong ignored everyone's dull looks and loudly said, "Of course. Only our South City supply staff and the entire Salt City Supply Company have this honor. At yesterday's meeting, The leaders of other supply cooperatives were all jealous of him. Although he was criticized first, he managed to turn things around later, didn't he? Director Dong knew all this was thanks to Su Jiao's efforts. Still, he felt a bit regretful that she wasn't a full-time employee. He could have gained even more. Sister Wang grabbed Su Jiao's arm, her excitement making her voice hard to contain. Jiao, you really made us proud. Going out with the inspection team to visit various supply and marketing cooperatives and helping train other salespeople, what an honor. Zhou Lufeng's mouth was wide open, almost able to fit 2 eggs. Shuijing was both shocked and embarrassed. She quickly lowered her head, afraid to look at Su Jiao, looking like a defeated rooster. Although she was temporarily assigned to the city supply office, Su Jiao didn't actually need to officially report. She could just go to the train station tomorrow morning and wait for the inspection team to depart together. Director Dong was pleased and generous this time. Even before starting work, he told Su Jiao to take the day off to go home and pack her things, since she would be going on a business trip with the inspection team the next day. Unexpectedly, she got a day off. Su Jiao happily picked up her bag and left. Shuijing's envy and jealousy were obvious. The official document said she was on a 2-week secondment. Su Jiao guessed it was around the time she would be taking her high school graduation exams. It was convenient to do both without delay, really good. Early in the morning, after returning to work, she was riding her bicycle back to the shoe factory when she ran into some people on their way to work. Isn't that Su Jiao? I heard she dropped out of school and went straight to work at the supply and marketing cooperative. Why is she back today? Come on, she's just filling in for someone. Maybe she got kicked out for some reason. No way. I heard she's doing pretty well. Some people in that apartment building buy things for her. I heard she's very helpful. I was even thinking of asking her to help me get a ceramic basin. Then why is she heading home alone early in the morning while everyone else is going to work? The person asked hesitantly, unable to answer. Many people saw Su Jiao entering her family's apartment building. Early in the morning, being chased back from work was unusual anywhere. Gossipers didn't hold back, and as the rumors spread, before Su Jiao even knew, she had already been expelled from the Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative and was seen as untrustworthy. Of course, Su Jiao didn't know about this yet. Her family was at work, so no one was home. At this moment, she was taking advantage of her role in helping neighbors buy things for the apartment building, which triggered a 1-to-1 cashback system in the shopping group, allowing her to get many good items for free. With some free time, she organized and sorted everything in her small storage room. In the room, she took out all sorts of miscellaneous items from the small purchasing agent's storage. Rice noodles, face cream, yarn, enamel cups, orange candies, rubber bands, egg cakes, handkerchiefs, monthly signs. Food, daily necessities, and small items were piled on the bed, table, and floor. Su Jiao wiped her sweat, tilted her head back, and crossed her arms, feeling satisfied. It showed how busy she had been recently. She had stored eggs, noodles, rice noodles, brown sugar for later use, and the fabric, yarn, and cotton were needed for sewing. The rubber shoes could be worn by her older brother and younger brothers, and the face cream was for her mother and 2 older sisters. But there were more than 20 enamel cups, several kerosene lamps, and a dozen thermos bottles. The bags, small clocks, rubber bands, and handkerchiefs were also too many for the family to use. Suddenly, she had a bright idea. AAA local specialty shopping agent Xiao Su. Extra. Family members. A few days ago, I mentioned I was opening a shop with a vintage style, selling old items from the 60s and 70s. Now, the new shop is open. We're running a special super value lucky bag promotion, only 19.9 yuan per bag. Each bag contains 3 random items like handkerchiefs, rubber bands, enamel cups, small clocks, or thermos bottles. First come, first served. Grab yours and you'll be winning. Su Jiao edited the message and sent it to the shopping group, instantly sparking a wave of bored sellers. This group of wealthy sellers was very interested in her nostalgic super value lucky bag promotion and urged her to send the link quickly. AAA trendy shoes shopping agent manager Zhu. Hurry up, Xiao Su. I want a labor as glory, enamel cup for my son. I want him to learn the hardworking spirit of our ancestors early on. Hainan Fruit Wholesale, Xiao Jiang not Old Jiang. I want the thermos. Army green thermos. I had one when I was a kid. It kept me company for over 10 years. Sadly, I lost it later. Crying. Grain and oil supplier. Did old Wang pay his debt today? Xiao Su, your prices are too low. I'm not buying, but I suggest you raise the price to 99.9 yuan per lucky bag. Honest business people don't cheat. AAA Trendy Shoes Shopping Agent Manager Zhu, get lost. Not just a pork seller, pork roam. Get lost. Get lost. Climb out. Seeing everyone in the group upset over old Wang's debt collection, Su Jiao finally finished editing the product links and posted them in the group. Since she was only offering 3 random items, she just picked 3 at a time and combined them into 30 lucky bags. While she was excitedly waiting to see some sales, the group suddenly showed that her stock was sold out.
Su Ziao.
Honestly, these purchasing groups are really not short of money. Evil capitalists, who knows who's jealous of her. People in the group kept complaining that Su Jiao was too stingy, asking her to post more lucky bags because 30 bags weren't enough for everyone to grab. She felt a bit embarrassed. AAA Local Specialty Purchasing Group, Little Su. Sorry, everyone. Today I only prepared 30 super value lucky bags. Thanks for your support. Next time, I'll try to have more items. Friends who receive their orders can also share pictures in the group to show everyone the quality of my products. They're made with real traditional craftsmanship. They might not be as old as genuine antiques, but they're definitely good. After calming down the lively group members a few more times, Su Jiao happily calculated her earnings. With 30 lucky bags priced at 19.9 each, she made nearly 600 yuan in less than half an hour. The amazing thing about this purchasing group is that she only needs to list the products. After shipping, she doesn't have to worry about anything else. The group handles everything with one click. The only thing she didn't know was when the other side would receive the goods. If the response from the group remains good, Su Jiao thinks she might regularly sell these lucky bags. It's a good way to clear out some items she doesn't need and make money at the same time. Feeling happy, she opened the group again and bought some rice, flour, and cooking oil from old Wang, who had encouraged her to raise the prices of the lucky bags. She didn't buy the packaged rice from the supermarket, but asked old Wang for loose rice at 80 cents a jin, fresh this year, and bought 200 jin. She also bought 100 jin of soybeans, 100 jin of flour, 50 jin of cornmeal, 50 jin of sweet potato and potato flour, 50 jin of 2 jin packs of noodles, and another 50 jin of dried noodles. Plus, she bought 50 jin of rapeseed oil and 50 jin of sunflower oil. All of this cost her nearly 1,000 yuan. And that was after negotiating for better prices with old Wang, who is quite frugal. Old Wang, who is in debt, is complaining in the group chat. Grain, oil, and food supplies. Did old Wang pay his debt today? Little Su, you're so good at bargaining. I didn't make any profit on this order. Su Jiao doesn't believe his words, but she responds politely. AAA Local Specialty Shopping Little Su. It's a slow process. This is just the beginning. As long as the quality is good, I'll continue to buy from Brother Wang in the future. Grain, oil, and food supplies. Did old Wang pay his debt today? Hey, Little Su, didn't you just open a nostalgic-themed online store and also do local specialty shopping? Why do you suddenly need so much stock? Are you planning to open a restaurant? AAA Local Specialty Shopping Little Su. I do have that plan. It's not a restaurant, just a farm stay, haha. Su Jiao wipes her sweat. She has a strange feeling that she might be forced into expanding her business everywhere in the future. After chatting a few more words, old Wang confirms the payment and promises to send her the goods tomorrow. He's a real businessman. Old Wang, who is in debt, enthusiastically agrees to give Su Jiao a jar of 20 jin of fermented rice wine. He says it's a new product he's been working on, ready to launch, and asks her to taste it. If it's good, he jokes, he'll supply her farm stay in the future. Fermented rice wine. Su Jiao's eyes light up. She loves this stuff. Most importantly, it's free. She treasures anything that doesn't cost money. As for stalking her farm stay, well, that's a story for another time. Later, Su Jiao Jiao studies high school lessons at home until she feels dizzy. At noon, she goes to her younger brother's house to pick up her twin brothers. She also brings a bunch of noodles and a pound of peach cookies for her grandparents. Her sister-in-law, Zhang 80, doesn't look pleased. The rest of the family doesn't come home for lunch. They eat at the factory. Only Su Jiao Jiao and her 3 younger brothers are at home. She doesn't skimp on herself or her little brothers. She cooks a pot of noodles, each of them gets a fried egg, and she also chops up some very salty pickles to stir-fry with eggs into a dish. With the processed salty pickles, Su Jiao Jiao and her brothers enjoy the fragrant noodles. In the afternoon, after putting her brothers to sleep, she takes a nap herself and then continues reading. As the time approaches, she instructs her brothers and then leaves the house, carrying back quite a few things. Tomorrow, Xiao Jiao Jiao is going on a business trip. Before she leaves, she plans to treat her family to a nice meal. She didn't do much outside, just found a quiet place to hide, bought a chicken and a good piece of pork belly from Pork Rome, and bought a box of apples and a box of pears from Lil Jiang, who sells fruits wholesale. She also brought out some tangerine candies, honey dates, canned fish, and peach cookies, and filled the table at home. Her eldest son is busy with urgent shipments at the warehouse tonight, so he will work overtime. They will have dinner together and get a small bonus. Wan Hongxia isn't worried. She took off her blue work cap and carried her things, leaving work alone. On the way, she met Yang Shuemei, who was rushing home to her family compound. Before Wan Hongxia could call out to her, Yang Shuemei saw her. Yang Shuemei patted her thigh, looking very anxious and sweaty.
Oh.
Hongxia, why are you walking so slowly? You should go home and check. I heard from some gossiping women at the factory that Jiao Jiao was kicked out by the Nanqing Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Recently, their family bought a lot of things from Jiao Jiao and even lent her their bicycle. All this was just to build a good relationship with the young lady of the Su family. But now, she just heard that Jiao Jiao was kicked out? Oh dear, maybe it's because Jiao Jiao bought things for them too often and the leaders at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative got annoyed? Wan Hongxia was stunned by her sudden words. After reacting, she got angry. Nonsense. Who said my daughter was kicked out of her job? Her daughter was just bragging yesterday that the leaders who came for inspection recognized her talent and wanted to recommend her for a better position. Her daughter is so outstanding. How could she be kicked out?
Yang Shuemei looked surprised.
Those people said Jiao Jiao came back early in the morning and didn't go to work. Don't you know about this? Wan Hongxia really didn't know about it. Now she felt uneasy, but she kept a serious face and spoke firmly. It must be because she had something to do. My daughter is doing so well, and the leaders praise her. How could they kick her out? Those gossiping women behind the scenes just don't like my family. They talk trash all day. Be careful, or your tongue will get sore. Yang Shuemei shrank back when she heard her curse. She realized she was afraid. But she thought, why be afraid? It's not her gossip. Worried about her little sister, Wan Hongxia hurried home, walking faster. Yang Shuemei followed behind her, complaining all the way. While Wan Hongxia was rushing home, Su Anxia had already returned home first. She worked at the towel factory and usually finished work early. Today, on her way home, she went to pick up her twin siblings from her uncle's house. When she found out her younger sister had already taken them home in the morning, she felt confused and asked immediately upon arriving. Su Jiajiao didn't hide anything from her sister and told her about the big happy event. She was about to go on a business trip with her boss. Su Anxia was so happy, she didn't know what to do. She kept excitedly pinching Jiajiao's face. My little sister is so impressive. She just started working and already gets to go on a business trip with her boss. I've been working for 2 years and haven't even left Salt City. Our family is really proud. Jiajiao's face was squished but didn't hurt. She rubbed her face and enjoyed her sister's affection. Second sister, there are many more proud moments coming for you. This is just the beginning. Just wait and see me make you proud. Su Anxia laughed happily, her eyes full of joy. Okay, I'll wait for Jiajiao to make me proud. Right after school, Su Lawu, who was told to stay inside and cut chicken and meat by Jia Jiao, heard the sound of his second sister returning and excitedly ran out. He was wearing an apron, holding a kitchen knife, waving it around. Second sister. Su Laosi bought a chicken. We're having chicken soup tonight. Come see. Su Wanxia was shocked. She hurried into the inner room. She saw that her and her younger sister's room was now filled with bedding and sheets thrown onto her bed. The original bed frame was moved aside, replaced with an iron stove and a small wooden table for meals. The stove was steaming, and on the plastic-covered table, a chopping board with chopped chicken pieces was piled high. Next to the chopping board was a basin with a piece of meat inside. Su Wanxia's mouth was so wide she could fit 2 eggs. She stiffly turned to look at Jia Jiao. What is all this? Are you going to stop living a normal life? With so many things, chicken and meat, placed in front of her, Su Wanxia felt very anxious. Under her sharp gaze, Jia Jiao shrank her neck. She grabbed her second sister's arm and shook it, speaking pitifully. Big sister, I have been craving chicken lately. I keep dreaming about drinking that clear, fragrant, smooth chicken soup. Even when I wake up in the middle of the night, my sheets are covered with my saliva. I'm about to go on a long trip and won't be back for half a month. Today, I saw a chicken seller on the street. I was quick and decisive, and I bought a chicken and some meat. After all, I have you and Mom and Big Brother to support the family. You can't let me go hungry, right? Su Wanxia is a big sister who is very protective of her younger sister. She couldn't help but feel upset when her sister said she was so craving chicken soup that she drooled on her sheets at night. Her words of blame caught in her throat, and she couldn't say anything. You want to drink chicken soup, right? I'll make it for you. Su Wanxia knows her little sister has some money, but it's just pocket money from her and Mom and Big Brother. She really doesn't understand how the girl could spend all her saved-up money to buy a chicken and some meat. She thought to herself that her sister could spend her money freely. Later, she would give her some more from her own savings. Jiao Jiao knew her sister was no longer upset and immediately cheerfully came up with a plan. Then, sister, you should hurry. Your cooking skills are great. The chicken soup you make will make Mom so fragrant she'll be dazed. When that happens, she won't have time to scold me. She secretly praised her sister's cooking skills, and her eager attitude made Su Lawu nearby not even bother to look. Su Lawu rolled his eyes. Flatterer. Whether the chicken soup can make Comrade Wan Hongxia dazed with its aroma is uncertain. Su Wanxia was first won over by her sister's bowl of hypnotic soup, and she found herself unwittingly caught in the same boat as a grasshopper. Wan Hongxia hurriedly climbed up the stairs to her home, panting. When she reached the 3rd floor, she froze in place. Hongxia, you're off work? No wonder you finished early today. Your family really knows how to enjoy. That braised pork smells so delicious. The neighbor cheerfully greeted her as she hurried past. Her eyes couldn't help but linger on the bubbling, fragrant braised pork in Su's pot. So tempting. Breathless from the long walk, Wan Hongxia supported her knees and looked worried. Jiao Jiao was standing at her own stove, instructing her sister to add potatoes to the rich, fragrant braised pork. Thinking about the potatoes soaked in meat juice, soft and sticky, she couldn't help but drool. She painfully wondered, when will I finally get to eat? She was staring eagerly into the pot when someone called her mother's name. Immediately, Su Jiao Jiao turned her head. Her eyes lit up, and she urged, Mom, hurry and wash your face. Dinner is about to be ready. Her chicken soup and braised pork were finally going to be served. Wan Hongxia was dazed for a moment before the little girl pushed her to the communal washroom to wash her face. When she returned, she saw many neighbors gathered at her door. By then, she had already regained her senses. The pot of braised pork was simmering, and the news that her daughter had been chased out of the supply and marketing cooperative was definitely false. Sure enough, as she approached, she heard her daughter arguing angrily with Yang Xuemei. Su Jiao Jiao muttered unhappily, who's just talking nonsense for no reason. I only took a day off today because the boss approved it. Why are they spreading that I was kicked out of the supply and marketing cooperative? I do good work, the leaders are happy and they give me a day off. Isn't that okay? who's got nothing better to do than spread rumors. Tomorrow, I'll be going with our unit's leaders to check the supply and marketing cooperative. Maybe someone's spreading that I was fired from my job again, and I can't face it, so I might just find a quiet corner to end it all. Yang Shuemei followed, angry, that's right. Jiao Jiao, you don't know that some people just can't stand to see others do well. They just open their mouths and spread all kinds of nonsense. I blame my simple mind for being fooled. I thought it was true. I ran back with your mom to ask you, and it turns out you weren't kicked out. The leaders actually approved your leave because you're going to check the supply and marketing cooperative with the leadership team tomorrow. Halfway through, Yang Shuemei's voice cut off. She widened her eyes in disbelief and turned her head sharply. What did you say? You, a temporary worker, are going to check the work with the leadership team? She was so surprised that she shouted out loud. The echo filled half the building. Su Jiao Jiao rubbed her ears, which were almost deafened, and said helplessly, Annie Shuemei, it's just a small matter. You don't need to remind me I'm a temporary worker. So what if I am? Can't temporary workers go on business trips with the leaders? Can't they be ambitious? Why are you all so surprised? Yang Shuemei opened her mouth, then closed it again. Her expression was complicated. Suddenly, she didn't know what to say to the seemingly casual girl from the Su family. Didn't the girl realize how shocking her words just sounded? Wan Hongxia was so shocked that her hands trembled and she almost dropped the basin. Fourth son, are you lying to mom? Are you really going on a business trip with your leader, or just checking the work at the local supply and marketing cooperative? Are you going alone, or is the whole Nanjing supply and marketing cooperative going? Suppressing her excitement, Wan Hongxia asked a serious question. Her mother asked, and Su Jiao Jiao had nothing to hide.
She said, No, just me.
The others are all leaders from the city supply and marketing office. Wow. People around looked at each other with disbelief. Wan Hongxia was so excited her eyes turned red. Her daughter was doing such a great job. Out of all the supply and marketing cooperatives in Salt City, only her daughter, a temporary worker, was chosen by the leaders. What a big honor and pride. Well, actually it was just for training, but that didn't stop Su Jiao Jiao from bragging. Su Jiao Jiao straightened her back. Even if she felt guilty, she couldn't let others see it. Her family's little girl was approved by the leaders for a special trip. She wasn't being kicked out. She was going on a business trip with the leaders to check the work at the supply and marketing cooperative.
What?
You say it's fake? Nonsense. Su Jiao Jiao herself said so. Tomorrow, she'll leave to meet at the train station. She was so proud. Impossible. Just as everyone was stunned, a sharp, surprised female voice suddenly came from downstairs in the apartment building. Su Jiao Jiao turned her head and saw Su Weifang, carrying her bag, looking completely shocked. She looked dazed, with a face full of disbelief. The aunt in front of her was so startled by Su Weifang's sudden scream that she shivered all over, clutching her chest and looking pale. Just now, she was asked by Su Weifang about what was happening with the Su family, and she wanted to gossip. When someone asked her, she couldn't hold back, gesturing wildly and talking nonstop. But then, the daughter of Deputy Factory Director Su's family, acting crazy, suddenly shouted, startling her. The aunt covered her chest and scolded Su Weifang angrily. What's wrong with you, girl? I have a weak heart, and your scream almost sent me away. The Su family's little girl going on a business trip with the leaders. How is that impossible? Su Weifang bit her lip, looking unhappy. She's so stupid, and she's just a temporary worker. How could the leaders like her? Su Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes inside. She tilted her head and shouted downstairs, Su Weifang, you're so stupid. Oh, and I should thank you for letting me know about the job opening at the Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative through my friend's mouth. Although I was eventually tricked, it's just a temporary job. I have to say, without your help, I wouldn't have been able to get into the Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative, right? Don't worry, when I return from my business trip, I plan to treat you to a nice meal at the state-run restaurant, and you, as the introducer, will be my guest. She wasn't afraid of people knowing she was tricked by Su Weifang. She was only worried that not many people would find out. Su Weifang's good reputation, wouldn't spread throughout the shoe factory's residential area. Her mother had been running around the apartment building yesterday, bragging that her daughter was featured in the newspaper. Jing Jing decided to be a good person and add fuel to the fire, making Su Weifang even more famous. Jing Jing's words felt like stabbing a knife into Su Weifang's heart, making her so angry she almost vomited blood. Su Weifang raised her head, trembling as she pointed her finger at Jing Jing on the third floor. "Don't be so arrogant." Jing Jing looked innocent. "That's so unfair. You've been in the newspaper as a Russian translator, so I dare not be arrogant in front of you. It's like showing off in front of Guangong. I'm not worthy." She spoke loudly, as if everyone in the building could hear her. Since it was already quitting time, workers from the shoe factory who were leaving one after another saw the commotion. They stopped and looked on with curiosity, stretching their necks to watch. Being watched by so many people like a spectacle, Su Weifang's chest heaved violently, and her face turned green with anger. She had never been so humiliated before. Watching her leave in anger, Jing Jing sneered inwardly. She didn't go to confront Su Weifang because she was temporarily too busy to deal with her. Since Su Weifang had come to her voluntarily today, she felt she had to say a few words. She would feel guilty if she didn't. So, it was Director Su's daughter who introduced Jing Jing to the Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative. No wonder she's the daughter of Deputy Director Su. She's well connected. Bah. Can't you understand what people are saying? Deputy Director Su's daughter is just teasing Jing Jing. She was doing well in high school, but then she went to be a temporary worker. A temporary worker isn't even considered a real employee. Exactly. Deputy Director Su's daughter has a mean streak. If Jing Jing hadn't been strong on her own, she would have been played to death by her. The information in Jing Jing's words was quite revealing. Everyone here is smart enough to see that Deputy Factory Director Su's daughter is deliberately targeting the young girl from the Su family. Her mother was just bragging at the residential area about her daughter being on the newspaper. I didn't expect her to play such sneaky tricks behind the scenes. A young girl, what conflicts could she have? Why must she do things that ruin her future? Thanks to the gossiping neighbors, the news about Su Jiao spread quickly. Some people were happy for the Su family and proud of Su Jiao, while others secretly envied her and thought Deputy Director Su's daughter was shallow and jealous. Today, the family's apartment building was lively again. Right now, the Su family was sitting around a small table, eating seriously. They had to be serious because there was a lot of delicious food: braised pork, stir-fried bok choy, mincemeat with tofu, sliced cucumbers, and a fragrant pot of old chicken soup. Wan Hongxia held her chopsticks, her face changing from one expression to another. Su Jiao quickly grabbed a big chicken leg and put it into her mother's bowl as a way to flatter her. Comrade Wan Hongxia is the hardest working person in our family. It's not easy to raise us little monkeys. I suggest giving this chicken leg to our most beloved and great mother to nourish her. Brothers and sisters, do you have any objections? Old 5th Su and Old 6th Su led the others in agreeing. No. No objections. Su Anxia tried not to laugh and also agreed along with Old 7th and Old 8th. Big brother Su didn't get to eat today because he was working overtime and wasn't home for dinner. Thanks to Su Jiao's clever move, Wan Hongxia was about to scold her for not knowing how to live properly, but she choked on her words. She glared at Su Jiao, but since she was in a good mood today, she decided not to argue with her. Wan Hongxia frowned and tapped her chopsticks. "Eat your food. Why are you all just staring at me?" She put the chicken leg back into Su Jiao's bowl, annoyed. "This chicken was bought with your money. Today, I give you this chicken leg to eat. I just need to drink one more bowl of chicken soup to get enough nourishment." Seeing the greasy chicken leg being placed back into her bowl, Su Jiao lowered her head and sniffed. Her mother, although pale and white, had a yellowish face, which was caused by poor nutrition. She even said she didn't need to nourish herself. How could she be so foolish? In the end, neither of the two big chicken legs was eaten alone. They tore them in half, each taking a piece. Even Big Brother Su's share was kept for him. A family should share happiness and face difficulties together. A family was happily eating braised pork and drinking chicken soup when they heard the annoying knocking on the door. They exchanged a quick glance, and with a coordinated effort, the family members quickly put away the braised pork and chicken soup. They tidied up the small dining table and arranged some coarse bread and flatbread. They opened the door. Uncle Su Jejia opened the door and saw Su Xianghua's gentle and elegant face. She instinctively stammered. Her mind raced. Why is this uncle visiting so late? Is he causing trouble? Jejia, sorry to bother you so late, Su Xianghua said apologetically. He took a step to the side, revealing a fragile, pale woman behind him. In the dim, mottled light, the woman wore a checkered blouse, looked thin as paper, and had a delicate face with no color in her skin. Even at night, she had applied bright lipstick, perhaps to look better or more lively. Overall, she looked a bit frightening. Cough, cough. Wei Qingmei covered her mouth and coughed, seeming uncomfortable. She took a few breaths, then looked up with a cold expression. Wei Qingmei had been weak and sickly since childhood. She spent most of the year bedridden. Her father was a senior leader at a shoe factory, and she grew up in the factory's compound. Later, she married Su Xianghua, who was talented and had just joined the factory. Because she was a daughter-in-law, her father was powerful, so she didn't need to work or earn a salary. After marriage, she rarely went out. Aside from some hardships during childbirth, she was the envy of the women in the shoe factory's community. No one could compare. At this moment, Jejia silently watched Su Xianghua and his wife Wei Qingmei. She wondered what the couple was up to so late at night. Who is it? Wan Hongxia asked, noticing Jejia standing at the door for a long time, feeling puzzled. Seeing Su Xianghua and his wife, her face immediately darkened, and she reached out to close the door. Hongxia, wait a moment, Su Xianghua hurriedly stopped her, his tone sincere. It's like this. Today we found out that Jejia's job at the Southern City Supply and Marketing Cooperative was actually arranged by Su Weifang. That girl is really unreasonable. I already scolded her at home. I wanted to bring someone over to apologize to Jiao Jiao, but she refused to get upset with me. Jiao Jiao, Uncle Su is here to apologize on her behalf. Later, I will make sure to bring the person to you to make amends. She's just a bit petty, don't take it to heart. He reached out and handed over a net bag, which looked full of things. Inside were the gifts Uncle brought back from a business trip and some apology items. Uncle felt sorry that Jiao Jiao was upset. He didn't teach Su Weifang well, but he promised to do better next time. Su Xianghua, a senior manager at a shoe factory, lowered himself to apologize sincerely for his daughter. His attitude was very genuine. Even Jiao Jiao could see the clear anger in his eyes towards Su Weifang. It showed he truly believed his daughter had done wrong and was sincerely apologizing to Jiao Jiao. Although Jiao Jiao was annoyed with Su Weifang, Su Xianghua had always treated her well. He even brought her gifts from his trips. Because of that, she didn't want to take her anger out on him. But could she forgive Su Weifang? That wasn't really a question of forgiveness. Su Weifang had misled her about the substitute worker being a temporary worker. Did Jiao Jiao really want to argue about that? She was angry, yes, but it wasn't a deep hatred. She was just annoyed, really annoyed, by Su Weifang. Like a silly fly, she kept bothering her, showing off sometimes, causing trouble to irritate her other times. She just wouldn't go away. Could she stop being annoyed by Su Weifang? Asking that was pointless. After thinking for 3 seconds, Jiao Jiao decided to follow her heart. Uncle Su. She was about to speak when Wan Hongxia interrupted her. Wan Hongxia grabbed the net bag from Su Xianghua's hand and threw it on the ground. The crisp sound of it hitting the cement floor echoed in the corridor. With a loud bang, the door to Jiao Jiao's house was slammed shut. Looking at the old yellow wooden door, Su Xianghua frowned. Next to him, Wei Qingmei coughed twice, looking distressed. She looked at Su Xianghua softly and said, "Xianghua, let's go home. My parents aren't here today, and Fong Fong is alone at home. I feel uneasy. She's just a child. She doesn't understand much. I told you shouldn't have hit her today, shut up." Su Xianghua's voice was calm and impossible to refuse. Wei Qingmei's shoulders trembled, and her eyes suddenly turned red as she became emotional. The parents, have already gone to apologize, but Hong Xia still has that attitude. I can't kneel and beg her, can I? You only see that fourth son of the Su family, and you don't even look at our Fong Fong. How could a father be so heartless in this world? Her voice was a bit loud, and at that moment, Guoman Qiang from next door pushed open a crack in the door. Su Xianghua looked over expressionlessly. Guoman Qiang awkwardly stepped out from behind the door, smiling. Haha, Deputy Factory Director Su, is there something you need late at night? Su Xianghua didn't ask what he had just heard. He simply ignored Guoman Qiang and started to walk away. Wei Qingmei looked hurt and froze in place, then stared at the Su family door for a long time. She left without saying a word to Guoman Qiang. Being ignored by both of them, Guoman Qiang's face turned pale and then flushed. He was a responsible factory official. How could a man who covets someone else's wife look down on him? He had heard everything the couple just said, word for word. Back at the dinner table, Wan Hongxia acted as if nothing had happened, taking out the chicken soup and braised meat from the display window and continuing to eat alone. The Su siblings already knew who the two outsiders outside were and pretended not to notice anything. After dinner, it was time to wash up and go to bed. Tomorrow, they had to catch the train. Wan Hongxia was worried about Su Jiaojiao, so she helped her pack her luggage and even gave her some money and tickets. Su Jiaojiao didn't want to accept them, but she couldn't refuse. Out there, you have nothing and money and tickets are useful, Wan Hongxia advised. But since you're traveling with a leader, your meals and accommodation are paid by the company. You usually don't need to use this money and tickets. Keep them close tonight. Don't think staying in a guest house means everything is safe. You're a little girl with a short circuit in your head, and thieves love that. Faced with her mother's earnest instructions, Su Jiaojiao could only nod obediently. Also, bring your books. Business trips are work, and studying is important too. Don't forget your goal. Getting your high school diploma is a big deal. Su Jiaojiao took her books and placed them at the bottom of her suitcase. She had to bring them. All the words were spoken. Wan Hongxia finally patted Su Jiaojiao's head, her voice flat and emotionless. All right, go to bed early. Don't talk too long with your sister tonight. Mom has to go to work early tomorrow, so I won't see you off. Su Jiaojiao affectionately hugged her mother, Wan Hongxia, and gave her a quick kiss on the forehead. She was going on a business trip for more than half a month, so she wanted to leave her mother with a good memory. Lazy girl, causing trouble. Comrade Wan Hongxia blushed and scolded her, then angrily covered her forehead and left. Su Jiaojiao felt very proud. She turned her head and saw her second sister, Su Anxia, looking at her eagerly, with her mouth puckered as if she was about to hang a soy sauce bottle. Su Jiaojiao was happy. She thought her sister was feeling a little jealous. Come on, sister, let me give you a kiss too. Without showing favoritism, Su Jiaojiao kissed her sister again, under her shy and expectant gaze. That night, the two sisters slept on the same bed. Su Anxia held her little sister's hand and kept talking for a long time. While you're away, you must not go hungry or get cold. I sewed a pocket inside your underwear where you can hide some money and tickets. When you go on your trip, you'll be around leaders, so you'll have to work hard. Don't worry, the more you do, the better they'll see you and help you get promoted. It's all because I didn't do well at the towel factory. If I had a good job, I could arrange one for you directly. Su Jiaojiao, a heartless girl, took her sister's caring words as a lullaby. The window was cool with a gentle breeze, and soon she fell into a deep sleep. Su Anxia heard her sister's steady breathing beside her. She turned her head and saw her little sister was already asleep, so she could only shake her head helplessly. On June 25th, early in the morning, Suan Chun rode a bicycle from Aunt Yang Shuamai's house, sweating heavily, carrying his sister straight to the Salt City train station. The station was crowded with people. The siblings stored their bicycle and went inside to find the inspection team. They had agreed to meet on the platform but didn't specify which one. Luckily, both Su Jiaojiao and Suan Chun had good eyesight, and within a few minutes, they found the inspection team. Su Jiaojiao saw Director Xie and was about to go over to greet him. But Su and Chun quickly pulled her back, handed her her luggage, and also took out a stack of money and tickets to give her. He shrank his neck and lowered his voice, saying, "Little sister, I just saw you off here. When you're outside, take care of yourself. If anything happens, send a telegram home. You have leaders around you, so I won't go with you. I'm leaving now." Su Jiao looked speechless at her brother, who was clearly too timid, and watched him run away in a hurry. He is her real brother, but he couldn't even say a word to her. What's wrong with the leaders? Are they going to eat him? Seeing him run far away, Su Jiao shook her head and picked up her luggage to walk over there. The inspection team had 5 people. Director Xie was the leader, and the other 3 were also officials. There was also a young male colleague Su Jiao hadn't seen before. She stepped forward and politely greeted, "Director Xie, all leaders, I'm late." Director Xie turned around and saw it was Su Jiao. He immediately smiled happily. He really liked this young colleague. He cheerfully said, "No problem. We arrived an hour early. The bureau's cars were busy today, so we came early." Su Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. She knew she wasn't late and even arrived earlier than the scheduled time, but she was still behind the leaders, so she was worried they might be upset. The other 3 leaders also showed friendly attitudes and said they didn't mind. Director Xie then introduced the young male colleague in the group. "This is Comrade Lin Hanyang. He is my secretary. He's on this business trip with the inspection team. Young colleagues get to know each other. Lin, you're a male colleague, so please take good care of our little sister Su on the way." The secretary, Lin Hanyang, responded politely and spoke nicely. "Leaders, since you didn't give specific instructions, I will definitely take good care of our group's only female member. Also, I've heard Director Xie praise Sister Su many times. Seeing her today, I can tell it's true. I even want to learn from Sister Su secretly, and maybe later, Director Xie will praise me more." Lin Hanyang had a typical square face, looked neat, and wore a watch and a pen, showing he came from a good family background. As the secretary close to the leaders, he was smooth-talking. When he joked, the other leaders all laughed. They teased him. "Don't underestimate Sister Su just because she's young. If she didn't have real skills, Director Xie wouldn't have asked to borrow her for this task." Secretary Lin is feeling jealous. Director Xie, keep praising Sister Su, or Secretary Lin might start causing trouble. Su Jiao confidently said, "Learning from her isn't quite right. I still have a lot to learn from Secretary Lin. I should be the one learning from him." She clearly knew her place. Compared to a proper secretary, she was nothing special. Next to her, Director Xie chuckled. "Xiao Lin needs to have a sense of urgency. If Xiao Su hadn't just joined the company, I might have considered your position more carefully." The others were surprised. Su Jiao was shocked. She didn't expect Director Xie to think so highly of her, to compare her to his secretary. Could it be? Director Xie saw her as talented and intelligent, recognizing her inner qualities? This idea made her feel a bit vain. Even she thought it was a bit self-centered. The other 3 leaders looked a little awkward. They had just been joking. Secretary Lin is Director Xie's right-hand person, always needed. He's a talented young man in the supply system, well-educated, capable, and very tactful in dealing with people. Even the city's top leaders have praised him. Now, Director Xie was comparing Secretary Lin to Xiao Su? That seemed like an insult. The other leaders silently looked at Secretary Lin, unsure what he was thinking right now. Secretary Lin still smiled warmly. "I won't let you down, Director. On this business trip, I plan to learn from Xiao Su and improve together." As expected of Secretary Lin, who is thriving in the city's supply system, his words and actions are flawless. After a while, the leaders continued talking. The train arrived at the station, which was crowded with people boarding. Once on the train, it was even more crowded, people sitting and lying in the aisles, leaving no space to step. Fortunately, the city's supply system was well-funded, and they arranged sleeping berths for their group, so they didn't have to compete with other passengers for seats. But since there was only one woman among them, Su Jiao, they couldn't have her sleep in the same carriage with the men. So, she was assigned to a different carriage. The leaders told her to stay safe before returning to their own. Su Jiao found her carriage, quickly chose an upper berth. put down her luggage, and lay down. So comfortable. Not having to serve the leaders and still getting a sleeper ticket, business trips are great. She loved traveling for work. The train clattered along. Su Jiao Jiao slept soundly on the upper berth until she heard the conductor selling food around noon, and she slowly woke up. First, I checked the shopping group. Coincidentally, I saw a seller live streaming about buying beef, mushroom, and shrimp pastes from a source factory. The large, full chunks of beef coated in shiny red chili oil looked so fresh and tempting, I could almost smell it through the screen. Without thinking, I immediately clicked on the purchase link above and kept clicking. Nyonyo today's purchase. The first batch of handmade sauces is sold out. As promised, buy 20 bottles and get one free. We will ship immediately. For local delivery, it's about an hour at most. Remember to check your orders. Almost as soon as Nyonyo today's purchase was posted, the sellers group notified me that my beef and shrimp pastes had arrived, asking me to confirm receipt quickly. I thought, wow, same-day delivery within an hour in the city, and I'm across time zones just a second? I rolled over, facing the wall, pretending to sleep for a moment, then confirmed receipt. I received 10 bottles of beef paste, 10 bottles of shrimp paste, and 1 bottle of mushroom paste as a gift, all neatly stored in the small warehouse. After a while, I sat up again. The train carriage was gradually getting lively. Several beds had people, all quite well behaved, either buying meals from the conductor or just nibbling on their dry rations with hot water. I also brought some dry food. My mother, Wan Hongxia, had made cabbage and egg pancakes for me early in the morning. I got down from the upper bunk, asked the conductor for a cup of hot water, and climbed back up to start eating. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Someone pushed the door open, and I looked over. It was Secretary Lin carrying 2 lunch boxes. He looked at me coldly and said, "Director Xia asked me to tell you that for this business trip, the company will cover your meals and accommodation. Here's your meal voucher. Just tell the conductor what you want to eat." He handed me a small stack of train meal tickets and was about to leave. I called out, "Cough, Secretary Lin, I brought some shrimp paste from home. Please share it with the leaders." I pretended to take a small glass jar of shrimp paste from my bag and handed it to Lin Hanyang. Well, I can't be as attentive to the leaders as Lin Hanyang, but maybe this jar of shrimp paste is a small token of my respect. Secretary Lin looked at me meaningfully, took the shrimp paste, and turned to leave. Su Jiao Jiao pouted and said, "We are all learning from each other and improving together." It was clear she looked down on her temporary replacement. However, seeing a thick stack of train meal tickets in her hand, Su Jiao Jiao quickly tucked her egg pancake into her bag. She loudly called out, "Conductor, 1 meal, please, with braised pork." The other passengers in the carriage looked over in surprise. Who was that? Eating so well? That young man from the same company just handed this lady a bunch of meal tickets. They're on a business trip with free food and lodging, luxurious. It seems to be provided by the city's headquarters. I overheard a few words as I passed their carriage. Wow. No wonder. The city's headquarters doesn't skimp on money. Seeing Su Jiao Jiao buy a meal with her tickets, the other passengers in the carriage looked at her with envy, their eyes turning red. Because she ordered an extra serving of braised pork, the conductor brought 2 aluminum lunch boxes. Su Jiao Jiao first opened one, revealing steaming hot food inside, stir-fried greens, shredded pork with green peppers, and mapo tofu. The other half contained 2 rice balls pressed tightly together. She couldn't wait to open the second box. The rich aroma of meat hit her face, and large chunks of red braised pork in soy sauce color filled the box, looking very tempting. Quickly, Su Jiao Jiao took a piece and chewed it. The braised pork was tender and flavorful, not greasy. She took a bite of pork, then some refreshing stir-fried greens. The chef on the train was truly skilled. The mapo tofu and stir-fried pork with green peppers were also delicious. The mapo tofu was spicy and fragrant, and the pork with green peppers was spicy and appetizing. Both dishes suited Su Jiao Jiao's taste perfectly and made her want to eat more. By the time she finished the rice, she took out 2 more egg pancakes and ate all the remaining dishes from the boxes. She was so satisfied after this meal because the portions were generous. She couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp. The other passengers in the carriage endured her hearty meals silently. It smelled so good, and this girl ate so deliciously, making everyone else hungry. Su Jiao Jiao had no idea about the resentment from the other passengers. When the conductor came to collect the empty boxes, she went to the restroom for a quick break and a walk to help digestion. As she passed by the neighboring carriage, she was just stopped by Director Xie and his group. One of the leaders asked happily, "Xiao Su, the shrimp paste Xiao Lin brought over for us to dip our bread in. It's really good. The shrimp flavor is strong, very fresh, and incredibly fragrant. Did your family make this shrimp paste?" Jiao Jiao replied calmly, "Yes, my sister is very good at cooking and has great skills. She made this shrimp paste herself. Our whole family thinks it's delicious. If you all like it, I brought a bottle too. I'll give it to you later." "No need, no need. That would be too much trouble," the leader said politely. Jiao Jiao kept a straight face and pretended not to notice the leader blushing. She went back to her car and brought another bottle of shrimp paste. Director Xie and a few other leaders looked a bit embarrassed, but it was clear they really liked the shrimp paste. Half of the jar on the table in the car was already gone, and everyone was holding bread with a thick layer of shrimp paste on it. Jiao Jiao also started to crave the shrimp paste after seeing them enjoy it. She decided next time to try dipping bread in it herself. Director Xie was very casual and ate with his mouth full of sauce. He said, "Xiao Su, you're really honest. We'll take the shrimp paste." We couldn't refuse, especially since the last half bottle almost caused a fight before you arrived. Your bottle saved the situation. But we can't let you spend too much. We all have some tickets, so we can chip in. It's only fair that a young comrade like you isn't at a loss. Jiao Jiao waved her hand and said, "That's not necessary. It's just a bottle of shrimp paste." Director Xie, you're too kind. She was just giving some snacks to the leaders. She hoped to please them. Although she wasn't the type to flatter her superiors at work, she knew how to do it. In her view, it wasn't flattery, but workplace culture. Saying a few nice words to make the leaders happy could make her life easier. Why not do it? But Director Xie insisted on exchanging the items for tickets, and the other leaders also showed the good spirit of public servants who don't take a penny from the people. They started digging into their pockets. Jiao Jiao admired and respected their integrity and accepted the tickets graciously. She exchanged a few sugar tickets, soap tickets, and a haircut voucher. Giving away 2 bottles of sauce was worth it, and she was even happier. Secretary Lin, in front of the leaders, returned to a friendly attitude toward Jiao Jiao. He thanked her for the shrimp paste and gave her a bright orange tangerine. Jiao Jiao politely accepted it happily. Yesterday, she bought a box of apples and a box of pears from Xiaojiang in the wholesale group. She took 5 pieces of each home, and the rest she left in the small storage of the purchasing agent. Later, she planned to eat a big apple in her carriage. As for feeling full, she had just finished eating, so she believed her stomach still had some space. The leaders hadn't finished their meal yet. Su Jiao Jiao chatted with them for a few moments and then returned to her own carriage. Inside her carriage, a few people were also chatting. They were quite gossiping, discussing how lively Su Jiao Jiao looked, even though her clothes and pants were patched up. Since she worked in the supply and marketing system, she was considered a good marriage prospect, and many people wanted to become her friends or partners. Su Jiao Jiao. Nowadays, entertainment is really scarce. These people could gossip excitedly even about a stranger passenger. Cough, cough. She deliberately coughed twice as she walked in. The people inside heard the sound, turned around, and saw her. They immediately stopped talking, feeling guilty. However, when they saw Su Jiao Jiao come out with another orange in her hand, they envied her. Same person, yet she had braised pork and a big orange. How could her life be so good? Climbing onto the top bunk, Su Jiao Jiao had nothing to do. She had taken a nap in the morning and wasn't sleepy. She took out her math book to read. When she got tired of reading, she peeled and ate the orange. After finishing, she continued reading. Occasionally, she checked the purchasing group. When she saw a seller offering handmade sauces, she clicked the link and bought 5 bottles of shrimp paste. Such delicious sauces! How could she not share them with her family? Around 3 p.m., Secretary Lin came to call her. "We're about to arrive at the station." Having taken another nap, Su Jiao wiped her face to wake herself up, grabbed her luggage, and followed him to the next carriage to meet Director Xie and others. After a while, the train stopped. As the passengers disembarked, Su Jiao felt a strange, unreal sensation as her feet touched the ground. Secretary Lin carried a large suitcase in each hand. He looked around for a moment, then his eyes lit up. He said in a certain direction, "It seems our comrades are over there. Xiao Su, wait here with Director Xie and the others. I'll go see first." He was looking at two men standing and looking around, holding a sign written in bold black characters that said, "Yuxian Economic and Trade Bureau." Su Jiao nodded. Okay. Apart from her and Secretary Lin, the other young colleagues, most of the leaders were quite old. They had traveled by train all the way, and although it was a sleeper car, it was quite uncomfortable. They felt mentally tired, and everyone looked a bit worn out. Fortunately, two staff members from the local supply and marketing cooperative came to meet them. Both worked at the County Economic and Trade Bureau and had been sent by their superiors to host the visiting city officials for inspection. The hosts warmly welcomed Director Xie and her team. They arrived by car and took them directly to the County guest house. There, they first checked into rooms for rest and freshening up, and in the evening, they held a formal welcoming dinner. Su Jiao had a single room with one bed for sleeping, and the other bed was used for her luggage. The hotel staff cheerfully brought her hot water. Knowing they were city officials coming for inspection, the staff thought Su Jiao was also a leader. Since she was young and pretty, such leaders were rare, and the staff was curious, glancing at her several times. Su Jiao politely smiled and asked, "Comrade, is there anything else you need?" The young staff member, who was quite young herself, was stunned. She thought to herself she had never seen such a beautiful young woman in uniform. Smiling back, Su Jiao blushed slightly and nervously said, No. I just wanted to let you know that our guest house provides hot water 24 hours a day. Breakfast can be delivered directly to your room tomorrow morning. Would you prefer to eat in the restaurant or in your room? I'll eat in the restaurant, Su Jiao replied, taking the hot water bottle from the staff and giving her a sly smile. But I'm not a leader. Thanks for the hot water. The staff member was stunned, her legs almost giving out. Seeing her dazed look, her colleague waved her hand in front of her eyes. Hey, wake up! The staff member snapped out of her trance, grabbed her colleague's hand excitedly, and exclaimed, "She said she's not a leader." Her colleague looked confused. Who isn't a leader? What are you talking about? The staff member didn't know how to express her feelings to her colleagues at that moment. Su Jiao wasn't a leader, but she was traveling with city officials. She was about the same age as the young girl, and her excitement was mostly admiration. Her colleague, understanding what she meant, rolled her eyes. At her age, she might be the daughter of some leader brought out to gain experience. The waiter said, "Impossible. Which leader would bring their daughter on a business trip? That's not proper at all." Su Jiao didn't realize that the staff at the guest house were gossiping about her behind her back. She comfortably took a hot shower, changed into clean long clothes and pants, and then went to the front desk to meet with Director Xie and the others. Although the inspection by the city officials was secretly planned, County had already received some news. They kept it from the local supply and marketing cooperative because it was better to keep things quiet for now. The leaders from County's Economic and Trade Bureau booked a table at a state-run restaurant next to the guest house. Besides the two clerks who came to pick up the train, the bureau chief and deputy chief also came to join the meal. At the table, Director Xie and a few other city officials responsible for the inspection discussed with local leaders from County. They talked about local supply issues, such as some important national supplies not reaching their county, and about the insufficient allocation from local factories, which made it hard to get more orders. The head of the Economic and Trade Bureau held Director Xie's hand and complained, asking him to help support the supply and marketing cooperative in County. Secretary Lin helped mediate to prevent the other side from being too aggressive and embarrassing Director Xie. Su Jiao focused on eating happily. She enjoyed dishes like steamed pork balls, braised hairtail fish, steamed clams with eggs, fried small crabs, and salted sea snails, all delicious. Yu County is on the coast, so these seafood dishes are local specialties. Because transportation was poor at the time, fresh seafood couldn't be stored for long. Rare fish that are hard to find in other provinces were common here, mainly eaten when food was scarce. But when hosting visitors from outside, these small seafood dishes looked impressive, especially since they were fresh. Su Jiao Jiao was really enjoying her meal, and she thought that Director Xie and the others probably were too. Otherwise, they wouldn't have promised the Yu County Economic and Trade Bureau chief to help them get a used jeep. Don't underestimate that used jeep. At that time, only the military had jeeps. Even if they were old or broken, very few were available. Getting one was almost impossible unless you had special connections. Honestly, Director Xie spent a lot on this meal. Fortunately, he didn't seem to mind. After eating and drinking enough, everyone returned to the guest house. The next day, the inspection team officially started their work. As usual, they conducted secret visits, with Su Jiao Jiao and 5 others taking turns acting out different roles. The results from Yuxian County supply and marketing cooperatives are quite good. They are honest and haven't been found selling defective products at high prices. However, these salespeople tend to feel proud of their secure jobs and always act with arrogance toward customers. They loudly proclaim to serve the people, but in reality, customers often have to bow and nod to them. Their attitude at work needs significant improvement. Here, Su Jiao Jiao comes into play. As the specially appointed sales etiquette instructor for the city, she is responsible for training these salespeople in basic service skills. Su Jiao Jiao is very dedicated because she knows that earning a living depends on doing her best. Last night, she carefully wrote 2 full pages on salesperson reception etiquette and service skills at the guest house. Director Xie, please take a look. This is what I came up with myself. Su Jiao Jiao showed her 2 pages to Director Xie. She said seriously, I really want to teach our salespeople everything I know about good service, but honestly, that's not realistic. So, I wrote down my understanding of sales etiquette. A good memory isn't enough. I think repeating things many times helps. Now I've written everything down so they can review it during training and practice more. Isn't that more effective than just one big training session? Since organizing a large training session for just one county is a lot of effort, Su Jiao Jiao prefers to leave the key points for those willing to learn to digest slowly. As for those who are not eager to improve, she feels she's not their mother. If they don't want to learn, that's their choice. If they don't improve at work, they will be eliminated. Good. Very good. Director Xie clapped his hands on the table, impressed by what Su Jiao Jiao had accomplished after a night's work. He said happily, Little Su, I knew you were a smart young comrade, but I didn't expect you to have such clever ideas. At first, I thought a simple training would be enough, but now I see that's not true. People forget what they learn quickly. Training without follow-up doesn't work. Your method is better. Give these 2 pages to Shaolin. Let him find a mimeograph machine and have it copy dozens of copies. During the training, give them to the salespeople to use. Su Jiao Jiao also wants to do her job well, so she hurriedly replied, Okay, Director Xie. I'm not sure if Director Xie's promise about the Jeep played a role, but the Trade and Commerce Bureau was very supportive of this citywide supply work. When they heard about the training, they immediately agreed to lend the mimeograph machine, and even offered to let them use the activity room in the county compound as a training venue. Director Xie sighed, saying, Comrade Lixing really supports our citywide supply work. Lixing Li Lixing is the head of the Yuxian Trade and Commerce Bureau. Recently, he and Director Xie have been on very good terms. Su Jiao Jiao was straightforward and used the activity room without hesitation. Usually, training needs a large space. Plus, there are over 10 communes and large teams under Yuxian, with salespeople numbering 50 or 60. The small room wouldn't be enough for everyone to stand comfortably. Being a sales clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative is considered a secure, lifelong job. Right now, with shortages of supplies, people usually have to flatter these salespeople when buying things. Unless you go completely without clothes, or refuse to buy fabric, or don't eat or cook, you can't avoid buying oil, salt, soy sauce, or other staples. Of course, That's impossible, so everyone agrees not to offend the salespeople. The salespeople at the supply and marketing cooperatives have been praised for so long that they increasingly believe their secure jobs are very important. They think, how can we serve the rural folks? That's impossible. What's this training about? I need to go home and cook. I don't know what the leaders are thinking. Exactly. Our director, Wang also. He wouldn't even approve our leave. After work, they still hold training. It's exploitation. I'm going to report him to the city. This is the first time I've seen so many colleagues together. Usually, everyone works at different cooperatives and rarely meets. Hey, isn't that the daughter of our commune deputy director? She's here for the training too. Why not? They say everyone must come. If you don't, your salary will be deducted. What are they doing? Selling stuff is all we've been doing for years. Why suddenly make such a fuss and hold training? Sure. Don't talk nonsense. I heard this time the city supply team is here to train us. The leaders are here too. Just behave. This time, the city supply team led a sales service etiquette training in Yuxian, and everyone paid close attention. Not only the salespeople from various cooperatives but also the store managers were required to attend and observe. According to Director Xie, if store managers don't even understand sales etiquette and service skills, how can they lead their team? So, the salespeople from the supply and marketing cooperative, full of complaints and frustration, arrived at the training session. To their surprise, their leader was already there, sitting properly in the front row. The salespeople thought, why do we suddenly feel so nervous and quiet? With the store managers leading, the salespeople didn't dare to complain anymore and quietly found their seats. They had to sit up straight because the leaders were present and they wanted to show their best behavior. Xiao Jiao watched happily, feeling the training atmosphere improve instantly. She turned to Secretary Lin beside her and smiled. Please help distribute the training materials. Secretary Lin looked puzzled. As the chief secretary, he was being asked to do this by a temporary worker. He frowned and held a big stack of training materials, handing them out one by one. These materials were the salesperson reception etiquette and service skills that Xiao Jiao had written. They were printed on an old mimeograph machine and now being handed out to the salespeople and store managers attending the training. Someone asked, "What is this? The writing looks so old, I can't read it." Another replied, "I don't know. The city supply office sent it. It seems to be some kind of training material." The salespeople, curious, asked Secretary Lin, "Comrade, what is the purpose of this training? Why are we getting these papers?
Are we going to be tested?
We graduated years ago," Secretary Lin explained. "This is the salesperson reception etiquette and service skills material from the city supply office. The training content is all here. You can study it during the session." Many salespeople didn't understand what reception etiquette and service skills meant and looked confused. After handing out the materials, Secretary Lin continued to distribute them to others. Honestly, the salespeople looked puzzled, and he himself wasn't very optimistic about this training. He had never heard of salespeople needing to learn reception etiquette and service skills to sell products. Even the city supply office didn't seem to fully support this training, contrary to what everyone thought. Only Director CS strongly supported it. Once everyone received the materials, Xiao Jiao went up to the stage. Director Xie and several leaders from the city supply company, as well as leaders from Yuxian Economic and Trade Bureau, all came. If Director Xie was there to support Su Jiao, then the leaders from Yuxian Economic and Trade Bureau came just to see what was happening. "Old Xie, what do you think about the training organized by the city supply company this time?" asked Li Lixing, head of Yuxian Economic and Trade Bureau, with interest. He had never heard of service etiquette training before and thought the city supply company probably had some reason for doing this. Today, Director Xie was there to support Su Jiao, so he praised her highly. He said, "This is a big deal. The department stores and supply cooperatives under our supply system have an important role in national purchasing and sales. To put it simply, they are connected to the country's economy. Salespeople are the face of the supply cooperatives. Their image reflects the organization's reputation. We serve the public, and if the public feels our attitude is bad or our service is poor, it affects their mood. Since people are the masters of the country, if they are unhappy, how can we still call ourselves a national organization? That would be embarrassing for the country. If the economy can't develop well, our supply system will be to blame, Li Lixing thought. He felt that Director Xie was exaggerating. One salesperson's attitude couldn't possibly be related to the country's economy. But sometimes, when he bought things at the supply cooperative, he also felt that some of the staff were a bit proud and not very friendly. Since the city supply company was trying to set things straight, he decided to support them. Of course, since they were pointing to their jeep, Li Lixing praised, "Xie, you really have foresight." Director Xie immediately smiled happily. He knew his decision was right, even if no one else understood. He looked at Su Jiao, who had already gone up to the stage, with a satisfied look. At least he believed that little Su could understand him. Su Jiao had experience from her previous life and naturally knew that sales and service were very important. Today, the supply cooperatives were unique under the planned economy, holding a high status. Salespeople didn't need to worry about service attitude, but history proved that such supply cooperatives couldn't last long. They were eventually swept away by the tide of the times, and their former glory was gone. Compared to the many private companies that emerged later, the supply cooperatives relied on the state and had strong resources. In the end, they were overthrown. It's likely that some of the problems were caused by the poor attitude of some sales staff. Customers spend money, not to suffer, so where they buy things doesn't matter. However, right now, the supply and marketing cooperative still holds a high position, so no one wants to lower their head and look down. Su Jiao doesn't plan to tell these usually proud sales clerks that customers are like gods and should be treated politely. The supply and marketing cooperative is unique, and sales clerks have secure jobs, so there's no need for them to boost sales or flatter customers. She says, "I know everyone here might find it strange. Why call you all here for a sales etiquette training when your job is just to sell things? Who doesn't know how to sell?" Her question sparks discussion among the staff. Some are unhappy that a young person with no official position is giving them training. Others are annoyed that she seems to think she understands everything and is just talking nonsense. But all the leaders are nearby, and their direct supervisors are sitting quietly in the front row. The sales clerks, full of resentment, don't dare to complain. A few older colleagues with quick tempers shout, "You young comrade, seem to understand a lot, but why are you pulling us all here? This just wastes our time." Encouraged, others start whispering, "Exactly. Wasting our time after work is exploitation of workers." Su Jiao throws a small stone to attract a better response, but she's not here to criticize them. She frowns and says, "Who is exploiting workers?" This training is led by the city supply office, and they coordinated with the store managers a day in advance. You're sitting here earning overtime pay, and before coming, you were given meal tickets for the government canteen with some extra benefits. Isn't that called fair treatment? As sales clerks, we usually ignore what you say at home, but in the workplace, we should watch our words in front of others. No wonder the city supply office asked me to give you this training. Even I, as an informal sales clerk, know to speak appropriately. You are all supply and marketing clerks, some of you senior colleagues, yet your words are so careless. Is this your professional conduct? The image of the supply and marketing cooperative is being damaged by some people. Su Jiao's commanding tone made even Director Xie, who was listening, feel awkward. He was both embarrassed and angry. He never expected that the sales clerks, who usually act bossy, would dare to speak back during a formal training session, disrupting the scene. It's not just that these people don't respect Su Jiao, it's that their work has made them arrogant. Other leaders in the inspection team also frowned, beginning to understand the purpose of Director Xie's training. These salespeople think they are very capable just because they work at the supply and marketing cooperative. They act without discipline or organization, which could tarnish the reputation of the entire system. If higher-ups saw this, they might think the supply and marketing system is careless and think they are too proud because they are part of a government organization. And she's not even a full-time worker. As soon as Su Jiao spoke, there was a buzz among the crowd. No one expected that the woman on stage, who was scolding them like she was talking to her grandchildren, was not even a staff member of their supply and marketing cooperative. She was someone hired from outside the city to teach them proper sales manners. The veteran salespeople's faces turned red with anger when a young, temporary worker started criticizing them. They almost stormed onto the stage. Su Jiao didn't care about their pride. She was on this trip with a subsidy, and since she was paid, she had to do her job. She spoke confidently. Many of you here are experienced colleagues from the supply and marketing units. To be honest, you've probably eaten more salt than I've eaten rice. But let me be clear, I didn't come here to show off. My goal is to knock you down a peg. The salespeople stared with wide eyes. They didn't expect this young woman to speak so aggressively, and certainly not so harshly. What does she mean by knocking them down a peg? Why should she do that? Many of the people below looked at Su Jiao with hostile eyes, thinking she was a bit too full of herself. I know some of you look down on me, thinking, why should an informal worker stand here and train us, the real salespeople? She continued, but I am here because I have the ability. If you're not happy about it, well, you'll just have to accept it. She was being very bold. Many of the colleagues in the audience felt annoyed and frustrated. A female sales clerk was muttering angrily to her female colleague nearby. Lu Mei, listen to how annoying that girl is when she talks. I really want to go up and give her a slap. I wonder if that young girl, who probably didn't even finish high school, is trying to teach us something. What's she so proud of? The female clerk named Lu Mei rolled her eyes in dislike. She's telling the truth. Only those who are confident stand on stage. If you're not happy, why doesn't the city headquarters invite you to go up? The other clerk awkwardly opened her mouth. I just can't stand it. You're the vice president's daughter, but she's just a young girl. Lu Mei chuckled. So, what if she's the vice president's daughter? My dad is the vice president too, but he can't even get on stage. If you're jealous, go ahead and do it yourself. Why are you bothering me? You're so weird. She knew what this person was after, just trying to flatter her. But Lu Mei wasn't interested in that. She stood straight and respected those who truly had talent. She looked at Su Jiao on stage, feeling excited. She decided she must find a way to meet this female colleague. This girl was younger than her, but was chosen to give training for the city headquarters. That was impressive. A leader from the inspection team sighed, young and fearless. He thought that Su Jiao was probably very young and didn't know how to speak tactfully. Her words might offend people. If it were them, even as leaders, they wouldn't speak to their subordinates like that. Leaders need to be careful with their words, especially in state-owned companies where many are old colleagues or former subordinates. Sometimes you can't be so direct. Director Xie snorted coldly. When dealing with these old-timers, you have to be straightforward. If you're too nice, they'll just try to smooth things over with you. That won't make the training effective. Everyone nodded in agreement. They all saw it clearly. No matter if they had complaints, Su Jiao, full of confidence, had already taken control of the situation. No one dared to challenge her. Seeing that no one was complaining anymore, Su Jiao handed out a sweet treat to lighten the mood. Of course, I'm not here to lecture the leaders today. My main goal is to give everyone some basic training on sales etiquette. This isn't a formal class, and I don't want to be the only one standing on stage talking foolishly. If that happens, I'll end up tired, and everyone will just watch me perform alone. That wouldn't be fair. So, did you see the small card in my hand? During the upcoming training, there will be some small questions. Whether you answer correctly or not, everyone will get a small card. After the training, those holding cards can come to exchange them for prizes. The more cards you have, the bigger the prize you can get. As for what the prizes are, Su Jiao gave a look, and Secretary Lin, who was standing by a table, lifted the red cloth to reveal a variety of prizes. There are towels, enamel mugs, canned food, soap, brown sugar, orange water. With each item she listed, the atmosphere at the scene became more lively. When she finished introducing all the prizes, the salespeople below were so excited their eyes turned red.
Komatsu.
Let's start quickly. We can't delay the training. The sooner we start, the sooner we finish. We can't waste the leader's rest time. Nothing much, but my son loves canned food. I'll reserve one first. Brown sugar is good. Usually, we can't even buy it ourselves. Why is the company so generous this time? Some people below were urging Su Jiao to start, while others discussed how rich the prizes were. Li Lixing, the director of the Yuxian Economic and Trade Bureau, was happy. He patted his thigh and said, "This girl is smart." Just a few prizes immediately got these old-timers excited. Director Xie raised his chin proudly and said, "You still don't see the key point. Look at how these salespeople are now eager and ready, no longer reluctant like before when they were pulled into the training." All of this was thanks to Comrade Su. What Comrade Su said is true. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass. Keep a carrot dangling in front of it, and the donkey will be willing to run. With the prizes from Su Jiao's table hanging in front of everyone, the atmosphere of the training became more energetic than ever. Under Su Jiao's continuous questions, quick answers, explanations, and demonstrations, waves of excitement kept rising. As she said, this training was not just her solo performance. Everyone participated actively, answered questions seriously, and truly understood the importance of sales etiquette. Even if they didn't fully grasp its significance yet, they learned to accept it instead of rejecting it. Furthermore, these sales clerks looked at Su Jiao as she demonstrated her posture and smile on stage. She appeared energetic and attractive. When compared to other sales clerks who went on stage, she seemed more confident and friendly. The others looked less poised and less cheerful, which made them seem less enthusiastic and less generous. If they were customers, they wouldn't want to interact with such sales clerks. Wait a moment. Suddenly, many of the sales clerks realized this and blushed. They finally understood that they had been quite unlikable all along. Su Jiao said, "We are all employees of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative."
What is that?
It's a state organization that serves the people. I don't mean to boast, but compared to government offices, steel factories, or grain stations, we are better.
Why?
Because we work among the people every day, serving them closely. Do those other units have this kind of treatment? No, they don't. Only our Supply and Marketing Cooperative employees do. That's why we have a proud and honorable job. We should be proud of it. But the more proud we are, the more we must be careful not to give others a reason to criticize us. We don't want people to say our sales clerks are unprofessional or unfriendly. That would damage our image. We need to stand up for ourselves, start by controlling our own behavior, and not give jealous people a reason to attack us. Cherish and love this job. Remember, your image is tied to the image of the cooperative. If others look down on our sales clerks and think they don't deserve to work in such a good government organization, would you be happy?
No, we wouldn't.
Everyone responded passionately. Hearing Su Jiao's words, they all clenched their fists a little tighter. They were employees of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, so why should others say they don't deserve to work here? Those who don't have good jobs are just jealous and bitter. Little Su is right. They're just envious and want to see us fail. They want to take our jobs. We must not let them succeed. This training session was very effective. Although it cost some resources, all the sales clerks learned to practice proper sales etiquette. It seemed their mindset had also changed. They were beginning to understand the importance of maintaining their organization's image. As a result, their behavior naturally improved. After the training, Director Xie praised Su Jiao repeatedly. "Little Su, every time I think you're excellent, you surprise me even more. You still have so much potential that you haven't even shown yet." Director Li Lixing of Yuxian's Economic and Trade Bureau eagerly looked on and said, "Comrade Su, are you considering staying in Yuxian? I can arrange a position for you at the Bureau as a formal employee." He had realized today how clever and quick-witted Comrade Su was, with many tricks up his sleeve. The training session provided by the city was so impressive that he was stunned. Comrade Su is truly talented. Secretary Lin, who had been following the entire training, probably felt the most complicated about everything now. He had to admit that he had underestimated Comrade Su Jiao before. He heard that Su Jiao didn't even finish high school. Originally, Director Xie liked her because she smiled kindly when selling things to local folks. He wanted other salespeople to learn from her, so he strongly suggested she join the inspection team. That reason sounded like a joke, but Director Xie insisted, and she was lucky enough to get in. He had never looked up to Su Jiaojiao before. When comparing her to the two people at the train station, he even felt humiliated. Thinking back to his arrogant attitude in the past, Secretary Lin now only felt his face burning with embarrassment. The official position at the bureau was very attractive. Even Director Xie became nervous, worried that Su Jiaojiao might be interested. After all, he couldn't offer her a formal position in the supply and marketing system. However, Su Jiaojiao declined. She said regretfully, "Thank you, Director Li, for your kindness. If it weren't for my family in Yanshi and my younger brother being still small, I would definitely consider your offer. But the current situation doesn't allow it. My parents raised me, and now I need to support my younger brother. Moving away from home doesn't fit my plans for the future. Such a pity. I really think highly of you," Director Li said regretfully. He genuinely admired Su Jiaojiao's abilities and wanted to keep her at the Yuxian Bureau. But her real circumstances didn't allow her to leave her family. She had to take care of her brother, and she couldn't just move away for a job. Besides, he didn't have the right to force her. Secretary Xie, standing nearby, sighed in relief. After Su Jiaojiao left, he glared at Director Li with a displeased look. "Lixing, what can I say? To openly try to poach from our supply and marketing system, this isn't the behavior of a gentleman." Faced with Director Xie's anger, Director Li confidently said, "What do you mean by poaching? Little Su is just a temporary worker and doesn't even belong to your supply and marketing system." Seeing his arrogance, Director Xie was so angry his teeth itched. He blushed and argued, "Comrade Su will definitely join our supply and marketing system sooner or later. You don't need to worry about it." If little Su hadn't asked him to keep quiet about his application to the Salt City department store, he would have already spoken out. He was sure he could have made Li Lixing look bad. Regarding the Jeep, Director Xie said seriously, "I need to think about it more. Personally, I believe that the Yuxian Economic and Trade Bureau doesn't need many vehicles, so this application is hard to approve." After saying this, Director Xie turned around and walked away with his hands behind his back. Left at the government office gate in Yuxian, Li Lixing looked disheveled in the wind. He was angry and said, "Did I say something wrong? Comrade Su isn't even part of the supply and marketing system. They just argue with me over my Jeep application. It's so sneaky." A clerk from the Economic and Trade Bureau, standing nearby, looked at his leader with frustration. "Comrade Su is from Salt City.
How could he work in Yuxian?
Today, it's your fault for arguing with Director Xie. You're just making things worse for yourself. Who are you talking to?" Li Lixing shouted angrily at the clerk. He was also regretting it now, but he was stubborn. He was angry earlier and didn't want to back down to Director Xie. The clerk kept silent, holding his head high. Originally, the Jeep issue was settled, but the director insisted on offending Director Xie. Now, the Jeep was gone again. The inspection work at the Yuxian Supply and Marketing Cooperative was almost finished. The inspection team would leave in the afternoon to go to the next county. Since arriving in Yuxian, Su Jiaojiao had been busy secretly investigating with the inspection team. Later, she was busy with training arrangements, with no personal time at all. She thought on her first day in Yuxian, she must stock up on some local seafood. It was a rare opportunity, and she didn't want to miss it. If she didn't take this chance, she might regret it forever. She originally thought she could find an excuse to slip away, but unexpectedly, Director Xie and others planned to hold a group meeting for the leaders of the Yuxian Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Since Su Jiaojiao didn't need to attend, it gave her a perfect chance to act on her own. This place doesn't allow speculation or trading, so it's almost impossible to meet someone selling small seafood on the street. However, Su Jiaojiao isn't foolish. She borrowed a bicycle from the guest house staff and headed straight to a fishing village below Yu County. She was a stranger, with a good appearance, riding a bicycle with fair, clean skin, completely different from the darkened skin of local girls, so it was clear she was from elsewhere. As soon as Su Jiaojiao entered a fishing village, she was stopped by a middle-aged woman from the village. "Hey." The woman looked at Su Jiaojiao cautiously.
Who are you? What are you doing in our team?
Wandering around like that doesn't seem proper. Su Jiaojiao wasn't scared by her stern attitude. She responded naturally, "Hello, comrade. am a new buyer from the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Here's the thing. The county plans to buy some dried seafood to make gift boxes for sale in stores. Do you know anyone who dries seafood? If possible, could you take me to see? We buy shrimp, dried scallops, clam meat, and dried oysters. You're saying you're a buyer from the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative? I believe you. Where's your work ID? An introduction letter? You're just trying to fool me. The middle-aged woman, wearing a gray sweatshirt, crossed her arms and looked at Su Jiao with disdain, as if saying, "Don't try to trick me." "That's impossible," Su Jiao said calmly, pulling out her credentials. "Sorry, she really had these. Look, here's my introduction letter and work proof, all stamped with official seals. They can't be fake. And I appreciate your caution, but my identity is definitely legitimate." She stood straight and confident, showing her documents freely. The woman hesitated, taking the proof and looking it over. Cough, cough. Of course, she couldn't read, but she recognized the big red official seal. She quickly changed to a friendly smile. "Oh, I see you're an official from the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Sorry about that, comrade. Wait a moment, I'll call our team leader. You want to buy dried seafood, right? No problem. I have 50 gin of oysters at home. I'll sell them to you. Don't go, wait for me." Su Jiao smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, I won't leave. Take your time, ma'am." Baby carefully put away her ID and certificates. Thanks to the undercover check team, she and Director Xie each had several fake ID cards and introduction letters. These documents were all fake, made just for the role they needed to play. However, the stamps on them were from the supply and marketing system, so they looked very real. Soon, an older woman and the team leader arrived, both panting from running. Their faces, already dark, looked even darker with a reddish tint. Su Jiao was standing under a shady tree. The weather was getting hotter, and there wasn't much greenery around the fishing village, so it was very sunny and hot. The team leader frowned and walked over. He turned to the older woman beside him and asked, "Black girl's mother, are you sure this young girl is the procurement officer from the County Supply and Marketing Office you mentioned?" A delicate, lively young girl claiming to be a procurement officer from the Supply and Marketing Office was hard to believe, even for someone simple-minded like the team leader. The older woman angrily defended herself. "Of course she's a procurement officer. How could I lie to you? Comrade procurement officer, show us your ID, please." "The team leader doesn't believe me." Su Jiao naturally took out her ID and introduction letter again. The team leader looked at them carefully before confirming that this young girl, so fresh and tender, was indeed a procurement officer from the County Supply and Marketing Office. Moreover, on the way here, Black girl's mother had mentioned that they came to buy dried seafood and other dried goods for their production team. Facing a county official, the team leader suddenly felt a bit nervous. "Hello, comrade official. Welcome. We're very glad to have you visit our Xiaogan production team. You're here to buy dried seafood, right? Don't worry, I can personally guarantee that our dried goods are the best quality around. They are thoroughly sun-dried, so even if you keep them for half a year, they won't grow mold." Su Jiao was being led by the team leader toward the production team, acting very professionally. "Let's go see first." This time, the higher-ups want to try something new. The first batch of goods won't be many, and I must be honest, since I represent a government unit, the inspection will be very strict. Yes, of course. We definitely won't cheat the government." The team leader nodded politely. He was feeling very excited inside. Although this woman looks young, her ID is fine, showing she is truly a procurement officer from the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative. If they really like the seafood produced by their team and it gets sold at the county cooperative, the team members could earn extra income. Such a lucky chance makes the team leader very excited, and he is trembling with happiness. The amount of goods needed is small. It's not their first try, and if the seafood sells well later, they will buy more. The team leader quickly plans in his mind to choose only the freshest, best quality seafood, no cheap substitutes. This isn't just a one-time deal. It's about the future of their team. Mother Heya walks happily along the road, calling out to the team members she meets. "Everyone, hurry up. Those with lots of dried goods, send them directly to the team office. The county supply and marketing officer is coming to buy seafood from us. The team leader said we must pick the best quality for the buyer. The team members, surprised by this sudden good news, quickly realize what's happening. They rush home to tell their families, gather their dried seafood, and prepare everything together. The team leader said to choose only the best quality, so they all picked the top-grade dried seafood to send to the team office. Su Jiao Jiao is warmly welcomed by the team officials, who offer her sweet tea and plain steamed buns. They are eager to take care of her, worried she might be thirsty or hungry. Everyone looks at her with friendliness and gratitude. Here they come. Someone excitedly shouts, and soon, many team members carry their dried seafood over. Just as Su Jiao Jiao puts down her porcelain cup and tries to stand up, she is quickly surrounded by a group of people. Comrade procurement officer, look at my shrimp. Big and fat. My husband is very careful about cleaning. See how spotless it is. My dried clams are even better. Just add 2 or 3 to your soup, and the broth will be incredibly fresh. Look at my dried tiny fish, golden and shiny, so pretty. They're firm and chewy, really tasty. My dried sandworms are great for health. Old Lee from next door ate some dried sandworms I dried, and he had a big, healthy baby at 40. My dried crabs are super crispy. Just sprinkle some coarse salt, and they make a perfect snack with drinks. The scene was lively and noisy. Su Jiao Jiao was annoyed by the loud sounds and felt her ears hurt. Seeing her frown, the team leader, who had been smiling just moments before, immediately looked serious and stepped forward to maintain order. Everyone, be quiet. The purchasing officer will look after everything. Just put your goods here, and if someone from the city chooses your items, I have it all recorded. Under the team leader's loud command, the members who had been enthusiastically promoting their seafood didn't dare to cause trouble anymore. They reluctantly left the team office. Before leaving, they called out, "Team leader, please help us talk to the purchasing officer. We live close to the sea, and there are plenty of good things. Take your time choosing, no rush." After sending off the noisy members, the team leader shyly rubbed his nose and spoke honestly to Su Jiao Jiao. "Our land isn't much, and we don't have enough grain to eat. If you want to buy some dried goods, it's a way for our production team to make money. I'm not just complaining to the purchasing officer. If possible, I kindly ask you to buy more seafood. Money is tight, but giving us a way to survive would be enough. Since they live near the coast, there's little land to farm and crops are scarce. The grain supply is low. Although they fish from the sea now and then, the seafood is often fishy and not very meaty. It's good fresh, but they can't rely on it as their main food source. For these fishermen, grain is the most important thing." Su Jiao Jiao's eyes lit up as she looked at the baskets of dried seafood in front of her. She was happy but also felt a bit of pain. She was glad that if she posted these seafood products in the shopping group, they would sell easily. But she also wanted to buy all of it herself and eat it all at once. There were hundreds of jin, a Chinese weight measure, here, and that would cause a big fuss later, making it hard to explain. However, she had already suggested to Director Xia that they could make gift boxes of the seafood to sell at the supply and marketing cooperative. She wasn't sure if Director Xia would agree, but if he did, it would help the fishermen. If he refused, she had no other options. Fortunately, this purchase wasn't suspicious, so no one would doubt her later. "Team leader, don't worry. I've checked these dried goods, and they're all very good quality. I believe people in the city will recognize that. I think there's a high chance that the seafood gift boxes will be approved." Su Jiao Jiao stood inside the smell-filled team office, carefully examining the dried goods. She was pleasantly surprised to find that, although the drying methods were quite traditional and rough, the quality of the seafood was indeed very good. Although she hadn't tasted them yet in her previous life, after becoming a senior manager, she had tried many delicacies and had some experience in choosing ingredients. The basket of golden dried shrimp was large and fresh, and whether used for porridge or soup, it would surely be impressive. The team leader excitedly paced back and forth. "Comrade buyer, is what you said true? That's great, really great." Other village officials also looked happy. Su Jiao Jiao thought there was no big problem. These dried seafood products didn't have the trouble of transporting fresh seafood. They could be sold as local specialties from Yu County across the country. As long as the leaders of the supply and marketing system weren't foolish, they would see this business has great potential. But those weren't her main concern. She hadn't forgotten why she came here today. She smiled and said, I will try to help you get support from the supply and marketing cooperative. So, I'll take 50 gene of each type of dried goods, part as samples, and part one plan to send to some relatives and friends. Oh, and if there's fresh fish, shrimp, or crabs, I want some too. I don't have enough money on me, but I have a few new hot water bottles from the Shanghai market. If anyone wants to exchange them for something, let me know. The village officials were first stunned for a moment, then eagerly stepped forward. One official quickly said, I'll exchange. My wife went to the sea last night. We still have half a bucket of blood eels, and we have conches, shrimp, crabs, and more. Su Jiao's eyes lit up. Do you have dried squid? I'll trade you 20 gene of dried squid for a hot water bottle. Blood eels are excellent, delicious, tender, and also great for nourishing the body. She definitely didn't want to miss out. The official who spoke immediately beamed. Yes, we do. Even if her family didn't have it, she could make it up. She wasn't stupid. Those hot water bottles were only available in Shanghai. They had no industrial tickets or channels. If it weren't for the buyer's help, how could she have bought them by luck? Do you want 3 gene of big squid? I also have dried oysters and dried scallops. Before she even left the team office, the 6 hot water bottles she brought out had already been divided among the officials. These days, they can't do risky trading, but they are exchanging goods. Everyone present is a village leader. Even the head of the village exchanged a thermos. He turned a blind eye, so no one cared whether Su Jiao was buying or trading with them. In the end, she exchanged many items. The village head even offered to deliver them to the county. These old things are hard for the procurement officer to carry. You're running around for our production team, so we should show some appreciation. We have a cart, and we can take the goods directly to the county to save you trouble. Su Jiao insisted they shouldn't send the items for her. She was touched and said, No need to trouble everyone. I still have to visit several other production teams. The county knows I'm buying a lot, and they promised a tractor would pick me up in the evening. Please just help me deliver the items to the roadside so I can load them directly when the tractor arrives. The village head was disappointed he couldn't personally serve the procurement officer, but their cart was no match for a tractor. He didn't insist further. He waved his hand and asked a few strong men to help Su Jiao carry the goods. When they reached the roadside, everyone was watching her eagerly, but not leaving. Su Jiao understood their intentions. Thank you so much. Really, thank you all. Rest assured, I will report to the leaders. Your dried seafood is excellent quality, and there's definitely a market for it. I will try to persuade the leaders to sell it in gift boxes. Please wait for news from the county supply and marketing cooperative. The village head smiled shyly, showing his big teeth. That's a big help, procurement officer. Please speak well of us. Our production team's dried goods are the best. You don't need to go to other communes. He was quite greedy. If the county supply and marketing cooperative only wanted their production team's dried goods, that would be great. But the thought of sharing benefits with other teams made him uncomfortable.
Su Jiao mai.
Village head, you're putting me in a tough spot. We're all from the same county, so we shouldn't favor one over the others. It was impossible not to visit other production teams. The dried seafood she bought today wasn't enough. Su Jiao had already decided to make a big profit and definitely wouldn't miss this good opportunity. Seeing that the procurement officer didn't agree, the village head felt disappointed but kept a polite smile. Just joking. Don't mind me, procurement officer. I was just joking. Once the person finally left, Su Jiao observed for a while longer, making sure no one was around. Only then did she put all the dried seafood and fresh crabs, shrimp, and fish into her small purchasing warehouse. She rode her bike and headed to the next place. After figuring out the routine, Su Jiao copied the method and visited 3 communes and 6 or 7 production teams. She was so tired she almost collapsed but finally filled her small warehouse with dried seafood and fresh catches. She hurried back to the Yuxian guest house. Director Xie and others had already finished their meeting. Secretary Lin was looking everywhere for her to go eat. Comrade Li Lixing from the Trade and Commerce Bureau had paid for their meal. Comrade Su, I need to tell you seriously, this is not Salt City. You are not here for sightseeing. Please don't cause trouble for the leaders with your personal actions, Secretary Lin said sternly, frowning. Su Jiao stopped her bike, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and then took down the 2 bags of goods tied to the back seat of her bike. Facing Secretary Lin's criticism, she sincerely apologized. I'm very sorry to worry the leaders. Everyone was in a meeting, and since I rarely come to Yuxian, I felt it was a shame not to go out and look around. I borrowed a bike from the guest house and went out. I feel guilty for wasting the leaders' time. Director Xie waved his hand and said kindly, it's just a little outing. As long as you're safe. Shaolin was worried that, as a woman, you might encounter trouble outside. Secretary Lin pursed her lips. I still think Comrade Su Jiao acted improperly this time by going out without permission. It seemed she wanted the leaders to mark her wrong, didn't it? Su Jiao raised an eyebrow, thinking she probably hadn't offended Secretary Lin. They had been polite to each other a few days ago. Why the sudden change? Was she pretending now? Director Xie frowned and thought for a moment. Shaolin has a point. Su, you were reckless this time. Su Jiao thought she was lucky she had prepared. Who would have expected Secretary Lin to suddenly turn against her? She interrupted Director Xie before he could finish criticizing her, saying, but I did gain something from going out. Please look. These are the dried seafood I traded for at various production teams in Yuxian. She continued, I was planning to send some to my relatives and friends, but the dried seafood doesn't look very good. I was thinking of turning these into gift boxes to sell at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Although seafood is not rare in Yu County, it is considered a rare delicacy for people from other provinces. Making it into gift boxes would make it more presentable and suitable for giving as gifts. It could also highlight Yu County's special local products and help fishermen earn extra income. Of course, this is just a small suggestion of mine. The final decision should be up to your leaders to consider. Gift boxes. A store manager from Yu County's Supply and Marketing Cooperative, standing next to Director Xie, became interested when he heard Su Jiao's words. He eagerly interrupted, Comrade Su, I won't hide it from you. We also thought about selling dried seafood as a local specialty. Back then, our cooperative even worked closely with local production teams for a year, but the results were poor. These dried goods couldn't even leave Yu County. Are you saying that if we package these dried goods into gift boxes, they might sell better? The store manager finished speaking with a worried look, eyes full of hope as he looked at Su Jiao. He had also attended the training that Comrade Su gave. Despite being a woman, she was quite capable. Maybe her idea of packaging seafood into gift boxes could really help Yu County. Other store managers, hearing that this could increase their county's income, also became eager. Yes, Comrade Su, we tried so hard back then, but unfortunately, no one was interested. We couldn't sell those things at all. Many of those products even went bad. Thinking about the disappointed looks of their fellow villagers, these managers felt a tight knot in their hearts. Yu County was struggling. They relied on the mountains and water for their livelihood, but they had plenty of fish and shrimp. However, these didn't fill people up, were cold and bland, and eating too much could cause stomach issues. Children and women couldn't handle it well. Life was really hard. Director Xie and the other city leaders listened to these complaints and felt very silent and uncomfortable inside. Director Xie sighed, Little Su, do you really think your idea of gift boxes can help sell their dried goods? Faced with hopeful eyes, Su Jiao shook her head honestly. Gift boxes are just a nice touch. If people don't want them, no matter how pretty the packaging is, it won't help. She had also wondered why Yu County's seafood specialties hadn't been promoted as a local brand. Turns out, they had tried before, but failed. Regarding the reason for the failure, Su Jiao thinks she probably knows. Everyone is disappointed, and their eyes immediately lose their brightness. Secretary Lin smirked and said in a serious tone, Comrade Su, since you can't help Yu County, why are you still saying these things? You're just adding salt to their wounds. Su Jiao rolled her eyes inwardly but forced a smile and said, Secretary Lin, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished speaking. The gift boxes can't guarantee that all the seafood dried goods from Yu County will sell out, but if Yu County uses the method I suggest, there might be a chance it will work, Secretary Lin. Really? Then, Comrade Su, hurry up and tell the leaders your idea. Su Jiao sighed at him. Secretary Lin, you're a secretary, yet the leaders are still standing. If I start talking loudly, it's not very polite, Secretary Lin. Ha ha ha, Xiao Su is right, standing there doesn't look good. Director Xie laughed loudly. He was also very curious about Su Jiao's idea to help Yu County sell seafood dried goods. He directly said, "Let's go back to the meeting room and talk." The entrance of the guest house was not a good place for a serious talk. Director Xie was very interested in Su Jiao's proposal. He didn't even finish his meal and took people back to the conference room on the third floor of the guest house. Director Li from the Trade and Commerce Bureau also heard about this somewhere and hurried over to the meeting room. I heard that Comrade Xiao Su found out that Yu County seafood dried goods are not selling well and wants to help us come up with ideas? Oh, such good news. Why did you only tell me now? As soon as he heard the news, Comrade Li Lixing rode his bike quickly to the meeting room, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled broadly. Ignoring Director Xie's disapproving look, he sat down beside him. Li Lixing eagerly said to Su Jiao, "Xiao Su, just tell us your idea directly. We want to hear it." Su Jiao, unreservedly giving him instructions, asked Secretary Lin to carry the 2 large cloth bags of dried seafood into the meeting room. Secretary Lin sighed and looked at Su Jiao with a serious face. Seeing that the leaders were all eager to hear her, Su Jiao took a quick sip of water and didn't delay any longer. She said, "The gift boxes are secondary. I believe the main reason you didn't sell the seafood dried goods initially is because you were too conservative. You only think about fighting alone and relying on your own efforts to sell seafood and dried goods. While that is commendable, I have to say your decision was a bit foolish. As soon as I sat down, the head of the Economic and Trade Bureau, Comrade Li Lixing, scolded me. Coughs. Director Xie cleared his throat and signaled to Su Jiao. Although he also didn't quite like Li Lixing, how could little Su directly call a leader foolish? With so many people watching, at least give Comrade Li some face. Li Lixing's face almost couldn't hold up. He wiped his face and looked unhappy. Well, little Su, I think our initial decision was fine. At that time, Yuxian was united. Everyone worked together, all thinking the same way, putting an effort to promote our seafood. But unfortunately, thinking of those hard times, Li Lixing's eyes welled up with tears. It was tough back then, so much effort was spent, and in the end, all that work was wasted. Unfortunately, what? That it only moved your own heart? Did the seafood sell? Smelled bad, right? Su Jiao said without hesitation, almost piercing Li Lixing's heart. If the Yuxian Economic and Trade Bureau hadn't set strict limits within the county, but instead collaborated with a city supply and marketing cooperative, led by the Bureau, to propose joint development, and used the strong sales platform of the city supply and marketing cooperative to put seafood dried goods on all city supply stations, the people of Yuxian wouldn't find seafood rare. Other cities and counties would be eager to buy this fresh seafood. Once the sales channels opened, wouldn't seafood sell easily? At that time, Yuxian's seafood would sell, production team members' incomes would increase, and the Economic and Trade Bureau and Yuxian leaders would have achievements. The City Supply and Marketing Cooperative has the responsibility for nationwide distribution, and if Yuxian's supply and marketing work was excellent, the provincial and even national systems would be proud. Plus, it would simply enrich the goods in state-run stores. In short, it's about resource sharing and mutual benefit. Su Jiao finished speaking, feeling a bit speechless. So, if we wanted to do this in the first place, why not be bold and promote it across the whole city, province, or even a country? Why sell Yuxian seafood only to Yuxian people? What was the thinking there? Does Sichuan lack chili peppers? Does Western Province lack vinegar? Su Jiao's words may not have been earth-shaking, but they definitely caused a big shock to Li Lixing and the store managers in Yuxian. That's right. Selling seafood to people who already have plenty of it is hardly profitable. At this moment, they felt ashamed. Little Su didn't say anything wrong. They were just too naive and not brave enough. Li Lixing from the Commerce and Trade Bureau looked even more excited. He clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and stood up. First, he looked at Su Jiao and said seriously, "Comrade Su, I want to thank you on behalf of the people of Yuxian." Su Jiao quickly waved her hand. "It's just a small suggestion. Director Li, you're being too kind." Li Lixing shook his head. "No, you don't realize how important your small suggestion is to us. It can help the people of Yuxian eat better. You are a remarkable young comrade." Then, Li Lixing turned serious and said to Director Xie, "I will apply to the higher authorities right now." "Sorry, Xie, it might take a little more time. You can't leave yet." Su Jiao's suggestion about the joint construction activity with the city's supply office was very good. Excellent, in fact. Because of her small suggestion, the inspection team from the city's supply office stayed in Yuxian for another day. After many discussions among the higher leaders, led by the Yuxian Commerce and Trade Bureau, they officially proposed a joint construction activity to the city's supply office, with Director Xie as the representative. They also requested help in promoting Yuxian's seafood and dried goods over the phone. The city's supply office held an emergency meeting after receiving the call and decided to help Yuxian. They signed a 1-year sales cooperation contract. Since Director Xie and his team were already in Yuxian, the city's supply office handed the signing process directly to the inspection team. Of course, this was also partly because of the cooperation with Yuxian and the connections of Director Xie and his team. Yuxian attached great importance to this cooperation. The propaganda department of the county committee and the local newspaper sent people to take photos of the signing ceremony. Su Jiao received a warm invitation from Comrade Li Lixing and was lucky enough to stand among Yuxian's leaders to take a photo. In the photo, among several middle-aged officials in Zhongshan suits, there was a beautiful young woman with a fresh, flower-like appearance. Everyone was smiling brightly, simple yet lively. Many neighbors, curious about the commotion, secretly peeked inside through the open door. Vice Factory Director Wang from the shoe factory and Section Chief Gao from the personnel department suddenly arrived at the Su family's door, bringing along officials from the first chemical factory. It was clear they had no good intentions. "I heard it's all about that soapberry powder recipe from the Su family. Now they come directly to us, and even involve our shoe factory leaders. It looks like the chemical factory is getting desperate. Desperate or not, Wan Hongxia won't give in. The recipe is in her hands. Can the chemical factory just take it by force? That's too harsh a word. The soapberry powder recipe wasn't useful to the Su family anyway. If the chemical factory wants it, they can have it. Su Yutian harmed our shoe factory, and his wife isn't very wise. She's fighting against the government. She doesn't realize her own strength." Many people were complaining loudly, acting righteous, but their words sounded a bit jealous. Who isn't a bit foolish? The chemical factory was desperately demanding the recipe from the Su family. Everyone knew that the soapberry powder recipe was valuable. The chemical factory didn't want to pay any price and tried to take it without effort, pretending to be noble. Their attitude was really ugly. If Wan Hongxia refused to give it, so what? If it were them, they wouldn't give it either. Outside, people were just watching the show, imagining that if the soapberry powder recipe belonged to their own family, they would be eager to listen for any news from the Su family. As everyone guessed, the chemical factory was truly anxious this time. They directly invited the shoe factory leaders to negotiate. Their attitude was softer and more sincere than the previous times when they tried to talk to Su's mother and son alone. Vice Director Wang from the shoe factory smiled kindly, pretending to be friendly. "Xiao Wan, the chemical factory is very sincere this time. As an employee of the shoe factory, your factory has helped you get a reward of 100 yuan and 20 pounds of meat tickets. That's quite a lot. The soapberry powder recipe isn't useful to you anymore. Only the chemical factory can make good use of it. What do you think?" Wan Hongxia sat on the sofa, her face expressionless. She still said, "The recipe is passed down from our ancestors. I can't sell it. It's not for sale. It's a gift to the chemical factory. Your soapberry powder recipe is very important for our new laundry detergent research. If we succeed, it could bring the country a lot of foreign exchange. It's a great thing for the nation and the people. This time, A young leader from the research department, who was apparently unhappy, loudly expressed his opinion. Su Anchuan looked unhappy. He really wanted to punch those shameless people and send them away. They spoke so nicely, talking about foreign exchange and the country, all grand words and big principles. But why could his family only get 100 yuan as a reward and 20 pounds of meat tickets for such an important recipe? His younger sister was right. They were stingy, even with a job. They acted like beggars asking for handouts. It was simply too much. They had been talking for almost an hour since they sat down. They had almost run out of words, but Su's family still looked indifferent. The young leader from the research department of the chemical factory who came with them started to get angry. He signaled to Vice Factory Director Wang and Director Gao. The chemical factory had already agreed with the shoe factory, so they shouldn't hold back now. Vice Director Wang took a sip of plain water from his cup. He didn't complain since Su's family didn't have good tea or anything fancy. Director Gao from the shoe factory's HR department spoke in a serious tone. Comrade Wan Hongxia, your family has land. The factory didn't criticize you much about the recipe, but you can't pretend not to hear. You want to work just for one recipe? That's greed. I know it's hard for you to raise a child alone, but poverty isn't the worst. What's really scary is having low moral awareness. This was no longer persuasion, but threats. Su Anchuan clenched his fists and turned red in the face, but his mother held him back tightly. Wan Hongxia sneered, Director Gao, don't scare me. I trust the organization, so I agreed to let you and Vice Director Wang come to my house today. But what did you do? Forcing an orphan mother to give up her family's secret recipe and even threatening us. Not giving the recipe means we're morally low? You're so good at blaming others. If that's the case, let's go to the city committee and ask the leaders. Not giving the recipe means we're morally low? Why don't you say that since our family is so poor we can't even afford food? Why don't you share some of your salary with us? You, a shoe factory official, just stand there watching workers suffer. Why don't you help out? You're supposed to be an official and a workers' representative, but I think you're the one with low awareness. Director Gao was so angry, he almost twisted his face. He slammed the table. You're unreasonable. Wan Hongxia sneered, too lazy to bother with him. Su Anchuan couldn't help but say, Vice Director Wang and Director Gao, as leaders of the shoe factory, you're not standing up for the workers. Instead, you're taking sides. Are we the ones being unreasonable, or are some people taking bribes? Can you honestly look inside your hearts and tell the truth? And Chun, Wan Hongxia shouted, but she didn't manage to stop Su Anchuan from speaking. Seeing Vice Factory Director Wang suddenly change his expression, Wan Hongxia felt a twinge of worry. She wasn't afraid of Section Chief Gao, but she never underestimated Vice Factory Director Wang, who could compete equally with Su Xianghua. Anyone who could do that was not an ordinary person. Just as Wan Hongxia was feeling nervous, Vice Director Wang stood up. He looked serious and was about to say something when a loud voice suddenly rang outside the Su family door. It was Zhang Xiaofeng. Oh, Hongxia, come look. Is that your fourth brother? Jiao Jiao is so impressive, she's even on the People's Daily. That's a big honor for our family. Zhang Xiaofeng rushed into the Su house excitedly. She didn't notice the few people sitting inside with Vice Director Wang. She directly grabbed the newspaper, excited, and ran over to Wan Hongxia, pointing at a large black and white photo on the paper. Wan Hongxia stared blankly at the photo on the newspaper. She looked surprised and asked, Is this my fourth brother? On the large newspaper page, a photo showed several officials dressed in Zhongshan suits, looking serious and formal. In the middle, a cheerful young girl was standing with a bright smile. The article praised the joint effort between the Salt City General Supply and Marketing Cooperative and Yuxian County to build a partnership, helping local people sell seafood and dried goods. This story was first published by the Yuxian Workers newspaper and later reprinted by the People's Daily. It praised the Salt City General Supply and Marketing Cooperative for actively helping the poor Yuxian County develop its economy. The focus was on how, despite difficult circumstances, counties, cities, and government units worked together in friendship and mutual help to build a socialist country. Such actions aligned with policies and were worth learning from. Zhang Xiaofeng said happily. It's Jiao Jiao. Ha ha ha, I recognized her at a glance when I got the paper. Our shoe factory's family building is going to be famous. At first, Vice Director Wang and the others, who had been listening in confusion, also looked at the newspaper curiously. But after just a glance, they were all stunned. The shoe factory's Vice Director Wang, along with leaders from the chemical factory, had gone to Sue's house to ask for the soapberry powder recipe. They had come aggressively, but in the end, they backed down. Nothing came of it. At first, everyone was curious about what was happening. But as news spread from the shoe factory's family building, they finally understood. It turned out that Sue's young daughter had appeared on the People's Daily with the leaders of the city supply office. The family was about to see their little girl rise like a phoenix. Because of the still out-of-town daughter of the Sue family, no one dares to force her to give a solution anymore. I heard that the people at the chemical factory looked very unhappy. But Vice Factory Director Wang and Section Chief Gao are both from the shoe factory. They can't really break ties with the Sue family. Moreover, their daughter has joined the supply and marketing cooperative and is smiling and chatting with top city leaders in a photo, standing in the middle. You can't underestimate her. So they just gave up. Su Jiao Jiao doesn't know what's happening at home. Recently, she has been busy training salespeople from different county supply and marketing cooperatives on sales etiquette, working with the inspection team. Many people, who initially looked down on her because she was young and a temporary worker, were finally convinced by her. Along the way, Director Xie has become more and more satisfied with her. Of course, her secret rivalry with Secretary Lin is also heating up. Su Jiao Jiao sits in the car, reading a book while listening to Secretary Lin gossiping about her in a sarcastic tone. Secretary Lin looks worried. Director Xie, don't mind me being nosy. I admit that Comrade Xiao Su is very skilled at her work, but her temper is too strong. Several colleagues have told me that during training, she hurt their pride. If this continues, I'm afraid the staff at the supply and marketing cooperatives will have opinions about the city's supply and marketing headquarters. Su Jiao Jiao doesn't need to say anything. Director Xie already frowns. Everyone is already working, and they can't handle setbacks? And they still have the nerve to complain to you?
Tell me, who are these people?
I'll call a meeting to criticize them next time. He doesn't seem to blame Su Jiao Jiao at all. Secretary Lin. He blushes and then turns dark. He doesn't understand why Director Xie favors Su Jiao Jiao so much. Su Jiao Jiao isn't someone who can be pushed around easily. If Secretary Lin dares to complain to her face, she won't hesitate to fight back. She closes her book and suddenly smiles at Secretary Lin. He feels a bit creeped out by her smile. Then, inside the car, Su Jiao Jiao acts very considerate. Director Xie, I think we should pay attention to Secretary Lin's concerns. How about this? From now on, Secretary Lin will train the other salespeople. Anyway, he's learned enough from my training sessions recently. Secretary Lin's heart skips a beat. He forces a smile and waves his hand. No, that's not appropriate, is it? He wasn't immediately overwhelmed by the praise. He was just curious. Could Su Jiao Jiao really be so kind? Su Jiao Jiao firmly said, there's nothing inappropriate about this. Secretary Lin graduated from a proper technical school with a major in secretarial studies. Training salespeople is no challenge for him. Also, I am not a formal employee of the supply and marketing system, so my position isn't official, and I've been quite noticeable lately. Director Xie in the front passenger seat heard this and was unhappy. Whether it's noticeable or not, being envied is a sign of talent. People who think I don't know are just jealous. If they have the ability, why don't they step up themselves? He didn't like Xiao Su belittling herself. In his eyes, Xiao Su was very capable. The fact that she came up with the idea to jointly build a seafood and dried goods sales project with Yuxin showed she was just as capable as Xiao Lin. Just because a few words of gossip made a good comrade give up her work, that's unfair. Director Xie strongly disagreed with this. Secretary Lin pursed his lips, feeling his face suddenly flush. He thought Director Xie's words had some hidden criticism, but he wouldn't admit that he was jealous of a young girl. Su Jiao Jiao felt a bit embarrassed and said, Actually, I made this suggestion partly because of my own reasons. I have a few days before my high school graduation exams, and I plan to focus on reviewing my Russian. If I do that, I might slack off on training work. To prevent the training from falling behind, I asked Secretary Lin for help. She wasn't lying. Her Russian wasn't very good. She struggled with it even in school. After regaining her memories from her previous life, her Russian was even more awkward. She knew she couldn't just cram at the last minute. Since Secretary Lin offered to help, it was only natural to take advantage of the opportunity. Director Xie pondered and said, "Since that's the case, I can't say much. But Xiao Su, you need to think carefully. Since Xiao Lin helped share the training workload, he should get the credit." Even though he liked Xiao Su as a fair person, Director Xie believed Lin shouldn't work for nothing. Some words might sound harsh, but that's how things are in the unit. One person's share of the credit is different from two people's. He hoped Xiao Su would think carefully because he knew she planned to join the supply and marketing unit in the future. The credits she earned now could affect her chances of promotion later. Su Jiao spoke confidently. "Since it's all for work, as long as we achieve the training goals, it doesn't matter who gets the credit." "Well said." Director Xie laughed heartily. Then he serioused up and said, "Next, Xiao Su, you should focus on reviewing for your graduation exam. The sales clerk training will be handled by Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin, you need to understand that you are taking over this task after Xiao Su laid the groundwork. I don't expect you to perform better than Xiao Su, but you must not do worse than the previous few counties. Can you do that?" Secretary Lin's heart finally felt settled. He was excited and shouted loudly, "Rest assured, I will not let the leaders and comrade Xiao Su down." Director Xie said, "All right, I'll watch your performance." Su Jiao smiled and said, "I believe Secretary Lin can handle it." She spoke wisely, but secretly, she had no good intentions. At the start of this training, no one paid much attention. It was Director Xie who insisted that she, a temporary worker, be responsible for it. The results of the training are yet to be seen, but the process has been steady for nearly 10 days. The person in charge may not have made great achievements, but at least they endured hardships. Later, if the leadership in the city recognizes her and the training proves effective, she might earn some favor from the leaders. If Su Jiao were just a temporary worker with no intention of climbing the system, she would have let Secretary Lin take the credit without hesitation. But now she's determined to join the system, and Secretary Lin still wants to take her success, so she's prepared to set a trap. Moreover, her trap isn't wrong. She didn't force Secretary Lin to get involved. If he's willing to take the bait, then he deserves it. After dealing with Secretary Lin, Su Jiao, who seemed to be resting with her eyes closed, turned her attention to the group chat for purchasing agents. The chat was lively now. Nutritionist Sanbao Mama Coco at AAA Local Specialty Purchasing Xiao Su. Please add some small silver fish again. So delicious. I eat them raw, crunchy and fragrant, and they're especially fresh in soups or with eggs. Xiao Su, please send more. A is Ching, imported skincare products purchasing and dried shrimp. Don't forget, everyone. Big, meaty, and firm, you can eat them straight from the shell. Perfect as a snack while watching dramas, super nice, and never gets boring. Used car / youth show Mimi. No matter how much I try, I just can't experience it. At AAA Local Specialty Purchasing Agent Xiao Su, those unlucky ones who missed out last time can now hope for some spicy conch. I love it so much. Grain, oil, and staples. Did old Wang settle his debt today? He was picking his teeth. The last batch of green-lipped mussels was good, and the big crabs were also fat and sweet. Xiao Su, where did you get these goods? Haha, if you have sources, I won't forget my big brother Wang. Other old friends like Pork Rong and Manager Zhu are all excited in the purchasing group, asking Xiao Su to bring more dried seafood. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Xiao Su glanced at her small storage of purchased goods and found plenty of dried seafood still available. She decided to list some more for sale, following everyone's wishes. AAA Local Specialty Purchasing Agent Xiao Su. Thanks to the generous supporters. Here's the link to buy dried seafood. All wild-caught, traditionally sun-dried by fishermen, top quality. This time, There's also extra-large dried cuttlefish, 500 baby abalones, and nourishing sandworms. Rich supporters, go, go, go. Xiao Su called out briefly in the group. Immediately, the number of orders surged. She successfully sold some of her dried seafood stock from her small storage. Xiao Su counted her shopping balance in the group system, which was nearly 30,000 yuan, feeling very satisfied. Some members also asked for wild fruits like pomegranates and wild mulberries. Xiao Su helplessly told them there were no more for now. She had come across wild pomegranates and mulberries in a county she passed through, where a local was secretly selling them. At that time, the old man had a tightly covered bamboo basket with 2 wild chickens, a wild rabbit, and some homegrown cucumbers and eggplants. Xiao Su's eyes lit up, and she paid 2 yuan without a receipt, buying everything. Later, no matter where she went, Xiao Su always exchanged something, sometimes money, sometimes instant oatmeal bought from a wealthy sister, or rice, flour, an apple, or a pear, getting quite a bit of coarse grains and mountain produce in return. Although not as exaggerated as the dried seafood she traded in Yuxian, she also accumulated a good amount of sweet potatoes, corn cobs, wild chestnuts, black fungus, homemade pickled vegetables, and various wild greens in her small storage. Moreover, Su Jiao was not idle on the way. She sold seafood, dried goods, agricultural products, and handmade baskets in a purchasing group. Offline, she sneakily exchanged items with people. Naturally, she triggered the group's one-to-one rebate system multiple times and received many good things for free. She stored everything carefully. In short, Su Jiao is now very satisfied and feels that following the inspection team on this trip was the right choice. After all, she earned a lot. Next, Su Jiao focused on studying Russian seriously. She handed over all her training work to Secretary Lin, who kindly helped her find many exam review materials for Russian. Until the inspection team finished their work and returned to Yanshi City, Director Xie knew that Su Jiao would participate in her graduation exam in the next 2 days. He waved his hand and gave her time off, telling her to take the exam first, and then go to Nanjing Supply and Marketing Cooperative to work. Director Xie was very confident in her. Good luck on your exam. I look forward to seeing you at the department store when you get your diploma. Su Jiao was not modest. Thanks for your good wishes. She took a ride-sharing car back with the inspection team, and they dropped her off at the entrance of Yanshi Shoe Factory. When Su Jiao got out of the car, she carried her bags and stood at the factory gate, looking tired and dusty. She took a deep breath and really wanted to shout out loud, "I'm finally back." Su Jiao was eager to go home. She hurriedly picked up her bags and was about to walk inside. But before she took 2 steps, she unexpectedly met her sister, Su Anxia, who was pulling and tugging with a man in a gray shirt. From afar, she saw her sister's face was not looking good. The man seemed to be using force, and her sister showed a painful expression. Su Jiao couldn't hold back anymore. She dropped her bags and rushed forward. "What are you doing? What are you doing? You're a grown man, touching and groping a woman on the street. What do you want? Do you see the shoe factory behind you? If you dare to make a move again, I'll call security." Su Jiao pushed the man away and stood in front of her sister, raising her chin and threatening fiercely. The man, caught off guard, suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. He looked at Su Jiao with a face full of disbelief, wondering how she was so strong. Then, angry and annoyed, he got up and cursed at Su Jiao. "Who are you?" "I was just talking to my girlfriend." "What's it to you? Busybody. What's wrong with that?" "Jiao, why are you back?" Since her sister suddenly rushed over, Su Anxia froze for a moment, then grabbed her sister's arm, looking excited. After saying a few words, she heard the other person insulting her sister, which completely angered her. Before Jiao could react, Su Anxia immediately changed from her usual gentle look to a fierce one. She turned and pointed at the man's nose, shouting loudly, "Who do you think you are? Shameless. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll ask your boss about you. As a man, you're ruining a woman's reputation out here. Does your boss even care? If you can't find a partner, go home and look at yourself. Don't act like a dog, barking at everyone." Seeing the man turn red in the face and look shocked, she said, You. Why are you talking like that? Su Anxia kept a stern face. What's wrong with what I said? Did I hurt your pride? Or are you just acting crazy because you can't find a partner? With someone like you, which woman would want you? Am I wrong? What are you standing there for?
Just get lost.
Jiao Jiao stared in shock, watching the scene unfold. Her sister, Su Anxia, suddenly transformed from a gentle girl into a fierce tiger, scolding the man without catching her breath. Her sharp words didn't look like her usual self at all. And she even had a bit of her mother, Wan Hongxia's, commanding presence.
Clap.
Jiao Jiao clapped loudly for her sister.
Wow.
Sister, you're amazing. If I'd known you were so powerful, I wouldn't have come here to steal your spotlight. Hearing her sister tease her, Su Anxia's face turned red quickly. Just a small incident had already attracted onlookers on the street, ready to watch the show. Seeing the stranger's eyes on her, Su Anxia felt even more uncomfortable. She pulled Jiao Jiao aside and whispered, "Stop talking, let's go. Thinking about what just happened, her face was hot, and her heart was pounding a little faster. Actually, her reaction was instinctive. The man was a blind date her aunt recently introduced her to. After meeting him once, Su Anxia felt they weren't suitable. She thought it was no big deal to just be honest. But unexpectedly, the man started to cling to her, even coming to pick her up from work a few days ago, which caused rumors at the towel factory for days that she was dating someone. Today, he even wanted to follow her home, which crossed her bottom line. Su Anxia usually doesn't get angry easily, but this time, she was truly annoyed. Even without her younger sister present, she felt the need to warn the other person. Jiao Jiao listened to her sister's constant complaints and looked down on such men. If she truly liked someone and wanted to pursue her, she would do so openly. In this era, where men are often cautious, going directly to the factory to declare ownership is neither brave nor generous. Relying on public pressure to make a woman submit shows that the man has bad intentions and a mean character. Stop paying attention to him, sister. You scolded him away today, and it was the right thing to do. If he dares to come to the factory again, don't waste words. Just call security to send him to the police. Since he's shameless, you shouldn't give him face. After saying this angrily, the two sisters carried their bags and entered the apartment building. At the staircase, they greeted someone who knew the Su family, and Jiao Jiao finally stopped talking. Oh, Jiao Jiao is back. It's been over 10 days since I saw you. Annie missed you so much. I miss my family too. Jiao Jiao, you're carrying so many bags. When you get home, I'll come visit and see if there's anything good. Jiao Jiao replied, sure, that's easy. I remember last time you went back to your parents' house, you brought some pork. My uncle is very generous to my in-laws. I'll come visit your house soon and chat. You're such a kid. As soon as they reached the footwear factory's residential area, they felt a warm familiarity. Climbing the stairs, Jiao Jiao could smell the comforting scent of home. Inside, Su Anxia, feeling sorry for her sister, poured water and wiped her face. She noticed that her sister looked thinner after 10 days apart and wondered how much she had suffered outside. It made her very worried. Sister, did you hear what I just said? From now on, be as fierce as today, so no one dares to bully you. Jiao Jiao picked up her cup of tea, took a sip to soothe her throat, and reminded her sister. Su Anxia, acting like a caring mother, comforted her. Okay, I understand.
Don't worry about it.
You must be tired from the train. Go back to your room and rest. I'll go to the grocery store later to see if they have ribs. You love ribs, right? I'll buy some. Have to make sweet and sour ribs, and have to make rib soup to help you recover. Pork ribs? Su Jiao Jiao remembered she still had half a rack of ribs in her small storage. She quickly called out to her sister. No need to buy ribs. I have some here. I was on a business trip with my boss. We visited several counties under Salt City, exchanged for local specialties, and I brought back some ribs and dried seafood. Look, Su Jiao Jiao seized the chance and eagerly opened her several large and small luggage bags to show her sister her treasures. Su Anxia opened her mouth wide, as if she could swallow an egg.
Wow, so many things.
How did you get all this? Did you bring so much money? There were sweet potatoes, corn cobs, wild chestnuts, black fungus, homemade pickled vegetables, a bunch of wild greens, and even a bottle of rice wine and mushroom sauce. She seriously doubted that her sister had been working with her boss these past 10 days. Otherwise, where did all these things come from? No one would criticize her boss for that. Su and Xia wondered about this, but she asked aloud. Su Jiao confidently replied, "What are you talking about? I just exchanged for these. My bosses may not have traded as much as I did, but they didn't come back empty-handed. Since we're on a work trip paid by the company, it's fine to exchange for local specialties for the family. Plus, these items need permits in our city, but not in the countryside, so I didn't spend much money on permits. Most of these things she bought from a shopping group, only a few were exchanged with local villagers." Her sister didn't need to know that. And indeed, Director Xia and others had also exchanged some things, so Su Jiao wasn't lying. When she heard her boss also exchanged some items, Su and Xia finally relaxed and happily organized her little sister's spoils. Wild chestnuts smell so good. Next month, when the meat tickets come out, I'll cook chestnut braised pork for you. I'll add some potatoes too, since you love it. Su Jiao's mouth watered at the thought. She nodded repeatedly. My second sister is the best to me. Even though we ate well on the trip, I kept thinking about your cooking. Su and Xia felt warm inside but pretended to be skeptical. You're eating at state-run restaurants with your boss, and you're still thinking of me. What's wrong with state-run restaurants? No matter how good the food is, it can't beat your cooking. Your dishes always taste like home. Su Jiao's compliment made Su and Xia feel very happy and comfortable. You're considerate. The orange jam from the factory last time is still hidden in my room. Hurry and eat it so old Seven won't see it. After saying that, Su Anxia tied her apron and hurried out to prepare ribs for sweet and sour ribs. She couldn't let her sister go hungry. Su Jiao took out the hidden orange jam from under the bed in her and her second sister's room, almost in tears. Her second sister truly loves her. Unlike Su Anxia, thinking of her third sister, who always fought with her for things, Su Jiao pouted and muttered. Then she remembered a saying, "Some people are not worth mentioning." In the evening, workers from the leather shoe factory finished work. It's been almost 2 months since Su Jiao regained her memories from her previous life, but this was the first time she saw Su Anxia. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at the woman who looked well-fed and beautiful but still carried herself with pride. So, Su Fourth, are you not welcoming me? Even though I got married, Mom said this is always my home. I have the right to come back. Su Anxia raised her chin proudly. She carried a small purse and wore a fine blue dress. She looked like a delicate little flower, small, pretty, and charming. But her personality was most like Wan Hongxia, quick-tempered, ready to fight at the slightest provocation. She was so fierce that her husband couldn't beat her, and her in-laws couldn't argue with her either. Of course, except for Su Jiao. The flying golden phoenix still knows how to return to the sparrow's nest. I think, is the sun rising from the west today? Su Jiao deliberately exaggerated her expression. Since her third sister married the son of the workshop leader at the steel factory, she felt she had escaped their poor family and was living a good life. She only came back to her parents' house when she argued with her husband about divorce. Usually, she ignored her siblings, afraid they would cling to her and drain her. Wan Hongxia, along with her 3 daughters, heard her daughter's sarcastic remark as soon as they entered. She instinctively felt a headache and scolded, "Calm down. You're causing trouble just after coming back?" Su Anxia, feeling confident with her mother's support, boasted. "Mom told you to shut up. Someone who depends on older siblings to feed her is shameless. Even the eldest and second sisters spoil you." When she said this, her heart felt a bit sour. Since childhood, everyone in the family has liked this annoying little sister. I don't know what she has besides her face. Big brother and second sister have always favored her. Whenever there's something delicious, they give it to Su Jiao. She drools with hunger, but can only eat a little. She has never forgotten this grievance. Little sister is not just here to eat for free. Su Anxia, hearing the noise, ran out and said unhappily to Su Anxia, She got into the supply and marketing cooperative and even appeared in the newspaper. Recently, she went on a business trip with the company's senior leaders. She's quite impressive, Su Anchio sneered and said mockingly. Just her? Sister. Even if you favor her, you can't just make things up. Besides flirting with young boys, what does fourth brother know about her? Her attitude was very dismissive, as if Su Anxiao was making up stories just to praise Su Jiao Jiao. This made Su Anxiao angry. Su Jiao Jiao didn't bother to pay attention to Su Anxiao or argue to prove herself. Meanwhile, fifth brother's eyes twinkled. He quickly ran into their mother's room and took out the newspaper, slapping it in front of Su Anxiao. Third sister, the newspaper is here. Look for yourself. No need to thank me. Huh. Su Anxiao snorted lightly, casually glancing at the newspaper. Then her eyes widened in surprise. Her face turned red, and then pale. She looked up with complicated eyes. Fourth brother, I didn't expect you to come up with such a sneaky trick just to please Mom. You're really shameless, Su Anxiao. Who's shameless? Wan Hongxia's face darkened as she snapped at her daughter. Can't you see the big characters People's Daily? Are you illiterate? This was a matter of great pride for their family, a family honor. They couldn't fake it. Their third child just didn't know how to speak properly. Old Master Su leaned to the side and laughed without hesitation. Third sister, you've said you want a divorce so many times, but you've never really gone through with it. If you're brave enough, try this time for real and let the brothers see what happens. Sixth brother Su also covered his mouth, secretly laughing. Yeah, third sister, we haven't even seen anyone get divorced before. But if you divorce brother-in-law, won't big sister and second sister have stepmothers? This comment hit Su Anxiao hard. Her face changed, and she said fiercely, Bah! If Gu Zhengli dares to remarry, I'll break his legs. I'm not called Su Anxiao for nothing. And sixth brother Su, from now on, don't call big sister and second sister anymore. My daughters are Baozhu and Jinju. Sixth brother Su scratched his head, confused. What big sister and second sister? Baozhu and Jinju. Aren't they the same? I think Baozhu and Jinju sound nicer. Su Jiao Jiao also thought the kids' previous names were too casual, and she couldn't help but criticize Su Anxiao, the mother. You came back today, where are Baozhu and Jinju? You went back to your parents' house alone and left the kids with your biased mother-in-law. Su Anxiao's mother-in-law was extremely biased towards boys. Su Anxiao could leave her two daughters at home, which showed she was a very big-hearted mother. Seeing her little sister's disapproving look, Su Anxiao felt a bit guilty and stiffened her neck. Mind your own business. I'm about to cut ties with GE's family. Why should I care about their children? Am I some kind of fool? She spoke loudly, but her eyes wandered, showing she wasn't sincere. Jiao Jiao knew her third sister loved her two daughters dearly. Even if she wanted a divorce, she wouldn't abandon her children. She had always been stubborn. Jiao Jiao gave Su Anxiao a glance, not wanting to argue with her. Su Anxiao looked helpless. Her third sister was always headstrong. To her, marriage and divorce were just games. When she got married, the whole family only found out after the wedding. They argued over the divorce more than 10 times a year. Just wait, her brother-in-law would come to pick her up soon. Today, the Su family's meal was rich, sweet and sour ribs, braised carp, stir-fried cabbage, and steamed egg with clams, served with freshly cooked rice. Even Su Anxiao, who believed she had married into the Gu family to enjoy a good life, was stunned and stared with wide eyes. She swallowed hard and asked, Are we really eating so well now? Su Anxiao looked proud. This was brought back by my younger sister from her business trip. Usually we don't eat this well. Su Anxiao looked embarrassed. I didn't expect Su Jiao Jiao to have the ability to bring such good things home. It seems her newspaper story is not fake. She looked at her beautiful younger sister's side face and thought, how did she suddenly become so impressive? Not only did she join the supply and marketing cooperative, but she also made the newspapers, more impressive than her father-in-law. That's right. Only now does Su Anxiao believe what her family says. Su Jiao Jiao doesn't care what Su Anxiao is thinking. She's already taken a piece of pork rib and is eating happily. The rest of the Su family also doesn't talk much. They focus on eating, grumbling quietly. Saying more means less food, and that's not worth it. Seeing everyone eating so eagerly, Su and Chio immediately felt a sense of urgency. She didn't think there was anything special about what Su Jiaojiao brought back. As the older sister, she just took a couple of bites of meat. This is her family, and her mother didn't object. Su Jiaojiao is busy eating. Her sweet and sour pork ribs are her favorite. Her sister specially cooked them crispy today, with thick sweet and sour sauce, her favorite. She ate 2 big bowls of rice, but unfortunately, just as she was about to get a third, her mother stopped her. Wang Hongxia, who usually disapproves of eating dry meals at night, frowned and pushed the remaining dishes into the cupboard, locking them up. With this way of eating, the family will be emptied out, she said disdainfully to Su and Chio. Hurry up and go back. The house is small, and there's no place for you to sleep. Su and Chio, I'll squeeze with my second sister. Su Anxia's face stiffened. Su Jiaojiao frowned directly. I refuse. Su and Chio, who snores and grinds her teeth when she sleeps, is no big deal. But she's bossy. She insists on sleeping first, even if others are already in bed. She feels very annoyed. Why do you refuse? I sleep with my second sister, not with you. I am your older sister. Do you talk to me like that? Su and Chio got angry. Her pride was hurt. She thought Su Jiaojiao had become so impressive that she was acting superior. Maybe she looked down on her, who just eats leftovers. You're my sister, not my ancestor. You snore and grind your teeth, and it's noisy. I've been on a train all day just to get some peace and quiet. Is that too much to ask? Su Jiaojiao turned and walked away. She is no longer the same Su Jiaojiao who used to argue with Su and Chio for a long time before she lost her memory. She has time to review and prepare for her graduation exams. It's just a few days away. Better to prepare now, no time to waste.
Su Angu, Mom.
Look at her. Just then the door was knocked. Wan Hongxia felt a headache. Shut up. As soon as you come back, you start trouble. Later, you and your man go home and stop causing trouble for old Ji's family. When she opened the door, it was indeed her third sister-in-law, Gu Jingli. Mom. Gu Jingli immediately bowed and apologized, feeling a bit afraid of his mother-in-law. Wan Hongxia ignored his pleading smile and said bluntly, Take care of your wife. Don't go to her family for no reason. I remember when your mother got married, she told us not to bother the Gu family. She can take good care of my daughter. That's how she did it. She keeps threatening to divorce every few days. Gu Jingli, do you still want my Anchio? If not, let her come back early. I may not have much, but I can still give her a meal. As soon as he entered, Gu Jingli was scolded harshly by his mother-in-law, making him hang his head low. He was already short and chubby, and now he looked down so much that he couldn't see his neck. Hearing his mother-in-law say she would take his wife back, he was so scared, he almost cried.
Mom.
Why are you saying that? Ever since I married Anchio, I promised to love only her. We just argue sometimes, but we won't really divorce. If I lose Anchio, I can't live, Mom. Su Anchio, who had been standing with her hands on her hips and looking angry, blushed immediately when she heard Gu Jingli say that. She quickly pinched his arm hard. What are you saying? How shameless. Gu Jingli grabbed her hand and looked at his mother-in-law. Wife, come home with me. Let's not cause trouble for Mom. Both Dia and Arya keep talking about you all day. Just then, Su Anchio's face softened, but she suddenly got angry again. It's Baozhu and Jinju, she said. I don't care. The names of our 2 daughters must be changed. If you don't agree today, I will still divorce you. After I divorce, you can find someone proper and decent. Gu Jingli quickly cowered. Change. It must be changed. Wife, I don't want someone proper and decent. I just want you like this. Su Anchio snorted proudly, acting very spoiled. The family members watching. Both sides are willing participants. They deserve it. Before leaving, the couple even dragged Su Jiaojiao out. Su Anchio's 2 sisters-in-law linked arms with Su Jiaojiao, ignoring her dark expression. She proudly said to Gu Jingli, Let me introduce you properly. This is my sister, Su Jiaojiao. Gu Jingli didn't understand what his wife was joking about. I know she's my little sister. No, you don't understand, Su Anchio said proudly. Our Auntie Zhuozhuo and Pearl are now very different. She works at the supply and marketing cooperative and even made the newspapers. Do you know the leader of the city supply? Of course not. But our Auntie Zhuozhuo knows him, and she has even traveled with some top officials. In the future, our Pearl will also become a leader, so you old Gu family better open your eyes. Our Su family isn't without support. Jiao Jiao. Are you just showing off now? Gu Zhengli was stunned by his wife's mention of her sister's impressive status. Our Pearl really is amazing. He remembered that his wife used to secretly look down on her sister, calling her just a pretty face with no real talent. Who would have thought she'd become so successful now? Gu Zhengli felt that his wife was right. Their Pearl would truly have support in the future. All right, I've already eaten at my parents' house today. Please leave 2 food coupons for my mom. I am now your wife, and I can't just eat for free outside. After using his wife's status to scare the man, Su Anchio was satisfied. She reached out to ask for the food coupons. Gu Zhengli smoothly took out the coupons and handed them to her. Su Anchio took them and put them in her pocket, pretending not to see her mother's dark expression nearby. Wan Hongxia. Get lost. The couple was about to leave when Gu Zhengli suddenly remembered something. He turned back and said, "By the way, Mom, the grandson of the old expert Sugua from our factory recently broke his leg. He's alone at home resting, and the old expert and his wife are worried. They asked my dad to find a playmate for him. I heard they might give some compensation. If old 5 and old 6 are willing, I'll ask my dad not to bother. We shouldn't let good things go to outsiders." Wan Hongxia listened and was happy about this good news. But she was worried whether Ji's family would really agree to let old 5 and old 6 take part in this.